To those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here!
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Well, you heard the man. Good morning indeed from a place where the 49ers live, baby. That's right. We checked everything. We looked up and down. That score checked out. They actually beat the Eagles. That did happen. So they are alive. They have been pronounced alive by Dr. Murph. And they are going to Seattle. And wait for it. We have a time, y'all. Set your calendars. Get out your pencil. Get out your paper. Get out your scratch pad and write it down. 49ers at Seattle, Saturday at 5 p.m. Or as they say in the military, overnight Dave, 1700. 1700. Seahawks will host the 49ers. Seattle's first home playoff game in front of fans since 2016. They hosted a COVID game with no fans in 2020. So there it is. Write it down. Hope you wrote it down. Now tuck it in a nice, safe place. Maybe in a drawer in the kitchen. Put it in, like the drawer you have your little notepads and your stickums and your Post-its and your pens. So there it is, everybody. And oh, by the way, you won't see Aaron Rodgers no more. Good morning, Marcus Boucher. My man who's been fighting through a cold for about a week and a half.
I have indeed.
You are a soldier, my friend. You get to come to work and talk through a cold. But good morning, brother. Hope you're feeling a little better.
Murph, good morning, my man. Yeah, I'm feeling good. Finally figuring out what the hell time the Niners are playing this Saturday. I took out my pen and paper. I wrote down my notes.
Pencil.
Ooh, why can't we write this one in pen?
Because I just like old-fashioned pencils.
All right.
Number two.
Number two pencil.
Number two. A Ticonderoga, perhaps.
Yeah, what's your take on mechanical pencils? 808 KNBR.
You know, it's funny. Candace has a bunch of them in the house. I don't know. They're I don't know. Yeah, give me the lead.
Yeah, see.
Or give me the yellow.
And shout out to the kids in class who always had like that extra like carrying pack of lead. Like they had extra lead ready to go. Dude, I never had lead. So when my mechanical pencil ran out of lead, dude, I was done.
So you were a mechanical pencil guy?
Yeah, we had mechanical pencils.
I'm going to go ahead and say mechanical pencil, not as sturdy and strong as the original Ticonderoga number 2, which is kind of a metaphor for the entire country. How things used to be better and stronger.
Yeah. You're not wrong. By the way, since we're starting the show with a pencil digression, has anybody ever used a number 3 or a number 4?
Great question.
I've only seen number 2 pencils.
I do remember that when I was a kid, there were non-number 2s, and they were duller and thicker. It was like it wasn't nearly as crisp and sharp.
Is it like a contractor pencil, like the thick ones where... We should probably ask John Joe Curley.
John Joe might know.
Yeah, he's from the construction
world.
world.
What pencil is behind the ear of Big John? Big John.
Yeah.
He's got one behind the ear. It's a number 2, he says.
Oh.
Yeah. So,
see, number 2's a classic.
Listen, our audience is awesome, and they're really smart, and they tend to have varied knowledge. So if you guys know why there is a pencil other than a number 2 and what it's used for. But it is true. There weren't, because occasionally you draw a bum one. I'm talking about like 1977. I'd draw a pencil and it wasn't a 2, and I'd be like, yo, this pencil sucks.
I've got the backup pencils.
Yes,
I've got the Garrett Wallow of pencils.
Hey, this pencil was not late to the party. Yeah, man. So, well, there you go. Yeah, we got 49er football Saturday at 5. Should be awesome. But we had football last night, too.
Oh, yeah. And was that the last of your man, Aaron Rodgers, on a football field?
Unless he's going to your Raiders.
That's the question. I mean, hell, I entertained the idea of him going to the Raiders a couple years ago before he went to the Jets. I don't know. I don't think the Raiders are going that direction. They tried doing the stopgap thing last year with Geno. I still would take Aaron Rodgers over Geno Smith, who led the NFL in interceptions this year.
Oh, he did?
That same Geno Smith.
There's a prize for you.
Also led the NFL in most sacked quarterback this season.
You can put that down in pen, not pencil.
Yeah, exactly.
Too.
Those stats are written in pen. So, yeah, I've always liked Aaron Rodgers as a quarterback a lot more than I know you've liked Aaron Rodgers as a quarterback. But I don't know. I think he's done. I think he's hanging it up.
Listen, as a quarterback, he's one of the greatest. He throws. You could argue he throws one of the prettiest balls, you've ever seen. Although I just last night I was going to bed and I was doom scrolling and I follow one of the Super 70 Sports just decided to put up Joe Montana's 11 touchdown passes in the 89 playoff run. And I just sat there with tears in my eyes. And I just sent it out on my Twitter, by the way. I retweeted it and I just said, for your head. So, I mean, as pretty a ball as Aaron Rodgers throws, I urge everybody to go look at the video I posted and go look at those feathery works of art that Joe Montana released. But certainly one of the prettiest balls in the history of the NFL one of the prettiest footballs in the history of the NFL came off of Aaron Rodgers' wrist. I mean, that guy had incredible physical skill, unbelievable physical skill, and diagnostic skills, too, as his career went on and on and on. I mean, I hate to even say this and kick the guy when he's down, but was it almost a disappointment that he only won one Super Bowl?
Yeah, I think it was.
But winning one Super Bowl is a great achievement. Like Dan Marino never won one. You know, Dan Fouts never won one, all these things. And here you are, you win one, you're like, yeah, you should have won more. It's kind of a tough take.
Without a question, but I think because he put himself in that category when he was in his prime, people were considering him arguably the best quarterback of this generation. Like, when you compare him to Tom Brady, there's no question Tom Brady is more accomplished with all of his rings. But I think from a pure skill perspective, I would take Aaron Rodgers' skill set over Tom Brady. I think he has a better arm. He's more mobile. I mean, you talk about the mobility of a guy like Aaron Rodgers. To me, like, he's always been like the prototype of a quarterback that can use his legs, that can run, that will extend plays. Everybody looks at Patrick Mahomes and what he's doing now, and even guys like Brock Purdy. But to me, it was Aaron Rodgers that kind of laid that prototype. I know you can make the argument for even older quarterbacks, guys like Steve Young, who used his legs as well. But to me, Aaron Rodgers had the best skill set of my generation.
Yeah, well, we'll talk to Young tomorrow, I believe. I believe we have Steve tomorrow, right? I hope so. And we'll talk to him about that because I agree. I agree with you. The skill set was crazy. There was just always a disconnect with me and him personally. I know. He just never warmed up to who he is. Now, I should because he's a California kid. He's a Northern California kid who loved Joe Montana. I mean, he wore 16 jerseys under his Cal jersey. He wore like an old tattered Montana jersey he had like in high school or something like that. I mean, he was a true 49er fan and a true Northern California kid from Chico. We got listeners in Chico right now. What's up, Chico? Good morning, Chico.
And I will say, like, as a JUCO kid, I always thought it was super cool that he went to Butte, that he was a JUCO kid and ended up, like, getting recruited to go to Cal because they were out there scouting for one of their tight ends, I believe the story was.
Yeah.
So I've always respected his path as well.
Right. That's another great part of his story. And then Cal. I mean, listen, I make fun of Cal all the time. And, oh, by the way, I'm already eyeing September 5th because I've heard from multiple Cal people now. They're starting to crow about Tosh and his recruiting haul. Because Tosh Lupoy, even though he's still, he's free now because Oregon lost.
Yeah, shout out Fernando Mendoza.
That's right, he got freed up on Friday night, didn't he?
He did. It was the former Cal quarterback beating the future Cal head coach.
And the future Raider quarterback beating the future Cal head coach.
Damn right, Murph.
So we'll talk about that later. But anyway, he was a Cal Golden Bear. Oh, by the way, September 5th. I digressed. They're a hauling. I'm getting texts from Mike Silver or people like that, whatever, or they're tweeting. Do you guys understand? Bob Chesney down in Westwood is stacking talent like frickin' cordwood, bro. So we're ready. I'm already calling it out. September 5. See you there.
Mark your calendar.
See you there. Actually, yesterday I was texting with a Golden Bear guy, a water polo star from Cal. We've already agreed to tailgate that day. So
it's hilarious. You said, get ready for September 5th. I looked over at Tony behind the glass, and I see him mouthing the words, what the blank is September 5th?
Well, it is my birthday, as you know.
Yeah.
I can't believe the UCLA is playing Cal on my birthday.
Yeah, Bob Chesney better not lose on Murph's birthday.
That's for the Thin Tim crowd out there. But anyway, so Chico, right? Junior colleges, Cal, right? Everything about him you want to like. The talent is incredible. And it's not his fault the 49ers didn't pick him. I mean, the 49ers blew it, right? They just flat blew it. And Alex Smith was a very good quarterback. Very good quarterback. I got really no huge problem with Alex Smith as a quarterback, and I really like him as a person. I think it's undeniable that Aaron Rodgers is a better quarterback than Alex Smith.
Yeah, no disrespect to Alex.
Because Alex is in the area. He's waking up right now. He's like, well, why am I catching a stray? Well, unfortunately, you are because you were drafted by the 49ers instead of Aaron Rodgers. And so that one will go down in history. How would history have been different if the 49ers had drafted Aaron Rodgers? Now, the Niners coaching situation was not good. And I don't know how Rodgers would have done it with a bad team around him and a bad coaching situation.
Well, for an example, look at Alex Smith and the amount of offensive coordinators that he had to shuffle through his entire career. And obviously got to Jim Harbaugh towards the end, but then Kaepernick takes his job. It really wasn't until he got with Andy Reid in Kansas City where he was putting up some of the best numbers of his career.
Yeah.
Which goes to show it matters where you get drafted.
I mean, history shows, man. He goes to Green Bay. He has to sit longer than he wanted, but he went into a great, stable organization with a great roster. And no matter how he truly felt about Brett Favre, he certainly learned something from him, and certainly got to observe a lot and sit in a room with that guy for 3 years.
Now, let me ask you from a 49er perspective, I know the Niners dominated Aaron Rodgers in the playoffs, but does that also kind of like shade your perspective and how you view Aaron Rodgers just because you dislike the Packers?
You mean, did my view of Rodgers Was it affected by the fact that he was a Packer?
Correct.
No. I just didn't like his personality.
Okay, like if he was a lifelong Pittsburgh Steelers, you'd probably have the same kind of viewpoint of him. Okay, I didn't know if the Packers
funny. As much
as
the Packers are a Niner rival, and I believe they've played the Packers more than any other team in the playoff history. Isn't that the number one football playoff rivalry, Niners-Packers? By the way, we forgot to commemorate when the 49ers won the game on Sunday. They became the all-time winningest playoff team in the history of the NFL. Yo!
Without Aaron Rodgers on the roster.
And I picked against him. All right, so without Aaron Rodgers, who knows? So you know what's funny? In terms of my hatred for 49ers traditional rivals, the Packers are lower on the list. I mean, Seahawks have soared to the top of the list, mostly because they're fans. Yeah, I'm talking to you, Gruner. Mostly because of their fans. And then the Cowboys, of course, being the Cowboys. Yeah. And then you go down, you start sorting between like the Rams and the Packers, and then you're like, yeah, maybe so they're really not even top two for me. It's Seahawks and Cowboys for me. But, yeah, I don't know. I mean, certainly the fact that the Niners played a role in that. I don't know. It's just me. Now, a lot of people like him. Like Kate Scott likes him a lot. Mike Silver likes him a lot. He's actually done some really nice, generous things. He's certainly helped Cal sports. He built that whole frickin' facility over there, which is great for the Cal Golden Bears. And Ron Rivera, our friend, and all those people. And you know, I'm sure he's done any number of charitable acts throughout his entire life and all that. It just wasn't my cup of tea. But you know what? I don't think I'm his cup of tea. So I think it's a mutual. I think it's a two-way street, baby.
You're telling me you wouldn't end up down in the Amazon taking ayahuasca with Aaron Rodgers?
Well, I mean, maybe just for a life experience. Yeah. Maybe just for a life experience.
See, yeah, Murph, I don't know. I don't know if you and that quarter zip are a part of Aaron Rodgers' inner circle.
Where were you with him as a persona, a figure in NFL history? Now, by the way, we should mind, he hasn't announced his retirement.
No, nothing yet.
I think we all are grown-ups and we can kind of see what we saw last night. I mean, I know they had a winning season, but it wasn't really every time. I watched a lot of Steelers football this year because I actually was rooting against him. I'm so petty and such a hater. And I watched a lot, and he had moments, but the general balance, I felt that I was watching a fragile guy who better not get hit because, oh boy, this could be his last snap. You know, I always held my breath every time he dropped back in the pocket. What about you?
Well, going off of what I said about his journey being a JUCO guy, I really am super thankful that he won a Super Bowl with Charles Woodson on the roster. Charles Woodson is my all-time favorite Raider. So when he left the Raiders to the Packers, before he came back to the Raiders, I actually was rooting for the Packers in that Super Bowl. So I was glad to see him get that ring for my guy Seawood. So I've always respected him there. I've always found him kind of entertaining and also confusing at the same time. Like, there's times you're like, is this guy really one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time? But he also likes doing drugs on the weekend and going into silent and darkness retreats. And I get it. Like, so when you start talking about darkness retreats and inner circles and stuff, like, yeah, you do come off a little douchey. But it's also extremely entertaining. And there is something that's a little authentic about him at least being a D-bag instead of somebody else trying to fake it till they make it and trying to be somebody that they're not.
Authentic douche.
Yeah.
I like it. Well, okay, that's fair enough. I mean, listen, I told you, I had my own things going on. I definitely have that is hilarious. I forgot about the darkness retreat.
Yeah, dude, how about the darkness retreat?
You can do all that stuff without telling people you're doing it.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. When he makes it that public, when he's posting photos of him walking down the beach and stuff, like, yeah, that's a little of attention seeking, but he's a quarterback. By the way, they all want attention.
You mentioned Charles Woodson. As I continue to educate, as Rory's really coming online, I got a 14-year-old who's really coming online, especially college basketball. My God. But he's starting to get more and more aware of everything. And they didn't read the history books the way I grew up reading Greatest Games of 1975. You know, oh, there's Fran Tarkenton. So I read those books. You know, it's Scholastic Wednesday, and you filled out the book form, and I'd be like, you know, Sports Stars of 1974, and I'd be like, oh, that's Jim Zonka. Oh, wow, that's cool. Oh, I even knew the high jumper, Dwight Stone. You know, the things we knew from books in those days. These kids don't read books now.
No, they go on YouTube.
Right. So anyway, they led to this incident at the table. We were talking about somehow, I think it was Brady was on the TV, and somehow it led to Brady and the Patriots and him being, we were talking about kickers and how kickers write history. No. And I said, young man, you need to know your dad's got to teach you something. Kickers write history. And I told him the Adam Vinatieri. I said, Tom Brady's nothing without Adam Vinatieri. I said, and of course the tuck rule. You know, ready for this? We're just sitting at the lunch table. He goes, Hey, Dad, what's the tuck
Oh,
rule?
dude, you're better off not knowing, kid. You're
What's
better
the
off
tuck
not
rule?
knowing. I wish I lived in the world where I didn't know what the tuck
I
rule
almost
was.
wanted to FaceTime you
No,
right then
dude,
and
no,
there.
dude. I would have hung up. I would have hung up on the kid.
Uncle
Sorry.
Waterboy's here. Yeah. Oh, man.
Yeah, sit down, kid. You're gonna learn today.
So there you go. They're learning. Dad, what's the tuck rule?
Oh, he's living in a better world than I am.
All right, let's get the guest
Now I got
list.
Tom Brady out here doing Pizza Hut commercials.
Yeah, right.
So how about that? Yeah. When did Pizza Hut all of a sudden end up on the TB12 plan?
I know.
Dude,
Somebody
went from
said-
avocado ice cream to selling pepperoni pies.
Hey, I'm driving an El Cerrito Honda, buddy. I have my mortgage with
Yeah.
Provident. Ain't no way Tom Brady's eating Pizza Hut. No way, bro.
Zero chance.
All right, we'll get the guest list from Young Tone, get you guys ready for a Tuesday. The Niners are playing 5 o'clock on Saturday on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. So if you missed yesterday's show, Tim Ryan did not join us because they were traveling after they beat the Eagles in Philly. They're going to be playing the Seahawks this week, and Tim Ryan is going to join us at 7:50 this morning. So set your alarms. Tim Ryan at 7:50 this morning.
Number one rule in life, never let technology beat you, man. Come on.
On the Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Brock Purdy under center. He's got Christian McCaffrey behind him. Sky Moore in motion. It's a trick play. They give it to Moore. Now flip to Juwan Jennings. End around. Jennings throws it to McCaffrey. And he's got it! McCaffrey caught it! For the touchdown! Touchdown! 49ers!
I was on the edge, sort of blocking, sort of not in the play. And then I look back, I see JJ get hit, and I was like, dang, dude, should I have done something about that? And then I look up, and the ball's in the air, and Christian tracked it. It was wobbling in the wind, and the fact that Christian caught it over his shoulder, dude, I was like, oh my gosh. And I looked back to JJ, and I was like, you all right? And then celebrated. So it was a really cool play. I mean, he's a baller when it comes to that. He did the same thing in the Super Bowl. Took a hit, threw it to Christian on a trick play for a touchdown. So those two are pretty cool to watch.
Nice. Great rejoin, young Tony. Hearing the Guy Huberman call of the Sky Bang reverse pass never gets old, even 48 hours later. But hearing the Brock soundbite, we hadn't played that yesterday because we were so busy just yammering ourselves. Blah, 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 blah. We were talking. We didn't get much post-game sound. We'll get more into that. But there's a couple things Brock talked about. Leaving Juwan out to dry. Dang, should I have blocked that guy? Yeah, you should have probably.
No, he should not.
Well, at least bump him.
No, at least just get in the way.
Because I told you didn't I show you the 95 highlight where Jerry Rice throws one? Steve Young bumps the guy.
Yeah, I get that. But I'm
slow him down.
I'm fine with Brock Purdy taking the business decision to not put himself in the way of Jalen Carter breathing down his neck. I don't even want the possibility of an injury.
Fair enough. But Juwan took a licking and kept on ticking, man. Shout out Timex. But the catch can't be talked about enough. I mean, we talked about it yesterday, and our digital guys did a fun Willie Mays Say Hey, the catch 1954 image here. And young Tony ties it all together. Not only are we still missing Bobby Weir, and man, my timeline is flooded with tributes. It's unbelievable, the outpouring. I don't know if it's just my algorithm or yours, young Tone, but I'm just everywhere I go on social media is a tribute to Bobby, tribute to Bobby, tribute to Bobby, tribute to Bobby, tribute to Bobby. But one of his favorite bangers that people loved was One More Saturday Night. When are the Niners playing? Saturday night.
One more Saturday night.
Nicely done, young Tone. Appreciate that. That was artfully done. Good morning. How you doing, buddy?
What up, Tone?
Good morning. Yeah, no, I was listening to a little bit of the Grateful Dead yesterday just because I'm feeling a little sick, and it's like perfect music. We're just kind of vibing around the apartment, just, doing literally nothing, just trying to get healthy.
This makes me so happy.
I know.
So you're actually playing it at home?
Yeah, threw it on the shower too, I'm not going to lie.
Actually,
good shower music.
Now, this is a bit of fake hustle since I'm talking about it on air and I didn't do it, but I almost went out to the hate yesterday because I saw there was like a lot of gatherings and playing music and stuff. I had other plans, met up with my pops to watch the game last night, actually.
Awesome.
But I saw a lot of stuff on social media, to your point, of especially here in the city of San Francisco, celebrating his life. And even last night on some of the bumper music, they were playing the Dead.
Yeah, there was a good tribute. I think they played Sugar Magnolia, and Joe Buck did about a 45-second tribute too. But nicely done, Tony. Yeah, the hate, I think both on he died on Saturday, right? My brain's playing tricks on me here. Yeah, he died on Saturday, and then I think there was a gathering that night, and a gathering the next day, and the gathering yesterday too.
I think it just keeps on going. So whoever
anyways,
keeps celebrating, keep on going.
Did you see if you're on social media, did you see who posted that he was out there
Triple E
and got interviewed by NBC?
No way. Was he really?
Oh, buddy. Yeah.
No, dude.
I haven't seen him in a while, by the way. The look has changed.
Bro, he's gone.
Did you know the look has changed?
He's deep into the dead, I would say.
The hair,
like he even looks more like a hippie than he did when he was working with us.
He was standing in front of 714 Ashbury, which was their home in the 60s. By the way, one of the great properties, too. Like, that thing probably sells for like $5 million now. It's like a gorgeous Victorian right in the heart of the Haight-Ashbury, the beautiful street going up the hill. It's like, man... Back then, it was like a flop house where they just smoked joints and played guitars, right? But yeah, Triple E was standing in front of him and he got interviewed.
Dude, I need this in the cooler content. Yeah, dude, I need it.
Okay.
I haven't seen it yet. I want the organic reaction.
I thought about putting it in the cooler.
Dude, no, it needs. I demand that it needs to be in the cooler content.
Oh man, yeah. Well, good job. And yeah, one more Saturday night at 5 o'clock. How do we all feel about Saturday at 5? It's better for me personally. How about you?
Well, for me personally, it's great because I will be working Giants Fan Fest this weekend down in San Jose, San Pedro Square, noon to 3. So I was a bit concerned that there would be some overlap and crossover. So yeah, 49ers, I know some people are upset that they're playing again on Saturday, but I'm at least glad it's the nighttime game and not the day game, just for my own personal benefits.
You got to pump that up. Where are you going to be and when?
San Pedro Square this Saturday. 12 to 3, come hang out with myself, Tony Vitello, Bryce Eldridge, Casey Schmidt. All the boys will be down in San Pedro Square.
Casey Schmidt, with the signing of Alex Bregman to Chicago, is it possible Nico Horner's on the move? Bay Area kid coming back home?
I don't hate that, Murph.
I don't know. There's something out there.
I don't hate that at all.
Something out there. Something to think about. Young Tone, what about you? Saturday night, 5 o'clock.
Not ideal for the Niners. For us, I mean, I don't think it matters Saturday or Sunday, but not ideal for the Niners. I'm also hopeful. I don't think it's going to happen, but I think Fred Warner, I mean, there's a chance that he plays. I don't think the Niners are going to be able to keep him off the field. I did read a quote that Shanahan said there's not a high chance that they open his window, but yeah, just an extra day to maybe get Fred out there. I feel like, he's a huge factor.
Yeah, we all knew the Sunday is what we wanted. The Saturday is a bad problem. But given the choice between an afternoon game and an evening game, although there's an argument to be made that Seattle Stadium is less, I don't want to use the word intimidating because the Niners shouldn't be intimidated, but less, raucous in the daytime versus the nighttime.
Also,
alcohol is a hell of a thing.
Fun little storyline to follow this week. Have you guys seen the reports that the Seattle Seahawks are reaching out to season ticket holders in Seattle? And if they see that they're selling their tickets on a secondary market, they're threatening to revoke their season license privileges.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Man.
They don't want Seattle fans selling tickets to Niner fans.
How about Seattle fans selling tickets to Niners fans? I love that.
Yeah, well, I guess they put it on the secondary market and they have no idea who's buying it, but it's apparently something that's like a part of the small details, the fine print.
I was going to say, is this America?
When you signed up for your season tickets as a Seahawk holder, I guess you signed an agreement to not resell them to try to make a profit in the playoffs.
Very interesting. Although I said, isn't this America? But that's a question I've been asking a lot.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing.
All right, guest list here on a Tuesday, January 13, 2025. It is sponsored by El Cerrito Honda. I drive my El Cerrito Honda, unlike Tom Brady not eating Pizza Hut.
Phony.
El Cerrito Honda is more than just a car dealership. We are family. What do we got, Tone?
Mike Krukow is going to join us at 7:30 this morning. Our first chance to talk about a lot of different things going on with the Giants offseason. Tim Ryan, like I said, going to join us at 7:50 this morning. The mayor of the city and county of San Francisco, Daniel Lurie, friend of the show, at 8:30 this morning. He was out drinking for the Niner game. I saw him stopping at a couple different bars.
San Francisco. All right. Hey, with the new, remember the very first time we had him on, I came right at him and said, when are you bringing the Niners back to the city? And he was like, hey, I've been in office a day. Chill out. And I got to tell you, and then the story that just won't die, the substation, the electromagnetic forces, we may have our opening.
Yeah, we may have our opening. The mayor's got to step in here, Murph.
We may have, you never know what happens in life. Now we got these electromagnetic forces. Now we got to move out of Santa Clara. Come on home, boys. Come on.
Some higher forces, Murph.
Before I die, I want to see him back in. All right, so we'll tell Lurie about that. Tell his people are listening right now going, oh, man, the mayor has to talk about electromagnetic forces.
Let's get into the EMFs, Daniel.
All right. Not the 90s Manchester band EMF.
No.
Oh, you're unbelievable. Oh! What else you got, Tom?
So Dan Lurie at 8:30 this morning. We're going to do Cooler at 9:15, and then Marcus Thompson at 9:30 this morning. Warriors tonight, 8 o'clock. Not ideal for us.
By the way, not 8 either. It'll be like 8:14.
Oh, 8:50, yeah, 8:15 always.
Zero chance they tip off at 8.
And they're playing their nemesis, the Portland Trailblazers, who they're only 2 up on the play-in. My God, the Warriors chose the right night to bomb against the Hawks because we didn't say a word about it because we were Niners. But what a terrible loss. And I've told you guys, I said 7-1 is what I need on this homestand, and I was not counting the Hawks game as a loss Remember I said if you put a freaking gun to my head, I might sign for 6-2. But now it's like, now it's on. You ain't losing to Portland tonight, bro. Or I'm going to have to freaking cut ties. I'm going to have to cut ties. All right, I got a stat for you on the other side. It's going to blow your mind and make you mad at me. Next on The Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready whenever they're ready. You know what I'm saying? There's some T's that got to be crossed, I's that got to be dotted. Unfortunately, if it were just up to me, I'd be out there this weekend. but it's unfortunately not that. It's not that way, right? I got to make sure that I'm checking all the boxes, and everybody has to give me the okay before they let me go out there. But I'm pushing, man. I'm training. I'm training hard. I'm back doing full football drills and everything. So time will tell, man. We got to pull the win off first.
Ooh, Fred Warner. He wants to play. That's crazy. That was on the Ryan Russillo podcast. That was Fred Warner saying if it was up to him, he'd go. Now, man, the heat is on the 49ers medical staff because they're like, great, Fred. Thanks a lot. You just put us on blast because they're going to be the ones that say, oh, we might want to wait another week. And 49ers fans are going to say, well, why are you waiting a week? Our lives hang in the balance. And if Fred says he's ready to go, I mean, it's been 3 months. It was October 12th. So 3 months that ankle was pointing the wrong freaking way, bro. And I don't know if 3 months is enough time. You tell me. Fred Warner says it is.
I'm ready whenever they're ready, Murph.
I mean, dude, you've seen him running. He ain't limping.
Nope.
He's running around. So.
Yeah, but it's also the doctor's job to make sure that they protect Fred Warner from Fred Warner.
Right. The athlete may not be thinking of his own, perhaps, best interest, and, you got to come in and caution. By the way, shout out your request here, buddy.
Oh, yeah, because we're sitting here questioning whether or not Fred Warner will play this Saturday because the 49ers are officially playing Saturday night, 5 o'clock. So, of course, I had to cue up a little De La Soul, a roller skating jam called Saturday.
I love it. It sounds fantastic. Are we doing all Saturday rejoin? We did Bobby Weir one more Saturday night, Grateful Dead.
Let's do it, Coach.
Do it. I mean, already I'm going to throw you the Saturday in the Park, Chicago.
Ooh.
SATURDAY night by the Bay City Rollers. Saturday night's all right for fighting. Elton John. These are just off the top of my head now.
If we can rack up 12 different Saturday songs, I'm saying it's a Saturday, Tuesday.
What about a song that just mentions Saturday, too?
That's fine. I'll allow it.
All right. So it doesn't have to be in the title.
I will allow it.
So I just gave you 3. How about Saturday Night Fever, Staying Alive from Saturday Night Fever, and the Niners Staying Alive, which leads me to my stat. Not like I already angered people enough by taking the Eagles on Friday. Here's one that's going to just double down on the anger, everybody, because there I am boning up for the game, and I come across this stat. There have only been 7 times since 1984. I don't know why 84 was the marker, but this is the research I saw. Since 1984, 7 times in the playoffs have a team had to play on a short week against a team that's had at least 13 days rest. Okay, 7 times it's happened. 7 times. The team that has the 13 days rest is 7-0.
Ooh.
There you go, guys.
Ooh.
The Niners are trying to do something that's never been done, and 7 other guys failed at doing it, to which we say, just the way we like it.
Yeah,
right?
And I'm curious of those 7 matchups, how many times did that same team play the same team on back-to-back occasions? Because, of course, the Seahawks finished the year against the 49ers, then had a bye week, and now they're playing the 49ers again with no teams in between.
That's a great question. I don't know. I didn't have that information, but you're right. That changes the equation. The familiarity factor is huge. Here's another stat for you that won't make you as mad. Prior to the January 3rd disaster, when the Niners were wearing freaking black uniforms, and black helmets.
Yeah.
Black helmets.
Those damn black
Even
helmets.
Marcus, the Raider fan, said when he saw the gold helmets come out of the tunnel, he felt a warm rush of familiarity.
Dude, I got nostalgic about a team that I'm not even nostalgic for.
You were like, look at those beautiful gold
I was
helmets.
like, damn, those gold domes look fantastic.
So we're presuming they're not going to wear the black helmets Saturday in Seattle, right?
They better not be.
They might wear the all-whites.
I would not mind the all-whites.
I would love it.
I enjoy the all-white
That's
alternates.
fresh and clean. Anyway, prior to the January 3rd disaster, the Niners were 7-1 in the last 8 games against Seattle. So they had owned, and I know Mike McDonald was only around for a couple of those.
Yeah, I was going to say a lot of that is the tail end of Pete Carroll, right?
They had gone 3-0, I believe, against him in the 3 prior. Now he was still forming his thing, and you've read about Nick Emenwari and what a big deal he is, and like Mike Sander did a whole breakdown on Nick Emenwari, pardon me, the second-round draft pick this year, and what an absolute weapon this guy is, and how he didn't play in the Week 1 game. And there's honestly almost a direct link between him not playing in Week 1 and the Niners gaining 370 yards and him playing in Week 18 and the Niners gaining 170 yards. He is a Swiss Army knife who can do it all. He can guard Christian McCaffrey. He can guard George Kittle. He can play deep in the secondary. He can play on the line of scrimmage against the run. He is another example of a great Seattle draft pick.
Yep.
So all these factors into these stats, No team has ever beaten one on a short week against rest. You point out, have they played each other? The Niners were 7-1 against the Seahawks prior to the January 3rd game, so that points to something good. But Nick Emenwari didn't play in the game in week 1. So just all these stats we're going to bang around.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still going back to my original take that I had. The moment the Niners won the game, after I got over the euphoria of the win and I realized they're going to Seattle, my first take was Seahawks not loving this matchup. Not loving it. I'm telling you they don't love it. They might tell you otherwise. Oh, I've heard already from Seahawks fans, no, this is better than the Rams. Well, okay, we'll see. We'll see. Kyle Shanahan and Robert Saleh with another chance and film from just 2 weeks ago. I'm not guaranteeing a Niner win. I'm just saying Seahawks can't be loved. They'd rather see the Packers. They'd rather see the Bears. They'd rather see the Eagles. They'd rather see any of those teams.
Yeah, I agree with you on Packers, Bears, Eagles. I would say it's a toss-up between whether they'd rather face the Rams or the 49ers.
Yeah.
I still think the preference would be the 49ers because of all the injuries that they're dealing with. But, yeah, I've seen a lot of Seahawks fans talk about that Week 18 win. And, look, it was a pretty dominant win by the Seattle Seahawks, but it was still only a 13-3 game. Now, I thought the Seattle's offense made some mistakes, maybe some questionable play calling. But then again, Sam Darnold not always making the right decision. And when we were going into this matchup, the 49ers are playing against their old backup quarterback, Sam Darnold. And I know Matt Mayoko said he's one of the greatest arm talents in 49er history. And look, he's had a lot of success in Minnesota and in Seattle during the regular season. But the playoffs are a different beast. So we'll see if Sam Darnold's seeing ghosts this weekend against that 49er defense on Saturday night.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. Here's a great text, 530. Hey, Murph, are you taking the Seahawks today or are you going to wait till Friday? I love this, man.
Yeah,
Murph,
get back on the bandwagon,
Murph.
Murph.
The best thing that ever happened to the show, right? You know what I mean, dude? By the way, more Saturday night's requests, Tony. Saturday night special, Leonard Skinner. Don't forget that.
I'm writing them all down. Yeah.
916 says, by the way, F that stat. Give me the Niners. There's 916.
Blank your stats, Murph.
408 says, we all hope Fred Warner can play, depending on the medical staff, and I hope it's not the same medical staff that Kevin Durant had when he was with the Warriors. Oh, boy, oh, boy. And by the way, I need to clean up 209 points out. I said 714 Ashbury. It's 710 Ashbury. I always think 714 because that was Babe Ruth's home run time. Anytime I get in the 7-1, I want to follow it with a 4. Because I thought, damn, Babe Ruth had 714 home runs. That's pretty boss, man.
I like that.
So anyway, guys. And the other thing we'll continue to throw little stats and facts at you guys. Seattle's a 7.5-point favorite. Bro, that's a lot.
A lot of points.
And that's easily the biggest in the weekend. So Saturday, the first game, 1:30, Buffalo at Denver. Denver's only a 1.5-point favorite, but they are home favorite, 1.5 points. By the way, check back on that. I may be looking at Buffalo in that game.
Yeah, I like the Bills, too.
I told
feels
you,
like this year is going to be the Bills' year.
I liked Jacksonville to win that game just because I really was believing Jacksonville, and they could have, but they didn't. Buffalo won the game, and Allen did what he had to do in the fourth quarter. That game got overshadowed by the Niners. The Sunday games, here's the spread. D'Amico Ryans, our guy, former Niner D'Amico.
D'Amico's
and
dudes.
Azeez Al-Shire out there, man. He's getting a lot of run, too. They are at New England. New England's a 3-point favorite. That's Sunday at noon. New England's, I don't know, man. I might be looking at Houston in that one.
That's going to be a
I honestly
defensive
might be
battle
looking
in
at
that ball game.
Vrabel and D'Amico going
dude,
at
that's
it, right?
a hell of a coaching match.
And then the Sunday night game that we all thought the Niners should get is Rams at Bears. Bears, the only home dog. They're getting 3.5. Now, weather could play a big factor in that one. We'll see how windy it is because it does you get those. Chicago's like Philly where you get the wrappers blowing around like candlestick. You know,
they start going straight up.
Yeah. So, but man, oh man, Ben Johnson and the Bears right now. I don't know what to do about
that's a
this.
great point about the weather because I would expect this game to be a shootout. The Rams defense has been leaking the last couple of weeks, but we know that they can score points just like they did in the fourth quarter against Carolina.
So I gave you a 1.5-point spread Denver, a 3-point spread New England, 3.5-point spread Chicago getting 3.5. And then you go to the Niners Seahawks, and it's 7.5. It's easily the biggest blowout picked by Vegas.
So the 49ers are not only the biggest underdogs this weekend, but they're also the biggest underdog to advance and move on and win the Super Bowl.
Yes, correct. There's 8 teams left. The 49ers have the 8th odds to make the Super Bowl, and the team they're playing has the first. Yeah. Just the way we like it, everybody.
Line them up for Saturday night.
I'm telling you guys, the Seahawks don't want this matchup. Kyle Shanahan and Robert Saleh just 2 weeks off of film and see. I just saw you 2 weeks ago, and the only thing that I don't like is the fatigue factor and the legs and the gas tank versus Seattle. But sometimes the rusted the rested team.
Yeah,
sometimes
true,
comes out a little.
But it was just a couple of weeks ago where the Seahawks ran for 180 yards. The 49ers had 18 missed tackles, and people were talking about fatigue a couple of weeks ago.
But Eric Kendricks and Garrett Wallow look like they're better than Tatum Bethune and T. Winters.
Garrett Wallow was awful in that last game of the season, so he's improved.
Marquise Siegel looked like he might have been a better tackler on the run than Jair Brown. I mean, man, oh man. Anyway, stuff to talk about. It's only Tuesday. Let's not peak. Just you don't want to be. Don't want to be premature.
Oh, no, not at all, Murph.
There you go. All right, on the other side, Christian McCaffrey sound from after the game, Brock Purdy sound from after the game on the Sports Leader.
Can't wait! Can't wait!
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
Bright and early on a Tuesday morning, Steve Moss was going to help you. Maybe you're lying awake because you have unfiled tax returns. You're kind of freaking out. So, Steve, our good friend, our tax attorney, Steve, you want to tell the people if they have unfiled tax returns, what can they do, Steve? Good morning.
Good morning. There's so much we want to do to help them. You know, this is a common problem. It gets worse right now because this is traditional tax season. People are talking about it, thinking about it, and somebody's saying, you know, they didn't file last year, so how can they file this year? And they didn't file the year before that and the year before that. And some people don't even remember the last time they filed. How do you even file? Where do you start? We know where to start. We'll actually get all your records from the IRS and the state. We'll file everything you need to file. And if you don't have the money to pay, which is the most common case, that's okay. We'll cut a deal for you. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. We'll partner with you. And if you want us to, we'll do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the IRS. Just pick up the call and say, hey, Steve, end this nightmare for me. Take care of me.
That's it. Just call him. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
Now, it's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
God is good, man. You know, we just, our team fights. You know, we take each day at a time and go as hard as we can every single time. And whether it's practice meetings, we approach everything. I love this group so much. I don't have enough good things to say about it. I'm proud to be a part of this team.
Pretty good trade, John Lynch. Got Christian McCaffrey from the Carolina Panthers. That's him in Philadelphia Sunday after the big win over the Eagles, setting up Saturday in the park in Seattle. You know, it's funny, this is such a summer song for me. He actually name checks 4th of July. And when I covered the A's on Saturday home games, they always play day games. None of this night BS. Always just Saturday day games in Oakland. And the 2 minutes before the players took the field and the lineups cards had been exchanged, they would just blast this. I'd be like, hell yeah, let's go.
Saturday.
Let's just watch some ball, man. Shout out Chicago. Shout out Chicago and the Larry David.
Damn.
HBO one, remember?
Shout out to the days of watching baseball in Oakland.
Shout out to Saturday day baseball instead of that. Yeah, baseball in Oakland.
Go support the Oakland Ballers.
Well,
How about that?
Well, there you go. I was talking about getting the Niners out of Santa Clara, you know, because of the electromagnetic forces, and getting Dan Lurie. He's going to join us at 8:30 to bring him. P1 Chuck, our great listener, who moved to Charleston, South Carolina, but still listens every morning, said, don't forget there's an empty football stadium sitting in Oakland.
Yeah, but I'd probably tell him to pump his brakes on that thought. If you thought the electronic magnetic fields were bad, wait till you find out what's going on at the Coliseum. There's got to be like nuclear waste. Like there's all types of radiation and stuff going on over at O.Co Coliseum.
That's probably true.
It's like, I don't think it's any safer.
Certainly no shortage of rats,
yeah,
right?
Oh, dude. And possums.
Possums, that's right.
Dude, shout out.
Didn't they have
Matt Spider Leland being caught on camera with a possum at an A's game one time?
Wait a minute, Spider Leland got caught with a possum?
No, Spider was working for NBC Sports Bay Area, and they showed him like in the outfield or something, like trying to chase down a possum one time.
Was that Spider?
Yeah, I think it was Spider on camera. I'd have to double check. Yeah, shout out to Spider.
I miss old Spider. Hey, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. We did a lot of calls yesterday, but it's day 2, and now we start turning our attention towards Seattle. So if you guys start to have some thoughts, I'm already seeing on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, people are beginning to float the narrative that Sam Darnold will be a hindrance to the Seattle Seahawks this weekend.
I mean,
415, Darnold will see ghosts. Yes. 925, my favorite stat to look at is Sam Darnold's playoff numbers from last year. 9 sacks, a couple of turnovers. Sam Darnold is going to Sam Darnold eventually. And 805 points out that in the January 3rd massacre, Trent Williams wasn't playing. The Niners are a different team.
No Trent Williams, no Ricky Pearsall in that game.
Who knows with Ricky this week?
I don't know what's going on with Ricky.
Kyle will speak at noon today. So I'd rip off the knob, number one. I'd rip off the, what'd you say, pin the YouTube?
Pin that tab.
Pin the tab.
Yeah.
Pin the tab.
Don't close that tab on us.
We used to pin the tail on the donkey back in the days. Probably too dangerous now. You walking around with a pin. You guys ever play pin the tail on the donkey?
No, dude. Peter would come after me.
Well, so there was you were given a tail with a tack.
I get it. I'm riffing. Yeah, exactly. You put the poster on the wall.
I actually thought you guys didn't know.
No, You get blindfolded. They spin you around. You pin the tail on the donkey.
You don't know where the hell you're going. You got a tack coming from somebody's eye.
Dangerous.
You know what I mean? Yeah, but you know what? you got to figure out how to survive in advance. If you're a kid, we're teaching kids. We used to teach kids at a young age, survive in advance. Duck the tack in the eye. Dude.
Yeah, find that donkey.
If you got the tack in the eye, then you weren't meant to survive in advance. You know, it's called Darwinism, right?
Yeah, evolution, Murph.
Exactly. So anyway, Christian McCaffrey, guys, part of the problem against Seattle was the run game, obviously. We just said Trent Williams will be back. They still didn't truly run the ball.
No.
Against the Eagles.
No. They did not, and they struggled even more against the Seahawks in the week prior. But to your point, we've seen the difference with Trent Williams in the lineup. The 49ers offense is a touchdown better when Trent Williams is playing left tackle.
During the entire George Kittle absence during this season, when he had the, was it the hamstring? Was it that he had during the midseason?
Lower body injury.
The midseason one.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, was it a lower body?
Yeah, I don't know. He just goes hockey injury, but yeah, I think it was a hamstring or something.
You repeatedly returned to the theme that the Niner run game is totally different without George Kittle.
Yeah, George Kittle, I've been saying it for years. He's the best blocking tight end in the league. I've always considered him the best overall tight end in the league because of his blocking ability. I even pointed out this past weekend, not a lot of success, but to me, the best that the 49ers can do when they line up to run the rock is obviously to the left side when you stack up George Kittle and Trent Williams. Not taking shots at Jake Tonjes or anybody else, but you're not going to fill the shoes of a George Kittle.
So, in other words, Niners can't run the ball on Saturday night?
I mean, they struggled to run the ball with Kittle in that last game of the season, right? But then again, no Trent, so there's your balance. But yeah, it's going to be tough to run against the Seattle front seven. This is a front seven that's been better this season than Philadelphia Eagles.
Let's get a little bit more McCaffrey from Sunday night about Cut B. There's a desperation factor. Cut B, Tony, here you go.
We won, so it played out well. No, we just focused on one play at a time. We knew it was going to be a 12-round fight. That's what we kept saying, and we just had to stick to it. No matter what happened during the game, good or bad, we just keep trusting each other and ended up winning.
Well, that's a case truly. We talked about this all day yesterday. The Niners were a different character team than the Eagles. You know, the Seahawks, the only thing that kind of alarms me, I've been saying how the Seahawks don't want the 49ers, and I don't think they do. Now, I'm sure they feel confident. They're rested. They're at home, all that stuff. Niners playing on a short week. If you're the Seahawks, you have to be feeling good. But at the same time, the Eagles, the only thing that alarms me is that the Seahawks are not the Eagles. Meaning the Eagles I underestimated how dysfunctional they were. Those guys were almost done with the year. I mean, that was a flat team yesterday. I mean, it's like you could see them like just look like a freaking pancake out there. I don't think the Seahawks... In fact, I know the Seahawks won't be that team.
No, I don't think we're going to see Jackson Smith and Jigba throwing a temper tantrum on the sideline. I don't think we're going to see any of those issues. But then again, we talk so much about the Eagles beating themselves, even in a game where they won the turnover battle. Like, that's the question to me. Do we think the Seattle Seahawks can beat themselves? And really, that train of thought leads me to the uncertainty about Sam Darnold in the playoffs. Like, that might be the key here. Like, I know it's kind of a simple, casual view just to go, oh, Brock Purdy's better than Sam Darnold, but that could be one of the biggest deciding factors this weekend of who takes care of the ball better. Obviously, whoever wins the turnover battle has a better chance of winning, but the 49ers found a way to win even when Brock Purdy turned the ball over twice against the Eagles. I think Seattle would be better after taking advantage of those opportunities because they're not as dysfunctional as an offense.
Bro, I got news for you. Brock Purdy's never lost at Seattle. He's never lost at Seattle. That counts for something, man. I mean, I know it wasn't Mike McDonald. Now, there was Josh Dubow, the AP, who does such a great job with his stats, found his career stats against Mike McDonald. That includes the Ravens. So in 5 games, he's 68% completion percentage. That's not bad. 214 yards per game. It's not that bad. Here's the catch. 6 touchdowns, 8 interceptions.
Yeah, that's an issue.
Now, how many of those were that Christmas night game against the Ravens?
5 of them, right?
Yeah, so you can almost, you know... You can, in a way...
Yeah, 4 or 5 that night.
Yeah. And I mean, listen, he threw 2 on freaking in the second half on Sunday, and they still won the game.
Well, that's what I was worried about because I gave out the stats last week and about Brock Purdy taking care of the ball. And the 49ers have a losing record when Brock Purdy turns the ball over, especially when he turns the ball over 2 times. Going into this past weekend, they were 2-8 in games where Brock Purdy turned the ball over twice. Somehow, some way, they figured out a way to win in Philly. I don't think they win this weekend if Brock Purdy turns the ball over twice against the Seattle defense.
Yeah, for sure. Now, here's Christian McCaffrey on Trent Williams coming back. Z9 young tone. 23 likes 71 here. Yeah.
Again, man, you know, when you got a guy who's in year 45 going out here and doing everything he can to come play in this game and, you know, the speeches he gives, the energy he brings to our team, there's no excuse. You know, I mean, he did everything under the sun to come back and play in this game and did. And so, again, I hate saying it, but it's not shocking. That's who he is, and that's who this team is.
We can't say enough. I mean, this guy's 37 years old. How much weight is he carrying on that frame? I don't even know. It's a big number. And now you got a hamstring. You're 37. You got a big body, and you got a hammy. Bro, you are not full strength. No. And, in fact, he even admitted after the game he played that entire game. And he wasn't perfect. I guess the film study shows he got beat once or twice or 3 times, whatever. But for the most part, dude, he was a fantastic presence. And I saw him on certain plays I watched where he just walled guys off, And the fact that he gutted it out to get out there. Now, I'm assuming he's good to go for Saturday. I hope he didn't re-aggravate anything. Sometimes these injuries crop up. We'll find out. Kyle will speak at noon today, and we'll find out a lot. Now, the Niners will do media Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We'll do no media on Friday because the game's on Saturday. They got to fly up to Seattle on Friday. So we'll find out about Ricky. We'll find out about Trent. But, man, oh, man, the fact that he didn't play in that game on January 3rd and he's going to play in the game on January 16th, or was it 17th? Was it? 17th.
Yeah, 17th.
Is a huge factor. Huge factor.
I mean, without a question. I mean, again, we've seen these stats. We've seen the record. We've seen the point difference with Trent Williams playing left tackle. And against that defensive line with those guys that they have on the edge, yeah, you're going to need to protect Brock Purdy's blind side so that he has a couple extra seconds to let Christian McCaffrey develop his route out of the backfield like we saw this past Sunday. Like, that's the key. You got to block this weekend. You got to control the trenches. But this is a matchup that we just saw the 49ers get dominated in the trenches 2 weeks ago.
I know, man. It's just going to be
That's the hard part for me to get over.
Yeah, it is. It is, for sure. McCaffrey, though, and somebody types in, 415 says, you got a lot of stats. Does the word magic show up on the stat sheet? 49ers have the vibes going.
Magic.
Particles, right? So here's a belief, Young Tone, Z3, McCaffrey on the magic word belief.
We always believe, this team, we really block out noise, man. I mean, it's all about just getting better every day. And I don't think there's a secret sauce to what we're doing. It's just hard-nosed guys that are gritty, that show up every single day and work, and that's what we'll continue to do.
Okay. It's funny because, last year, they didn't, 6-11 last year. The belief was minimal.
Yeah, well, there's not a lot of belief when Christian McCaffrey's not in the backfield.
Right.
Because that man you just heard from was gone for the majority of the season last year.
Correct.
Dealing with the bilateral Achilles tendonitis.
Even if his rushing numbers aren't the same, he still had a phenomenal season.
Bro, yeah,
and his constant threat.
Yeah, he almost won 1,000 again. I know he came up short, but I mean, this guy, we've seen the gravitational pull, like just what he does, the attention, the eyeballs that he gets on him just brings a different element to this offense. I've said it multiple times this year. We've seen this 49er offense this season be successful with both Brock Purdy and Mac Jones. When Mac Jones was playing quarterback, they were still one of the best passing offenses in the league. It's because of how they incorporate Christian McCaffrey and get him involved in the offense. He's the consistent key on this offense, and we saw how bad they looked last year without him on the field.
Man, and then Kyle. Kyle going in against Mike McDonald now for another round with film from just 2 weeks ago, and Robert Saleh. More McCaffrey from Sunday night in Philly about resilience. B word, belief, R word, resilience.
I don't know if they're different. I do know that this team fights, man. I think this team's never out of the fight. We can have a lot of stuff happen to us throughout the year. Some unfortunate things happen to us, but we don't blink, and I think we're consistent every day. It's something that when you're on a good team and a high-character team, they're the same people every single day. We might mess up, might make mistakes, some bad plays here or there, but we don't blink and keep fighting for each other.
Man, oh, man. So there it is. It's going to be the gutty band of underdogs against the rested number 1 seed team on the rise, well-drafted, well-stocked, healthy. Everything pointing in Seattle's direction except for the fact that they got to play the game.
Yeah, and
they got to play the game.
This is everything that we said last week that a lot of people in the national media talked about last week. Philadelphia was the rested team. They did not play their starters in Week 18. They were the healthier team. They had all the advantages on paper. They were the favorite out in Las Vegas. And guess what happened when they played the game on Sunday? The 49ers pulled off one of the biggest upsets of the weekend, and that's why we're talking about them playing again this Saturday.
Did you see, between NFL Network and ESPN, I saw 10 different picks where they do the pundit's face and then the logo of the team, and it was on ESPN, it was Eagles, 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 Eagles. It went 5 for 5. That was like, I forget, it was like the NFL countdown crew, right? And then Fox, the Howie Long, Mike Strahan, Jimmy Johnson, or Terry Bradshaw group, that went Eagles, 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 Niners. Terry Bradshaw.
Dude, and then
Terry Bradshaw
the
was the only guy.
explanation. He goes, I'm the only one picking the Niners. I don't even think they can win, but I'm picking the Niners. like he kind of like
Dude.
discredited his own pick, but I get it. Had to do it for the graphic.
Terry's getting,
Yeah, let Terry be
With
Terry.
Exactly.
Yeah, dude, let Terry be Terry.
With Terry, you forgive a lot. You know what I mean? Sometimes when he does the highlights.
He's like, I'm the only one picking the Niners. So like, how'd you know that? He goes, I knew it from the rehearsal, but I don't even think the Niners can win.
Okay.
We should probably dig up some of that sound. It was pretty funny.
707 says, people didn't think the Niners could win in Philly. Raise my hand. I did not think so. And now they're saying the same this week. Being the underdog is fine with me. And here's an anti-Kyle Shanahan text. How about the balls on this guy to thumb out an anti-Kyle Shanahan text? He said, what I've said many times is, he said, Shanahan is a horrible play caller. He had a great play with Juwan Jennings last game, but you don't just do that once every 12 games. Do it again.
I don't know what games you've been watching for the last 12 games.
Man. 760 says, remember, Brock Purdy's undefeated in Philadelphia. We did talk about that. And 408 says, I got on the air in WIP in Philadelphia. I got a few jabs in.
Get him.
I asked him, did you seriously tank to face Kyle? And the Niners didn't have any linebackers on their roster 3 weeks ago and still won. And you guys got lucky. Brock got hurt. That must have been a spirited phone call in WIP there. So,
Had a kid.
All right. Yeah, I did not expect an anti-Kyle text today.
It's crazy that we're still getting these types of texts.
I mean, we got, who's the most recent? Joe Buck, I believe, recently was the most. Listen, all the national guys love him for sure. I mean, we had Scott Van Pelt, Joe Buck, everybody. Didn't we have another one last week that just was like Kevin Harlan? I think it was Harlan.
Yeah, Dick Vermeil talked about how much he looked. I mean, everybody we talked to likes Kyle Shanahan.
We asked you this too, Marcus, as a Raider fan. Kyle Shanahan's on the market. You want him?
Oh, dude. Sign that contract with the number 2 pencil, Murph. I'm ready to go.
He'd look good in the Raider trucker.
Oh, he'd look great in silver and black.
Yeah. He likes to wear black. He likes to wear that black.
He does indeed, but that ain't happening. But I'll take him. I'll take him if you don't want him. But hey, Robert Saleh, Mike McDaniel, come on down.
I was reading Sando's column. There was some anonymous folks.
Oh, anonymous.
Planting anti-John Harbaugh stuff out there, saying, they were going, John Harbaugh, I don't know, man. They were saying that he was carried by the organization and the defense, and that he doesn't run the offense or the defense.
No,
he's just kind of a CEO.
Yeah, but that's the same thing I pointed about Nick Sirianni. He's just kind of the CEO of the team too, former offensive guy. And we know that John Harbaugh comes from a special teams background, but you can't tell me that John Harbaugh's not one of the best leader of men in the NFL. The results are the results. Yes, Ozzie Newsome had great draft classes out in Baltimore, but you still got to go out there and win games. And John Harbaugh won a lot of damn games.
All right, speaking of the national media, man, there was a huge national story yesterday that we got overwhelmed by our 49ers-Eagles stories, and it's the Jacksonville reporter and Liam Cohen. And, of course, this one hits home as a former 49er beat writer, and also some of the things that are being said hit home too. So we need to get it just for a little fun non-Niner discussion. I know some guys. I know people have hot takes on this, and you guys can call in or think about it. But the woman in Jacksonville praising Liam Cohen and how you felt about it, and then Mike Kuko at 7:30, and then Tim Ryan. We didn't get him yesterday. He was traveling. He was exhausted. We said, T-Rock, rest up and come full bore on Tuesday morning, 7:50. He will unleash some T-Rock takes. Don't miss it on the Sports Leader.
Duval. Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
All right, let's talk about the good people at Provident Credit Union, local financial institution right here in the Bay Area, taking care of Bay Area workers, Bay Area families, and Bay Area money. All right, let's do it. Let's hang with Provident Credit Union. New year, smart move. Provident Credit Union's Pick a Term certificates. This is where you can grow your money safely, and you can choose how long. 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, and earn up to 3.40% annual percentage yield, a real solid rate that helps your savings do more. Provident's reputation's impeccable. Newsweek named it one of America's best regional credit unions. You got to feel good, whether it's unexpected expenses you might have or a big purchase coming up or just a little more flexibility. Provident makes it easy. They got financial coaches there to help. So learn more at providentcu.org or stop by a local branch. This rate is effective January 9, 2026. Minimum balance of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Provident Credit Union. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Start saving today.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
How you doing today? Lynn Jones, Jacksonville Free Press News. I just want to tell you congratulations on your success, young man.
Thank you.
You hold your head up, all right? You guys have had a most magnificent season.
Thank you.
And you did a great job out there today.
Appreciate
so you
it.
just hold your head up, okay?
Thank
and
you,
ladies
ma'am.
and gentlemen, Duval, you the one, all
Thank
right?
you, ma'am.
keep it going. We got another season, okay?
I appreciate
Take
it.
care and much continued success to you and the entire team.
Thank you, ma'am.
Who knew 20 seconds could set the sports media world on its ear for 24 hours? And by the way, Saturday Themes rejoins here because the Niners are officially playing Saturday at 5 o'clock. So this is Bay City Rollers, right? Ooh. Spell it out, Tone. Ready? For those who have trouble spelling, they spell it out for you. S-A-T-U-R-D-A-Y. Night. All right, let's move on. Lynn Jones. Okay, so I saw this. This guy. There it is. Spelling bee. In case the kids didn't know.
Yeah, that's great. That's great for kids like me who can't spell.
Marcus is like, cool, I just got an A on my test.
Like, let me write this down.
I just passed my spelling test.
That's an S-A-T. Oh, damn, I screwed up already.
Well, all right, so back to Lynn Jones of the Jacksonville Free Press. So this got traction. If anybody missed it, I'm sure a lot of you have seen it or heard it, but just to catch up those who didn't, Adam Schefter, who has, millions of followers, retweeted that exchange and said, here's an awesome exchange between a Jacksonville reporter and Liam Cohen. Okay, so it was, unusual, right? So usually you go to a press conference, hey, Kyle, if you lose, you're like, hey, Kyle, why did you score 3 points against the Seahawks? Why couldn't you run the ball today? What's the situation with Ricky Pearsall's knee? All these are the questions, gathering information, et cetera.
Why?
Thank you. Or if you win, like, yo, dude, tell us the history of sky bang reverse pass. Wow, it was incredible, right? So that's usually what goes on at a press conference. Okay, so I'm coming from the perspective of a former beat writer, and I want to transition now to Pat McAfee's response because this chapped me.
Well, first of all, what were your thoughts on Lynn Jones?
Great question.
Doing this. I think we need to start there.
So I have experienced things like that. Okay, so in the press room, you get all sorts. You get the legendary beat guys like Ira Miller from the San Francisco Chronicle who are just, man, he's going to ask the best question. He figured out the thing that caused the game, and he's way ahead of you, and he's going to ask the tough question to George Seifert that, why didn't you adjust here? What was with your game management here? This and that, things like that. Then you also had what we would sort of roll our eyes at some of the people in the room who weren't hard-hitting beat writers who would sometimes ask questions that we would view as maybe off the beaten path, not productive, kind of a waste of time, something like that, and you'd roll your eyes. But it wasn't a crime. Nobody was getting arrested. Nobody was freaking throwing anything. We was like, all right, now we got to put up with this stuff. All right, okay, let's get through that question. All right, back to the other question. So you kind of rolled your eyes because you thought you were there to ask Steve Mariucci or George Seifert or Steve Young or whoever a question about the game. Now, a key fact on all this is a key X factor. In the days of newspapers, we were on deadline. So time was precious. Yeah. Okay, so if it was a night game, Monday night game, and somebody's wasting our time, we're like, dude, I got to get going. Come on. Deadlines don't really exist anymore. It's very interesting because the cyber nature of everything, you could just throw out, you can, from the press box, you can just throw out the fact that the Niners beat the Eagles and post it on your website and then head down for the interviews. So deadline doesn't really exist anymore. So time isn't that freakishly important anymore. So this woman taking up 20 to 30 seconds doing this isn't as critical as it would be back in the 90s. Okay. So, but here's my thing is to me, it was just roll your eyes. Nobody should die on this hill. Nobody should go to war over this thing. Nobody should attack. Some sports writers, not a lot, some took the old school hardcore way and said, this is unprofessional. You should be there to ask and I get it. Those are the hardos. Those are the kids in class who did their homework on time, sat in the front of the room, you know what I mean? Raised their hand, always wanted to answer the questions.
The kids who say, teacher, we didn't turn our homework in from last night. Like, dude, shut the hell up. I thought I was getting away with one here.
That's the person who would get very upset about this.
Yeah, okay.
And I would say that just in a room, you're going to get all sorts, right? You get 30 people in a room, bro, you're going to get all sorts. You're going to get the hardo who says, man, come on. Revoke this person's credentials. Some people might say that. most people would just roll their eyes and say, well, I'd rather ask about, why they lost the game,
Yeah, why couldn't you stop Josh Allen?
And then there's other people who just support it and say, that's so great. I'm so glad she said that. You know what I mean? So there's the three reactions. I'm in the middle. Like, I kind of roll my eyes like, all right, I get it. We can save this for later, but we don't have to do this right now, but let's move on. Pat McAfee decides to go nuclear on beat writers. Now, we have the tweet up on the screen. It says, love seeing these sports, unquote, journalists. Okay, so here we go now. Right out of the gate, we got a problem.
Taking a shot at
out of the gate, we got a problem.
Journalist.
I got to tell you something. I don't want to get too political here because we try to stay away from it. We just do little zingers here and there every now and then just to keep it light. But when certain people who run the country say the enemy of the press is the enemy of the people is maybe the most dangerous thing I've heard in my later lifetime.
The media said what?
Thank you very much.
I got you. I'm here for the
So
risk.
I'm sensitive to the concept of the press is the enemy of the people. That's a very strong statement. All right, that's a
dangerous
very
statement,
strong statement. So we're working from that. So McAfee, and listen, McAfee's rise to fame. I'm not a hate like Bill Simmons. I was openly jealous of because he and I were the exact same age. We had the exact same opportunity, and he blew up, and he has homes in Malibu and all that, all right? So I'm just straight jealous of Bill Simmons, right? I don't hate McAfee. He's kind of like, to me, like the Sandlot. He's your generation. Like, you guys like that. You guys like something different. It's fine. It's the new generation. It's busting with the boys. It's McAfee. You're swigging beers. You're talking ass. You're wearing blue jeans. You're growing grow your mullets out. Wear your trucker hat.
No sleeves showing off the arms.
Whatever. That's a clear case where at my stage in life, I'm like, okay, that's for the kids. This is what they like to watch, right? Are you a big fan?
I wouldn't say I'm a big fan of Pat McAfee. I'd rather be locked into the Murph and Marcus show every single morning, Murph. But
we're on before him.
Yeah, I don't get it. Like, he comes from the Barstool world where he used to do Sirius XM for Barstool. It's kind of that brand of just podcasting with the bros, hanging out, drinking beers, watching sports, which I don't mind at all. I'm a fan of doing that.
Sure.
I'm one of those guys. I like drinking beer and watching sports.
I want to play the audio of what McAfee says here. This, to me, is he's going too far. Go ahead.
This show having the success, and I think it's because most of the people that have been covering sports for a long time, not most, sorry, a percentage larger than you would hope, much larger than you would hope, that chose to do sports journalism. I think they don't like sports. I think these people hate sports. I think they're political journalists by nature who preyed on sports as an easier path to be able to get into the biz. Sports journalism is everywhere. Sports media, bum. I don't think they like sports. I think they cover sports. I don't think they like sports. So whenever you're always looking to kill something because you don't like it, I don't know if that should just necessarily.
Okay, so that's a hell of a statement. People hate sports? Is that what he said? Don't like sports?
Yeah, he says that there are more people that you think cover sports who don't actually like sports.
Okay, so he goes on to say, obviously not all of them, but a large percent of these things hate sports. I'm reading the tweet now that's on your screen, YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. They hate what sports are for people, happiness. Like this, I don't know where he's going with this. I would tell you almost certainly that all of us who got into it, at least in my generation, and I'm imagining in yours too, freaking love sports.
Well, that's why I was going to ask you, Murph, because you've actually been on the beat. Yes. Had you ever been in a press box with somebody who hates sports?
Well, I will tell you a funny story. My very first game was September 5, 1994, big day today. And it was the Niners-Raiders Monday night game. Sorry. Niners won. Jerry Rice broke the Jim Brown touchdown record that night. It was incredible. He caught 127. And the beat writer next to me, when he finished writing his story, zipped up his bag and said, well, enough of that bull ass. He goes, 15 more of these and we can finally call it a season.
Damn.
Now, to this day, I'm not sure if he was riffing or not, but it was my very first game. So I was like, oh my God, is this what they say up here? Oh my God. So now I got to know the guy later, so he might have been riffing a little bit, but the answer to your question is no. For the most part, everybody freaking loves it. They love sports debates. They love sports arguments. We'd go out on the road. We'd get beers and argue about who's the better quarterback and who's the better team and who's the better coach and all that stuff. We loved it. Nobody out there I saw hated it. Nobody. So I don't know where he's coming from with it. He's like making something up.
Well, especially when he talks about people who tried to get into the field to cover politics and then have made that transition. Like, I don't know, maybe Murph, you're more familiar of guys who have taken that path, but from the guys that I know, I don't really know too many guys that used to work in politics that are now working in sports.
Yeah. So it goes on to say here, this is the really scary part for me. He goes, their days are numbered. It's like, whoa, what? Like, what? Their days are numbered. My show being broadcasted, that's incorrect, it's broadcast, on ESPN 10 hours a week with zero creative say from any, quote, journalism school, unquote, puppets. It's like, bro, he's getting very aggressive here. And I'm living proof of that. That's why they attack me as much as possible. Okay, so now we're getting to it here. Maybe there's a little bit, he feels like he's been under attack from the traditional media.
Yeah, because Pat McAfee is also a guy, just like any other radio show or TV show around the country, that has journalists on his program, and he interviews them weekly. He has Adam Schefter. He has Ian Rappaport. He has beat writers from teams all over the country. I've seen David Lombardi go on his show. Like, these are all guys who are on the beat. But these are also guys that he's claiming don't like sports?
Yeah, and then he says, that's why they attack me as much as possible. I'm happy the world is starting to see what they truly are. We as a society have to stop taking these particular humans seriously. So, man, I just wanted to say, bro, step off, bro. Listen, again, I had no hate towards McAfee going into this thing. I understand he's for the younger generation. It's cool and all, and congrats on your success. You became a punter who did your thing. But, bro, that needs to be called out. You can't be saying this stuff about sports writers who are working hard for not any kind of money, by the way, making no cake, doing it for the love. I would tell when I would go to talk to journalism classes all the time back when I was a writer, I used to tell them all the time, hey, guys, some of your friends in college, they're going to go into finance, they're going to go into banking, they're going to make their dough, man, and you got to know that you're doing this because you love it. You love it. Now, if you stay in it long enough, maybe one day you'll make a decent living, but you're not going to be freaking Warren Buffett, bro. You're not. You're doing this, you better love it. And that's why I'm totally baffled by this. And I say, as far as Lynn Jones goes, yeah, I mean, as a traditional beat writer, you're like, okay, all right, But I'm not going to kill her for it. I'm not going to scream about it. You just kind of roll your eyes and on to the next question, whatever. But McAfee, bro, you got to stop. And I want to just, everybody out there, respect your local beat writer, man. Now, it's hard because all the information now is getting from agents to Schefter, agents to Ian Rappaport, agents to Schefter, agents. So the local beat reporter has diminished in his effectiveness over the years. But you got to respect the grind. We still rely on those guys every day to give us reports, to give us interviews, to be there to talk to Trent Williams on a Friday before a trip to Philly, to report from the practice field. And Eric Branch, for example, Eric Branch does great feature stories on weekends where you dive into the life stories of these guys and you learn so much. So, and he's not making millions of dollars, and he doesn't hate Pat Mac. He's just like, so just chill out, everybody, and love your local beat writer.
I mean,
right?
I'm still trying to figure out how we went from Lynn Jones telling Liam Cohen to keep his head up to Pat McAfee saying he's going to put an end to all sports journalists.
There it is.
That's a crazy leap.
I know, right?
And I'm not the only one here, right?
Right. No,
this is a pretty crazy story in general. like I saw Lynn Jones say this to Liam Cohen, and I said, oh, all right. And then I carried on with my day.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I thought, I seem like a little bit of an older lady. You're like, sometimes you age, not to be age discriminate, but yeah, a little bit of an older lady. Yeah, maybe coming from the nicer sort of I'm on the other side of the fence. And looking back, you guys had a great year or whatever. And I'm guessing she's not. I think her newspaper's a weekly newspaper. She's not on the weekly grind checking out, Trevor Lawrence's ankle injury.
No.
You know what I mean?
And look, this isn't the first time, to your point, where somebody has asked a bad question or a stupid question at a time. And yeah, you take it, you move on, and you carry on with your life.
There it is, man. Anyway, I just wanted to address it because, man, I didn't like it. But anyway, love your local beat writer. And love Mike Krukow and Tim Ryan, who are next on These Sports Leaders. Let's talk about my good friends at El Cerrito Honda. Love them. Good local spot to get your new ride. El Cerrito Honda. New year, new ride. Let's go. And great place, too. Go over to El Cerrito Honda. Family atmosphere. Sharif. Big Niner fan, by the way. Go over there and say, hey, ask Sharif what he thought of that Eagles game. He'll chew your ear off there, buddy. I have the 2025 Honda CR-V Hybrid. I love it. They've come a long way with those CR-V hybrids and Hondas. It's in El Cerrito. That's where it is. El Cerrito Honda. It's right off of 80 on San Pablo Avenue. You can find it, no problem. 11755 San Pablo Avenue. You can go online to elcerritohonda.com and start shopping. And you'll see that they have the service. They have the selection. And then you'll get on the lot and you tell them I sent you. And the whole sales staff and service department is just great. So new year, new ride, new you. Visit El Cerrito Honda, elcerritohonda.com. Tell them your boy Murph sent you. El Cerrito Honda, more than just a car dealership. We're family.
We are family.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, every Tuesday and Thursday, and here we are now, January 13th, getting closer and closer to the first broadcast on KNBR, February 21. Marcus and I will be down there the Thursday and Friday before doing shows down there. Which Giants players will we be interviewing? Are they done? Mike has told us he thinks they're not done. We shall see. There's still some guys out there. Alex Bregman signs with the Cubs. And, of course, the 49ers advance. Mike Krukow picked them before we signed off with them on Thursday. Said they're going to beat the Eagles. So, Mike, happy Tuesday to you, man. A lot of fun. And how you doing?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Oh, it couldn't be better. Are you kidding me? So this is the greatest time of the year because I love playoffs of any sport. But, you got football and basketball's really starting to get rolling, as is hockey. And then now we've got the Olympics that are just around the corner, and everybody's starting to think about spring training and about the next move towards Arizona or Florida, wherever your spring training site is. But I just love it. But before we get going, I got to talk about the Niners.
Let's do it, Mike. I mean, they won the damn game, okay, which was incredible. I didn't think they would. They did. But I know that you're a huge fan of George Kittle, and seeing him go down was just a crusher, Mike. I mean, I like their chances to go make it a game in Seattle for sure, but doing it without Kittle is going to be tough.
Yeah, but we said that about Bosa. We said that about Warner. We said that about a half dozen times about this club. Every game that they've had has been a gut check. It just seems like they've had to dig extremely deep, and they've had to pull together, and that's the key. This is what this team does. This is what this franchise does. But Kittle, when he left the field, man, I teared up. It was amazing to see this guy. He knew exactly what he did. He knew exactly what he did, and he knew his season was over. But yet he was still inspiring his team. You're lucky if you're a player that has a teammate like that. The Giants had Hunter Pence. He had no woe. He had no quit. And that's George Kittle. He's got no woe. He's got no quit, and he has fun doing it. And he's a guy you just you see him before every game. You're looking to see where, and they'll always show a picture of him. What is he doing? They'll all refer back to him on the sideline. He's just a gift, and I wish him the best in his recovery. And we know he'll all come back, but it was an emotional weekend. But God, what a wonderful feeling when they walked out that field winners, boy. And they just keep getting closer and closer. So, look, now they go up to Seattle. They got stomped by Seattle last time, but how can you bet against them? I won't.
Well, Mike, it's not apples to apples, but something about teams that are together and teams that believe, and we saw it, right? 2012 definitely comes to mind, down all the time. 2010 comes to mind because they weren't talented. Now, They had some good pitching, so that has a lot to do with it, right? But the point is, like, you've seen it. You've seen upsets, and you've seen teams that get belief. And I don't know, something about these 49ers that going into Philly, that showed a ton of belief.
I know, and it's what we've talked about for years. And Joe and Ryan wrote a beautiful book about chemistry, and I've read it about 3 times, and I just love it. And that's what the Niners have. They had chemistry. I mean, they, after they got beat by Seattle, everybody crossed them off the list, except for the Niner faithful, of course. But their chemistry is amazing, and they have historically been a team that's been able to find chemistry within this team. Not all teams can, but when it happens, I mean, it's magic, and you can overcome a lot of diversity. That was the edge that the Giants had when they won their championships.
Mike, I wanted to circle back to George Kittle because there was a report after he was carted off the field. He went back to the locker room and he requested from 49ers owner Jed York a bottle of tequila to drink immediately after his injury. Have you ever seen a scenario play out like that in the clubhouse where maybe a guy asked for a bottle of alcohol or something after a bad injury or a bad game?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I can attest to that. I'll sign the affidavit. It happened to me. The last pitch I ever threw in Atlanta, Darrell Evans hit it over the wall for a home run and moved past Duke Snyder on the all-time list. And everybody in Atlanta was going crazy about the home run. And Roger Craig walked me out the field, and I couldn't. My arm was done. I knew it was over. And after 17 years of pitching, I mean, it was over, and I walked into the clubhouse, and yeah, I had a stiff one or two. It just, in celebration, in memory, it's a lot of reasons. And you know what? It tasted great.
I don't know. Maybe Aaron Rodgers did, Mike. That's a Northern California guy, junior college up in Butte Junior College, Cal Golden Bear. And last night was quite likely his last game. Now, he hasn't retired. Who knows? Maybe he shows up with the Raiders next year. I don't know. But there was that feeling, Micah. You always tell us, go until they rip the jersey off you. And I don't know if that's how he felt last night. His last throw was a pick 6. Did you feel, there's that pang when you see an athlete experience maybe their last moment on the field. Did you see that last night and think about that?
Yeah, but I've been doing that for about 3 years on him. I mean, he's gotten a lot out of his career, and certainly he's a guy that has milked every bit of his talent. I'm not sure, though, that he's going to give it up. I mean, he may go out 2 years and come back Phil Rivers style, I mean, he's such a great athlete, and he's got a great arm. I mean, the only thing that really did him in last night was the pass rush of Houston, which is unbelievable. I mean, if they played the Seahawks, given what I've seen here the last couple of weeks, if they played the Seahawks in the Super Bowl, the score would be 3-0. I mean, the defenses are nasty, but the pass rush on Aaron Rodgers last night, it really didn't give him much of a chance. So he looked old. And that's the problem when you're 42. You're going to look old when you can't get out of the pass rush. You can't escape, and he can't anymore like he used to. But I don't know. His arm's too good. He may stick around.
Yeah, we know Aaron Rodgers is a NorCal kid. We knew that he grew up a 49er fan. Not sure if he actually grew up a Giants fan or not, but there are plenty of Northern California kids that will have an opportunity to meet some Giants players and coaches this weekend, Mike. The Giants are kicking off their annual Fan Fest this year. I'll be hosting down in San Jose at San Pedro Square. Tony Vitello, Bryce Eldridge, Casey Schmidt, and a bunch of other players are going to be out there. So why would you tell Giants fans the number one reason to come out and get ready for the Giants season at Fan Fest this weekend?
Well, you can't keep them away. I mean, they're going to come out. I mean, it's such a great tradition, and the thing that I love the most about it was when you go to the Fan Fest, you see all the new players, and you see the relationship that the new players start to have with the fans. Because as a player coming over here, you're aware of the fans. I mean, everybody knows about the Giants fans. But when you see it yourself for the first time, and you see how genuine it is, and how there's just love involved with it, it starts your relationship with the fans, and it's really, really cool to see how the fans uplift not only the new players but everybody. For me, I mean, I loved, the gatherings because, it was just kind of, the rite of passage. You've come through the winter, you've done your homework, you're ready for spring, but you need that last push. And once you see the enthusiasm and the dedication of the fans, I mean, you know who you're playing for. And that's the thing that makes your franchise great. That's the thing that makes a rivalry great, is that feeling that the fans have. So I thought it was just like the greatest way to get your gas tank filled before you went to spring training. Once you had the Fan Fest and it was over, you were really ready to go. And it'll be the same thing this weekend.
And guys are getting to Scottsdale earlier and earlier, Mike. I think back in your day, you guys didn't show up? You guys showed up when it was reporting date, right? It seems like guys are in Arizona almost year round now, if not even, a month earlier, or 5 weeks early.
Well, a lot of guys live there now, and more so than ever. And it's kind of been that way. It's been growing with the baseball community moving into the desert for a long time. But, when I was with the Cubs, I lived in Chicago, and I couldn't take Chicago more than about 1 week or 2 weeks into January, and then I was gone. And then we head out to spring training, and you get in and really get serious about your training, getting ready for spring. And when I lived in California, when the Giants took over Scottsdale, we always like to get out there a couple weeks early just because we love the desert. It's just something about the desert that just renews the feeling and the vibe, and fans are out there. A lot of them are out there already. So everywhere you go for dinner or the store or just go to the mall or whatever, you're coming in contact with the fans, and they pump you up. And it's just, I think for me, it was essential. It was how I gained energy going in. So I think a lot of players continue to do that. And I think it's a good thing. I mean, getting out there, it starts the new year.
Good stuff, Mike. All right. Well, listen, who knows what's going to happen between now and Thursday? Who knows? Maybe a little development on the front. We'll see what happens in the hot stove league. But in the meantime, Warriors play tonight. Enjoy some winter scenes up in Reno, and we'll talk to you Thursday.
Had a bit.
Mike Kukoc every Tuesday and Thursday. Quiet on the Giants front. Nothing going on. Bregman goes to the Cubs. But that's about it right now. I just read that Kyle Tucker is meeting with the Mets, the Blue Jays, and the Dodgers.
Oh,
at this point, I don't even care if the Dodgers add him. Who cares? I mean, it's how much better can they get?
The rich get richer.
I mean, I don't know. Just we'll go Niners, Eagles, their ass.
Yeah,
right? You know what I mean?
I'm a bit surprised that both Alex Bregman, not available anymore, but Kyle Tucker and Cody Bellinger are still hanging out on the free agent market, which is why everybody's begging for a deadline when it comes to the winter meetings and the offseason for baseball, which is why we're probably heading towards a strike in about a year or so.
I did read that your Yankees and Bellinger are getting closer and closer.
Yeah, it seems like they're off by a couple million with the dollar amount, which it seems like teams like even like the Yankees, Red Sox, Giants, some of these higher tier, higher profile teams are not spending as much money because maybe the impending lockout in 2027.
Yeah, come on, man.
Yeah, I hate to even throw it out there, but that's a reason why. Like, trust me, like Yankee fans are mad that the Yankees are spending money. Red Sox fans are mad they're not spending a whole lot of money. Everybody's mad they're not spending money right now, except for the Dodgers. They don't mind spending money.
You go to FanFest Saturday. Don't mention the word lockdown.
No, I won't. I won't. I'll mention opening night Wednesday, Yankees Giants. I'll be there.
Just don't know who's in the outfield.
Yeah.
Giants only got 2 outfielders. All right, guys. Tim Ryan, man, we gave him a rest day yesterday. He's back from Philly. Can't wait to rock the Tim Ryan takes. 49ers beat the Eagles, man. They're going to Seattle on Saturday at 5 o'clock. Tim Ryan next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Can the 49ers carry the momentum into Seattle and beat the Seahawks for the second time this year, I do believe? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER. Baseball.
You need some syrup for that pancake.
Now here's 49ers color commentator Tim Ryan on the Sports Leader.
Oh, back from Philly with a freaking win. They shocked the Eagles in Philadelphia, and on they go. They lose George Kittle in the process. But on to Seattle. Oh, my goodness. What a juicy, juicy, juicy rematch. Saturday night, 5 o'clock. Let's get into it with Tim Ryan. We love it with T-Rock on the UMA guest line. He's sponsored by Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers at Levi Stadium. And the Murphy Marcus Show is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Tim, nice job, dude. You went to Philly. You got a win. Good morning. How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, Tim?
Oh, you guys know how I'm doing. What a freaking win, bro. I mean, the illustration of resiliency, physical toughness, mental toughness. We all know in the playoffs, you better be physical. You better get after it. You better fight for 60 minutes. This team has taken shots on the chin in so many games, and it takes you back to the first Philly game in 23, the way that started, obviously the way it finished, not the first one, but the last one they won there in the regular season. And this game was no different, and knew it was going to be a Rocky-style brawl of just, I'll call it a Brocky-style brawl, just taking shots and kept getting up, kept fighting, lost George Kittle, put another Hall of Fame log on the bonfire of injuries, which is absolutely just buzzard's luck and snake bit. Heart, and I'll start with that. My heart bleeds for George Kittle, and not, the player he is great, and he's the best tight end ever to wear a 49er uniform. I think we would all agree with that, and there's been some good ones. But what that guy is as a person, how he works on his craft, what he is as a family man and a teammate, and the energy and the excellence that he has brought into the team for 9 years. And to have that kind of injury happen the way that it did, just kind of trying to pull away, got his nose over his toes and pop, and knew it right away. And I've talked to some of the players that went up to him, and they were like, no way, yeah, it's gone. I just, again, I really, really am sick for him and for his family, who are great fans and great people and great 49ers themselves. Having said that, the way this team just bounces back mentally, that is not easy to do. On the road, in an environment like that, and then to walk out of there with a W in a playoff game. That team was 5-0 in the playoffs. They're the defending freaking world champions. Loaded with talent on both sides of the ball. 49ers playing with all that youth, all those young guys, replacement players, linebackers that have been there for a month, and the display in the second half by the defense. Yeah, it was a rough start in terms of, Philly offensively. That 29-yard run should have never happened. They bounced the edge. You knew Barkley would do that from watching the tape. Early in the game, guys got a little nosy, got a little aggressive, bang, around the corner, 29 yards, finished with a touchdown to Goddard. Then drive number 3, a 16-play drive, and they get him with the RPO at the end. They pick up a flag and probably the right call with the center being engaged, but again, to Goddard. Then in the second half, and I knew the goal was to keep him under 20 points, and what they did in the second half defensively, 2 for 9 on third down were the Eagles. 119 yards of offense in the second half, 0 for 1 in the red zone. The defense allowed 6 points off, 3 off of one takeaway, 3 off of a punt that was 25 yards into a blistering wind that drive started on the 49ers 46-yard line. The other interception, they forced a punt. The tackling was incredibly good and much improved over the week before. They had 7 TFLs in this game and 1 sack. And my God, what a big sack it was at the end by Keon White, who is a really good player for the 49ers and is just going to get better. And they allowed 2 explosive plays, the 29-yard run and then a pass to Saquon Barkley throughout the game. Yes, there were some drops that helped them. Poor Philly. What the defense was able to do, and Saleh with his slouchy on, or whatever the hell you call that thing he had on his head, which was great. I love what that guy, his energy on the sideline in the game that he called. But how good was Eric Kendricks? How good was Garrett Wallow? You lose Jair Brown to the hamstring. Marquise Siegel comes in and didn't skip a beat. His open field tackle, he's moving at a different speed than everybody else, fellas. He is already a really good player. He's got the opportunity, I think, to be an outstanding player on the back end. And then offensively, look, hot start, which was great. They go after the all-pro corner right out of the gate and 3 big plays on Quinyon Mitchell. And he got some redemption with his 2 interceptions, but Demarcus Robinson, you never know who it's going to be. And to get that drive and to go up 7-0 and to set the tempo in that, that is a junkyard there in terms of the mentality. And it is a lot of junkyard dogs. They all bite, all those fans, all those players. And to be able to walk out of there with some merchandise and the victory was awesome. And then a lot of issues after that first drive in terms of 3 and outs, and then George gets hurt on the 4th drive of the game, and then they get close right before half, and they finally start cranking on 3rd down a little bit. Demarcus Robinson, D-Rob's route running was sickening good all game. Obviously that came into play. Tonjes comes out, converts a big 3rd down, if I remember, and then they have, right before that they had lost the timeout. And then unfortunately Brock fumbles, doesn't get out of bounds, soon enough, and doesn't hang on to the ball. So there's a missed opportunity for 3 points. Come back in the second half. They get a good drive going. Then a bad interception. I don't think Brock could see Juwan Jennings. I think when I look at that play, and I don't know how all the progression of the reads go. I don't know. I mean, that stuff's above my intellect offensively, but I think he was the first read, and I don't think Brock could see him, didn't throw it, and then at that point on 1st down, you got to just let it fly. And he put it out there in his mind's eye, thinking he could get it to Sky Moore. Probably not a great route by Sky Moore, but you can't throw that one. And then the defense forced a punt after that. Defense finished the second quarter with a 3 and out, then came out and forced 2 3 and outs on defense. Then you had the 25-yard punt. They allowed the field goal. Then they started to get the glue hot. They started to get Kyle Juszczyk involved in the game. Obviously, you're going to have to do more of that without George Kittle. But I never think they go to Juice enough. I think he's open a lot. I think he's an unbelievable check down. He's an unbelievable player when he is, 1 or 2 in the route progression. And they're able to get that thing going to get the reverse pass set up. And that play, I've seen it a lot in practice, and it's a hard play to make work, and they were able to get Reed Blankenship. They had just run the jet sweep on the play before to Sky, or on the drive before to Sky Moore. And then to come back to it and then flip the reverse, I'm sure in Blankenship's mind's like, no way are they running a jet sweep. Oh, it's a reverse. So he sucks up. McCaffrey goes by. How Juwan threw that ball with that wind, the way that wind was, I was on the field pregame. That wind was wicked and much worse than at the Cleveland game earlier in the year. And I was talking to Mac Jones. He said he was trying to throw balls in that area of the field in pregame, and he's like, right when Juwan launched it, I was like, no way. Because he said he couldn't get that ball on point down there. And that, obviously the wind grabbed it, moved it, and the adjustment by McCaffrey to look that in and then twist his body and make the catch. That's a Hall of Fame type play, period. So now they get back in the mix and then back out again, and then Brock throws a bad interception to Jake Tonjes. And then the way they finished with the 11-play drive and Christian McCaffrey, probably the 3rd read on that play, the way Brock was able to climb up, buy some time in the pocket. So, yes, there were a couple of bad interceptions. Brock played his ass off. The offensive line battled. You knew they were going to have to. Jalen Carter, who can wreck any football game as a defensive lineman, was an absolute non-factor in the game, the way that they handled him. Yes, they turned protection and did a lot of things same thing they used to do for years against Aaron Donald. Other guys away from Aaron Donald are going to have chances to make plays because they're going to be one-on-one a lot. And there was a couple plays made by those guys, Jordan Davis and Rojo and those guys. But you take their best player out, don't let him wreck your game, and you got a chance. So I thought that plan was absolutely perfect. And, again, it just circles all right back around to resiliency and the phrase of the year, I would say, for the 49ers, do right longer. And the way they finished that game and to walk out of that stadium with victory, man, I don't care what you do for the rest of your life, you'll never replicate what happens on that field in big moments.
Such a great breakdown. You listen to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media Station, Marcus.
Tim, we've talked all season long about the job Robert Saleh has done with that patchwork defense, but you mentioned it. The two guys that led the team in tackles weren't even on the roster 2 months ago. So talk to us about how impressive it was seeing Eric Kendricks and Garrett Wallow out there and how much improvement you've seen from both of them since the last time we saw them on the field against Seattle.
Well, yeah. Well, let me just start with Kendricks. And look, that guy has started a lot of games, played in a lot of big games, obviously, and starting all those years in Minnesota. He's got 1,300. He's got hundreds, 1,000+ tackles in pro football. So I knew in watching him last week and wearing the green dot and calling the defense and being in charge of the communication, I could tell there was already a better flow there just because of the experience. And no indictment on Tatum Bethune. It is hard now. It is hard with all the moving parts and all the window dressing and what offenses are trying to do to you. But there is a sense of anticipation, and you guys have heard me talk about this a lot. Defensive play in pro football, really at any level, but in pro football, especially with the data available and the scouting reports and the tendencies, it's a hypothesis every play of what's coming. You've got to have an educated guess based on all that information you've digested in your preparation, what's coming. So you can play fast. If you're a step low mentally, you're going to be 2 steps slow physically. And we, teams see that show up every week in pro football. So the anticipation was outstanding. I anticipated that it would be, especially with all the RPO stuff and the QB runs, and knew Jalen Hurts would cross the line of scrimmage 5 to 7 times in the game. He did 5 times, got a whopping 14 yards. They were all over that. What I love about and Wallow, same thing. He doesn't have nearly the resume of play that Eric Kendricks has, but he has played. And just watching him at practice last week and watching him get to his pass drops and watching him, fold over the top of some plays when maybe he's not the trigger guy up into the line of scrimmage. He's a veteran football player and a smart football player, and you could see that in the game. I don't think there was a better probably illustration of that, and it was throughout the game. But the 4th and 11 play, the walk-off winner to get the pass breakup. Both of those guys, those linebackers, are in the double mug, which means they're up at the line of scrimmage threatening blitz, right? Both of them in the A-gaps in between the guards in the center. Well, are they coming or are they not coming? They want to affect protection, and a lot of times they start there and then they bail out and they get to their landmark. And I could draw you guys, and you guys have all seen it up on the grease board or the chalkboard back in the day. All right, you got to be here. You got to be in the hole here, in between the hashes. Your landmark is 7 yards back, 8 yards back on the hash. Okay. Well, that's grease board fit ball. You've heard Saleh talk about fit ball in football. Okay, this is where you fit. You're 1 of 11. You fit right here on the hash. Well, those guys start in the mug. They peel out, and what are they doing? They are eyes on the quarterback, which they should do, but they're also hunting up the targets that are coming into their zones, into their area, not sitting on the hash or sitting in the hole waiting for someone to come to that area. So they're kind of adjusting their landmarks and their depth as they're in that peel out, peeling back and dropping, and playing football, not football. Okay, football is great. You get to your mark. Football doesn't always work that way because offenses know what you're doing. They know where your landmarks are. They're going to adjust their routes. They may bow it out. They may cut it in faster. They want to time it up where they're going to hit that hole and you may be at your landmark, but they're in the window. And for both of those guys to get in those drops and shut that window to Dallas Goedert, and I had a feeling, you could hear me in pre-snap on the broadcast saying, Goedert, you better cover Dallas Goedert here. Both of them got underneath it. Both of them had an impact on the play, and Kendricks went up and got the game-winning bat down. So it was smart football. It was physical football by both of those guys, and it was man, it was a lot of fun to watch. And then again, what can you say about Siegel, the way that he came out there and played? Really, really good stuff.
Incredible and just worth all the praise. Winning on the road, like you said, it goes down in lore and all that. And now
8-2 on the road this year, Murph. 8-2 with this team.
And also, Kyle has never gone one and done in the playoffs. He's always made at least the NFC Championship. Okay, Timmy, we got to point the
Has
play.
Brock ever lost at Lumen? I mean, they'll leave the lights on for him at Lumen.
Nope, he hasn't.
Lights are on, baby.
We're pointing the nose of the plane up towards SeaTac, dude. Let's get going here. Here's my take. I don't think the Seahawks love seeing the 49ers come in. They'd rather see the Packers or the Bears or the Eagles. Obviously the Rams are the Rams. We know that. But you know what I mean? Like, I know 2 weeks ago they mauled the Niners, but
well, they left they left some cigars behind.
Oh, they did.
Mauling.
They
Parting
did.
gift. Here
They
you go.
did, but-
oh, no. I forgot. They're coming back for him.
no Trent in that game. Trent may be back.
Right.
And teams that know each other so well, Timmy, so well. And you got Kyle in his bag. You got Saleh and the defense cooking. Tell us about why January 17th will be different from January 3rd.
Well, look, you can't, and you guys know, you can't script an unscripted event. Who knows what's going to happen in this game? But division opponent, as you said, both of these teams know each other very well. It'll be a great chess match from the coaches. I'll just start with the simple football stuff before we get into the X's and O's or anything like that. 49 defensively got to tackle better. I mean, that's obvious. That was a big challenge in the game. Offensively, they got to do better on third down. They were 2 for 9 in that game a couple of weeks ago. They lost with their own blueprint. They lost the ball control, ground and pound clock game. So, and remember week 1 when it all started, that's how the 49ers won, was the 40 minutes time of possession, the volume runs, and making a couple of key plays. And that game came down to the very end until Bosa was able to knock it out when he forklifted that right tackle, Abraham Lucas, into Sam Darnold, and the ball came loose. It's going to be, it was a brawl for all 2 weeks ago. Now it's, going to be a bigger brawl for it all because the loser's going home and the winner's moving on and going to have a chance to play in an NFC Championship game. It is a tough matchup. I'll say this, though. Robert Saleh's system works against this scheme. I think it was a big reason why Kyle Shanahan hired him out of the gate, going against that type of scheme for all the years that he went against it. So 26 points in 2 games, I think, speaks for itself. Now, you can go back and people say that should have been a 35-10, a 35-3 game. Yes, it wasn't, but it wasn't because the defense was able to make some plays down in the red zone. So it's going to be one of those games, man. I cannot wait for the opportunity. I'm just the chess match between Mike McDonald, and it goes back to the days in Baltimore, and he's got a pretty good bead on the 49ers' big picture plan on how they want to attack. And he obviously has Clint Kubiak and a sounding board. Clint was here. Clint knows this offense. Clint calls this offense. So Mike, and he's got really, really good players across the board on defense that can execute what he's trying to get done. So I'm sure Kyle will have some wrinkles. He'll have some tricks up his sleeve. The margin for error will be nothing. The special teams have got to come through and play great against a really good special teams outfit. Special teams were not very good at Philadelphia. Part of that is the way they had to, activate certain guys and other guys hurt, and it wasn't good enough. That's got to be better at Seattle. But certainly a winnable game. It's 1-1. This is part 3 for the 2025-2026 season, and the winner goes to the NFC Championship game. So I thought it was a little bit, and I get why they did it, and the 2 1 seeds playing on the teams that had the off weeks playing on Saturday, but short week for the 49ers off an East Coast banger. It's going to be a challenge. And let's not forget, and you mentioned Trent, and man, it'll be good and I'm so glad he got back into the game. He's the best guy ever at that position to play. So to have him out there against that front because you got to handle that front. If you can't handle that 4-man front, it's going to be a long day for Brock and for Christian McCaffrey. But we could have a little sighting in number 1 possibly too, in Ricky Pearsall.
Okay. Okay.
And I will say this, and people can say what they want about Ricky. Ricky is a really good route runner. He's had a bum knee most of the year. Hopefully that thing is going to be good enough to play, because he will be a difference maker in this game if he's got a uniform. I promise you that.
Yeah, week 18, we saw the 49ers without Trent Williams, without Ricky Pearsall, and also without Fred Warner. Now, Tim, I have to ask you about Fred. After yesterday, he posted a video on social media of him working out down at the practice field without pads on. He also went on a podcast before the Eagles game and said, I'm ready whenever they're ready. There's just some T's that got to be crossed and some I's that got to be dotted. So how do you think the 49ers balance Fred Warner's desire to want to get back on the field and play, but also the notion of them trying to protect Fred from himself?
Right. Well, it wouldn't be the first time, you had to protect a future Hall of Famer from himself. And I'll be honest with you, I have no idea what they're going to do. I'm there every day. I see Fred every day doing his rehab and doing his workouts. And I told you guys weeks ago, the progress that he is making is remarkable. Not is he just way ahead, ahead of the timeline. He is exploding the timeline for that injury and to be back on the field playing pro football, especially in a game like this, especially in a game on artificial turf, on field turf. So maybe he plays, maybe, I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I don't know what the decisions or what's being talked about upstairs. If you force me to be honest, I would say probably not. But again, I could be wrong. NFC Championship game, I think that would be a different story. So hopefully he can play. We all know what he is as a player and the leader of that defense without question, and probably the undisputed leader of the football team with what he brings to the table as a player and as a person. So a TBD on that. Fred says he's ready. I don't think he'd be making that stuff up. I do know one thing about Fred. Keeping hope alive has been in his mind since the day he got off those crutches. And if you had asked him probably the day he got off those crutches and was in there starting his rehab, you think he would have said no way. With the way that ankle looked and the way that it felt. But again, everybody heals different. And what he's been able to do and the work that he's put in is a real testament to the person that he is.
It's just an incredible story. 3 months almost to the day, and it's a topic. The fact that we're even talking about it is amazing.
Crazy.
Last one, Tim, is Brock. You mentioned 4-0 at Lumen. Then there's the Mike McDonald factor. I just want to get your last take. So, when McDonald was with the Ravens, he put the cuffs on Brock. He put the cuffs on Brock on January 3rd. So, give me the chess match, just early peek at the chess match. Can Kyle and Brock somehow pick that lock of a Mike McDonald D?
Well, either pick it or cut it. There's two ways of getting through a lock. We have to get the snippers out and say, bang, we're doing it. Now, whether you like it or not, we don't even need the combination. Yes, they can, but it's going to be one of those games. And I think a game, I started with the front, I'll finish with the front in terms of the offensive line and the strain and the fight it's going to take to block those guys and what they do. And not just good physically, very good schematically in some of the wrinkles they'll have and the way they'll stunt the run game, the way they'll attack motions and, where they think the run's going. They will be downhill. But I think that if the offensive line can handle those guys and they can run it enough, and then Brock is patient in throwing, Kyle Juszczyk check downs, Christian McCaffrey check down, on-time check downs, not one read, two read, three read, check down. No, bang, 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 check down. These guys, this defense will fight and defend every yard. You will have to work for everything against these guys. And a 4-yard check down with a 1-yard run after the catch is fine. Just keep themselves in the down and distance in terms of staying ahead of the chains. If they're behind the chains against this pass rushing outfit that can disguise and disrupt in the back end better than anybody in pro football, it is going to be a tough mountain to climb. But if they can stay in those manageables and convert third down and get some volume runs, because where does Seattle struggle if they struggle at all defensively? Hard play action. If you can't run it and you're in long down and distances, the play action is out the window. So I think that's where it all starts. And just like week one, go back and watch the week one game and look how the 49ers were able to achieve that. I don't think they ran for 4 yards a carry, but they had their blueprint of 30-plus runs, had the run volume, stayed on the field, wore that defense down some, and then, of course, Khan just came up with a huge catch in the end zone. So, yes, it's absolutely doable. There is a lot of pride with this 49er team. And they owe Seattle one from just 2 weeks ago, and maybe they can take their cigars back to them.
I love that you're going to be there. We're going to have T-Rock in Lumen on Saturday night. Saturday night's all right for fighting. Elton John, baby. Let's go, man. One more Saturday night for Bobby Weir and the Grateful Dead. So let's go. Let's go. Can't wait to have you and Guy on the call. You guys sounded great. We played all your calls. And, man, it keeps going. It keeps going, Timmy. The plane's pointing to Seattle, bro. You're going to have so much fun. We wish you the best, buddy.
Yeah, thanks, Tim.
You guys are awesome and appreciate it, and I'll talk to you next week. Let's go.
Let's go. Tim Ryan on the UMA guest line on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Well, you just heard Tim Ryan. What do you guys think? Can the Niners carry this momentum into Seattle and beat the Seahawks? We want you to pick the game. You can join the conversation on the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Saturday night, the theme for today's rejoins, because Saturday night, 5 o'clock, 49ers at Lumen Field in Seattle, where Brock Purdy's never lost. Now, he's faced Mike McDonald there only twice, but he did beat him twice. Jake Tonjes, the Los Gatos leap and all that went down as the 49ers won that game, start of the year. First time in history I read that the team has faced each other in week 1, final game of the season, and then again in the playoffs.
They went, 17 weeks without facing each other between week 1 and week 18, and now the Seattle Seahawks are playing the 49ers on back-to-back schedule weeks for them. Obviously, Niners played the Eagles, but the Seahawks a week off, and they're seeing the same opponent that they finished off the season with.
That's crazy. Greg Papa said that yesterday. I was in my car. He's like, the last time the Seahawks played, it was the Niners. They're playing like a doubleheader.
Yeah.
A little double dip. How does that affect their pitching rotation, having a doubleheader against the Seahawks?
Who does that give the advantage to in this matchup? Is it the familiarity of the Seahawks having success in the last week of the matchup, or Kyle Shanahan and Robert Saleh being able to make adjustments based on something they just saw 2 weeks ago?
Well, after my Philly debacle, I'd say the advantage goes to the 49ers, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and this is now the second straight week where the 49ers will be taking on a team that's technically rested for a week since Philly benched their starters in week 18 of the season.
Correct. One of the things we do have to address, though, is the Seahawks are not the Eagles. The Eagles wound up being very dysfunctional, very flat, very uninspired, and now you can tell they're just cannibalizing each other out there in Philly right now. Whereas Seattle feels like they're on the rise, they're together, they're cohesive. But man, oh man, I'm telling you, even as bad as that game was, getting mauled, we still talk about it. They had the ball inside the 10-yard line, and if they score and it's 13-10 and Darnold has the ball and you never know what's going to happen. Also, the Niner defense, quite frankly, as you pointed out with your question to Tim, looked better with Kendricks and Wallow at linebacker and Marquise Siegel at safety.
And the fact that we're even entertaining the idea of Fred Warner possibly coming back this week or next week if they're still playing in the NFC Championship game. But man, oh man, seeing that video that Fred posted yesterday, it got me hyped up, Murph.
I know. Tim did caution, said probably not. It is a short week. I wonder if the extra day would do it. He also said he thinks Ricky Pearsall could play. And now, don't forget, Pearsall and Williams did not play in that game against the Seahawks on Saturday, January 3rd.
No.
And there's a chance both could play on Saturday, January 17th.
And you look at that week 1 matchup, check out the box score. Your leading receiver in that game, Ricky Pearsall, 4 catches for 108 yards in that ball game.
These things matter, guys. These things matter. Just like it matters that when you listen to us, you win things like 2 tickets to see Chris Stapleton's All-American Roadshow with Molly Tuttle. 2 tickets to see Chris Stapleton's All-American Roadshow with Molly Tuttle, July 8th. 2026 at Shoreline Amphitheater. Tickets go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. through livenation.com. But win them yourself, baby. A little summer jam, a little summer hoedown with Chris Stapleton. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR wins 2 tickets. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR wins 2 tickets to see Chris Stapleton at Shoreline Amphitheater. We'll do it all week. So stay tuned. Call John Curley now and tell him you want to go. All right, quick check of the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 209 says, does momentum count for anything? Yes, it does. It does, for sure. Lots of times, rest versus rust is an issue. There's a reason why you asked the question, rest versus rust, right? 209 says, hopefully Robert Saleh stays 1 more year. And when he leaves, he can take Mac Jones with him. Maybe, I don't know. The impression would be that he's going to get one of these jobs.
Yeah,
right?
He's got to be one of the top candidates available. There are plenty of jobs out there. I mean, I don't know how the Baltimore Ravens would pass on someone like Robert Saleh.
Man, oh man, we're probably going to just have him for 1 more year. One more run here in January. 415 says the traffic was shite on 101 South, and T-Rock made it a great ride.
Oh.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Here we go. 707 says Niners been hit with so many injuries this year. Even Brad of the SF Niners is on the IR after hurting his knee Sunday. Now, who's that?
Did you guys see that?
Shout out to our guy Brad, covers the 49ers. We've had him on the show, I think, one time when you were on vacation. I've seen him out at training camps and stuff. Does a great job with the SF Niners. But yeah, even the electronic magnetic fields got to Brad of the SF Niners.
And what happened?
I think he slipped and tore something.
Slipped on ice, apparently. Yeah, I saw that on Twitter.
It had nothing to do with the 49ers. But yeah, that's the joke on 49ers Twitter right now, that even guys who cover the team are getting injured.
916 says, remember last year, the number 1 seed was the Lions. They lost their first game.
Yeah.
Let's hope
That
the 49ers.
that was also a Lions team that had a lot of injuries on defense.
Right, for sure. 4623 says the older Tim Ryan gets, the more he starts to sound like John Madden. Do we agree on that? He didn't do a boom and all that stuff.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
415 says Saturday will be a referendum on Kyle's offensive prowess. Well, I would say Kyle's offensive prowess is pretty well established.
Yeah,
Really
I'm
is,
not
yes,
going to
I'm-
judge their performance
yeah.
against the Seahawks this weekend without George Kittle, without a true number one wide receiver. We don't know if Ricky's going to be out there. Brandon Ayuk ain't showing up anytime soon. So, yeah, I don't know if I'm going to judge Kyle solely on this game, but this is why we all consider Kyle one of the greatest offensive minds in football, and he was able to out-scheme Vic Fangio this past weekend, so why not do it again, Kyle?
And secret weapon, Demarcus Robinson going to be there. All right, the mayor of the city and county of San Francisco, Niner fan, lifer, San Francisco native, Daniel Lurie, our buddy, the mayor, next on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, our Saturday night rejoins here. There you go. Saturday Night Fever. Who will have the Saturday Night Fever? The Seahawks or the 49ers? Hopefully the Seahawks. We know this guy's a 49ers fan. He's the mayor of the city and county of San Francisco. 49er fan, Mayor Daniel Lurie. We have the mayor on from time to time. We love catching up, but right now we're just going to honk it up with the 49ers, baby. So Mayor Lurie, the 49ers, good morning. How are you?
Hey, Mayor Lord.
I mean, how fired up is our city and our region? What an incredible game. Marcus, I want to be gracious, but gosh, does it feel good to beat those Eagles fans, maybe more than the team. Those fans so I don't know, but I'm thrilled. This is our city, the energy. I went around to I think 5 different bars and pubs before and during the game on Sunday, and they were all packed, and it felt good. It felt great.
Marcus was at Splash, I think, in Thrive City,
right outside of Chase Center.
Have you ever been into that one yet, Mayor Lurie?
I've been in. I was there for I think it was an All-Star event, All-Star weekend event, and I think they just opened around then. But I haven't gone and sat and watched a game there. But I was out at Kezar Pub, which I love.
Nice.
But Murph, Marcus, a lot of Eagles fans at that pub.
Well, that is an Eagles bar. That has historically
I
been
didn't
an
know
Eagles
that.
bar. Yes. Dude, boy, you showed your face. Did they give you a rude
listen,
welcome
the Niners
or what?
the Niners fans still outnumbered Eagles fans there.
No, that has
But
been.
I walked in with my son, and we were like, wait, what? It was not the cheers. It was the jeers. And Sawyer and I went outside. We watched out on the sidewalk, on their outdoor seating. It was a gorgeous day. And the vibes out there were a little stronger. But oh my God, the High Tops in the Castro, the Napper Tandy and the Mission. We went to the recovery room in the Excelsior to start the day. It was an epic Sunday.
We got to party with you, Mayor. We got to party with you.
Hang out with the mayor.
Yeah.
There were some good bars. I was with an 11-year-old, so we were not partaking, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
Yeah, and Mayor Lurie, it's funny, too. Like, you talk about that reaction seeing Eagles fans. I always love asking this question of 49er fans because it seems like different generations have different answers about their biggest rivals. And, of course, the 49ers are playing the Seahawks this weekend. But if you ask people around my generation, they say Seahawks, number one rival. I've talked to Murph. He's talked about the Rams. I've talked to other people that say Cowboys or even maybe throwing the Eagles out there. So how would you power rank your own personal 49er rivalries?
Marcus, really good question. Really, this is why you have a great gig. Seahawks, for me, my wife was raised in Seattle, so that's a problem right there. But I just got a picture sent to me in 2014. My wife and I were at the Seahawks game with my son. She was pregnant with our son at this game, and that was an awful loss. I think it was 2014. So for me, Seahawks number one. Philly's a close second. I took Sawyer to the 23 game in Philly. Was one of the worst sporting experiences, but best learning experiences for both of us. And those fans were heckling an 8-year-old kid, like hardcore. So I don't have a whole lot of love for those Philly fans. I was invited to go to the game by some friends in Philly this weekend. I was like, you don't understand what we went through 3 years ago. So Seahawks 1, Philly 2, Rams, I mean, yeah. Dickerson, I go back those days. Yeah, those were some tough matches. Everett, what did we call him? Chris?
Look at you with your Jim Rome knowledge. Look at you. So you're leaving out the Cowboys here now. Leaving out the Cowboys.
My older brother grew up a Cowboy fan. It was something was deeply flawed with my brother.
Deeply flawed. Yes.
Deeply. That catch killed him. And yeah, no, Cowboys growing up as a kid, but as an adult, it's the Seahawks.
I'm going to throw the one at you that you're going to regret coming on now. Was your brother a Cowboys fan because he was affected by electromagnetic forces from a substation that may have messed with him?
So,
Is that possible?
I heard you talking about this, and we were talking about this. I did end up at Perry's.
The great Perry Butler. We love him. Yes.
Oh, I ended up at Perry's because in 2022, Green Bay road playoff win, last one, I was also with my son and the same group of guys watching that Packers game at Perry. So we all reconvened again this Sunday. And Perry's is a good luck spot. But they've been practicing there since the late 80s, Murph.
I know. Yeah, I
So-
don't know about the
so I
substation.
don't know if
It
there's
may
a
have
whole lot
been
of-
They may have. I agree, and I was a beat writer there for 8 years, and I don't have any. Unless people think that part of my performance is affected by electromagnetic forces.
It's possible, Murph. It's possible.
Well, I'm just telling you, Mayor Lurie, this is our opportunity to get them back. Like you say, hey, listen, if you guys are uncomfortable down there, we got a spot.
Listen, we're coming up. We got 4 weeks. Super Bowl 60. We're bringing the whole region together. Let's talk after the Niners, are hopefully in this game, and let's not start picking battles.
No,
with,
that's
other
me.
things. But
that's me.
Of course, I would love the Niners back in San Francisco. So let's explore. But you're the captain of this effort.
You make me put me on the task force. Listen, we're already doing Crocker Amazon. I told you about that. I'm on the Giants Community Fund. We're gonna make Crocker Amazon spectacular, and then I'll turn my attention to that. So, okay. So will you go to Seattle now? You turned down an invite to Philly. Will you go to Seattle and face the beast there?
I actually wanted to ask you too. My track record of travel to games is not stellar. So I have some friends saying you absolutely need to stay home, and then some say you got to go and fight those demons head on.
Well,
and I can also, pay a visit to my mother-in-law who's up there and, be a good son-in-law. And so Sawyer and I, we're on the fence right now.
Okay.
We're on the fence.
To be determined.
So what do you think? What do you two think?
Well, I think after the success of the 49ers win last week against the Eagles, I'm saying you got to go back to bar hopping.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah,
I think so too. Yeah, and I find like you were the way you got me thirsty the way you were talking about these different spots. I was like, we got to start hanging out with the man. By the way, I love how Sawyer's just counting down the days till he's 21, and he can start joining pops with the. A few of the cocktails. By the way, we left out of a few.
Next time we'll talk Las Vegas, the Las Vegas trip that I went with Sawyer, and we'll leave that for another day.
This kid is an advanced partier. We do want to shout out a couple of our favorite taverns. We know they listen at the Final down near the gates of the Presidio.
So
and of course,
Yes,
my great friends, Stevie Grealish and Mark Jennings have run Shanghai Kelly's and North Star forever and ever. There are just so many great spots.
The bus stop.
The bus stop is iconic. Iconic. So
good. That was packed. You couldn't get into the bus stop.
Did they make room for the mayor, or they're like, hey man, you got to go sidewalk?
I ducked my head in one of those windows, and people started offering beers. It was lively. It was lively.
Lively. That's a good word. Lively.
Well, Mayor Lurie, I don't know if you saw this story out of Philadelphia that there was actually restaurants turning away 49er fans. Now, I know we have the Super Bowl coming up in a couple weeks. Would you suggest that 49er fans and businesses open their arms to all teams, even if the 49ers are not playing in the big game?
Yes, but listen, we haven't even gotten to talking about the Niners, but no, we're opening our doors and our arms to the world that week of Super Bowl. I mean, the events, the concerts, the activations, the fan zones, it's just going to be epic, and I don't think we should ever take our lead on hospitality from my friends in Philadelphia.
I love it. It's on site between Mayor Lurie and Philadelphia. All right. Well, you mentioned the team. I mean, my God, what a heroic performance. We lost George Kittle. Heartbreaking. But they gutted it out.
Guy.
I mean, this guy, Brock Purdy, keeps doing it. This defense is just down everybody. They keep performing. Kyle Shanahan and Robert Saleh. So who's your favorite? What was your favorite story from Sunday in Philly? Who was your guy? Who was your favorite moment?
Well, I mean, I love that that our owner made sure to greet George and make sure that he was his needs were met with that bottle of tequila.
That's a hell of a move.
It's a hell of a move, and it says what you need to know about Jed. But we kept saying when big play after big play, and everybody at our table was like, "Who is that? Who's that?" And you had some rookie fans at Perry's, but this is a team that a lot of these guys weren't on the team a couple months ago. So it just goes to, I think, not only the amazing coaching, but just the strength of the organization to just I love the concept of next man up and everybody doing their job, everyone doing their little thing. And then for me, the moment that stands out for me, besides, obviously Juwan's pass, was that cut that Christian McCaffrey made. I think it was in the last drive where he got the swing pass out, and he made this cut around the 40-yard line and gained an extra 10, 12 yards. That cut was only Christian McCaffrey can pull that off. So that, for me, that moment, I was like, oh, he is not going to let us lose. So that defense, how they did that, Saleh is remarkable. I think Saleh, and obviously everybody's been talking about Kyle having the best coaching year of his career. I think that is true.
It's absolutely incredible. I love that we have a true 49er fan in the office. I love that you're bar hopping around the city. I love that Sawyer's already got like VIP passes to the coolest spots in town. But I think we may need you in the city. I mean, that's just my vote. I need you. Yeah.
Murph, know what else is going on? And this is, maybe I shouldn't be saying this publicly, but I think this weekend there is going to be a tribute to, the incredible Bob Weir.
Yeah.
And we are trying to work on something that will, I don't know if it's public, but we're going to work on something he deserves a send off, and we're working with people. So that will be another thing that will be happening this weekend in San Francisco.
Another reason for you to stay. As you know, Bobby was an amazing 49er fan. They used to delay coming back for their second set if the Niners are playing like a Monday night game or a late Sunday game. Sometimes they would a Monday night or a Sunday night game. So this is for Bobby.
I didn't know that.
There's famously.
Well, what would Bobby say? Take your son up to Seattle?
No, Bobby would say, stick around and hang in San Francisco.
He'd say, I'd see you at the Deuce.
Yeah.
2 a.m. club.
That's out of Mayor Lurie's jurisdiction,
My
though.
apologies.
But we'll go to the 2 a.m. club anytime. So, Mayor Lurie, do you get any tip? I know you said you don't want to spill the beans, but what day should we be saving for the possible Bob Weir tribute?
I mean, it could be game day. Could be Saturday.
But,
that's the talk.
And where we go? Are we going to Golden Gate Park? Where are we going?
That was the first thing. I think we might have some issues there. I don't mean to be breaking news. Like we want the family, we want the fans to be well taken care of, and so we're working on a location that we can accommodate and make sure that everybody can come out and celebrate this unbelievable talent and this guy that and obviously the band. But I spent a few minutes with him this summer in August, and he kept. It was Marcus. Bob Weir says to me, "Thank you for doing this." I was like, Are you kidding me? Thank you for doing it. He couldn't have been more gracious, so fired up to be in Golden Gate Park. And it was an honor to spend a couple minutes with him, but just his kindness and his warmth and his whole family is incredible as well. And so it's a huge loss, but as everybody keeps telling me, and it's true, the music lives on. He's not going anywhere in our hearts.
Yeah, and it was actually a really cool story for us to follow this year. We had the chance to talk to Nick Bosa, Christian McCaffrey, Kyle Juszczyk, and a bunch of players from the 49ers who actually went to go see Bob Weir and the Dead this past summer at the Sphere as a bonding experience.
I saw that. Okay.
Yeah, and just like it's something that they talk about a lot in the Dead community, the particles, just kind of the feelings. And right now, with all the injuries that the 49ers had, they probably shouldn't have won last weekend, but it feels like there's something bigger, something more special. George Kittle had a tribute to Bob Weir with quotes on his cleats this weekend. So, Daniel Lurie, I'll give you the chance right now to call your shot. Does it feel like there's something special with this 49ers team? Is there a chance we see them playing one more game at Levi Stadium this year?
I mean, listen, I always say one game at a time. The particles are definitely, I know you all use that phrase, and it feels that way. Sunday felt that way. Just magic was forming. And then, I mean, when Kittle went down and he put a Dead song on. So there's something special about our city. There always is, but it gets heightened in these playoff moments. And I'm all in. The city's all in. We got the Niners back, and I know they got ours. And I know we can't control. I wish they got an extra day of rest, but we can only control what we can control. Let's go up Saturday, 5 p.m. I want every single person in the city, in this region, every Niner faithful fan, everywhere around the world. We got to lock in 5 p.m. Let's take down those Seahawks.
I can't say it any better, and it's almost like it's who's the Casey Kasem used to sign off. Keep your feet on the ground and reaching for the stars. And Ralph Barbieri used to say, "Angels fly because they take themselves lightly." So I need the Mayor Lurie sign off. You're going to give it to me 4 words.
Let's go San Francisco Niners.
Boom! There you go, Mayor Lurie. Awesome to catch up. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Take care.
Mayor Dan Lurie on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
Well, you got to be hyped hearing Mayor Lurie talk about hanging out and watching games like that. And you got to be hyped for playoff football this Saturday involving your local teams. So why not make it even better by having a Me Cheese East Coast Pizzeria bring you pizza to your house? Ooh. Playoff football and pizza. And not through the Mega Delivery app, through Amici's directly, AMICIS.com, or the app. All right, you download the app, you get the food delivered faster for less money, and direct from the people who actually made it. Amici's East Coast. We know what we're doing. Favorite East Coast style thin crust, the Detroit style pizzas, the trays of pastas, the crunchy salads, the flame roasted chicken. 38 years we've been doing it. All right, we pack them in the insulated bags, keep it fresh and hot. Delivered straight to your home, so order Amici's for the football. Sounds so good. Amici's.com, AMICIS.com. Order direct or use their app and order direct. Less time and less money than the mega delivery companies. You want the best pizza in town, faster, and at the best price. Order direct. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
That was too much fun talking to the mayor. True Niner fan, true city guy. Not a transplant. And like he's real beef with Philly. That was no joke. He was like, yeah, no, I'm not going back there. I don't like those guys.
Dude, and he was kind of like bragging about how good it felt to beat Eagles, and more importantly, Eagles fans this past weekend.
Yeah, he was hyped. He was hyped, and he's also traveling around. Our Saturday rejoins continue. Young Tone?
This was a request, 7:07. This is Saturday Night by Misfits.
Okay.
Similar to the Giants as well.
Taking care of your boy Paulie Mack. We're first talking Particles, now we're talking Misfits. That's right up the P-Mac alley. By the way, I was just on, during the break, I saw the Huey Lewis in the News post. I was like, oh man, Particles are gathering because this is so vintage. Them on an old school, early 80s Niners helmet car with a little Huey Lewis in the News. It says Chrysalis Records. Like, you still need to know who they are.
Yeah.
It's
if you didn't know.
I put it on my Twitter feed, along with the news that Dan Lurie said that they're trying to put together a Bob Weir tribute for Saturday before the game in San Francisco. So, I mean, that's a no-brainer, right?
Yeah.
That's a no-brainer. You got to do something. They were doing something at the pizza joint in town in Mill Valley last night. There was a put-together tribute last night at 6 o'clock. People just came by and jammed. So it's going on all over. You mentioned the Haight-Ashbury had stuff too. We'll miss him so much, man. So sad.
Yeah.
So sad.
I'm guessing there's got to be some people up in Mill Valley swinging by the Deuce that have a drink in his honor.
Oh,
right?
without question,
Yeah.
100%. So that's like that guy said. So there was a tribute at the Pizza Hacker in Mill Valley, and then Deuce, obviously, and then they had something at Sweetwater Saturday night. So all sorts of stuff going on, man. All right, well, that was fun, man. In the middle of all that, as you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station, we're sort of locked in on Niners from now until 5 o'clock, 1700 kickoff on Saturday. In the middle of all that, do we dare call it breaking news?
Ooh, I think not. It's not news. It's a breaking report.
Are you going with it?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like we got to save the chime for an actual move.
But in the middle of all that, it looks like the slumbering Giants leaked something to somebody because Jeff Passan tweeted out just 30 minutes ago, San Francisco Giants are aggressively, that's a big word now.
Ooh, be aggressive. B-E, aggressive. Woo!
B-E-A-G-G-R-E-S-S-I-V-E. Dude, aggressively, I want to focus on that word there, pursuing a second baseman. Oh, man, double tap for my guy Casey Schmidt.
Oh, man, I'll see him at FanFest this weekend.
And engaged with, we mentioned it, Nico Horner and the Cubs. We mentioned it early in the show briefly about Bregman, and we said, hey, you think not? Now, it says here, and continued St. Louis and Brendan Donovan. That was mentioned in December. Sources tell ESPN. This is, of course, so somebody's telling somebody something.
Somebody's talking.
It said, and then he goes on to editorialize that an infield of Matt Chapman, Willie Adames, Brendan Donovan, or Nico Horner and Rafael Devers would be among Major League Baseball's best. Bro, we went from killing the Giants for doing nothing, and everybody's bumming on them and how boring it is, and everybody's killing Greg Johnson, and ownership has their hand, to this report. It's very exciting.
Now, let me be the negative Nancy. Let me throw some cold water on this. How many times have we seen reports of people saying the Giants are interested in this guy? The Giants are interested in that guy.
Not too many.
I feel like there's been a bunch this offseason alone. Yeah, even this offseason.
No, because they haven't been linked to Kyle Tucker, right? Have they?
I mean, it felt like there was some
Were they
interest
linked to
early
Bregman?
on.
They haven't been linked to like any of those big pitchers.
Yeah,
Framber Valdez,
I just say
and
like
those
over
guys.
the last couple of years, like this is a recurring
that's more of
theme
the
with the
Farhan
team.
years, right?
Yeah,
Well,
they've
here's
been
the
making some
number one-
Farhan type moves this offseason.
My biggest thing has been exactly those 40-man roster outfield moves were like, and I just kept saying, and I've written this in a jock blog, the lightly read jock blog, now the heavily read jock blog.
Yeah,
because
people are reading it.
They're hate reading it, which I love. But that Buster swings for the fences. That's what he does. He freaking, since he got here. And I was like, everything about this offseason is not in keeping with how Buster has run the shop. It's more in keeping that they would make a move for a Brendan Donovan or a Nico Horner. So again, when we've been upset, and we have been upset, and we've been frustrated, everybody's impatient. How about the word patience, everybody?
Ha, patience.
Come on, man. We used to have that Eddie Sutton cut where he's like, it's going to need a little patience. And then we put it to the Guns N' Roses, patience and all that. Patience is a tough word, man. Yeah. There's no game tomorrow. There's no game on Thursday. There's no game on Friday. They're not even getting to Scottsdale until freaking February. It's January 13th. So there's no rule that says that this is the final team, right? They still have time to make a move. But people have been impatient. They've been drumming their fingers on the tabletop. And with every move they've made, whether it's Adrian Hauser or Tyler Malley or this minor league catcher, Eric Haas or Daniel Susak, who might be a good little pickup, right? Everybody's like, well, I need something bigger. I need something bigger. Well, this would be it. Now, is it going to happen? We don't know. It may not happen. Does it require trading something very important? Does it require trading?
Don't say it.
Okay, I won't.
Don't even mention his name. Don't even say it, Murph. Don't even say it.
I won't. Yeah. I am just going to say
that
I
get
you
what
have.
You're saying,
Let me just let me skirt around it by saying Marcus will be in San Jose Saturday at FanFest, and Bryce Eldridge will be there.
Yes. Okay. Hopefully, I'll still be hanging out with Bryce Eldridge this Saturday if he doesn't get traded in the next couple of days.
Now, what's Nico Horner's? Is he expiring contract? Is he impending free agent? Like, is it a rental or what? I have to confess, I didn't.
Got to bone up on my Nico Horner contract
Young
knowledge.
Tone or John Joe, you guys got some help for your boy back here? No, I'm going to look it up.
All
here.
I know is he went to Head Royce High School. He's a Stanford guy.
Yeah, correct.
Born in Oakland.
He had a 6.2 WAR last year, by the way.
Yeah, and the coolest thing about him, Murph, if Nico Horner ends up in San Francisco, that means we get more Andre Nicotina warm-up music. You heard it out in Chicago, right? Nico Horner, 4 a.m. Bay Bridge music, Andre Nicotina, and my guy Murph, new game.
I did. I was at Wrigley Field, and we took the kids 2 springs ago. We went to Wrigley. It was really fun Monday night. They played the Mariners. I'd been to Wrigley a handful of times. It was packed to the gills. I'd been 5 or 6 times. I love that place. But, dude, this was a Monday night in April. There was elbow room. It was not a sellout. I had never been to Wrigley where you could kind of roam around. It was really cool. And the kids were seeing it. They were blown away. And they're playing the Mariners, the traditional Mariners-Cubs rivalry. Yeah. And Nico Horner came up, and I was like, oh, my God. Dude. And I Shazammed it to make sure it was Andre Nicotina.
Dude, the fact that Andre Nicotina and his music is playing at Wrigley, that put a smile on my face alone. But the fact that you recognize Andre Nicotina on a road trip tells me I've done my job here.
Young Tone, you said you got the contract.
He's got 1 more year left, $12 million. He will be 29 next year.
So it's a rental. It's a rental, but, dude, it's a very good rental.
Yeah.
If he's top 20 in the MVP voting
and that's the type of guy where you try to make it longer than just a rental. That's like a sign and trade situation where you try to work out a contract to keep him here in the Bay Area.
2 Gold Gloves. And he would love to come home.
Absolutely.
I mean, the guy from Oakland, and by the way, he's repped it too. I've seen him. He's very proud of the whole deal.
If you're repping Andre Nicotina, you're repping the Bay Area.
And Head Royce, though, it's a fancy private prep school, but still, he's an Oakland kid. And then Stanford on top of that. And so, now I don't want to get too excited.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly, Murph. I don't want to start writing this down and putting Nico in the lineup. But if they make this move, this is a hell of a move.
I'll just tell you this. I mean, he has played 8 games in the outfield. You want to stick him in right?
Yeah, you could. Brennan Donovan, of course, also can play the outfield. Yeah,
he's played left field. He's played center. He's played 4 games at center, 2 and 4 games in left. So, I mean, he's done it before.
So you're saying there's a chance.
I'm just saying that this is more in keeping with what Buster, I think, is about. You know what I mean? In other words, this tweet by Passan checks out for me. Like, this feels like something Buster would do. And you're right. You get him and you extend him, and who knows? I mean, $12 million for Nico Horner, man.
It's a bargain.
I know. So they're doing this because they signed Alex Bregman, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Bregman to the Cubs. How about the Boston Red Sox and that dumpster fire moving on from Rafael Devers for Alex Bregman just to have Bregman for only a single season? They didn't want to pay him. Cubs give him more money. And now the Boston Red Sox are left without Rafael Devers and without Alex Bregman.
Oh, man. Here we go. After the reaction on the Golden State Lumber and text line, 707 says, it would make more sense to sign Bo Bichette to second for 5 years as opposed to 1 year of Horner. Well, you could extend Horner, 707.
Hell, I'll take a Bo Bichette, too, if he's available.
209 said, what happened to the Max Scherzer Runers? With Tony Vitello, I thought it was in. Andy Bagley wrote in his recent mailbag that it's not going to happen.
Yeah, see, I thought the same thing with all the ties, but it seems like the Giants have gone in a different direction with filling in the back end of that rotation.
707 says, I've actually been secretly telling myself we're going to end up signing Kyle Tucker. I don't know if they want to do a huge deal like that. I don't know if they want to do a huge.
Yeah, I mean, especially after acquiring the Rafael Devers contract and making Willie Adames the highest paid player in Giants history.
Here, 408. I mean, listen, I know every tech, but I gotta take issue.
Uh-oh.
Says, I agree. The Giants are always, quote, pursuing, unquote, a big name. They always cry wolf. Bro, they traded for Rafael freaking Devers. 408. You got to go to you're in timeout. 2-minute timeout in the corner, bro. They traded for Rafael Devers, bro. And whether or not you love him as a shortstop, Willie Adames was a huge signing. So,
see, I agree.
2-minute timeout, bro.
Yeah, but I
timeout.
think as somebody that's from the 408 that also brought up that same topic, there is still that feeling from missing out on Shohei Ohtani and Bryce Harper and all those guys. But you're right. You're right. That's what I'm getting to. That was a different regime. That was Farhan Zaidi not getting guys to sign on the dotted line. We've used the line for years here on the show. Coffee is for closers. And in his first year in the job, Buster Posey was closing out deals with the Matt Chapman contract extension, with the Willie Adames signing, which, by the way, Willie Adames became the first guy to hit 30 home runs since a guy named Barry Bonds, with the Rafael Devers trade, hell, trading away Tyler Rogers and Camilo Duvall and some of those guys at the trade deadline to get pieces back. You're right. Buster has gone in a different direction. We'll see if the clock strikes again for Buster, maybe making one of these trades again.
So if it's not Bryce, would it be what are other valued prospects? Joshua?
Yeah, I think Joe Shawar is just so young. He's only like 17 years old, top international
If you're
prospects.
the Cubs, do you do that? Do you trade for a teenage kid who's one of the great top international? I mean, do you do that? There's no screaming great arm to trade.
I mean, everything I'm saying about Joshua, though, is the same thing we said 5 years ago about Marco Luciano when he was 16 years old, top prospect, and look how that fizzled out. Not saying it's apples to apples here, but at some point you're going to have to part ways with prospects. I didn't want to move on from Kyle Harrison, but then Rafael Devers became available. So you got to make those moves. That's why Buster's in the position he's in now.
Well, if people are just joining us, the only reason we're not talking 49ers, which we've done, of course, all day yesterday and all day today, is our first non-Niner segment of the day. It's Jeff Passan of ESPN sending out a tweet saying the San Francisco Giants, that's your team, are aggressively pursuing. I love that word, aggressively. That's a big one, man.
Very aggressive.
Pursuing a second baseman, poor Casey Schmidt, and have been engaged with Chicago on Nico Horner and St. Louis on Brendan Donovan. Somebody tweeted in or texted in and said Brendan Donovan might actually be a better fit because he can play outfield.
Yeah, he's more versatile, that's for sure.
I mean, listen, if we get our hypes up on Nico Horner and you wind up with Brendan Donovan, that's another baller, though.
Dude, I would take either of those guys in my lineup.
That Giants would be a significantly better. Dude, all of a sudden, the lineup. And if you keep Eldridge in all this and DH him.
Yeah, but.
By the way, is Eldridge locked to make the opening day roster?
In my opinion, yes.
Okay.
And I'll ask him this weekend, dude. I think him and Devers are both going to be in the lineup. Devers is going to be your primary first baseman, but let Bryce continue to develop. We saw some glimpse last year. I know he didn't put up huge numbers, but man, oh man, the warning track power we saw last year from Bryce Eldridge got me excited. And he's still not even a grown man. This is a guy that just because he's 6'7" doesn't mean he's done growing. He's going to get bigger. He's going to get stronger. I'm hyped for the future of Bryce Eldridge.
By the way, Nico Horner, career 282 batting average. That would make him like a frick. They'd have to retire his number down at the Horner second and king if he hits 280.
Might put a statue out there.
He hit 297 last year. They might have to put the number up on the wall, dude. 297. So listen, the guy, he's a 2-time Gold Glover. He's young. The Cubs just signed Alex Bregman, so they are maybe being active here. It's interesting. Maybe they didn't want to extend Horner for some reason. They decided to take Bregman. At 5, what do you get? 175?
Yeah, I saw it was a 5-year deal. Didn't see the actual contract numbers.
So anyway, intriguing. And I'm again, my biggest takeaway is I would have been very surprised if Buster made no moves the rest of the way. I just kept thinking, God, he's got to do something, right? That's not Buster's. The way Bob Weir once told us, that's not Niners ball, as he famously said when the Niners were bad and we had him on the show. He goes, we had a bite on the show that we used to play. That's not Niners ball, in that Bobby Weir voice. Well, Buster not doing anything, that's not Buster ball. You know, he's out here to try to do stuff. And right now, Nico Horner at $12 million for 1 year. And I don't know if you could extend him, perhaps. I don't know, but maybe you just play it out. I don't know. But either way, that and Brendan Donovan are the rumors. I love it. More just quick text reaction before we get on to it. 831 says, you got to hold on to Bryce Eldridge. He's a beast. You guys have to remember, prospects are prospects.
Yeah,
right?
man, but this is a prospect that is regarded as one of the best power-hitting prospects in all of baseball, Murph. I've seen it with my own eyes. This is not a 16-year-old kid that just signed from the DR that we're talking about. I've seen Bryce. I've been impressed. I want to see him on the roster.
408 says you could trade Matt Chapman and move Rafael Devers to third base.
That's a possibility, but I think they love the glove and the leadership of Matt Chapman. So
925 is very insistent. Nico Horner has the biggest butt in baseball. Let's go. He sent this multiple times.
925 likes big butts, and they cannot
Sure,
lie.
Mix-a-Lot is a Seattle guy. He's probably a Seahawks fan now. Here we go. 831 says, I do have to give some pushback on Marcus. I don't know why.
Push me around.
It's been a quiet rumor offseason for the Giants. Well, if Marcus this is explained his take.
Yeah.
He said, I feel we have heard, blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, he says, if we scare Nico Horner, I would buy his jersey that day. 310 says, a second base upgrade and an outfielder are your only needs for the Bats. Still very possible to come in next season with a way better team than last spring. Yeah. Again, they only have right now 2 outfielders per se. They only have Jung-Hoo Lee and Elliot Ramos. I mean, the other ones are the Grant McRae's and the Drew Gilberts of the world. And Luis Matos,
don't
your
forget
guy.
about my guy Luis Matos.
That's your boy.
But yeah, if the Giants have the option to upgrade there, I don't mind upgrading in right field either.
All right, guys. Well, listen, it's something. It's something.
Thank you. It's something.
No, I mean, it tracks. I sure hope it happens.
It's something. It's a report. I want some actual breaking news.
I sure hope it happens. I sure hope it happens. All right, Young Tony, you want to preview cooler content for me? What do we got?
A view of Eric Engel, Triple E, as people know him on this show. Yeah, he was in the news recently.
Triple E's in the
You're
cooler.
telling me
All right.
Triple E is back on the morning
I thought
show?
Eli Manning did a pretty funny prank on Peyton, too.
That was a good one, yeah.
We'll get into
That's
that.
Triple E, Eli Manning.
Next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Yes, indeed. Can the Niners keep this momentum going into Seattle and go beat the Seahawks and advance to the NFC Championship game? We want you to pick the game, Niners-Seahawks. You can do that in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, our Saturday going skit. Is this going Saturday night?
This was a 925 request. Saturday night special. Leonard Skinner.
Yeah, little Skinnerd.
Yeah, you got to get that. Ken Boucher's happy, right?
Oh, yeah, Ken Boucher happy, and I know our guy Greg Cosell's happy somewhere.
You know what? Too soon.
Yeah, too soon.
Too soon.
I miss Cosell.
Cooler of contents. We're doing Saturday specials because of the Saturday night. It started with Young Tone playing One More Saturday Night from Bobby Weir and the Grateful Dead. And we said, hey, Niners are playing on Saturday. Just make a bunch of Saturday rejoins there. Cooler of Content sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Marcus Thompson swinging a bat in the on-deck circle, talking Niners. But the Cooler of Content, okay, here we come in. Listen, we're all a family, right? Last week we played DJ Robbie's album because he's part of the family,
Yes,
right?
we played that and the Murph hot dog mix that he made like a decade ago.
I hadn't heard from Deej in a long time, and I had forgotten to tell him that we played the album because my brain doesn't work anymore. And during the game, near the end, when Kendricks made the stop, I just sent out one of my happy tweets saying, what a win, what a team, unbelievable, just an exclamation tweet, just because I felt like exclaiming. And he responded. He doesn't respond. He'll go years without responding. He just wrote back, testicular fortitude in his DJ Robbie. And I wrote, Deej, we played your album. He goes, keep fighting the good fight. So DJ Robbie is part of the family. Everybody, Thin Tim, the Thin Tim mistake of the day, all the stuff we've done through the years, right? And of course, we all remember our famous producer, Triple E. His cackle was unbelievable. So when he started on the show, Young Tone, this all started like I used to prep in a separate studio that theoretically was soundproof. But I used to hear from 5 a.m. to 6 a.m., he would just, he cackled all the time. All the time. And I would be sitting in the soundproof studio going, damn, I'm hearing this new guy that's producing our show. This guy's just cackling constantly. And then that's the late, great Pete Rose. We found that in the Cooler of Content after he made like kind of a dirty joke on the air. He cackled, and then we both said, whoa, yo, dude, that sounds like Triple E. It's become the symbol of Triple E.
It truly has. And back in the day when I was behind the glass with Triple E as our producer, anytime I would turn the mic on to give a take, you could hear the cackle in the background.
That's true. Now, you knew him pretty darn well because you guys worked together very a lot.
Yeah, maybe a little too well.
And so he would go snowboarding and come back injured.
He'd come back in a wheelchair.
He celebrated his birthday month. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
His mom was great. She made cookies for us and all that.
Yeah, but then he'd also show up to work sleeveless sometimes in a Warriors jersey.
Pit hair,
and the pit hair was hanging out.
Here's the best part. Triple E, alive and well, thriving, and going to 710 Ashbury to mourn the passing of Bobby Weir and getting interviewed by NBC Bay Area.
This is unbelievable.
Here he is, man. NBC Bay Area news report about Bob Weir's passing, and here is Eric Engel, a.k.a. Triple E.
Coming here to the Grateful Dead house to drop off flowers and candles and pay their respects, and to show that this was a musician that brought the community together. In fact, one young child wrote, Bob Weir, we loved you and your music. Tonight, a small gathering of Deadheads at the house on Ashbury Street in San Francisco where Grateful Dead bandmates once lived, a place to honor the band's co-founder, Bobby Weir.
I feel like Bobby was such a good, solid force to be just at the center of everything in that band and see it through all the different iterations of it. But Bobby was always there.
Look at that!
Dude,
there's
our guy, Triple E.
The beard, the tie-dye.
Bobby was such a good.
Look at my man.
Bro, look at
He's
that
changed his
mop.
look. He's changed his look.
Dude, yeah, that's a look, dude. Dude, my guy Triple E
That is
deep into the dead community
straight
now.
out of Humboldt County, bro. That
Dude.
is straight out of Humboldt County. He's got the tie-dye on. They spelled his name right with a K. Triple E, buddy. Way to be on the scene. I wonder if he said, hey, I'm free for an interview.
Dude, this is all time, dude. To see the mug of Triple E on the news, Murph.
Better rando news report. This or when Klay Thompson was interviewed as a man on the street about scaffolding in New York City. You guys remember that one?
Yeah, I do.
It just said Klay Thompson visitor, and he's like, yeah, man, there's a lot of scaffolding. And they were like, wait, what? That's Klay Thompson. So anyway, well done, Triple E.
That's Triple E, Murph.
Well done.
I
All
had
right.
no idea that he was going to resurrect on our live stream this morning looking like Jesus Cristo.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
Man. That is so awesome. God bless you. All right. Hey, one more Weir. I thought this was pretty cool. He did in December of 2024, CBS Sunday mornings. They do like this. It's kind of a news magazine type show. They interview, American people of interest and things like that. And they were doing Bob Weir, like, because he was going, you know why? He was going into the Kennedy Center.
Oh.
That's what I called it, the Kennedy Center. Thank you very much. Here's a cool. He was being interviewed by CBS Sunday mornings guy about life and Jerry and his dreams. I thought this was pretty cool. So Bobby, it's great to see Bob right here on our screen. YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter here.
Visiting you in dreams?
Yeah,
Yes.
time to time. I had a dream not long ago. In the dream, Jerry comes to me and he says, "Listen, I'm going to invite a song in to meet you. I want you to meet this song." The song was like kind of like a great big sort of ethereal English sheepdog, and then we started singing it, a jazz duet. What that dream did was it solidified in me the notion that yes, when we play the songs, they're living things. They come and visit our world, and they come through us.
What happened to the sheepdog song that you and Jerry sang? Did did it take life?
I'm still chasing that one.
Ah, man. See? That's that's beautiful, man. I love it. Invite you to a song, and the songs live on, and that's what we have with Bobby now, is that the songs live on. And that's what that John Mayer, I thought the John Mayer tribute was really good. It was real short. First of all, he got an F&A in there, which apparently when you greeted Bobby, say, the Niners won, he'd say F&A.
F&A.
But he said, if you say it's not the end, then I'll believe you. I'll meet you in the music. Come find me anytime. That's what John Mayer wrote. I thought that was pretty cool. So
That's awesome.
there it is, man. All right. Well, we continue to sort of pay tribute. And we heard from Dan Lurie, Mayor Dan Lurie, that they may be doing something Saturday in San Francisco.
Yeah, keep an eye out for Triple E on Saturday.
I teased Peyton and Eli. I didn't know they did a Manning cast during the playoffs. But ESPN still got games. In fact, ESPN has a game next week, too. They have the Texans-Patriots game.
I'm so confused about which games are where with Amazon Prime, with Netflix, with ESPN, with
Thankfully,
Peacock, everything.
None of these 4 games, Saturday and Sunday, are on a streaming service.
Oh, thank God.
Anyway, here's Peyton and Eli on Monday Night Football. Eli's a prankster, right? So he gives Peyton a gift, and Peyton has to unwrap it. He has no idea what it is. So here's the video, YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, and you can listen on audio, too.
We've had some really good shows, and I just realized that I don't say thank you enough, and so I decided to get you a little gift. I told someone to bring it to you, so just thank you, bro, for being a great co-host.
You're welcome, and I appreciate it. I was wondering what this might be. Oh wow! Whoa!
Yeah,
What?
We got some playing cards We got some pictures. There it is, Pate.
NFL
all
rookie
the
record,
people that
28
all the people that intercepted you. I got everyone's
Very nice.
card that intercepted you your rookie year. 28 interceptions. I think there was 23 guys that intercepted you.
It's got times 2 on there. If Aaron Glenn got me twice, you went ahead and noted that.
Yeah, we got to note that to make sure we can count it up to 28. So I'm
Ty
sure you'll
Long
put
twice.
you put that in your
You're welcome,
bedroom, I assume, somewhere nice where you can look at it every day.
Our boy Ted Washington.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We got everyone's card.
It's the gift that keeps on giving. Chad Cota. Here you go, Chad. Wow. I will be. I
Dude,
can't tell you where I'm going to put this one.
It was hard to find some of those cards, Pate. Some of those guys, some were easy. Some have a lot of cards. Some they didn't make cards for all those guys. I didn't think so.
You didn't get them
to the archives.
I'm surprised you didn't get them to try to autograph it, make it even a little more more personal. It's such a personal year back in '98.
Yeah. Well, I can do that. Yeah, that's gonna be tough. That'd be tough. So it was hard enough just finding the cards, but I figured you would appreciate that and cherish it.
Yeah. I got a perfect spot for that. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Tremendous prank now. Pranksters.
Dude, classic little brother move by Eli
There are people
here.
in life that are My late, dear, departed buddy Harmsy was a prankster. He would go to elaborate lengths and do gag gifts. I'm like, bro, you really worked hard on this, man. And it was always for a laugh, man. He did it. So, I don't know, are you a prankster like that?
Well, I wouldn't say, I don't know if this is technically a prankster, but every year for Christmas, I don't like to shop off of Christmas list. I always try to go outside the box, and usually I'm looking for a laugh. And of course, I'm the little brother. I told you how this year my sister got a cat, so I got her some Meow-Awana. I got it from Petco, so I bought it straight from the store. That got a big laugh. And then a couple of years ago, my dad, who we talk about on the show, his name is Ken. The Barbie movie came out.
Yes.
So I got him a T-shirt that said Ken Enough on it.
I love it.
And the
So
entire
you are-
family was cracking
There's
up.
That strains of pranksterism.
See, so a little bit in there. I'm the little brother always looking for
The
a
gag
laugh.
gift.
Yeah.
How about you, Tony? You prankster, buddy?
Not
Prankster
really. I
gifts?
wouldn't give someone stuff like that. I mean, but like for White Elephant, I think I told you guys this. The shake weight, it's just an all-time gag gift. I mean, and by the way, it got rave reviews. Everybody loved it.
So everybody's got, but that Peyton, that Eli gift, that's hardcore planning, hardcore thinking, hardcore framing. It's beautifully framed. It's behind glass. I mean, the whole
Now,
deal.
let me ask you as a little brher, were you the prankster in the family?
No, I never. I didn't have that gene. I wish I did. So I said I just got pranks played on me by Harmsy. He played a lot of them. Okay, last one. Let's just do Fred Warner to set up Marcus Thompson. Ryan Russillo podcast. Fred Warner, guys. Fred Warner, you know who he is. Let's hear what he had to say.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready whenever they're ready. You know what I'm saying? There's some T's that got to be crossed, I's that got to be dotted. Unfortunately, if it were just up to me, I'd be out there this weekend. But it's unfortunately not that. It's not that way, right? I got to make sure that I'm checking all the boxes, and everybody has to give me the okay before they let me go out there. But I'm pushing, man. I'm training. I'm training hard. I'm back doing full football drills and everything. So time will tell, man. We got to pull the win off first.
Okay, buddy. Now I think as far back as 2 months ago, were asking John Lynch if there was a possibility he would return in the playoffs. And we were like,
Yeah, just kind of throwing it out there. But this is a story that we've been covering all year long, and we've seen Fred ahead of the recovery process of him swimming and posting workout videos. We have the video playing right now on our live stream of him on the 49ers practice field yesterday. So we know that Fred Warner is itching to get back out there. And we should tell the people that sound from the Ryan Russillo podcast was from before the Eagles game. So in his mind, he was ready to play last week. Now all he needs is that clearance from the doctors, who obviously have to do their best jobs to keep Fred Warner healthy, not just for the remainder of this playoff run, but for the foreseeable future as well.
And Fred was woofing on Twitter, too. He sent out a tweet, "Get y'all rest, Philly, ha, 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 Dub City." And so he said, he's feeling it.
Yeah, he
All right,
is.
we'll see. We'll
is.
see. All right, Marcus Thompson from The Athletic, next on The Sports Leader.
Yeah, I'm ready whenever they're ready.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, our Saturday rejoins for the Saturday game. And this one's from Maria Lopez. Emlo, our beloved Emlo. She wanted Saturday Love by Sherelle.
Oh, this is a great song.
Sounds good. Sounds good. I like it. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com. He's also on the UMA guest line. Marcus, usually we're so Warrior heavy. Bro, let's talk about this football team. Marcus, you've been around sports a long time. This team is banged up, battered, beleaguered, totally injured, and they're in the playoffs in the divisional round after beating the Eagles in Philadelphia. How do you explain it, Marcus? Good morning. Why is this happening? How are you, man?
Hey, what up, Marcus?
What's up? It's really, man, how do you explain this? This is a level of heart. You know, all the cliches apply, all the stuff that people use in football. Like, this is the embodiment of it. There's just no way they should be here. It makes no sense. It feels like they sacrifice players for wins. You know, like, I've never seen like anything remotely like this. Kyle Shanahan is like coach of the year, obviously. And perhaps even Christian McCaffrey is underrated. Like, I mean, just the fact that they can produce in these circumstances. Yeah, we haven't seen anything like this. Not in the Bay. We're used to talent out here, right? We used to having the luxury of excellence and being able to go spend what you need to get what you need. This is like sheer grit. This is started from the bottom, you know, that type of energy.
Man, Marcus, and you like, you're right, talent. And maybe the talent is not on the field. Maybe it's on the sideline. And I'm thinking about Robert Saleh. And last year they went 6-11. Now McCaffrey was gone for almost the whole thing, so get it. He was in Germany and all that stuff. But the defensive coordinator was an issue last year and the year before. It's like and they bring back Saleh, and look at this. I mean, it's almost like maybe he's the Steph Curry. He's the McCaffrey. I mean, because I had no chance. I had them losing to Philly because they just out of players on defense, and yet the defense played really well. So maybe it's Saleh.
I actually had them beating Philly. I thought Philly was a great first matchup. If they were gonna win, it was gonna be on like sheer heart, and you just know they don't want to lose to Philly ever. Not in Philly, not this team. So. Like they were gonna give their best effort because it was Philly, and Philly just isn't that good. I'm sorry. Mm-hmm. That offense has been mediocre all year, and I knew they were vulnerable. I felt like they were vulnerable, so I thought Philly was a great psychological first matchup. But you're right. The ability to somehow take all these moving parts, all this inexperience, and put them in places, you know, where they can succeed, where they can excel. Like these aren't just simple schemes either. Like he's having to be diverse because of the influx. It's not like they can just settle on something because they have a unit. You know, it's smart to go, like you pick up a Kendrick, somebody who knows how to play this variety of stuff and who can step in. Like even the choices of how you fill in the holes. Saleh's been on point, and unfortunately, because of this bit of a defensive masterpiece as a coach, you just might lose him again, which is the cost, right?
Yeah. And then, Marquise, you look at what they were able to do offensively, specifically in the fourth quarter. After George Kittle gets carted off the field, there's no Pearsall, there's no Brandon Ayuk. It's Tawan Jennings with the pass downfield to CMC on the skybang reverse pass. But I want to focus on what Kyle and Brock were able to do after Brock threw 2 second-half interceptions. This is now his fourth quarter comeback in his playoff history, and it really felt like Kyle Shanahan was getting into his bag to get creative for that comeback, Marcus.
Yeah, Brock's pretty good. And one thing this playoff series proves, if you have a quarterback who can move and keep a play alive, it's a game changer. And Philly's offense falls apart because Jalen just doesn't do it anymore. Like that's not in the repertoire of their offense. But you could see one if you got a quarterback who can move, Kyle can work with that. Like, it's not just drop back. It's enough opportunity to create the misdirection that Kyle needs to get people open. And if you get people open, you got a quarterback, you get there, like, you win. Not to mention, Christian McCaffrey is just all world. Like, the season he's having and the adversity he's having it through, it's just, he is impeccable. That catch alone, it's the catch. The throw was incredible, right? Jawan Jennings got laid out and he threw it, but I mean that's Willie Mays. that's a tough catch for anybody. So CMC can do that, can be your essentially best receiver and the running back that forces the defense to stack the box. And the draw that Shanahan uses to get the defense off balance. Like, he is something else. He was worth every penny and probably more.
Absolutely incredible. One of the all-time greats, Hall of Famer for sure. Also one of the all-time greats is George Kittle. And down he goes. And it's like, man, oh, man. He went to my heart and soul, right? Now, they missed him in the middle part of the season, too, but I don't know. Is it too much? I mean, is it just one injury too much? Or do you go, hey, man, Jake Tonjes, next man up, and Kyle getting his bag?
I mean, how do you not at this point, right?
Yeah.
It just feels like every time you think they're done, they find something else. I hate to say it like this because you know George Kittle is like the guy it's just hard not to root for the guy. So even when something bad happens, how he handles it makes you root for him. But you could feel them. I wouldn't be surprised if they're galvanized by this, right? In the same way Fred Warner's presence gives them a little extra juice. I could see that being George Kittle. Now, you rather him on the field in this game because nobody understands what Seattle means and how to beat them better than Kittle. But also, you got a bunch of dudes who don't understand this out there. They don't know about Navarro Bowman, right? And at the goal line, like they don't know the history. They don't know how big the first win was in the Shanahan era at Seattle, 2017, and just the history that's here. They don't understand that, which means they don't play with that level of pressure. So a little extra juice. You got Molly Whopped at home a couple weeks ago. I'm not saying anything against this team anymore. I just don't know. If they go in and win, I would not be shocked.
Marcus, you mentioned his name, Fred Warner. He posted a video on social media yesterday of him working out without pads down at Levi Stadium. He was on the Ryan Russillo podcast last week, and he said he's ready to go, but he's just waiting for medical clearance from the doctors. Now, I don't even want to mention any names, but we've seen other Bay Area athletes maybe rush their return a little too quickly, and it ends in a disaster. So how do you think the 49ers are going to balance Fred Warner's desire to get back on the field, but also the responsibility of taking care of him, not just for the playoff run, but for the foreseeable future?
Yeah, they'll be smart about it. They'll save him. We know that. Fred Warner is the guy you keep for on your franchise for years, and especially considering you basically just lost Kittle for next year. So that risk right there is massive, and we saw what happened with Brandon Ayuk when he doesn't come back. Like, it just gets a little dicey when you start impacting next season, because they're going to want to build on this. So I do think they'll play it safe. At the same time, it is football, and these dudes they have a maniacal bent. And this is the thing, man. This is a moment. It's Seattle. I mean, you can't draw this up. I want to write after this. This makes me want to write. You lose to Seattle, you get shut down, you go to Philly and win, and you get to go to Seattle for what that means to the 49ers and the legacy of this franchise. Like, you got to go through Seattle to get to the Super Bowl. Like, that's just, man, that's artful stuff right there. That is the script writers of football, like, delivering us something special. So you telling me you keep a Fred Warner from that? I don't know, man. I don't know.
I know. It's something we have to definitely follow day by day, and we may not know until Saturday. Who knows? Let's talk about the most important position in America, quarterback, and Brock Purdy. Now, he's had trouble with Mike McDonald defenses. And that's a fact. 6 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. But he just continues to defy. He had to deal with that little Mike Florio kerfluffle where he said, you don't have any aura. He's out here winning in Philly. He's 5-2. He's now the third most winning quarterback in Niner playoff history. He just passed Garoppolo and Kaepernick. It's Montana 1, Young 2, Brock 3. He's got a lot more in him. I don't know. You're watching a star. He's such a good boy. He's like a Boy Scout, clean shaven, dresses normal, and goes out there and does his thing in Philly, throws some huge passes in a windy, swirly place against a great defense. He's undefeated in Seattle. I need the Marcus Thompson download on Brock and what you expect and how he continues to grow at age 26.
I think Brock thrives against the odds. To me, it feels like when you don't expect Brock to play well is when he plays well. You know, the times we've seen him struggle is when you're like, all right, Brock is really good. Let's go out here, Brock, in a big game and show what you can do. Then you'll see him have a hard time. I do think this week is a little difficult because Seattle is much better equipped to take advantage of mistakes, of turnovers. He threw 2 picks, and it barely hurt the 49ers because the defense was able to shut down Philly so well. That's going to be tougher to do with the Seattle run game. And, you know, their receiving core, the way Darnold is playing, turnovers, they hurt you. Turnovers kill you in Seattle. So he'd have to play clean. But I don't know at this moment, if there's a game to be won, if you're in the game, I'm not saying even win it, if you're just in the game and you got Brock Purdy at the end of the game, you feel a lot better with Purdy back there than you do a lot of NFL quarterbacks. Like, you feel good about if it requires scrapping, if it requires survival, if it requires making a play. If you aren't afraid to make a mistake, like that's what you want at the end of games. He's a quintessential gunslinger, and because of that, like he can hurt people. He'll hurt teams, especially the more they overlook him. And again, with Christian McCaffrey, you can't just focus on stopping Brock Purdy. You have to deal with Christian McCaffrey. So I feel like these environments tend to bring out the best in Brock Purdy. That's why we even know who he is, because he kind of lives for the stuff. That's the best thing I can say going forward, because Mike McDonald defenses are definitely tough. They are hard for him. They're hard for Kyle Shanahan. So what better time to exercise your demons than this, though?
Marcus, last question for me is on the other quarterback, Sam Darnold, because I truly think the Seattle Seahawks are the better roster than the Philadelphia Eagles, but it almost feels like there was more respect for Jalen Hurts because we've seen him do it before. He's won the Super Bowl. He was a Super Bowl MVP. We've never seen Sam Darnold win a playoff game. Now, if you look at the stats, he had a much better season this year as a passer than Jalen Hurts. But do you think maybe this game comes down to the lack of playoff experience for Sam Darnold?
He got to show me. Sam Darnold got to show me. I remember last year. I know a few Minnesota fans. Mm-hmm. I remember Sam Darnold last year. That's a vulnerability. Like, look, if he gets over the hump, cool. Like, that's a bad. Like, you tip your cap, right? Like, if this is the moment he finally figures it out and comes through, all right. But he's vulnerable. That's like Robert Saleh can take advantage of that. Like, there's a level of pressure in the moment that the 49ers apply because they just never die. So Sam Darnold has to rise above that. I'm not writing that into the stars until I see it. I need to see it, especially at quarterback. Mm-hmm. You got to see it first. You don't just get credit for it. I could see him having a hard time against the 49ers defense. I could see it. I could also see it not happening, but prove it.
I'm with you guys 100% that this Darnold, I mean, he's, absolutely he hasn't done it for sure.
No,
so
not at all.
Hey, last one, Marcus. I know we have a couple minutes left, but you and I, as old, you're still an ink-stained wretch. I used to be. Everybody had an opinion on Lynn Jones of the Jacksonville Free Press and Liam Cohen and the press room etiquette, and then Pat McAfee turned his frickin' howitzer on sports writers and said our days are numbered. I say "are." That's right, because I still jock blog. But anyway, did you have a take on her question, etiquette in the press room, and people coming at either Lynn Jones or sports journalists?
I mean, it's our life, right? People been coming at us since you were ink-stained rich. That's just what it is. People are going to come for us. If you know anything about local media, that's part of the local media scene. It's not a big deal. It's not a problem. If anything, it's a symbol of how these press conferences have become part of the theater of sports journalism. But that wasn't the case, right? Like it used to be, this part of the sausage making wasn't on TV. So I didn't have a problem with it. I wouldn't do it, but I didn't have a problem with it. I do have a problem with the kind of hypocrisy of it all. Number one, all these people caping for her, please hire her, because ain't nobody hiring people doing that, right? So Pat McAfee, give her a job then. You got plenty of money, you got plenty of pull. I need to see her at ESPN. She can go to press conferences around the world and support coaches since you suddenly know journalism so well. Hire her, pay her, put her on. I'm sure at the Jacksonville Free Press, she ain't making a killing, right? You know what I'm saying? Go bigger, go pay, go hire her. Secondarily, you know this, like we get killed for being homers and shills and not being critical enough. So on one hand, right, we aren't supportive enough. We aren't being positive enough. On the other hand, we're too in. We're shills. We can't, like, there's a real world where your credibility matters. Like, and I'm not saying what she did violates that. I'm saying the audience is constantly on us about this stuff. So of course we're hypersensitive about it. I can't write a positive Steph Curry piece without figuring out a way to make sure it sounds balanced, because it doesn't count because you're just a Curry guy, right? Like, so we live in the world where we're constantly under attack. And that display for many of us would get us absolutely destroyed. So if Pat McAfee and the rest of these entertainment / non-journalists got something to say about it, go ahead and start hiring the people then, man. Go make sure these people get some money in their pocket. Go, make her a correspondent. I'm all for that. But the rest of us, like, we do take L's out here when our credibility is questionable. Like, and so this is the world we live in. So yeah, I understand why some of the reporters reacted like that, because we know in our comments and our DMs and, in the old, back in the day, Murph, when we used to get letters from people in the mail, they coming for us. If you at all remotely a homer, they're killing you. So I understand it.
Yeah, Marcus, money talks and the other stuff walks. But that's the last question I got to ask you. I lied. I got one more. Our producer, John Joe Curley, wants me to make sure to ask you about the Warriors and Jonathan Kuminga, because we've been talking about this January 15th date for months now. We're 2 days away. So what is the latest on the Jonathan Kuminga front?
That it's going to be tough to make a deal. I think the Warriors are either in posture mode or they're not happy with the market. But it's a little early. I don't think anything happens January 15th. That's typical. Like, he's gonna go. The question is it now or is it an off season? Like, that's the question. But the moves and the offers and what they're seeing out there, I think the rest of the league look at the Warriors and says, we can fleece them. They're in a bad spot, and I think they're pushing back against that. So this is Philly season, right? This is misdirection season. We'll know more closer to February, but the market isn't incredible right now, especially with him sitting over there on the bench doing nothing.
Nothing but a homer, Marcus. Just a homer, buddy.
I know, such a homer.
Hey, man, great chat. Be good. We'll catch up down the road.
Yeah, thanks, Marcus.
All right, have a good one.
Marcus Thompson on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Our Saturday rejoins finish, Marcus, with?
Oh, this is a little ludicrous right here. I believe this was actually an MLO request once again because MLO knows bangers. I believe this is Saturday off of Ludacris's Chicken and Beer album.
I love it. Well, Saturday's for real, buddy. We are all in for Saturday at 5 o'clock. Just quick little news drop before we go here.
Oh, you want the sounder?
The Arizona Diamondbacks, Giants rivals, have acquired Nolan Arenado from the St. Louis Cardinals. Now, there was a time that was extraordinarily fearful when he had top 5 MVP runs in 2016, 17, 18, and 19, top 6 MVP runs. But not as of late, guys, not as of late. Last year, hit 237 with a 666 OPS. He was hampered by some injuries. He'll be 35 next year. Just, not the Arenado of 10 years ago.
No. I still think he's one of the best gloves on the hot corner in baseball, but you're absolutely right. That bat has fallen off a cliff.
So we shall see. But anyway, he's a dude. As they're saying in Arizona, it's something. It's something.
It's something.
If the Giants did it, we'd be like, oh, he's old, he's washed up. But the Arizona does it like, oh, why did they get him? Everybody's upset.
It's all good.
Everybody's upset. That's why we're going to end it with peace and love. Young Tone, here we go.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
All right, it's sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Today, Young Tone, you learned what? The legend of Triple E? Is that what you learned?
Oh, no, I knew all about Triple E. Count Pauly guy, too, don't forget.
Actually, this is more of what did John Joe Curley learn today.
Okay.
He had never seen the face of the magnificent Triple E.
And to go to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, as our former producer, Eric Engel, he went out to 710 Ashbury and NBC Bay Area got him. Take it away, hippie. What do you got? Ah, Triple E, fist in the air, buddy. Maybe burn one. I don't know.
Yeah, I was going to say, I love that Triple E has fully embraced the Grateful Dead. I mean, look at the hair he's growing out. I was going to say he almost looks like Jerry Garcia, but I'm blanking on the actor's name that is playing Jerry Garcia.
Jonah Hill?
He looks more like Jonah Hill playing Jerry Garcia. Shout out to my guy, Triple E.
All right, Papa and Silver are next. That was all sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. We can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I got everyone's card that intercepted you your rookie year.
I got a perfect spot for that.
Solid force to be just at the center of everything in that band. Bobby was always there.
Articles.
Hypotheses every play.
I'm ready whenever they're ready.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
Do you know who you're playing next week?
I take a wild guess. I hope it's Seattle, though.
It is Seattle.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I can't wait. That's who we wanted.
4th down. Here's your game. Here's Russell Wilson back. Wilson throws, caught. Hollister's hit on the goal line and dropped by Dre Greenlaw. He is short. 49ers come away with the ball. The 49ers have stopped Hollister on the goal line. The 49ers are going to win the game.
After review, completed pass receiver was down short of the goal line.
49ers win!
Cisco will take over on downs. First down. With the game clock operator.
The 49ers have won.
To 9 seconds.
They fake the toss. They roll Purdy to the left. Purdy going to throw back middle. Wide open Debo Samuel. Down the sideline 50. 40, Debo 30, Debo 20, Debo 10, Debo touchdown! San Francisco! Purdy will take the snap, take the right knee, and Brock Purdy stays perfect. 6-0, including coming off the bench for Jimmy to beat Miami in the regular season, and now he wins his first ever playoff game. Brock Purdy winds up as the final seconds tick off. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's the gun, and the foghorn and the 49ers win it 41-23.
Yeah, we're just going to lean into it, baby. Seattle week, it is on. It's a short week. It's Tuesday. It's installation day. And it's Papa and Silver here for the next 4 hours. Greg Silver, Greg Papa, once again. Danny Dunn hanging out with us in the house with a little bit of the Seattle tunes. You know, the first time I heard Even Flow, I was in the family minivan. I want to say I was like 7 years old, maybe 8. It was the classic thing of my dad just being like, we're going to start, expanding the children's musical horizons. And if my guy Dom Peralta's out there anyway, he knows. And, I heard like Jeremy, because it was on American Idol. Some guys sang it, and they're like, oh, yeah, this band Pearl Jam. And then I heard Even Flow in the car, and I was like, what the hell is this? This is awesome. So, hey, if it worked for Philly, we're going to try to replicate it against the Seattle Seahawks. And we had a great show yesterday with you and Todd Husak breaking it all down, but it's a short week, and so we got to turn the page fast. Seattle has not seen another team since they last saw the 49ers, and for the Niners, they went Seattle, they went Philly, and as it's been the case the whole year, they got to embrace this S the hard way, in the words of Kyle Shanahan. So Saturday night, 5 o'clock, we officially got the game time last night with the conclusion of Super Wildcard Weekend. It's on.
It is on, and they're going to have Eric Hendricks, Jimi Hendrix will certainly come into play at some point this week as we get ready for Seattle. Likeable city. Philadelphia is quite different than Seattle. Seattle has a lot of Bay Area vibe to it with the whole rock theme up there and the topography. It feels a lot like the Bay Area, just they get a little more rain there, and it's a little different weather pattern, but we love going up there. You heard a couple of the games, coming in as far as the history between these two teams. The big play Dre game, December the 29th of 2019, was not a playoff game, but it set the Niners up to go to Miami, Florida, and play the Chiefs in Super Bowl 54. It was that big. It was not a playoff game. The game we just saw them exactly 2 weeks before what we see them on Saturday evening at Lumen Field, not a playoff game. They've had a lot of history. Mainly during the Harbaugh years. You remember when Seattle was granted and this is the 50th year of Seattle Seahawks football, when they were granted an expansion team, Tampa Bay Buccaneers in the NFC, and Seattle actually came in the AFC. Mm-hmm. They went back and forth from divisions. Was it NFC West first, then AFC West? They kind of flip-flopped for a while. I remember going in there with the Raiders with the old Kingdome. I remember Warren Moon throwing for like 5,000 yards, and I had to take like 8 Tylenols after that game. It was a ringing headache. That old stadium was just different. I remember Vince Coleman hitting a grand slam against the Oakland A's. The A's were up 6-0, and all of a sudden Coleman hit a slam, and it was tied at 6. So I remember the day they imploded the Kingdome. It was magical how they did it, but it was sad to some degree. And this new stadium is just different. But this rivalry really got its teeth, obviously, with Jim Harbaugh and Pete Carroll. They went back and forth in great matchups. A lot of them were in the regular season. Each team eating, Thanksgiving drumsticks on the other team's 50-yard line throughout the years. And after Harbaugh was gone, when Pete Carroll was still there, but when they met in the championship game, and that was when Richard Sherman was a Seahawk, and he went off on a mediocre Crabtree. He's a mediocre wide receiver, and he tipped the ball to Malcolm Smith. Who wound up being a Super Bowl most valuable player. And whenever you're that, Al Davis is going to give you a lot of money, like Larry Brown, and you're not going to play as well for the Raiders. But that was at the end of the 2013 year, January the 19th of 2014. And a lot of moments in that game. I remember Aldon Smith racing down Russell Wilson. He looked like a pterodactyl. He looked like a dinosaur. Russell rolled out to his left, and he tried to move, and Aldon just like, whoa, who is this guy? We knew who he was, but my God, you're not running away from him, dangerous. He's going to eat you up. But then, Seattle took that game, the unsightly Navarro Bowman injury, which really adversely affected his career from that point forward. He had some moments later, obviously, and went to the Raiders and actually intercepted, I think, Kaepernick as a member of the Raiders. But and then the playoff game that Brock had, his first ever playoff game, and we were talking about that a little bit yesterday with Todd Husak. That game, Seattle took the lead at halftime. DK Metcalf ran a 9 route, a straight go route, late in the half, and got behind Charvarius Ward, and Geno Smith hit him right in stride. And those two guys had a battle. It was DK versus Mooney. They went back and forth. He followed him around because DK lined up on the offensive left, so Charvarius had to change sides.
And that certainly wasn't the same Geno Smith we saw this year.
No, but he had his moments with Seattle, without a doubt. And that game, that was Brock's first playoff game, and it started to rain the morning of that game. That year, we had nothing but rain. It just rained every single practice, every walkthrough, every game, including when Tom Brady came in. I'm like, we're going to see Tom in the booth this weekend. But then Brock just took over. The rain didn't bother him, and it stopped raining, and he played a lot better game. And it was, that was January 14th of 23, Brock's first ever playoff game, and he threw for well over 300 yards. So there's a rivalry between these two franchises. Obviously, the battle with Seattle, the brawl for it all. It's a little different when it becomes an elimination playoff game. And the winner of this game advances on to the NFC title game. And if it's Seattle, they would host that game. If it's the 49ers, they go to either SoFi to deal with the Rams more or to deal, with Chicago and go to Soldier Field. So this is different. It also takes on a different element because we just saw this team. It will be exactly 2 weeks to the day when we see them coming up on what is Saturday, January 17th, when we saw them on January 3rd or 4th, whatever it was, 3rd, I guess, with the math. It's exactly 2 weeks later. They haven't played a game since. Niners have played a game. There's some major changes in personnel. Trent Williams is back. Will Ricky Pearsall get back? And you've got Jimi Kendricks playing middle linebacker for the 49ers. So we went back and forth on when the game would be played. We knew it would be Saturday. A lot of network people were whispering in my ear that the network suits love Josh Allen. He's probably the biggest star. I mean, you have to go back to 1998. The last time we have not had an NFL postseason. We had an NFL postseason without Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, and doesn't count that Brady's in the broadcast booth, or Patrick Mahomes. So quarterbacks are the star power. And, with all due respect to Sam Darnold and Brock Purdy, Josh Allen is on the cover of Madden, and, he's one of the biggest stars, reigning MVP of the league this year. Saquon was on it, but Josh has been on it, even though he's in a small market. We thought Buffalo may get the primetime spot on Saturday night, but they're playing them early. And I know everybody doesn't like, the Niners having to play on Saturday, but you're playing Seattle. The teams that are the number one seed did not play Wild Card Weekend invariably play on Saturday. So they're going to make Denver in the AFC take on Josh Allen and the Bills, and that means the Niners go at 5 o'clock, which means it's essentially a night game, which means what's the weather going to be like? We've played a lot of night game. Obviously, the first game of the year this year in September was a day game. It was a beautiful day. Brock's first ever road game was at that field, Newman Field, and it opened at CenturyLink when it was first opened. And, he played that game with multiple fractured ribs, played beautifully in that game. We also went there on a Thanksgiving night and played them. And I remember the headline and the picture in the paper in the Post-Intelligencer in Seattle the next day. I saved it in my camera log, my photos for a while. It was so great. It was Geno Smith. Remember when they tackled Geno so hard his helmet popped off his head? Mm-hmm. And there was a great picture they captured, and it was something along the line of stuffed on Thanksgiving. And they sacked him incessantly. This game is going to come down to Sam Darnold. The Niners almost got him, certainly with the fumble. Arturo Gross-Matos couldn't recover that fumble when he got stepped on by his center, Sendell. Anyway, it is going to be a night game. We'll get into it. I think they're the most complete team in football. Do they have a glaring weakness? They have a couple. Quarterback runs. I hope they get to Brock Purdy being able to run the ball against this team, design quarterback runs and zone reads. And then the ultimate is Sam. With the 20 turnovers throughout the year, 14 interceptions, only Geno Smith and Tua Tagovailoa threw more. And he also fumbled the ball 10 times, and they lost 6. Actually 11 if you include the one he had against the 49ers, but they didn't get that one. So you needed it to be 11 and 7 lost fumbles may have flipped that game. But they said it when they parted company after that night when Seattle got the number one seed and won the most lopsided 13-3 game I've ever watched. Sam Darnold did tell Brock Purdy, I'll see you in 2 weeks.
And that's exactly where we are. Yeah, it wasn't the Sam Darnold meeting of the previous year where Kevin O'Connell and Dan Campbell met at the middle of the field and they said, hey, we'll do this again. Nah, this year's NFC West is not last year's NFC North where, Yeah, they were the regular season darlings, but we all remember they went 0-3 in the postseason collectively. Now, the NFC West is going to win at least 3 games in this postseason. I think the Rams will beat Chicago. We'll talk all about what's coming up this weekend as we go throughout the week. 808 KNBR is your number. 831 checking in. When is Kyle's next press conference? It is at noon today, and we will carry that for you live, so don't worry about that. 707 also checking in. Pearl Jam's album 10 is a masterpiece. Yeah, no question about it. So that's why you got to open the show with a little bit of an even flow, and our Seattle music theme is going to be continuing, especially with our Eric Kendricks to Jimi Hendrix connection that we outlined yesterday. So here's the deal. I'm feeling good on a Tuesday. It's good to see a lot of our regulars in the YouTube chat. Vic, EB, Ron, just to name a few. And I'm going to be positive. There's a lot of negativity going on, not just in the world of sports and what you see online, but out there in the world. I'm not going to be delusional. Seattle is an absolute force. We just outlined this a couple of weeks ago. The special teams, the defense, Jackson Smith and Jigba, the running game, the football that Sam Darnold is capable of playing. We understand all of that. But the 49ers, there's a reason they're in this game and have playoff football still left to be played, and that's because they've been proving everybody wrong every single step of the way. They've won 13 games on this season, when if you take those circumstances and apply it to any team, I know we've talked about it ad nauseum. But the bottom line is this is not just a local story. This is a national story that we don't see this in the NFL a lot. So I'm not quitting on this team. But that being said, the ways in which Philadelphia could make it so you could beat them, Seattle does it in a very different way. Philadelphia, I would say, is weaker at the coaching position than Seattle. Their offense is a lot more functional in Seattle with Clint Kubiak, than it is in. I see all the Kubiaks getting me confused. I'm just like you.
Gary Kubiak.
Yeah, it might as well be Gary at this point.
Kubiak. He was in Oakland A. You're quitting on the Niners? What are you talking about?
I'm not quitting on the Niners.
We beat them. Well, who is? Who is quitting on the Niners?
No, I'm just saying there's a lot of negativity going around.
In the world, I know. But if people are negative on the Niners after what they accomplished in Philadelphia?
Oh, yeah. I feel like I saw a lot of negative sentiment. There
Don't
should be no
pay
reason.
attention to it. Lock the doors. Draw the drapes. Let's just go beat Seattle.
Lock the doors and a little bit of Debo 2024 lock in. Now we'll try to conjure up
I'm not dealing with
vibes.
Debo anymore. He's no longer here. We're moving on. Ayuk, Debo, they are a thing of the past.
We're worrying about Ricky Pearsall and, hey, Malik Turner and anyone else going to be taking
snaps. And if Ricky
for this
doesn't
team.
play, they can still find a way to win. I understand why people do it, but everybody talks about the players that are not playing in the game. And I understand that. You got a lot of payroll there that's not playing. I mean, some of them may come back. Most of them won't come back. And we'll talk about Fred and the possibility he comes back from this game. But you're missing the point. Let's talk about the players that will play in the game. And if Ricky Pearsall can't go for whatever reason, they have proven they can win without number one.
There's no question. So my point is, Seattle is a tough test. There was a reason that they got the number 1 seed. We saw the way they came in and dominated a couple weeks ago. That said, if you're Seattle, it doesn't really matter what happened a couple of weeks ago other than it dictates where the game is played and what field. You got to go and show it again. And if you're going to leave cigars in the locker rooms at Levi's to be able to come back and claim them, well, you better back that up. So it's Papa and Silver. 808 KNBR is your number. And when we come on back, let's talk about why coaching matters in general with a quick note on what the freaking Houston Texans did to close out wildcard weekend last night. Man, CJ Stroud has a lot of room to even play better football, and that Texans defense, really, it was the moment, well, I'll tell you next, the moment where I really bought into this Houston team. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The divisional round is set for the NFL playoffs. The Niners will square off in Seattle against the Seahawks on Saturday at 5 p.m. 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan speaks to the media today for his weekly presser. And you could hear that live at noon here on the Sports Leader.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
He'll get the snap. It's a four-man rush. He sits in the pocket. There's a line drive down the middle. Intercepted at the 50 and picked off on the play by Bullock. He's down the far side 30, far side 20, down the far sideline 10, 5, touchdown. Rodgers has thrown a pick six. Rodgers has thrown a pick six in what might be the final pass of his career. And Bullock pulled it off down the far sideline, veering toward the end zone, and gets 6. Houston's second defensive touchdown tonight.
Kevin Harlan on the call, and indeed, could that be the last pass of Aaron Rodgers' career? A touchdown to the best defense in the NFL, the Houston Texans. Defensive dominance. It was a slow slugfest. C.J. Stroud missed a couple of plays, fumbled the ball, some weirdness with the center, but ultimately, that Texans defense, they went on the road. Doesn't matter where they're playing. And I told you right before the break, there was a moment when I really, really bought into the Texans because I know they've been to the divisional round 2 years in a row. When they started 0-3, there was no part of me that thought this team stinks. But when they started winning all those games with Davis Mills and Josh Allen comes, and the Bills have not played well in that stadium, as you know very well, that Thursday night game, when the Texans defense was just making Josh Allen miserable the entire way, at that point, it clicked where I thought, oh, this defense in a year where we don't know if the Chiefs are going to be in the playoffs. Spoiler, they didn't. The Bengals had a lost season with Joe Burrow. Lamar Jackson, we didn't know if he was going to be in the playoffs. Spoiler, he wasn't. Well, all of a sudden, I'm looking at it. They were 3-5, have not lost a game since. So we'll talk about some of that and the Aaron Rodgers of it all in just a second, but I got to tell you a couple of things. First off, great guest list today. Mike Garafolo of NFL Network joining us at 10:50. We'll carry the Kyle Shanahan press conference live at noon. Tracy Sandler normally at 11:50, but because of that, we're bumping her to 12:50 today, and then we will get a quick note on some hoops at the end of the show. Sam Amick is going to be joining us at 1:30. Secondly, we've also got a contest giveaway. You can win a pair of tickets today all the way through Friday. One winner to see Five Finger Death Punch with Cody Jinks. I had to make sure that wasn't another Seattle band. It's a Vegas band. It's going to be September 16th of this year at Shoreline, and all you got to do when I tell you to call in sometime between 10 and 1 every single day between today and Friday, I'll give you the cue to call, and you dial 415-896. KNBR is furnished by Live Nation, and you can find the official rules at thesportsleader.com. So,
you said Five Finger Death Punch?
That's exactly
what
what
you
I'm
said.
saying. That's right.
Is that what the Houston Texans did to Aaron Rodgers? What a great call by Kevin Harlan. Not just the call to get the pick of the 6, and it was Aaron got up and tried to stop Bullock, but right away, how did they know he was coming out of the game? Because Mason Rudolph, they threw a pick 6. There were still 3.5 minutes to go in the game, whatever it was, and Mason Rudolph came back in, but Tomlin did take Aaron Rodgers out, or Aaron Rodgers did. So great call by Kevin to capture the moment. And also the finality of what he just saw. And, Bob Harlan is Kevin's son. Knew, obviously Aaron Rodgers well from Green Bay, doing Packers preseason games and being one of the voices of the NFL. I certainly hope it was his last pass. It's been hard to watch him play like this. Really, his final year in Green Bay was not good. We were talking about the greatest road victories in Niner history, and even during Kyle's run, whether it was Sunday in Philadelphia, the game in Green Bay, and I remember Aaron Rodgers walking off the field. He did come back and play the next year. Devontae did not. He moved on. But Aaron Rodgers did not make the playoffs the next year. Dan Campbell in Detroit knocked him out at the end, and that was kind of his last fling at it. And we've not seen the same guy since. I mean, obviously, Leonard Floyd hitting him the 4th snap of the game, his career opener for the New York Jets against the Buffalo Bills on Monday night. The ruptured Achilles tendon, came back from it a year later, wasn't the same guy. Basically blew up his run with Robert Saleh and the New York Jets, and then he left and went to Pittsburgh. And I saw him in preseason, although I wasn't on the air. I was sending you a tab. I mean, I've never seen him move this way since the torn Achilles, and his was on his front leg, not his bat leg like Kirk Cousins. Greg Roman just got fired as the offensive coordinator of the Chargers. Wow. They got to open up that offense a little bit. We'll get to what happened Sunday night, but Justin Herbert can throw the ball. Don't Josh Allen him. Let him do what he does, and he should run more.
Healthy Rashawn Slater and Joe Alt should help too.
That would help in offensive line, but still, I mean, Roman is just, he thinks he has Lamar or Colin Kaepernick sometimes. And I like Greg, but you got to open it up a little bit when you have a special arm like that. Like Aaron Rodgers had one of the greatest throwing arms in the history of football. He could make any throw. And we saw him, obviously from his Cal days. And I know Mama Silver was rooting for him last night. I just didn't see a way. And there's also, Tom Brady will be in the booth on Sunday, and we got a couple of Bay Area kids, and I know Chico's not the Bay Area, but Northern California, likability is so important. And I'm not sure Tom Brady's a solid announcer. I'm not sure he's all that likable in the booth. And all the ads they do for him constantly and how much he knows football and, if the safety comes down, rip the seam. It's just like, can you lighten up a little bit? The reason John Madden was beloved is he knew football, but he laughed. We learned and we laughed along the way. Can we lighten it up a little bit? Tom Brady gets so heavy. And then the Aaron Rodgers, he was always on this magical mystery tour, but much more so after he left Green Bay and was wandering through the wilderness and the darkness and the ayahuasca, which is a great restaurant up in Marin, by the way, in Nevada. But you can't get the hallucinogens there unless you ask. Anyway.
That's some false advertising.
You know him from Cal and your fan. It's time for him to go. He's yelling at all of his teammates constantly. It's just a bad look. And DK dropped a ball, but he's always just on everybody. He did that at the end of his Green Bay run, but not as much before. I mean, for a while, he was Peyton Manning. He was the best regular season quarterback we had seen with the 4 MVPs, and he had a lot of playoff failures. People forget how many championship games, how many playoff games he did not play well. He won the one Super Bowl 45. But I think it's time. I'm just, since he left Green Bay, it has been all about him and hosting Jeopardy and then the dark eyes and the mystery wife that he has, and it's just time. We'll see where he goes, and we'll ask Mike Garafolo from NFL Network, what he thinks happens to him, what happens to Mike Tomlin. The other side of it is the Houston Texans, and I remember that Thursday night vividly. I think Josh got sacked 8 times. The right tackle didn't play. Deion Dawkins was overwhelmed. And Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson Jr. dominated the game. They all did. They have a defense that has no weakness. They are structurally the Niner defense of 2019, the team that went to the Super Bowl, but they're younger, faster, better. And Azeez Al-Shaair, I knew he'd be a star when he left here. There was no way to keep him. And Fred, Andre, but it's great to see him, turn into the superstar he is and not be thought of as a headhunting maniac, which he got that label last year when he took out Trevor. But I'm just telling you, 10 years ago, Levi's hosted a Super Bowl. Who won that game? It was Gary Kubiak, the head coach of the Denver Broncos, ran that offense. It was a Peyton Manning who got his legs back a little bit towards the end. But it was obviously Von Miller, DeMarcus Ware. It was the modern-day version of the Orange Crush defense came in and just took Superman apart. And it wasn't just Von Miller in the Super Bowl. It was what he did against Tom Brady in the championship game. And they won with suffocating defense. And Peyton was just smart. Houston's offense, and I'm CJ, you got to get the center snap count down. How many times did he snap it where CJ wasn't ready? CJ wasn't looking. It was a little low, but you still got to catch that ball. Move your eyes. And then there was one when he wasn't looking. The ball hit him in the left chest. I mean, stop fumbling the ball. They have Woody Marks. They have Chubby a little bit. We'll see about Nico and the injury last night. They've got enough. And obviously, Christian Kirk played really well last night, made a lot of big plays. Get that first name correct. I think they have enough on offense. I mean, 10 years ago, Denver won with that defense and Peyton Manning making smart plays. The 2000 Ravens won with Trent Dilfer. The 2002 Buccaneers won that John Lynch was on. Brad Johnson, a good player. C.J. Stroud, I think, is better than all of them. He can be very capable, but I just will see where this all goes and how the draw is going to be. I think they beat New England next week. We'll see if Buffalo beats Denver in Denver. And then that game that you're still have in your mind, I'm trying to avoid in the playoffs. I don't want Buffalo to have to go back into that dome where Josh is haunted. But in particular, this is a Super Bowl. There's no doubt. They were 0-3 to start the year. They were 3-5. They haven't lost since. D'Amico said last night that is the best defensive performance in the history of the franchise. He played Mike linebacker as a rookie. He was the defensive rookie of the year right away. He knows what good defense looks like from the Houston Texans. He was in the middle of it, and now he's in the middle of it. He's not even calling it. Matt Burke kind of took over as the play caller, which is interesting. But that defense, now, we'll see what the offense does. I think they have plenty enough to win, as defense does win in the NFL a lot when you have a great offense against a great defense, like Seattle against Peyton Manning the year before. He came back and was able to win. But this is truly, or Seattle lost to New England the next year, but this is truly a Super Bowl caliber defense. And I think Aaron Rodgers at least can say his final pass was intercepted and taken back by maybe one of the great defenses in the history of the NFL.
I was trying to tell my mom, I said, save your money, put a bet on the Texans to win the AFC and see where that one goes. But she just couldn't let go of the Aaron Rodgers nostalgia. And hey, if that is his last game, I guess I can't really fight her on it in the end. I did call her last night. She was funny. She's like, yeah, what a horrible bet that was. And I was like, hey, you know what? But she owned it. She's like, you know what? It was just the emotions, okay? I had to give it a go. Our friend Jordan Rodriguez had the quote earlier in the year from Jalen Petrie of the Texans that said, God is the greatest, but the Texans defense is probably second.
Oh, wow.
And I thought last night, it's not for me to be the judge of the first part. A lot of different belief systems out there. I'm not going to be the authority on that. But as for the second part, Jalen Petrie's kind of got a bit of a point.
Let's keep God out of it, is my general belief on that. They are proselytizing. Will Anderson mentions God, although it's fine. Sometimes the Brock and Christian, you got to be careful about proselytizing in your locker room and dividing a locker room. Derek Carr did a little bit of that. I do worry about the young man that may go number 1 overall out of Indiana. But believe what you believe. That's fine. But your teammates may not believe it. So there are a lot of things that divide us as a culture. You don't want to divide a locker room with your belief or your non-belief. But whatever, this defense, show me a weakness. I don't see it. Now, as we look over to the NFC, if the Houston Texans have the best defense in the AFC, I'm all on board with that. The best defense in the NFC and maybe the NFL, points per game, who's number 1? They're right there, 1-2. I think Seattle's 2 and Houston's number 1. Seattle's defense is that good. And going into that game in January, the last game of the year, you and I spent 5 days trying to figure out where's the weakness in this defense. Well, I think there is a couple of weaknesses you can get to, but the Niners never got to it because they didn't convert on third down enough. They could not run the ball. You've got to be able to run the ball against this team. But let's not have the two best defenses meet in Super Bowl 60 on February the 8th, where it's DeMeco Ryans and the Houston Texans up against Clint Kubiak and Sam Darnold and the Seattle Seahawks. We don't want that matchup. But right now, defense does win in the NFL, and it certainly wins in January and takes you to February. Houston's the best in the AFC. Is Seattle, without a doubt, the best in the NFC?
I would say yes, but it doesn't mean that they automatically are going to get away with this one. I got to say, though, a Seahawks-Texans Super Bowl at Levi's, it'd be like a race to 13 points or something, but doesn't matter. Niners are going to be hosting in their own locker room. They're going to clean up those cigars that Seattle left them. 808 KNBR is the number. I see Joe in Montana. We'll get to you shortly coming up, but I got to give a little send-off to Aaron Rodgers. If I ask you consecutive questions about Mike Tomlin and his future, how would you answer that one?
I've answered that a number of times. I've talked extensively about how I feel about Mike, and I just did in that answer. So, thanks.
All right, good stuff.
He's lovable. He's lovable.
We'll come on back. We'll get into the Niners. We'll take Joe's call, and then we'll talk to Mike Garofolo at 10:50. All coming up on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. About 4 summers ago, I had CLR, custom lens replacement surgery from Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. It's been a game changer for me. I couldn't see anything distance-wise, and now I got 20/20 vision. Do you struggle with distance vision, and now you need reading glasses or wear bifocals? I don't need any of them. CLR is your permanent solution to readers and bifocals, glasses, contacts, and you'll never develop a cataract the rest of your life. Don't wait until you're older like me to see great. Do all the things you love to do with perfect vision now. After tens of thousands of vision correction procedures, Dr. Craig Bindi and his team at Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley can tell you if it's your right time for CLR. And they make it easy. Start with a free virtual consultation at lasereyeclr.com. You'll discuss your vision goals and all their different lens technologies. No readers, contacts, glasses, or cataracts. lasereyeclr.com or call 877-GET-2020.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Papa and Silver continuing on your Tuesday. 49ers staying alive and looking to do a lot more than just that in Seattle. Saturday night, 5 o'clock. We're not going to go Saturday night's all right for fighting because we already tried that ahead of Week 18 and didn't go so well. But again, I'm positive on the Niners. I think if you're Seattle, pressure's on you. Sam Darnold's got to win a playoff game in a new setting. Brock Purdy doesn't seem to mind Lumen Field all that much, doesn't seem to mind going on the road all that much. It's been 23 years since the 49ers lost a playoff game in the wild card or divisional round. Brock Purdy undefeated at Lumen Field. So again, trends do not equal the truth, but the point is, if you're going with the experience, if you're going coach QB pairing, you got to feel good for the 49ers. Now, there are a lot of reasons why the Niners have no business being in this position at all. We've detailed it all season long, but that's also what has made this journey so fun. Let's go out to, and yes, it's a real caller, Joe in Montana. We've had him on before, one of our faves. What's up, Joe? How are you? How you feeling on this Tuesday? And you might have to change your name to Brock in Santa Clara at this rate.
Brock
Yeah,
and
it's a great
Purdy.
day, guys.
Joe in
I hope
Montana.
you're having a great morning.
How great is
I hope
that?
you're having a great morning,
We
guys.
are,
And,
we are.
I just want to talk about Upton Stout, guys. I just want to give this kid his flowers. 49ers are always really good at finding that diamond in the rough in the draft, and I think this kid is it. That play on 4th and 2 when he basically just ran that route for Dotson. Jalen Hurts had nowhere to go. I mean, this kid is truly something special. And I just throw it back to earlier in the year when he went on Richard Sherman's podcast, and just the questions he was asking Sherm, and just the knowledge Sherm was throwing his way. Just ever since that moment, guys, this kid is just taken off, and I think we're looking at a future All-Pro here. So I just got to give Upton Stout. Man, the job this kid's doing is just unbelievable, guys.
Without a doubt. And we go back to even the day he was drafted. And when he went, oh, let's do it. I'm a dog, coach. And he's calling Jed your coach, and obviously John and Kyle. We had him on like the middle of that next week, and the Warriors were playing playoff games then. It was big. And but we had Upton Stout on the air, and we got him. And, he's got the energy, the I'm a dog, and let's do it. But when we talk football, and, being a nickelback, there's a lot there. You're half a cornerback, you're half a linebacker, you're half to safety. You have to fit the run. It's all there for him. And he's not a big guy at 5'9", 181, but he's just a football player. And I remember, and I obviously with my condition, I wasn't around for training camp, but I remember going to an OTA practice right away, and I was standing right next to Salah. And he made a play similar to what he did against Dotson. And that play, Tom Brady mentioned he could have intercepted it with the left hand, but the way he reached the right hand, the more outside hand to slap that ball away and undercut that route. He did that in a OTA practice back in May, and Salah just exploded. He came over his chest. That's what I'm talking about. He does that. I'm like, yeah. Right away, they had made up their minds. If this kid can play, we're going to move Diamador Lenore inside. We're going to not move him inside, keep him outside. And also we got Renardo Green going into his second year. So we saluted a lot of the veterans yesterday because I think ultimately the old pros have a way of winning, playoff games and big moments. And they did. But the young guys played well. Alfred Collins got a lot of snaps. C.J. West got a lot of snaps in this game. Upton Stout, when you're in your regular nickel, gets a lot of snaps. We'll see what Seattle does. They have Jackson Smith and Jigba. They have Cooper Kupp, who was the quintessential slot machine going back years ago, and Rashid Shaheed. They've had some injuries in their wide receiving core. They got Jake Bobo they like to use as more of a blocker, more of a pin and pull guy. He's the pin guy. But I expect Upton Stout to play a lot in this game. I think the one area is that safety position with Marquise Siegel. And Larry Krueger was really optimistic about it, and he played well. When Jair went down with a hamstring, and when Kyle starts talking at noon, we'll get the update. I expect Jair Brown, but based on the way Kyle categorized it after the win Sunday in Philadelphia, to not practice today and maybe just not be available to play at all in this divisional on Saturday, which means your safety duo is young. It's Malik Mustafa and it's Marquise Siegel, a second-year player and a rookie. It's just the skill sets of the two of them. They are both heat-seeking missiles, Mustafa and the missile that is Marquise Siegel coming downhill. So I am a little concerned about that and who's going to protect center field, Greg, but Upton Stout has proven. And Seattle went right at him. First game of the year over and over and over again. It was Jackson Smith and Jigba running slot fades against him in the slot, and he gave up some. He battled some. He's won some big battles. The one against, Zay Jones play saved you a game that he came up with to save that game against Arizona where Eddie Money can make the field goal. They're going to attack him. But Jackson Smith and Jigba lines up outside more than he does inside. Now it's Cooper Kupp, and we'll see about Rashid Shaheed. But let's do it. He has proven he is a dog. He is one of the best rookie defenders the 49ers have ever had. And with this, group right now, it's Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw, what they were able to do. Renardo last year, his interception against Geno Smith. Remember on that Thursday night game early in the year when he undercut the route? He had a good rookie year. Got to continue it up. They're going to go at him a little bit in this game. But Upton Stout has had a magnificent rookie season.
I mean, everyone's had to grow up fast. And we knew that would be the case before the season even started. Then it got further accelerated when you talk about the sample that Micah Williams had to play without Nick Bosa. Then even he went down. And so Upton Stout, the plays he was making week 18 the last time they saw Seattle, and I think I put this one out on social media just because I thought it was a good symbolic moment. Seattle's first touchdown of the year. Remember, it was 4th and goal. They're going for it. They target Cooper Kupp in the end zone. Upton Stout was a little bit late, and he got called for the DPI. Then they handed it off to Charbonnet with the reset of downs. They got the touchdown. Week 18, 4th and goal. Down there, they're going for Cooper Kupp. Upton Stout, tight coverage, no flag. And so that was kind of a cool symbol of just how far he's come. He's also shown that he can do it under the bright lights. I thought one of the very small bright spots of that Week 18 showing was that Upton Stout and some of these young guys on defense showed that they can hang in a game like that in prime time because they're going to have to continue to do it. And then the 4th and 2 play. Yes, in a perfect world, would you like an interception to theoretically take it to the house? Sure. But the more important aspect of that is a 4th down, IQ, just knock it down. It's all fine. Let your offense go ahead and do the work. And so Upton Stout, yeah, let's do it. I'm a dog. We're going to have some good Seattle songs. Maybe a Temple of the Dogs, Call Me a Dog.
Did you say Temple, like Temple University in Philadelphia? Mike Garafolo didn't go to Temple, but he went to one of the big fives. He went to LaSalle. Born in Philadelphia, still based in the Northeast. He was there on Sunday at the Link. And the Niners win. We're basking in the glow of the Niners winning. But you put on any of the morning shows, and it's all, get up. Lesser on Mike's NFL Network with Good Morning Football, but it's just Philadelphia. It's all about the autopsy and the dysfunction of the Philadelphia Eagles. And, oh, by the way, the Niners won the game on the road and took the game from them, but Philadelphia. So now they're into the offseason. I want to hear from Mike. What do they do with A.J. Brown? It certainly would appear as though he may be on the market. There were a lot of rumblings that Howie Roseman would trade him. In fact, in November this year at the deadline, did not choose to do that. What do they do with A.J. Brown? Do you have to trade him like a Stephon Diggs deal? Or you get like a 3rd or a 4th round draft pick back for that guy? Is he a bad guy? Is he a bad teammate? Is he sulks because he just wants to reach his inner excellence? I don't know what. The guy's a beast. He doesn't separate, but he doesn't need to separate. That's just one part of the offseason. What happens to Aaron Rodgers? What happens to Mike Tomlin? Tomlin coached the Pittsburgh Steelers for 19 years. Wow, that's the Pittsburgh way. He could probably make $19 million to not coach them or more in television. What does he want to do? Does he want to go in the studio? Does he want to do games and be an analyst? Obviously, he's one of the great talkers we've ever had in professional sports, whether it's a coach or a player. You'd think he would be a natural there. And then we're waiting on John Harbaugh and what's going on. Now, Robert Saleh, now that we're into week 2 of the playoffs, Greg, Robert Saleh, today's installation day. So we're hoping he's figuring out a way to stop Kenneth Walker III and Zach Charbonnet, because that's where you lost the game against Seattle 2 weeks earlier. If they come in and run the ball in their stadium like that, and Sam does not turn the ball over, they're a hard team to beat. Obviously, you got to stop the run. But Saleh can do Zooms. He can jump on calls. He can talk to an interview to be a head coach. And what's up with our guy Mike McDaniel? What's up with Matt? Cram it up your cram hole the floor. Is he going to get an extension from Carmen Policy's son, Ed Policy, the new president of the Green Bay Packers? Or are they going to agree to disagree and move on? And then if he's available, where does he go? So we want to talk to Mike Garafolo, one of the great reporters, funny guy, good family man. I mean, these insiders that are writers mainly, they make our job look easy. They're so good on TV, and they host all these shows from their house and wherever they are, and Mike's really solid. Respected him for a long time, only had him on the air a couple of times, but he was there in Philadelphia when the Niners took it in the Jawan Jennings play. We'll get his thoughts, but now that we're into week 2 of the offseason, and we're 8 days past Black Monday, other coaches going out the door, and we're going to have some big retirements. What happens to Aaron Rodgers? So great to catch up with Mike.
So if you saw me doing a little bit of screen back and forth with the eyes, I got to notice, actually, Mike Garafolo is going to be on air for the Ravens press conference. So we are going to have him.
But not next.
Just going to be about 12:50.
Right,
so
take
we're
back
do
everything I said about him.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say.
He's a dog. And the old kind of dog. He's kicking me. Really?
So we're going to do a little bit of a guest roulette, see what we can work out with Tracy Garafolo now joining
Tracy
us.
at 10:50?
At 12:50.
Can. I like it. We'll flip it.
Yes, we'll
It's
see if
Oscar.
Tracy's going to join us sometime in the 11 o'clock hour. So we'll continue.
So where's Mike? He's going to a Ravens press conference?
He's going to be on air during the Ravens press conference.
And what are they conferencing about?
Yeah,
a week later, the coach already's gone. Who's going to take that? I think Salah's interviewing for that job.
Yeah, and by the way, McDaniel, I think, is interviewing to be the OC for Detroit. And if you think about Mike McDaniel, yeah, I know it went sideways in Miami, but we know what he's like as an offensive coordinator, and particularly in a run game. I don't know if David Montgomery is a free agent, but Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah, they're going to trade him, I think.
Yeah.
His contract, they have one more year, but they've talked about trading him.
Talk about Mike McDaniel.
Is Mike not going to get a head coaching job? He's going to be only an OC?
No, he's interviewing for the Titans job, I believe, so there's a chance.
As I say, he's not going to get a head coaching job in the NFL, so he's going to – I'm not sure I'd take that job.
I don't want him to be the Lions
That owner
OC.
and that quarterback, not good.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll see what all happens. We'll talk about it with Mike Garofolo eventually, but just got to wait a couple of hours.
Got it.
We'll see when we talk to Tracy Sandler as well. And when we come on back, let's continue diving into the coaching matters discussion. In fact, let's get to a piece of sound we didn't dive into, and that was Aaron Rodgers speaking about Mike Tomlin and Matt LaFleur and this crazy coaching carousel. We'll do that next on the Sports Leader.
Just got a dog, Coach. I promise you just got a dog, Coach.
Hey, Greg Papa here. As Bay Area sports fans know all too well, sometimes the season doesn't go the way you want it to. Injuries, setbacks, tough breaks. It's a reminder that life doesn't always go as planned. One moment, everything's on track, and the next, an unexpected challenge turns your world upside down. That's when you need a team you can count on. Habas Law. For over 35 years, Omar, Tarek, and the Habas Law team have fought for people blindsided by life's toughest moments. Right here in our very own community, when the odds are stacked against you, Habas Law steps in, taking on big insurance companies with relentless determination to deliver life-changing victories. Habas doesn't just settle cases, they rebuild lives, fighting with compassion, grit, and an unshakable drive to make things right. When life knocks you down, call Habas Law and 1-800-INJURED. That's 800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law. They will fight to make it right.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver on your Tuesday. 808 KNBR is the number to join the conversation. Appreciate our texters, callers, and YouTube chat hanging out with us in the first hour. We will talk to Mike Garafolo, but that's going to be down the line. 12:50 will be the time for that due to him being on the air at NFL Network to cover some potential breaking news. There's a Ravens press conference, and Tracy Sandler, therefore, is going to join us before Kyle Shanahan. She'll come by in about a half an hour. So while we talk about the fact that coaching matters, and if you're wondering why the 49ers are in this position, I would say coaching has a lot to do with it. If you're wondering why the Seahawks are the number one seed, they won 14 games in a tough division in the NFC West, I would say coaching has a lot to do with it. Here's Aaron Rodgers last night and what could be the final post-game presser of his career, his Hall of Fame career. There's no doubt about it. But he talks about Matt LaFleur and Mike Tomlin and the notion that they might be out of jobs when all is said and done in this coaching cycle.
I mean, this league has changed a lot in my 21 years. When you hear a conversation about the Mike Tomlins of the world, Matt LaFleurs of the world, those are just two that kind of I've played for. And when I first got in the league, there wouldn't be conversation about whether those guys were on the hot seat. But the way that the league is covered now, and the way that there's snap decisions, and the validity given to the Twitter experts and all the experts on TV now who make it seem like they know what the hell they're talking about. To me, that's an absolute joke. And for either of those two guys to be on the hot seat is really apropos of where we're at as a society and a league, because obviously Matt's done a lot of great things in Green Bay, and we had a lot of success. Mike T has had more success than damn near anybody in the league, for the last 19, 20 years. And more than that, though, when you have the right guy and the culture is right, you don't think about making a change. But there's a lot of pressure that comes from the outside, and obviously that sways decisions from time to time. But it's not how I would do things, and not how the league used to be.
Just don't ask him a follow-up question about that, and then he's not going to be as kind. But I get it in the sense of he's sticking up for two coaches he's had, one in Mike Tomlin this year, one in Matt LaFleur. And the LaFleur situation is a very unique one where he comes in, they have Aaron Rodgers, they're on the brink of a Super Bowl, never get over the hump. Then they get their roster really, really young, and then they've had 3 7-seed years in a row that have ended in some version of another for heartbreak. I understand that owners can be trigger happy, and at the end of the day, owners can listen to the fans. They can behave as fans. That's why there is such a good thing as well-run organizations and poorly run organizations of teams that just continue to be at the bottom. And we're thankful that the 49ers, for all the complaints fans might want to have on a week-to-week basis, very well-run organization. I just want to remind everyone, though, that Marty Schottenheimer went 14-2 in 2006 and ultimately lost his job. So, yes, the internet has a larger presence than it ever has in sports, but I wouldn't say that there's some kind of vast transformation as far as coaching, hiring, and firings than where we might have been in previous eras of football.
It was interesting, and I do wonder what Aaron Rodgers is going to do, assuming last night was his last game or whenever that is. He said, I'm going to go away and you're never going to see me again. He would be someone, obviously a brilliant mind to be able to observe it, or, could he do games or whatever? Obviously, he hosted Jeopardy. So his takes are interesting. He was on with McAfee quite a bit when he played for the New York Jets, and not as much now that he's a Pittsburgh Steeler. Interesting that he didn't mention Mike McCarthy at all. Those other two guys are still gainfully employed, Mike Tomlin and Matt LaFleur. Mike McCarthy's not, and actually took his spot on McAfee. So where does he go after his run in Green Bay and the time that he had in Dallas? Mike Garafolo, we were hoping to get on the air. The Baltimore press conference is underway with their owners, Stephen Bisciotti, and their GM, Eric DaCosta. I do wonder what they're talking about, because Harbaugh, that was a week ago, and they're still conducting interviews. So Harbaugh obviously is the big name in this coaching cycle. after 18 years in Baltimore and winning a Super Bowl, as we all know, over his brother, Super Bowl 47 in New Orleans. That was a long time ago. So they're going to play Super Bowl 60 in a few weeks at Levi's. So we'll see where he goes, whether he wants and gets the New York Giants job, and that would be the one. But there are a few others that may open, like the Green Bay job. What happens to Matt LaFleur? Like the Pittsburgh job. As long as John Harbaugh was in Baltimore, Mike Tomlin was in Pittsburgh longer. He was there 19 years, and he won a Super Bowl his second year there. Mike Tomlin was 36 years old when he won that first Super Bowl, won the AFC a couple of years later. So we're kind of looking at that young, fiery Mike Tomlin, part of Tony Dungy's coaching tree coming from Tampa, and the way he could talk, the way he could articulate the phraseology. The standard is the standard, not American standard, which is what the team has been for a number of years now. So he's never had a losing record. I see a lot of 8-8s and 9-7s and 9-8s, but he's still there. And they've won 10 games the last 3 years. I would think, and the Rooneys do things differently, and the Packers do things differently because they don't have an owner. But they do have a president who is Charmin Carmen's son, Ed Policy. And, 19 years is a long time. Maybe not as long as Bill Cowher or Chuck Noll. I'm not sure how long they last. Long time, obviously, but 19 years is a long time. So I would not be surprised. We'll see. But there are a lot of good coaches that are good. Does Tomlin want another job? Does he want to go into TV? What does he want to do? If Matt LaFleur, and we kind of thought, they lost their playoff game on Saturday night. And I love Matt LaFleur. You look at his start to his coaching career, the only one that's been better is George Seifert.
Yeah.
I mean, George Seifert took over Bill Walsh's team after Bill retired after the 88 Super Bowl win against Cincinnati, and the 89 team, the 90 team. I mean, the one-loss record was just amazing. The Roger Craig fumble game stopped what could have been one of the great runs, and it was. But Matt LaFleur was right there. Matt LaFleur was 13-3 every year, or he went 13-4. They just couldn't win playoff games, get over the hump. So we'll see if he gets an extension or the opposite occurs and he moves on. I do think his resume is a little soiled after Saturday night. To blow that 21-3 lead at halftime, McManus did not have a good game. He missed a field goal late, extra point, another field goal. Gnarly conditions, obviously. They were up 21-6 in the fourth quarter. It was one of the biggest collapses in playoff history. I think it was. The Bears scored 25 points in the fourth quarter alone. And their mismanagement, misalignment, calling one timeout, coming out of that timeout and taking a delay a game when you were trying to call a timeout. You're not allowed to call back-to-back timeouts, Joe Gibbs. He did that after he came out of retirement as a Hall of Famer. So not a good time to be Matt LaFleur, but it is a good time to be Matt LaFleur. So to Aaron's point, what happens to Mike Tomlin, Matt LaFleur? He omitted Mike McCarthy, who was out there to be hired. We'll see where he goes. I mean, the Dallas offense was pretty good when he was there. And then all the different assistant coaches that are available, Jesse Minter with the Chargers losing. Do you want to go that route? Former head coaches that are ready to be recycled. We talk about Robert Saleh a lot, but Raheem Morris is out there, a great defensive mind as well. Cliff Kingsbury on the offensive side. Kevin Stefanski on the offensive side. You've got Brian Flores, who's a great defensive mind, had a chance in Miami. And then, Don Shula's grandson, Chris Shula. We have news here?
After a historic 19-season run in Pittsburgh, Mike Tomlin just informed the team that he is going to step down as the Steelers head coach.
Wow, this happened right now.
Yeah.
Right as the NFL Network is listening to Stephen Bisciotti's come-over. So not surprised. So he's leaving on his own. We'll see, how much of that. And now, they got the Rooneys run that team and have forever and ever, the family. But Kevin Colbert was their GM for damn near as long as Tomlin was there. And then you move into Omar Khan, who does things a little bit differently. So now you're telling me the Pittsburgh Steelers job is open. That doesn't happen very often. You have to go back to the late 60s when Chuck Noll got that job. John Madden went to the Raiders. Chuck Noll went to the Steelers. It changed football, obviously, for the remainder of the 60s, the 70s. The chin came in with Bill Cowher. They got away from, the steel curtain four-man front. Changed football with their 34 defense. Teams were already doing it, obviously, but the Steelers went to those two up outside linebackers and ran with that forever and was able to get Bill Cowher a Super Bowl. Had some heartbreaking losses along the way. And then you went to Mike Tomlin's 19 years and a Super Bowl, as we detailed right away. And then, the AFC champions a couple of years later. So now what does Mike Tomlin do? Does he go get one of these other jobs? Does Stephen Bisciotti at his press conference say, we are hiring Mike Tomlin? That would be the evil empire. Could you imagine hiring the Steelers coach to coach the Baltimore Ravens? That's probably not happening. Does he go into TV? Does he change?
I feel like Harbaugh, I would expect to go and take a job.
Harbaugh?
Yeah. But Mike
More than Tomlin?
Tomlin, I could see just taking the TV money because I know he'd be great on it.
Oh, you're saying Tomlin go to TV?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, he'll be. And I thought Shaquille O'Neal, there have been a couple of guys that I thought, when they go into TV, they're going to change TV forever. Shaq was better, doing his bit by his locker.
Yeah.
Or when he got on TV, it's like he can't start it. He doesn't say a whole lot. People love him, so I shouldn't say
got more championships than you, Chuck.
I mean, all that. But you would think Mike Tomlin, so articulate as a coach. I mean, that's what he did. We were getting on Sirianni. What does he actually do? What does Mike Tomlin actually do? He doesn't call offensive plays. His pedigree is the defensive side of the ball. LeBeau ran their defense forever there, Dick LeBeau, the Hall of Famer. And, I'm sure he had impact on it. But during the games, he kind of managed the game overall. Does he want to go into normally when you have a name like Mike Tomlin, you want to see his face to identify who it is. So you want him in the studio to see him. Does he want to do games? Does he want to do a role where he does both? I don't know. A little like, J.J. Watt. J.J. started in the studio and then became a really good game analyst this year with Iron Eagle, with Charles Davis ultimately making the move to college football. So, wow. After 19 years, Jeremy Fowler is reporting Mike Tomlin is stepping down as the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. So, does he go into TV? Is TV money? I mean, Mike Florio's been saying there's TV money already out there for him. I mean, if Kirk Herbstreit could make $15 to $20 million a game doing the NFL, $15, $20 million a year, not a game, what kind of money are we talking about with Mike Tomlin? He may, that market has grown insane with Tony Romo and what they're paying NFL analysts. What are we talking about to hire Mike Tomlin, either as a game analyst or a studio analyst? And I think Jay Glazer was hinting at this over the weekend. So would he go to Fox? Would they usher out maybe the greatest Pittsburgh Steeler player, Terry Bradshaw, out of the studio and bring Mike? That show's got to get younger. It's got to get more lively. I mean, Terry's just his best days are behind. Maybe you put them together. That's a little Pittsburgh-centric there. But does he go studio? Does he become a game analyst? Which network would it be? Or does he go coach somewhere else after 19 years in Pittsburgh?
I would be pretty surprised if he found his way to a coaching job immediately. Now, does that mean he could go back into it at some point? Sure. But the money, to your point, the money that these guys are getting on the TV side of it, I could see Mike Tomlin not only taking that money as a no-brainer, but he would be great as a studio analyst or on TV in whatever capacity he would want to do. So, look, 19 years, it's incredible. But I do understand why in this case it felt like it was time. Mike Tomlin is an all-time underdog coach. He finds a way to win with underwhelming rosters. But I can get that at a certain point, it's just sort of plateaued. And the non-losing season streak, yeah, that's a pretty cool fun fact. But if you're a Steelers fan, it must get old at a certain point after the last 7 to 10 seasons. And look, now you've seen a surge of offensive coaches take over this league and immediately turn their teams around, even win Super Bowls. And the Steelers now have 7 consecutive playoff losses. Mike Tomlin hasn't won a playoff game since the Obama administration. And so
2016.
Yeah, great coach. One of the all-timers in terms of underdogs. Monday Night Football statistics are off the charts, but I can see how at a certain point of just being a 10-7 team, getting in as the wild card, now with the addition of the 7 seed, maybe it felt like it was time for something different.
And last night when the game was ending, they obviously had the cameras on Aaron Rodgers and Mike Tomlin, more so on Aaron Rodgers. And there's no doubt Aaron Rodgers is a first ballot Hall of Famer. He's won 4 NFL MVPs, and he's one of the greatest pure throwers of the football. His team was always good in the regular season. The numbers are there. He's one of the best quarterbacks that's ever played. So he, undeniably, if he does retire, and last night's pick 6 was the last ball he ever threw, 5 years from now he will be canonized. But to say, and I did hear it, that Mike Tomlin is also a first ballot. Oh, what? Come on. How many ballots has Mike Shanahan been on?
Right.
Mike has won 2 Super Bowls as a head coach, also one as an assistant coach. George Seifert is not in the Hall of Fame. He won 2 as a head coach and 3 running the Geniuses defense as a defensive coordinator. Tom Flores had to wait forever to get into the Hall of Fame at the point he got in, and thankfully it was before he passed away, but that wasn't Tom's A game, as far as speech making. He had lost a lot, so I wish a younger man would have given that speech. So Mike Tomlin, it to me is a borderline even Hall of Famer when you look at the fact that he lasted 19 years, and that's where you get 193 wins. That is impressive. But there are a lot of coaches that are waiting still to get into the Hall of Fame. If we made a list of all the head coaches in the NFL that won a Super Bowl that are not in the Hall, we just had Mike Holmgren on. We'll probably have him on it this week at some point, one of the shows. 49ers Seahawks. Who do you think of? Mike Holmgren. Mike Holmgren's not in the Hall of Fame. Cowher did make it. That was part of that push where they put a lot of former head coaches in one after the other. Marv Levy made the Hall of Fame, never won a Super Bowl, but he did go to 4 in a row, and he's a great guy. So I think, Tomlin certainly is not a first ballot Hall of Famer. There's no chance in that happening, and I do wonder how long he will have to wait to be in the Hall because there are better coaches, and you judge them in all different ways. Better coaches as far as won-loss record, whether they ran one side of the ball or other, that are still multiple Super Bowl winning head coaches that are still waiting to be canonized. So Mike Tomlin is not a first ballot Hall of Famer. We'll see if he makes the Hall of Fame ever.
I got to laugh just looking at the screen. Pittsburgh's going to hire their 4th coach since 1969. I was just talking to Marcus out there, notorious Raiders fan. He was born in 1992. They're getting ready for the 19th head coach in his lifetime. What a contrast right there between those two. By the way, like the Ravens, would the Steelers want to go defensive coach after a near 2-decade run of having one? I don't know. But would Robert Saleh be an option to take the Pittsburgh job? That's another one of those where I'm thinking, it's a team that functions well. You don't have a dysfunctional situation like the New York Jets. Saleh knows that if you want to go and get a second head coaching opportunity after the first one went up in flames, he should and has to be judicious. Now the Ravens is open. The Steelers is open. Is this the year for him to pounce on one of those jobs? We will be monitoring that situation as well as we move forward with this. So Tracy Sandler joining us at 11:30. Mike Tomlin, after 19 seasons, is stepping down as the Steelers head coach. And we got a lot of craze going on with the coaching cycle. But one thing's for sure, we'll hear from your head coach, Kyle Shanahan, coming up at noon, and we'll carry that live. It's all coming up on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The divisional round is set for the NFL playoffs. The Niners will square off in Seattle against the Seahawks on Saturday at 5 p.m. 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan speaks to the media today for his weekly presser. And you could hear that live at noon here on the Sports Leader.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
Steve Moskowitz here to give you the best finance tips. That means looking ahead and staying responsible. So, Steve, it's a common question. If you're someone out there who can't pay your taxes, what do you do to handle that situation?
You call us. We have a free consultation. There's so many good options. Most people don't realize that there's a lot of ways to handle it. There's so many good solutions. We've been doing this for a long time. We're super familiar with all of it. We have a free, comprehensive consultation. We'll explain everything to you. We'll listen to you. We know you got to feed the kids. And then if you want us to, we'll go to the IRS for you. You don't have to talk to them, deal with them, have anything to do with them. We do the whole job. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone and say, "Hey, Steve, get me out of this mess."
That's all you got to do. Pick up the phone and call 1-888-TAX-DEAL, and Steve Moskowitz can help you if you can't pay your taxes. Again, that's 1-888-TAXDEAL, or you can go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Back on the leader for your Tuesday, it is Papa and Silver. 808 KNBR is your number. We're about 40 minutes away from hearing from Kyle Shanahan. We're about 10 minutes away from hearing from Tracy Sandler, who is going to have a lot of questions. Surely it's a short week, and man, third time in 4 weeks. I'm glad that, generally speaking, we have a good routine here at the station, and during the baseball season, it's often Wednesdays when we have the short shows. You get the day games for the Giants. It kind of makes it kind of all flow in a nice way. For the football season lately, though, Tuesday is Wednesday, Wednesday is Thursday, Friday is Saturday, and so, today's installation, and we're already turning around quickly. So while we celebrated that Eagles win yesterday on the air and we had Todd Husak in, it's all eyes towards Seattle, and on top of that, the NFL as a whole making some noise. Big news about 10 minutes ago. Mike Tomlin stepping down as the Steelers head coach after 19 seasons.
And now there are 9 jobs available. And to make this truncated week, and when you play a road game in the NFL on a Sunday night and then have to play a road game in the NFL on a Saturday night, it is hard. And that's in the regular season. To do it in the playoffs is really hard. But it is a common opponent. You just face Seattle at the end of the year, and you know them well. But still, you got to get ready, and you got to go out and practice. And Kyle will meet the media around noon, and then it's on the field. It's installation day. He's telling his team what they have to do to bounce back and what changes they're going to make from the matchup with Seattle exactly a fortnight earlier. And then we get into Robert Saleh. And one thing I want to hear from Tracy, there's the New York Giants job is available. And I know they haven't had success in recent years or the last decade. They are the New York Football Giants. They are not the New York Jets. Totally different. The ownership is different there than the Jets. That job is open for Robert Saleh. The Pittsburgh Steelers job is open. Now, they don't have a quarterback in Pittsburgh, and the one they do have, he knows well. He's not walking back into the magical mystery tour that is ayahuasca. He's not doing that again. So what would happen there? There's some other job. The Baltimore Ravens. These are jobs that have not been open for essentially 2 decades. And then the Green Bay Packer job may open because his friend, best man in their weddings, does not re-sign with that policy. But Saleh come in, he can interview now via Zoom or whatever he wants to do. So it's really a busy week for him. So I do want to find out from Tracy what this week is going to look like for Robert Saleh. But really, I want to get the right word to categorize the headwear that Saleh had under it. Was that a chapeau? Was he a Frenchman during the game? What was the hat? That was not like everybody else's wool hat that Kyle had on. I got like 6 of those in my trunk. I got one here in my bag. It wasn't one of those. What exactly was Saleh wearing to beat the Philadelphia Eagles on Sunday? Was that a Frenchman chapeau? Was that something I do not know of? What exactly was the headgear?
Well, Tracy Sandler is going to be able to answer that question better than me, but I think if they were playing Minnesota, he'd have to go full raspberry beret.
Prince, without a doubt. But they weren't playing Minnesota.
Nah, so
they were
save
playing
it for the next
Eagles.
time.
It was a little midnight black like Philadelphia wears, but he looked like a French Salah to me. And he went chapeau. We got to ask Tracy what that was. And the headgear that he's been calling plays to hold that team to 19 points is certainly going to get him a job. Which one of these jobs would you walk in and replace Mike Tomlin in Pittsburgh? Or you walk in and replace John Harbaugh in Baltimore? The thing is, you noted, Noel, Cowher, Tomlin. They've had 3 head coaches since the late 60s. Does that mean I'm going to coach here for 60 years? They'll never fire me? Or is this, what am I walking into? So there's some blue blood jobs that are available. How do you attack this week if you're Robert Saleh?
It's the closest thing to a Supreme Court contract is the Pittsburgh Steelers head coaching job here in the NFL. So we'll talk to Tracy Sandler when we come on back. Then we'll hear from Kyle Shanahan, and we can take your calls, text, chat all throughout now to 2 o'clock. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
And we are back to it. We do it every Tuesday. Normally it's at 11:50, then we went 12:50, but we're going 11:30 with the ultra flexible Tracy Sandler. You can hear her on our 49ers pre and post games. And of course, the CEO and founder of the Fangirl Sports Network joins us on the UMA guest line. All right, Tracy, so we weren't sure when we last left off if this was going to be a 49er funeral segment or if they were going to be continuing to march on. But even with Kittle going down, even with that defending champion Philadelphia Eagles and Vic Fangio and the defense, Kyle Shanahan, Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, Jawan Jennings, man, this crew just continues to find a way.
Yes, they do, and it was a very impressive win in a tough environment. That Eagles offense has been advertised all season long, and it's a true disappointment to Eagles fans, I'll tell you that. But Kyle Shanahan did an incredible job coaching that game. Nick Sirianni was outcoached in ways, honestly, I don't think I've ever seen before, and now they're on to Seattle.
Without a doubt, and we'll see what the fallout is there with A.J. Brown and a few of their coaches, in particular Kevin Petula. But a couple of things. The weather, Tim Ryan was talking this morning about the wind in Cleveland that Sunday after Thanksgiving, and he thought the wind was whipping much more fiercely for essentially a night game in Philadelphia, where the game in Cleveland in late November was a day game. So the weather and how that played a factor in it. And then you've been there. I remember the Green Bay game, obviously, when Jordan Willis had the block punt against Bjorkes and the scoop and score that was pulled off there by Talanoa Hufanga. Where do you rank this game as far as road playoff wins that Kyle Shanahan has had in his career?
I mean, I would rank it pretty high up because of the circumstances, really. I mean, it's a defense, many of whom were third and fourth stringers. They did not have one healthy linebacker that had been starting when the season began. I mean, their two starting linebackers weren't on this team in late November. And so I think for the 49ers to come in against the defending Super Bowl champs, no matter the struggles they've had this year, they're still a defending champs. It was still Saquon Barkley, still A.J. Brown, and come in and really stop them on offense. And then for the play calling for the 49ers on offense to just against that defense and to have two turnovers. I mean, the 49ers had two interceptions. The Eagles had none, and they still won that game. And that was play calling and execution. So I would put this one really, really high, a lot because of the circumstances that surrounded it.
Tracy, we've been talking a lot about Robert Saleh the last half hour because Mike Tomlin just stepped down as the Steelers head coach, and more head coaching jobs are continuing to open. We're up to 10 now with Green Bay still up in the air here. So as far as Saleh and focusing on what he's doing in the present, what did the defense do in Philadelphia that you necessarily weren't expecting or hadn't seen before, even with everything that they've overcome this season?
You know, I think the corners played a lot better and made it very difficult. I think they made it very difficult on Jalen Hurts in the passing game. They really, the Eagles had a fair amount of rushing yards, but they did what they needed to do to stop them, and they stopped them from scoring points, and they held them to field goals, and it was impressive. I mean, it just was a very impressive thing. I just felt that was my concern with this game. At the end of the day, could this defense stop the run? Those very talented wide receivers, could they hold them? Could they make the passing game difficult for Jalen Hurts? And they did all of those things. I mean, when this game began, Dallas Goedert looked like he was going to be the key to everything, and he was going to be the toughest one to defend, and he was. But at a certain point, they were kind of able to shut him down too. So it was a very impressive performance. And as I think about this defense in the last several games, they always make the big stop when they had to. I think they played actually pretty well on Sunday throughout the game, but they've always made the big stop when they've had to, except, of course, for the Seattle game. But even in the Seattle game, I mean, Seahawks only scored 13 points, and I know they went for it on a fourth down play that was not good. They missed a couple field goals, but still, they only scored 13 points. So generally, as I look at this defense over the last several games, I think they're actually playing a lot better than advertised, if that makes sense.
Without a doubt. And the goal was to keep Philadelphia under 20, and they got a missed extra point from Jake Elliott, and they kept him to 19. So you would say Robert Saleh, he is no slouch, even though his hat, I'm trying to figure out what the chapeau he was wearing on Sunday, and I think the research, he wore it as the head coach of the New York Jets. It is called a slouchy. is what it's called.
A
It's got a
slouchy.
little chapeau look in the back, but
I like
again,
that.
the big thing, it's a beanie with no pom-pom. So give me
I see.
See, that's the slouchy. So give me Tracy's take on the slouchy that saw the war. And then what are we looking at this week? Because last week, getting ready for the wild card, he was not allowed to interview for any of these openings. There are 9 now, including a job that hasn't been open in 2 decades in Pittsburgh.
Right.
Baltimore, 18 years. The New York Giants job is open. Miami's is open. We got a lot of interesting jobs that are open. As he puts on his slouchy and he goes between D.C. and the Niners trying to figure out a way to stop Seattle's running game and Sam Darnold versus a guy interviewing to be an HC, what does this week look like? And do the Niners lose Robert Slouchy Salah at some point this offseason?
Well, on the slouchy, I think it's a good look for Saleh. I'm a pom-pom on a beanie girl myself, but I can understand why Robert Saleh decided not to go with the pom-pom. So that's that. Maybe it's a magic slouchy. He should wear it again this week. I think this is my feeling on this with the interviews, and I think we saw it with D'Amico Ryans years ago. These guys are professionals. They know how to focus on what they need to focus on and multitask in that way. And he wants a head coaching job. I'm sure there are a lot of very attractive options open. He will be busy with interviews this week, but he also knows he has a job to do this week in beating Seattle and in, like you said, stopping the running game and stopping Sam Darnold. So I'm not concerned about a split focus affecting him or how the defense plays. And I'd like to go on record right now. No matter what happens Sunday, fans, they are not going to lose the game because Robert Saleh was doing head coaching interviews. If they lose the game, it's going to be because Seattle's a better team. But I just want to go on record and say that now because you know that if it's a tough day, people are going to say it's because Saleh was interviewing, and it certainly was not. He knows how to do this. He's done it before. We've seen many coaches do it before, so I'm not concerned that that's going to be a problem. Plus, he has a magic slouchy.
Well, also,
what else do you need?
I think Seattle's offensive coordinator, Clay's older brother, Clint Kubiak, he's up for head coaching jobs. Is he not interviewing for jobs this week, or did he get him out of the way last week? We could have the DC of the Niners interviewing right now and the Seattle OC interviewing as well.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know if he's interviewing this week, so that I cannot promise you one way or the other. But this is part of the process, and people go through it every year, and I don't think it's why teams lose games or win games for that matter.
Talking to Tracy Sandler here, a few more minutes, and she is sponsored by TimberTech Decking and Railing, #1 in premium decking. Order free samples at timbertech.com. So we know that in any moment you're going to get taken away to the podium where we will wait for Kyle Shanahan. As far as Ricky Pearsall and the 2 matchups against Seattle, I would argue that his Week 18 impact was felt almost as much as his Week 1 impact because Week 1, we saw what it was like when he was out there breaking 100 yards, and then Week 18, we saw just how hard it was to crack that defense with no Ricky Pearsall and what he brings. What are you hoping to learn today about Pearsall beyond just his practice designation?
I think hoping to learn today how good a shot does he have, and honestly, how close. We talked a little bit about it with Carson on Sunday after the game, but truly, how close is he this Sunday? If he did travel with the team, and does he feel like he will be available on Saturday? I think that's a big thing. I actually feel like he might be. I think I said on this show last week I would have been surprised if he was available for this game against the Eagles. I think I said I'd be more surprised if he played than Trent. But hope to get a little more information today also on how bad was the re-aggravation of that injury. I mean, is this a situation, he missed several games, 6 games with that injury the first time. Are we looking at that? Or is he close enough that they feel that they can have him play on Saturday even on a short week? But I hope to get a little more clarity on that because that is a big one, and that is going to matter. I mean, this is a game against a team. Yes, the Eagles are the defending champs. It's a tough place to play, but the Eagles are certainly not playing at their best. They haven't been all season. They're not the complete team that the Seattle Seahawks are. This is a game where they're going to need everybody who potentially can't play to play. So it'll be good to get a little bit of clarity on Pearsall. It'll be good to get clarity on the winners. With Gifford, there's a lot of names we're hoping to get clarity on today.
Yeah, I mean, obviously DeMarcus Robinson balled out, and Juwan had one of the great plays in the history of the franchise, and he always gives you everything.
Yes.
But run, Ricky, run would certainly help to uncover against their great corners, and they've got them all, from Josh Jobs to Reek Woolen, and obviously Devin Witherspoon in the slot is one of the best in football. You mentioned the other 2, and I think they're significant. D. Winters, with an ankle. And I know he tried pregame before the game in Philadelphia on Sunday and just could not go. Now, if he can't, then Garrett Wallow played well. D's a better player. But you'd like to have D there next to, obviously, Eric Kendricks, the way he balled out. And then that way, it also allows Garrett Wallow to go back and play more special teams and play more effectively, which also leads to Luke Gifford. So in an ideal world, D. Winters gets over the ankle. Luke Gifford gets over the quadriceps, and then you allow Gifford and Wallow to take their spot, and because they did not play as well on special teams. The wind was a factor in Philly, but Jim Harbaugh's son, Jay Harbaugh, does run Seattle's special teams. They've been good forever, even when Pete was there, but they're really good this year. So what do you think about D. Winters being able to get over the ankle? And that was a bad injury. He got stepped on, in that game against Seattle by Josh Jones, their left tackle, and likewise Luke Gifford with the quadriceps injury, Trace.
I think D. Winters, for all the reasons you just mentioned, is a huge key to the 49ers being competitive and potentially winning this game for all the things you just mentioned. And this is something that I try to tell fans a lot. When one person goes out, it doesn't just affect that position. It affects a variety of positions. And you did a really good job of just detailing that. So I think the D. Winters part of it is huge. Can he go on Saturday night? And I think that's going to be as important to find out today as Ricky Pearsall, like I said. And I would be, we'll get a little bit more clarity today from Kyle. I would imagine that if there's even a modicum of a chance that D. Winters can play, he's going to play. It's just these ankle injuries, as we know, are very tough. They're tricky. They're tricky like calves. And so we'll see if he can do it. And then in terms of Luke Gifford, you are correct with the quadricep injury. They need him on special teams. So those are two huge injuries. And I know a lot of the focus is on Ricky, but those two, I'm not going to say they're more important, but those two are huge in stopping the run game. I mean, Seattle just gashed them a couple of weeks ago. And you're going to need D. Winters in there to try to stop that. Next to Eric Kendricks, I think they can be a great duo, but you need D. And like you said, it opens things up on special teams. And you're right, they did not play as well on special teams. And Seattle has a great special teams. And I mean, I'm partial to Jay Harbaugh because of Jim Harbaugh, but he's done an incredible job with them. And these are those factors in games like this that make the difference between wins and losses. And it's the things that people maybe don't think about as much, but those are the details that will make a difference at the end of the day.
Tracy, my last one for you, and then I know you got to get over to the podium. Do you think Trent Williams will practice today? Because he never really does on Wednesdays, but he's also dealing with a first-time injury and made it through the game okay. So I don't know if it's going to be better for him to get some light reps and not overdo the rest and stretching and recovery and all that, or if you expect it to be his normal schedule where he just takes Wednesday as a vet day and then gets back out there Thursday and ready to go on Friday.
I think it'll be his normal schedule, especially on a short week. There's no reason at this point in his career and at this point in the season to mess around with that. So I would imagine it will be his normal schedule.
Yeah, okay. That's kind of what I was thinking too, but I was like, new kind of hamstring injury, short week, and this team will take every bit of football strength and bodies that they can get out there with the way it's gone. So they're still doing it. They're chugging along, and they got a chance to pull off one of the great upsets in franchise history if they can continue this road mojo. So have fun there at the podium. Enjoy practice, and we'll talk to you all throughout the week as we get ready for this game, and we'll catch up with you on the air next Tuesday.
Sounds good, guys. Have a great day.
Thank you, Tracy.
Tracy Sandler of the Fangirl Sports Network, CEO and founder, and, of course, a member of our team here at The Sports Leader. So Kyle Shanahan's going to get ready to talk in about 15 minutes. Should learn more about all of the names that we just mentioned, a D. Winters, a Luke Gifford, see how Keon White and Trent Williams are doing after playing through their injuries and everything. So, and then, of course, there's Ricky Pearsall. What is going to happen with him after he's been in and out with that injury and the PCL? From the moment it happened in the Jacksonville game, he just hasn't been able to get quite right. Will he be able to give it a go on Saturday night after he was not able to face the Seahawks just 2 weeks ago? It's Papa and Silver. 808 KNBR is the number on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Soldier boy, tell me.
What, Danny Dunn, what are you doing here? Oh, I think that's the cue to call. You can kiss Danny Dunn through the phone. That's right. Our contest giveaway is happening today, tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday. Courtesy of a little Soldier Boy, but that's not who you're going to see. You're going to go see Five Finger Death Punch. That's going to be October the 16th. At least
Five Finger discount.
Exactly. And so be caller number 10 right now to 415-896-KNBR. That's 415-896-5627. Pardon me. That's September the 16th at the Shoreline Amphitheater. And all you got to do is just be lucky caller number 10, but make sure you give Danny Dunn a kiss through the phone. 678-999-821. Oh, sorry, wrong number. 415-896-KNBR. And while we let Danny take care of that contest winner, we're going to hear from our head coach coming up in a bit, Kyle Shanahan. So we had Joe Buck on the show before the Monday Night Football game recently ahead of Indianapolis. Brock Purdy on Monday Night Football against the Panthers did not fare so well in the first half. Brock Purdy on Monday Night Football against the Indianapolis Colts was a full-on machine. Here's what Buck had to say on ESPN Radio about Kyle Shanahan and why I want to revisit how this is not just a great local story. Nationally across the NFL, people are paying a lot of attention to it.
They haven't blinked. I mean, when you lose Fred Warner, who's going to the Hall of Fame, you lose Nick Bosa, Ayuk doesn't show up. They lost Kittle 5 games early in the year. They lost him late in the year, and now he's out after yesterday. It just goes on and on. They didn't have Brock Purdy for 8 games, and he coached Mac Jones to a 5-3 record, kept them afloat, and then they got hot at the end of the year when Purdy came back. I think it's the coach of the year kind of stuff that he just keeps doing. And I know there are other candidates, obviously Vrabel in New England and what he and they have done, Ben Johnson in Chicago, Liam Cohen, although that came to a crashing halt yesterday. I just think what Kyle Shanahan has done has been remarkable.
And like I'm saying, people are paying attention to it all across the NFL right now. Whether he wins Coach of the Year or not, who knows? And frankly, if you're Shanahan, who cares, even though he's been deserving of that award before. Didn't get it when you had the classic Coach of the Year rise to prominence there in 2019. But in terms of doing more with less, I know that the Packers 2010 season, when they ultimately won the Super Bowl, had more players on IR than anybody else in the league. That always goes down as one of the great overcomings. But they got into the playoffs late, and then they went all the way as the 6th seed back when there were only 6 teams per conference. That said, I can't remember with the Green Bay Packers this many of their key players going down. With the 49ers, we're talking about wide receiver 1, who hasn't played a snap at all this season. We're talking about your next wide receiver 1 in Ricky Pearsall missing half the year, Brock Purdy missing half the year, George Kittle missing a chunk, and now going to be out this entire offseason. The list goes up and down, and really, outside of Christian McCaffrey, you haven't really had a lot of constants as far as your key players. But with Kyle Shanahan, the AFC had this quick rise to prominence where people thought the Super Bowl winning teams were going to come from there because of the quarterbacks. Allen, Burrow, Lamar, Mahomes. We'll see if Stroud or Herbert end up breaking through at some point. The NFC, they're competitive because of the coaches that they have. So Kyle Shanahan is a much better head coach than Nick Sirianni, who he just took down. But if they continue to move forward, well, your head coaching matchups for the rest of the year, you got Mike McDonald, who has had your number in a good handful of games. Then you got to deal with either Sean McVay or Ben Johnson. And then who knows what ultimately comes out of the AFC in that. But, yeah, you need a great head coach if you want a shot with this. And the crazy thing about Shanahan is he's proven time and time again, for people want to talk about, oh, he couldn't hold a lead in the Super Bowl or his teams can't come from behind. Yeah, well, as far as going on the road and doing it the hard way, when he says we got to embrace the S out of it, it's not just some blanket statement. There's a history of doing it.
Yeah, they're loving up on him now, but let's see how he does in Seattle and then L.A. or Chicago. It is what it is. And Nick Sirianni has won a Super Bowl, and he was in another one. So we can think what you want about him. He does have something Kyle covets. The bottom line is Kyle Shanahan is the leader of an excellent coaching staff, up and down. And I know Kyle's the main guy. They put the camera on him a time, but the guy with the slouchy on. And Jeff Gilbert, by the way, did not issue that from the 49ers ops, when they travel on the road. So that Saleh brought that from home, this slouchy. And he did wear that to coach the New York Jets. It just looks better on him with the 49ers. But Saleh controlling the defense, Brant Boyer, all the assistant coaches, we've gone on and on about that. But we've talked a lot about, again, the talking point are all the Niners that can't play. Kyle's going to coach the guys that can. And we know who's not playing. We'll find out more about when he opens the press conference in a couple of minutes here, 3 minutes. He'll be a little bit late. It's a busy schedule. They're going to be on the field this afternoon, and they just got back. The big one will be Ricky Pearsall, and we delineated with Tracy about the importance of getting D winners and also Luke Gifford back and helping special teams. I don't expect. There's no way Trent Williams is practicing. Did they even finish the game in Philadelphia yet? It was like an hour ago. He's not practicing today. I don't think Christian McCaffrey will practice today. There may be a couple of others that take the day off. Tomorrow's the big day. Thursday on the football schedule, Wednesday on the Gregorian calendar when you get ready for a Saturday game. They'll be ready. They know how to. You got to manage your body. You got to get sleep. You got to recover. The other side of it is this opponent, and it will be exactly Saturday night is January 17th. The Niners just saw this team January the 3rd. So that is odd. I do recall the 2021 year, the last game of the year against the LA Rams was January the 9th. And the Niners had to win that game to hold off New Orleans and Sean Payton to make the playoffs. They were down 17-0. The comeback, Ambry Thomas with the interception of Stafford, and the Niners made the playoffs. That was January the 9th. It was also the day that Klay Thompson came back from the horrific ACL Achilles injury to play that Sunday night game, and Draymond got hurt in the layup line with a calf that became a sciatica. In any event, that was Jan 9 that year. They played the LA Rams exactly 3 weeks later in something called the NFC Championship game and controlled that game. They didn't fall behind 17-0. They went to the fourth quarter with the lead. George Kittle scored a touchdown, his first ever in the playoffs, and then first play of the fourth quarter, Cooper Kupp, shook K1, and it was on. And then, Aaron Donald, and they sack on Jimmy, and the Rams wound up coming back to win. So this whole Seattle series matchup, season matchup with them has been weird. You played them week 1 in Seattle. You don't play them again until week 18. 17 on your schedule with a bye week in there, the last game of the year. So how often do you play a team the first game of the year and the last game of the year? That's unusual. They changed a lot from week 1, and so did the Niners, to week 18. And then to come back and play them, the Niners have played a game, and what a game it was, physically grueling game, but they took care of Philadelphia. Seattle's not played a game. It seems like lifetimes ago. It's going to be 2 weeks on the calendar. That's all it is from when Seattle came into Levi's, and it was 13-3, but it felt a lot more. So, and then we'll find out about Fred Warner. Kyle said we are not going to open his window this week. Now, that could change. And it's based on markers. They put catapult under their shoulder pads for practice, and it's a GPS tracking system. There are different ones you use. The bottom line is Dustin Little, Dustin Perry, the performance staff, Dr. McAdams, everybody there, Sags. There's just markers that Fred has got to hit, whether it's running fast or whatever they gauge, that he's back physically to be able to do that.
And so I take it there's nothing involved with contact, right? It's just all physical workouts.
He's not going to hit anybody until it's time to. They don't even hit anybody in practice, so that's not going to happen. He's coming. It's the ankle, the functionality of the ankle. That was a gruesome injury, and we saw some of those over the weekend in the NFL that were bad, not as bad as Fred's. That was a major injury. So it's, can he run fast, straight ahead? Can he go laterally? Can he backpedal? There are things they use to quantify what your eyes tell you, and Fred looks pretty agile there. I thought it would be this week. He was pointing towards that. When you talk to people that are in the building every day, it's the championship game. Kyle said that before. So, but if Fred hits markers at some point this week, or already has, where the performance staff and Dr. McAdams and the ownership, this is Fred Warner we're talking about, John, and they're comfortable doing it, because Fred's going to push to play if he feels like his body can do it. So that would be the big one. But so much has been made of. Kyle Shanahan's a great football coach. He's gotten better. The way he manages a game, the way he calls offense to impact defense and special teams, the way he goes on the road and changes things with the wind. All of a sudden, we're gonna run that Sky Bang play. I'd like to call it Sky Rizzy, where you get it to Sky Moore and it's a reverse to Juwan. You did that the first play of the fourth quarter where it's going downwind, not into the wind. And it's still a hell of a throw. What a play that was. Tim Ryan was saying they practiced that play in the practice field over and over and over and over again. But to actually execute it the first play of the fourth quarter in a playoff game, wow. That is wild to do that in a wild card, have it done so well. So it's so you can dream these plays up, but you guys got to go out and execute it, set it up, the whole thing. Kyle is a brilliant designer of offense. He's a brilliant caller of offense. He set that play up by running a Sky Moore jet sweep at the end of the third quarter, going the other direction on the field and the other direction as well on where he was going. He went left to right on that. That was a return motion going to the left and then to Juwan. It's just brilliant coaching. Then you have to be able to get your players to execute it. And then you have to get Robert Saleh to run the defense to the level he does, and Brant Boyer, the special teams, and overcome all odds. And next man up, it's a culture with John Lynch. So I wish they would just say, the guys the Niners throw out there to play the games are actually good football players, and not, well, Nick Bosa won't play today. Fred Warner won't play today. Brandon Ayuk, well, they're long gone. So I understand why it's done, and I do it myself when I do a game. But these guys concentrate on who, not who will not. And that's why they win. And he'll go through the whole list today, and we'll see. And we'll fixate on D. Winters and Ricky Pearsall. Guess what? They didn't play in Philadelphia, and the Niners still won the game. And the guys that played in their spots, it's not like hockey where you have an injury and then you put the guy in the penalty box and you got to kill a penalty and you're 4-on-5 or 10 versus 11. You still put a play. Demarcus Robinson had a great game in the spot where Ricky had been. Juwan Jennings has taken over as your number one wide receiver. Brandon Ayuk is long gone. Likewise for Debo. You don't have Fred Warner, but you got Eric Kendricks. I do wonder if Fred wants to play. What do you do with Eric Kendricks and D. Winters? How do you line them all? Kendricks has got to play in some regard. He fits here. He's a brainiac like all of them. He could be on the coaching staff and help Johnny Holland and KJ Wright. And KJ was working hard to get him there. So I understand, but I wish they would just say, Kyle's a good coach because he coaches the players he has and not the players he does not have. But that's just human nature. We all do that. And we would like to get Fred Warner back. But when Fred does come back, you'd like him to play as well as Eric Kendricks. Can he do that coming back from that injury? But I think we're getting pretty close to hearing from Kyle Shanahan as he gets ready to play the Seattle Seahawks for the second time in 2 weeks, and this would be a playoff game. I think he's addressing the podium, going to the podium right now.
You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, just getting things sorted on our end technically, and we will carry this Kyle Shanahan press conference for you live. I'm very curious about what we're hearing from, again, there's a lot made of the players that are out, so we know George Kittle's out. We don't need to belabor that. We talked about it yesterday. Jake Tonjes is going to be a big one, not just in terms of what he can do pass catching, and his big famous play of the season happened right there at Lumen Field in the end zone, leaping over Reek Woolen for the touchdown. But how is he going to be able to block? Because we noted Jake Tonjes in blocking and how it was more improved than I would have expected. Now, you're not going to replace Kittle in either regard, but Tonjes has proven that he can step up. And then the other guy in both the run and the pass game is the one I joked about having to morph into a yak bro when everyone went down. That was Kyle Juszczyk. He's someone who is left open a lot. We know his versatility and how elite he is in the run game. But as players started going down, he made himself valuable in the pass game, not just with the 27-yarder and ends up trying to truck Cooper DeJean with his shoulder. He was making catches down near the goal line, and I think it ended with 4 of them. When's the last time he had 4 catches in a game? I don't know, but Juice, again, that's another one of those chess pieces where, yes, of course I look at Tonjes and replacing that void, but because Kittle's the type of player that does so much all around on a football field, I'm looking at multiple pieces and how they can fill that.
And whenever you ask Kyle, like when the Rams come in and they're running 13 personnel and 3 tight ends, his response is, what do you think we do with Kyle Juszczyk? Well, how do you actually code Kyle Juszczyk? Now, they just call him an offensive weapon. He lines up here, there, and everywhere. Technically, he's a fullback. But I think they look at him as much as a tight end as much as they do George Kittle or Luke Farrell or Braden Willis or the guy you're talking about, Jake Tonjes. Where Kyle lines up, sometimes he's in a true eye, sometimes he's in an offset eye, but a lot of times now you'll see him just off the side of the tackle, whether it's McKivitz on the right side or Trent on the left, and he actually turns his body open towards the quarterback. How many guys block that way? Everybody's downhill to block. Kyle Juszczyk opens up his inside leg where he's actually facing the quarterback. Why? Because he's getting ready to go dash on you. He's incredible going dash motion. And Kyle is going to the podium right now. We'll find out about the availability of Ricky Pearsall and D. Winters as he meets the media.
Jair Brown, hamstring won't practice. Luke Gifford, quad won't practice. Pooney, ankle, limited. Keon White, groin, hamstring, limited. Ricky Pearsall, knee, limited. Yetur, knee, limited. Trent, hamstring / vet day. Go ahead.
You said you were hoping this game would be on Sunday, but you thought it would be on Saturday. But if they were cool, they might have done it differently. When you heard it was definitely Saturday, what was your response?
I kind of prepared for that mentally, so it is what it is. Ready to go.
Did you know before they announced it last night, so you could start your daily planning?
Yeah, we found out we were going Saturday after the game Sunday night, after New England won. We didn't find out the time till last night.
You guys had a short week. You had a short week going into week 18 against this team. Are you doing anything differently this week in terms of rest, in terms of practice, in terms of going full speed in any of the practices that you didn't do?
Different than that week, or just?
That week.
I mean, that week we didn't do one thing full speed because it was our third game in 13 days, so it wasn't just that short week. It was the 2 weeks before short weeks also. So doing it this week, I mean, that's what we got to do today. Change the times up. Where we usually bring them in for about 7 hours a day. They're only in for about 3.5. We'll do all walkthrough, nothing full speed. We won't go against each other at all. And then we'll see how it goes. Let's see how guys feel and decide what we want to do tomorrow.
Mac Jones said before the first Rams game that you were aware of the spread and it annoyed you because it was so lopsided. Are you currently aware that the Niners have the worst Super Bowl odds, and does that annoy you too?
No, and I think Mac was just talking. I was just messing with him before the game. I actually I've never taken a spread personally.
That last game against Seattle, you had some success late offensively. Can you build off that, or what were your thoughts on that last part of that game against Seattle?
I mean, nothing happened differently on that one drive. It was just more of, when another team holds the ball for a while, similar to what we did in the first game, how on point you have to be. And whether that's doing better on first and second down, so you avoid as many third downs as we did. But if you don't do that, you got to do good on third down. And I think we converted like one third down in that game up till that point, and I think we got a field goal on that drive. But it's when a team holds the ball that long, if you're not doing the same by moving the chains well or playing at a high level on third down, that's usually how it's going to be.
How impactful is it that you'll have Trent back for this, expectedly for this divisional round, as opposed to the earlier game, the last game of the season when he was out with the hamstring?
Yes, I mean, it's obviously never easier when Trent's not out there. And it was a big challenge not having him out there that game, but I thought for the most part Austin stepped up really well. Was not at all the reason that game ended up the way it was. But it was awesome having Trent back last week, and we're going to really embrace having him back this week.
What is the players at all? Are they coming in late today, or?
Yes, yeah.
You got a feel for your staff, how you feel? Do you feel like still have the effects of the game, or you do feel tired right now, guys around you?
I feel great. I feel showered, fresh. That's why I'm wearing my Crocs. Going to brush my teeth here in a second and get going. I'm just joking. I did that early. I'm not like that, but no, it is what it is. You're like that this time of year. We kind of been in a hole for about 7 months, and once you get to the playoffs, it really doesn't matter. Everyone's into it. So whether they gave us 3 days, 1 day, 8 days, you always have your preferences for common sense reasons. But whenever you get dealt your hand, you're ready to roll.
What time are they reporting the players coming in today?
They came in at 10. Yeah, they came in at 10.
Playing a team twice so quickly just affect the game planning strategy heading into a game.
How do you what?
They affect the game planning when you're playing a team twice within back-to-back games for you.
You'll see when you get to the game, but it's you definitely can't overthink it. But it's also at the same time kind of hard to overthink. Not anything has gone down since the last game. Well, they've got to watch 70 or so plays of whatever we did versus Philly. But we get in late, whatever, and there's one game for us to watch, and that's the one that we all watched last week. So you only can watch that so much. We know each other very well. We played against each other a ton. The schemes, even last time we played, didn't change much on both sides as opposed to week one. So I think both teams got an idea of exactly what to expect. There's always wrinkles and timing and situational when you're going to see that stuff, but it kind of simplifies everything, which usually the playoffs as a whole are kind of that way too.
There's already online talk between.
Nick Martin's cleared through, at least is able to come back now off IR. Was you going to activate him? Or
No, he's still in the protocol. Yeah, still in protocol.
There's already online talk about between your guys and Seahawks players. Would you say that's a positive or a negative thing when guys are kind of smack talking during the week online?
Like them personally?
Like one player already commented on Fred Warner's Instagram, the road ends here, brother, and there was stuff after week 18 with Kenneth Walker and Jason and Demo.
Yeah, I think that's all like wrestling, I guess. Just fake entertainment. And if it distracts someone or gets them out of preparation or something, or they lose their emotions during the game and they make things personal or something, then of course. But I think everyone's just having fun.
What was the call on the final play, on the final touchdown to CMC, and were there plays earlier in the game that you feel like set that play up or that chance?
I mean, it's more of there's man-to-man routes all over. So, I mean, every out-breaking route you have, you want to in-breaking route off of it. So there's a combination of, there's 5 guys who got out on the route. So I wouldn't say that play was exactly set up, but there was definitely routes that our players run throughout the game that are the opposite on that play.
When did Garrett Wallow first pop up on your radar as a professional athlete, and what was your first impression of him?
Mine was first day of practice when they told me we got a guy off Denver's practice squad, and I got to meet him in the special teams room before we went out there. It was cool to talk to him, asked him how Dre was doing, how Huff was doing, how DJ was doing. Talked a little bit about his time in Houston, and then got to go out and watch him out in practice. And right away, you could tell, and I felt pretty excited of who we got. You never know when you get a guy who's on someone else's practice squad how they're going to be, and but right away you could tell he was an NFL player with a lot of upside and who knew what he was doing.
We know how loud it is in Seattle. We're talking to fans who are making the trip on Saturday. How vital is the 49er fan base to show up?
Oh, always. I mean, our fan base shows up better than anyone to me in the NFL, or better than anyone wherever I've ever been by far. I think it's always harder in the playoffs for some reason. I don't know how it works, but stadiums do a better job of getting it to their home fans. But our fans roll deep, so hopefully it'll be the same as usual.
Don't you have a look at the film? Did Siegel, Wallow, and Kendricks play as well as it appeared, and have they set themselves up for being more substantial roles down the road?
Yes, definitely. I mean, I think they've kind of done that regardless. Siegel showed us early in the year. We see him at practice every day. We never knew when his op would come, and right when Tig went down, he was ready, and he did play as good as it felt live. Kendricks was another story, just coming out of off the street, being at home. But all those guys played at such a high level, and that's what we need. We've had a lot of guys injured, so guys have to come in and step it up. And we'll see how our team is this week. Some of those guys are still injured, so we're not sure how the week will go. But based off how those guys did last week, it definitely gives you a lot more confidence going in the game.
Is there one update about whether or not Fred will come back?
What's that?
Has there been an update as to whether or not Fred could?
We're activated. We're opening his window, so he can do some stuff like that. But again, we're not doing much, so he'll walk through out there with us today and things like that. But hoping he can be ready for next week.
I asked you about Seattle's defense last week, and kind of another on that front. What makes their D so tough? Is it the front? Is it the speed of that second level? Is it the talent on the backside of McDonald? What kind of stands out to you?
All 4 of it. I think they're extremely talented at all 3 levels. I think they have a very good scheme that's very balanced, and they can hit you in any way. I think the personnel not only is talented for any scheme, but is perfectly talented for their scheme. And I think they've been playing with not the exact same group, but close to the same group for 2 straight years. And when you have a talented group with a very good scheme that's been playing together for 2 years, they get pretty good.
Fred, he did have the post. He's ready whenever. Obviously, he's a player. He wants to play. But do you have to hold him back a little yourself, or how do you kind of approach a situation like this?
Approach it by what doctors tell me. I mean, I'm like Fred. If he feels good and tells me he's good, I'm probably going to think he's good and trust him to get out there. But you can't always think with your heart and emotionally, and so you ask doctors where he's at, all the things that these guys have to pass, just protocols that we have in with just sprinting and jumping and things like that. And he's got to hit all those before we feel it's safe.
What's he been like in the last couple of weeks? Has he been kind of coming up to you and trying to advocate to open the window, or has that been?
No, that's not Fred's style totally. He does that by showing how hard he's working on the side and knows that we're watching. And so he knows he doesn't have to do that to me. As soon as he's ready, obviously it'll be zero decision on my part.
George will have surgery, and if he'll be able to be around at all in the next couple of weeks, just kind of.
Yeah, he's supposed to. I believe he's supposed to have surgery tomorrow, so I think that would make it hard for this weekend. But we'll see after that.
A lot of coaching turnover. Obviously, Kyle Tomlin stepped down today as well. Does it feel like you're the second longest tenured coach in the NFL now? And of all your 9 seasons, is this the most teaching and innovating and creating that you've had to do?
No, it's shocking to think that Sean and I are probably second most tenured or something like that. Sean and Sean. So that does feel weird, but I do feel like I'm getting older, so maybe that makes sense. And I want to say this is the most creative and innovative that we've been. I think we're doing what we always do, and sometimes you have injuries, you have a good record, so you get more attention for it, but I feel like we're doing the same thing we always do. Just try our hardest and try to prepare our players.
The long pass to Jennings after Kittle got injured, that's a throw Brock has made time and time again. It's an expert, but it looks hard. You got to fit it over the linebacker before the safety gets there. You run it a lot. If you had a quarterback that can make that throw better than Brock, and what does it take, from a quarterback to be able to do that?
Yeah, there's some. Matt Ryan was pretty good at layering balls, but I'm not going to say anyone's better than Brock at it. That's probably one of Brock's best things. He can really drop it in a bucket. Guys can be deep, and if there's a way to get over that guy and bring it down before before you sail it over a receiver, he's going to do that, and he doesn't miss it very much.
You mentioned after the game on Sunday that you, for years, been going against Eric Kendricks on the silent tape. Before you even met him, what about the silent tape spoke loudest about his style of play to you?
Just when you watch a guy all week and then you play against him and you can just tell whether it's mental or natural feel, like they know how to flow with the quarterback. They know how to just melt into where the ball's going. Fred Warner is as good as anyone at it, but that's why I brought up I wanted to hire someone like KJ Wright, who I didn't know because I felt that way about him. I knew D'Amico, but felt that way going against D'Amico. There's some guys who are so elite at that, like Luke Kuechly was unbelievable at that. Sean Lee was unbelievable at that. Just guys who seem like they have a natural feel for how the quarterback's rhythm is, how your offense's rhythm is, where they can predict things pre-snap, and they can always find a way to make the quarterback throw it right to them.
Last one, guys.
The jet sweep to Sky Moore, was it 2 plays before it? One touchdown pass. Then you said Kubiak said between quarters, like, hey. Anyway, did he suggest it because you had just run the jet sweep, or how did that unfold?
Kub and I, that's how the whole game goes with me and Clay. Clay and I are together all week, so every play call, we go through. That's what we've been doing all yesterday until the players came in. So every play that we put in, we talk about how we want to do it, how you want to set it up, if you need to set it up, what coverages we like it against. Do we feel how bad of a call and how much will it set us back if we call it versus the wrong look? So that's something that we do on every single play all week. So that's why we're going to need a break from each other soon.
Last up, your dad in a career playoff win. Something you thought about, talked to your dad about this week at all?
No, my wife actually told me that on the plane, so it actually surprised me. I didn't believe it, so I thought it was like fake news or something. So I went back and tried to count them, and it was pretty cool. So I'll let him hear about it this weekend.
All right, guys.
All right. Thanks, guys.
That's Kyle Shanahan out in Santa Clara. When we come on back, we'll unpack some of these comments. Lots to open up, including the practice window of a Fred Warner. We'll talk about that next on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. About 4 summers ago, I had CLR, custom lens replacement surgery from Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. It's been a game changer for me. I couldn't see anything distance-wise, and now I got 20/20 vision. Do you struggle with distance vision, and now you need reading glasses or wear bifocals? I don't need any of them. CLR is your permanent solution to readers and bifocals, glasses, contacts, and you'll never develop a cataract the rest of your life. Don't wait until you're older like me to see great. Do all the things you love to do with perfect vision now. After tens of thousands of vision correction procedures, Dr. Craig Bindi and his team at Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley can tell you if it's your right time for CLR. And they make it easy. Start with a free virtual consultation at lasereyeclr.com. You'll discuss your vision goals and all their different lens technologies. No readers, contacts, glasses, or cataracts. lasereyeclr.com or call 877-GET-2020.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers color analyst Tim Ryan.
Come on, Abe!
He joined Murph and Marcus this morning to break down the 49ers wildcard win over the Eagles, preview the divisional round matchup against the Seahawks. Check out that podcast and more on the Sports Leader app and thesportsleader.com.
What an absolute thumper.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Greg, Papa, and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
We're activating, we're opening his window so he can do some stuff like that. But again, we're not doing much, so he'll walk through out there with us today and things like that. But hoping he can be ready for next week.
And moments ago, Kyle Shanahan at the podium for his installation day presser, even though it's only a Tuesday, short week. Here we go. Nice little melody. Danny, what song is this?
This one I had to pull an audible on you, Greg. Is the Beatles From a Window.
Oh, from a window.
I switched it up from the Windows song.
From a practice window, might I add. Fred Warner.
Not a Seattle band. I'm trying to get the vibe here. Got it. Liverpool. Got it.
Yeah, the Seattle of the UK, as they say. Or I don't know. I have no idea.
Kinda.
Yeah, maybe a little bit.
Pioneer Square.
Absolutely. So Fred Window. Fred
Warner window.
Fred Warner window. Kendricks. I'm going to have to do tongue twisters on us all week long on the Sports Leader. But, wow. I mean, to think when he went down in Tampa Bay, to have this even be a conversation point, there is no indication that he is going to be ready to suit up this weekend. There was the sound of him on the Ryan Russillo podcast where he said some T's have to be crossed and some I's have to be dotted. Gosh, where is my speaking ability gone?
Out the window. Purple
Out the
Haze.
window song.
I think it's a Purple Haze.
Yeah, so bottom line is, though, they're doing a walkthrough today, not a full practice. Ricky Pearsall is going to be limited in some capacity.
Better than not practicing.
Better than not practicing. And Fred Warner, the window's open, better than the window closed.
So, and when you go back to that date, and it was maybe the low point of the entire year, there were a couple of others there, the Houston loss. But as far as losing a game, being outplayed the way we thought they were outplayed, and them chanting Baker for MVP. And that was October the 12th, where you lost Fred Warner. Today is January the 13th. So it is 3 months and 1 day later. And on the Gregorian calendar, it is 13 weeks and 2 days. So is it shocking? No. The more maybe unexpected part of it would be that the 49ers would be the Final Four of the NFC and the Elite Eight of the NFL and would still be playing on divisional weekend. That maybe was more of a surprise. They had to stay alive to give Fred Warner's chances of coming back to remain alive. We'll see where it is. When you open a practice window like this off IR, you have 3 weeks to decide. Well, they have 3 more football games to play.
There you go.
This one, the championship game, and a game called the Super Bowl. So what is the reason you would not open his window? What he actually does on the football field, we don't know. We can ask. We can be told what's going on. We may share it. We'll see. I've already reached out to a couple of people. Is he really going to practice this week? What's going on here? That know him personally and know the football team. He was talking about crossing T's and dotting I's, and Kyle used a different way to describe it. They're markers. A lot of it is just numbers. How fast can you sprint? How high can you jump? And other diagnostics that they use with the catapult system, the GPS tracking system. All teams have it. The Warriors have it. They monitor practice and whether a player is more susceptible to injury by the way they're running or not running. I would think whatever diagnostics they could have on the catapult GPS system to measure change of direction, lateral movement. Can he get in the back pedal? How fast can he run coming forward? Jumping would show explosion, certainly. These are all things they do at the combine to look at a player's athleticism. How much is that off from Fred Warner's baseline, where if we put him out there, is he in harm's way? And that was a bad injury. The surgery on that ankle, the nature of that ankle, he overcame a lot. But that's the specialness of Fred Warner. Nobody works harder off-season, in-season, throughout his life. To be a man, to be a father, to be a husband, to be a community leader. The guy is a jewel in every regard. You knew he would rehab it. You wish for someone like Brandon Ayuk that suffered a very complicating injury in his own right would rehab the way Fred rehabbed. Maybe Brandon would be back and the whole situation would be different now. But we're moving on from that. With Fred, it's the 180 degrees the other way. So let's just see. They're not doing much. They'll do more tomorrow. They're going to have to do a little something. But basically, you treat this like a Thursday night game a little bit, where you play a Sunday night game on the East Coast. They didn't get home till 2 o'clock in the morning. Yesterday was all about rehab and recovery. They knew they were playing Seattle, obviously, right after the game was over on on Sunday night. They didn't know when. Now they get a few extra hours. It's not a 1:30 kickoff like it might have been. They'll make Josh Allen in Denver kick off at 1:30, but that's, Mountain Time Zone. Would have been early to kick off in the West to do that, but they're going to have us kick off at prime time, 8 o'clock. Kevin Burkhardt and Tom will have the game, and it'll be 5 o'clock our time, so that gives them a little extra time. But honestly, if you activated Fred Warner, would he play any better than Eric Kendricks played on Sunday in Philadelphia? Would it be worse? Would you, more importantly, be putting him in harm's way where something could happen where he's not completely healthy? And I'd like to get Kendricks on the field. So how would you do that? Would Fred, maybe come in say D Winters, what do you say about D? Is D practicing today? I got lost in the Ricky, and sounded like McCaffrey is also over. They're not doing much today, so let's not overreact. But normally if this was a full practice, Trent would not practice and Christian would not. And you'll worry about Thursday, and they can go right up till game time. If D Winters is able to play, and you've got Eric Kendricks as well, would you use Fred in a third linebacker role? Now,
keep Kendricks as the mic?
Yeah, because he'd be on the field for more. I don't know how you do that as far, you can't have multiple green dots. Going into the Seattle game 2 weeks earlier, the plan was to play Eric Kendricks a lot in that game and to match up when they go to a heavy personnel package. Most of the NFL against Seattle, when they go multiple tight ends, and they've got good ones, obviously. A.J. Barner, the young tight end's a good one. Eric Saubert, the former Niner, who caught the 2-point conversion against the Rams, a really good inline blocker. They've had some injuries with the younger Arroyo, the other tight end, got hurt, but they have a guy named Collerup who was actually Collerup. He wasn't even active for the game. Anyway, the Niners were going to play a heavy base defense, 3 linebackers on the field against Seattle when Seattle went to their heavy package. That was the plan. So Kendricks was going to play a lot with Tatum Bethune and also with D. Winters. They both got hurt. D. Winters got hurt early in the game with an ankle when he got stepped on by their left tackle, Josh Jacobs, and then later Tatum had an injury, came back, and it was a torn groin. It was bad. So Kendricks wound up playing a lot, but in a different role. He had to slide to Mike linebacker. If you go into this game thinking we're going to do the same, we're going to play a base defense and play 3 linebackers against their heavy set, and D. Winters does come back, or even if it's Garrett Wallow. But if it's D, now you could have a Kendricks, D. Winters nickel linebacker duo, and then would there be a role where you play Fred Warner when you go to a base defense, and then Fred would play, I would assume, the Sam linebacker spot, or Fred would go to Mike, and you just have Kendricks wear the green dot. He just calls it. That'd be odd for Fred, but that'd be the way to, if you feel like Fred is ready to roll. I think we're a little ahead of ourselves. I remember, what I was told was it was possibly this weekend, the divisional. Fred went on NBC for their pregame show with Coach Dungy and Rodney Harrison and the younger Collinsworth, Jay Collinsworth, and he said divisional this weekend. He was pointing to that one, trying to get there. Kyle, and I think the medical people have been saying, not divisional, more championship game. Now we're here. And now it's just, what does the GPS catapult tracker say? How fast can you run? How high can you jump? Can you backpedal like Fred Warner? Can you do what Eric Kendricks did on the 4th down tip away when they went over the middle to Goddard? Can you show an A-gap blitz and mug up in the A-gap and be like, I'm coming. Nope, I'm bailing, and I backpedal out, and I got to move out on that ankle. I got to open up. I got to cross from one hash to the other, dive in the air, and tip the ball. Can you be Fred Warner? Can you change direction like all you do to be all-pro Fred? Can you do that? And that'll be a lot of what just, his movement on the practice field shows, but we're getting close. The fact that they've opened the window, why not? It's a 3-week window. We got 3 games to go. What is the reason you wouldn't open the window? What are they actually doing? It's more of a walkthrough. Tomorrow may tell you a little more. What happens behind the red curtain that we don't know? Is he really out there practicing, preparing to play, or is he going through the mental reps on the field to get ready to play on Championship Sunday?
Well, it sounds like you just outlined the first part of our football hour with Tim Ryan, which is going to be on the normal schedule, by the way, this week. Thursday, 11 to noon. You can catch him on Papa and Silver. All right, Mike Garafolo, we moved his time earlier, so he's joining us at 12:50. Let's continue diving into this when we come back on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
I feel great. I feel showered, fresh. That's why I'm wearing my Crocs. Gonna brush my teeth here in a second and get going. I'm just joking. I did that early. I'm not like that, but no, it is what it is. You're like that this time of year. We kind of been in a hole for about 7 months, and once you get to the playoffs, it really doesn't matter. Everyone's into it. So whether they gave us 3 days, 1 day, 8 days, you always have your preferences for common sense reasons. But whenever you get dealt your hand, you're ready to roll.
All right, I changed my mind. I love the Week 14 bye. With all these short weeks that the Niners have had getting this far in the season, it felt like they were never going to have a bye in the first place. And then, look, every team deals with either an early bye, somewhere in the middle, or a late bye. And felt like it took forever for the 49ers to get there. They ultimately didn't get the first round bye, but they're going to go and face the team that ultimately did. And I do wonder about a young team having a first round bye, and Denver's defense may be a little bit more experienced with some of those players, but generally, the two number one seeds are teams that got some youth on them, particularly at the quarterback position. Now, Darnold aged not as much as playoff experience, and for Bo Nix, certainly the age factor where you do wonder how it's all going to go down. I mean, we opened up the show on a very eventful NFL Tuesday. Mike Tomlin stepping down, the coaching carousel, Mike Garafolo going to join us shortly. And I do wonder about the Houston Texans and that defense. Well, when I did the one stat that could harm every team, the team that the Texans are going to go face, the Patriots, heavy rookie snap share in the regular season. Now, to the Patriots' credit, they took care of business at home, completely shut down that Chargers offense to the point where they let their offensive coordinator, Greg Roman, go. Oh, and by the way, speaking of offensive coordinators, Nick Sirianni made a statement. He has decided to make a change at the offensive coordinator position, says that Kevin Patullo may still have a place on the staff, but I think that one was to be expected with the way that the defending Super Bowl champion season ended this weekend.
So they're going to keep him in the NovaCare complex? They're just going to demote him and take the offensive coordinator
I'm not
role?
so sure they keep him.
Well, let's see. And then who are they talking about hiring? I mean, Mike McDaniel, if he does not get a head coaching job, would be the hot candidate as far as but there are many others that are out there. So we'll ask Mike Garafolo, who's from Philadelphia, went to LaSalle. In the Big Five, coming up at 12:50, we pushed him back. But he's on TV. I'm not sure he's going to have time to wash off the makeup from his home studio because of the Mike Tomlin stepping down as the Steelers head coach. So a lot going on. So good to know that Kyle Shanahan brushed his teeth before he met the media. He is wearing the Crocs that Brett Favre made famous many, many years ago with a certain massage therapist, I think, in New York, long before we had a Justin Tucker or seems
Deshaun Watson.
We have a lot of guys that have been doing that in the NFL. So, but it is, one of those nights and weeks where do you sleep at the facility and just don't go home? You try not to do that. You try to have a normal life. But they got back, and when they come back and land, if they don't make the cutoff of the San Jose airport, which is like 11 o'clock, then you have to land at SFO and then bus back to Santa Clara for the facility. So you land at like 2 o'clock in the morning. By the time you get home and get to sleep, it's Monday morning. And if you have kids and the sun comes up, you don't sleep. So today's really a day where you're trying to sleep in a little bit. And you heard Kyle talk about bringing them in later. They're going to be in the building for 3.5 hours opposed to 7. They just faced this team, which is a little bit of a break. I know the schedule is not great for the short week, but it is a common opponent. You saw them exactly 2 weeks before you'll play them again. I do wonder about changing the game plan and how you do that. It is going to be fascinating. I mean, the bottom line is, and you've got to figure out a way to do the deets, but you've got to stop their running game, and you got to figure out how to run the ball. I mean, we went into that with Philadelphia, and Barkley and the backs, Tank, had a little bit better consistently running the ball. But by and large, that one where Saquon got out the backside for the 29-yarder, they didn't have too many of those. So they kept the running game somewhat in control. Philadelphia kept leaning on it. I wanted it to be better. You've got to take K9 and Charbonnet away. They could not come in here. And I know they only scored 13 points, but they dominated the football game with the way they ran the ball and the way they ran the ball from jump. That opening drive, 12 plays, 66 yards, they did stall out when they got in the low red zone. Tatum Bethune, a big sack. He did have Charbonnet in the right flat. He didn't see him. To the fourth down play by Upton Stout against Cooper Kupp where he missed. It did set him up to score after the Niners went 3 and out, and Garrett Wallow got called for a face mask. But to me, the tone was set because Seattle had the best year they've ever had in their franchise history. This is the 50th anniversary year of the Seattle Seahawks. They went 14-3 to close the year, and they won their last 7 games. And the Niners, in beating them 17-13, Greg, that is the biggest margin of victory against them all year. What? 4 points? That's it? Tampa Bay beat them by
Tampa
3.
and 2
The
for
Rams beat them by 2.
Gosh.
So what's their point differential? So, wow. I mean, they if you may beat them, but it's like the 2019 49ers when the 3 losses in the regular season, and one was to Seattle, and they had the same damn kicker that they have now in Jason Myers. They won on a field goal in overtime. The Atlanta loss was on a couple of overturns late, and Julio got a touchdown. The Baltimore loss was Justin Tucker himself making a field goal at the end when Robbie missed one in the rain. So it's like the 1990s. That's who Seattle is this year. But there are a couple of things that they have been inconsistent with. Running the ball. They have been inconsistent running the ball. They got the running game going the last couple of weeks of the year in Carolina and in that epic Thursday night win against the Rams, and then they ran the ball against the Niners. If they come in, or the Niners, games at Lumen, if this game starts and they dominate with their running game, with those two backs, it's going to be a problem because that sets up Sam Darnold to do what he does, and that is the play-action game. I would like to see the Niners blitz that a little bit more, both run blitzes. The league, by and large, when they run under center play action, they immediately blitz Sam Darnold. Because when Darnold comes out of the play action, he turns back to the field, you want pressure in his face. You want it to get cloudy right away after he turns his back. So we'll see if they do that more. But you've got to stop the running game. You've got to run the ball conversely against them, and that's hard. They are, we saw Jacksonville take Buffalo's running game. Jacksonville, in a lot of categories, and they're now eliminated, the number one run defense in football. But Seattle, in a lot of the categories, is as far as yards allowed per rush. They don't give up a 100-yard rusher for forever. McCaffrey doesn't have to run for 100, but you'd like him to get more than 4 yards a pop and control that. And then you got to force Sam into turnovers. So whether or not you're brushing your teeth or not and skipping that and kissing Kawakami with a bad case of halitosis, I don't know, or wearing Brett Favre's Crocs, but this is one of those where, damn, we got to get on an airplane again on Friday and fly back out of town and go up to Seattle and deal with a team in green. Little different shade of green than Philadelphia's green. But, this team, the one thing is they are green. They got a lot of young guys in playoffs. The point you were making earlier is, rest versus rust. How do you balance that a little bit? Seattle is going to be rested. A lot of hits that they didn't have to inflict on a wild card weekend when they were watching. But can you jump them early? Even though they didn't score on that first drive, they scored on the second drive. They set the tone for the football game. The game was played on January the 3rd at Levi's on Seattle's terms. You've got to play this game on Niners' terms, and that means scoring early. I'm not big for that, but I think with that noise, and if they are going to be a little bit rusty, jump them early. Make them know this is different. You saw us 2 weeks ago. Your locker room still stinks of stogies. We're still trying to get the champagne out of the carpeting and all that. But we would have done worse. And if we win this game and eliminate you guys, wait till you see what we do to the visitors' locker room at Lumen. It'll be Lumen. So it is what it is. And they're rivals going back for a long, long time. We'll get Mike Garafolo's thoughts on it and what we're going to see divisional weekend, because now the big boys come out. Denver's off their bye. Seattle's off the bye. The number one seeds are back. They're young. Obviously, with Bo Nix on that side. Sam Darnold has played a playoff game before. Didn't go well last year against the Rams. Can he really do this? Who do you like more in a game like this, Brock or Sam? And then we'll get into the wildness that is the coaching carousel. First it was Harbaugh after 18 years in Baltimore. Now it's Tomlin after 19 years in Pittsburgh. What's the number? I've lost track. 9 head coaching openings. And we may not even – are we done now? Are we finished?
I don't know. What's Green Bay going to do?
What's Green Bay going to do?
Double digits.
With Matt LaFleur.
So there you go. The way we opened the show today was Juwan Jennings saying, I hope we play Seattle. You know who asked him that question? Mike Garafolo of NFL Network. He joins us next on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Do you know who you're playing next week?
I take a wild guess. I hope it's Seattle, though.
It is Seattle.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I can't wait. That's who we wanted.
Maybe Jawan Jennings just wanted to go visit the old house of Kurt Cobain. That's what I did back in 2017, taking a trip to Seattle. I have a feeling, though, that Jawan wants to do a little bit more than just that. And, of course, the person asking him the question is someone we see in the middle of our studio right now on TV. He can't be two places at once. NFL Network insider Mike Garafolo joins us on the Yuma guest line. Mike, so good to have you on. Greg Silver, Greg Papa here on KNBR, flagship of the 49ers. How are you today?
Doing great. Appreciate you guys having me, Greg. Sending all the best to you, man. It's great to see you back and everything that everybody has said, and we're with you, pal.
Love you, brother. And we've had you on a couple of times, and your love and support is really helping me get through this. But I'm watching you on my TV right now. At the same time, I'm talking to you on the radio. So we were going to have you on earlier today. You were covering the Baltimore press conference with Steve Bisciotti and Eric DeCosta, and then all hell broke loose. We thought, well, Harbaugh's leaving Baltimore after 18 years, and Tomlin now is leaving Pittsburgh after 19. You've been talking about it all day, live and on tape, and just give me the fallout of what this means. What's next for Mike Tomlin? What does it mean for the Pittsburgh Steelers? And now there are nine head coaching openings in the NFL currently.
I can't believe that's the most staggering part is the number of vacancies. I did not think we were going to get close to 9. The Harbaugh and Tomlin thing, you can sit here and say, well, it didn't surprise us because there's been rumors. But there's been rumors for 3 to 4 years on these guys at this point. In fact, the last time Harbaugh got a contract extension, we were hearing whispers that he might be done there. So you just never know what to make of it until push comes to shove. So for this to finally happen, it happened in the same year. I mean, not only are these guys available, but the jobs they just vacated are available, and they're attractive for a number of reasons and a variety of reasons. And when the Steelers enter the fray, you get the chance to go work somewhere where if you go 9-8 over a couple of years, you're not in danger of being fired. I mean, we've got a bunch of coaches in that bracket that the fan bases and the local media. I mean, Nick Sirianni's one of them. Just won the Super Bowl, and I just got into a heated debate in Philadelphia about that yesterday with my friend Anthony Gargano, who's still my friend. But we had a disagreement on that, and that's what makes Pittsburgh attractive. Baltimore's attractive because it's a good organization, good ownership. So now we got to see how these dominoes fall, and I can't wait to see that part.
Yeah, I caught a couple of the clips from that interview and was having a good time with that yesterday. So I know you've been a busy man at this time of year as it goes. As far as Sunday in Philadelphia, I mean, there's so much talk about quarterbacks all the time, right? We fall in love with the draft pick. We fall in love with their talents. We fall in love with wins. And even someone like C.J. Stroud last night, he did not have a great game. He's also won 3 playoff games in his young career, and that could be said a lot more than a lot of other young quarterbacks and a lot more, on paper talented quarterbacks. So I guess what I'm getting to with Brock Purdy is, did Sunday in Philadelphia, with all the circumstances, losing Kittle second quarter, did that show you another layer to Brock Purdy's game to win on the road without all those pieces? Or did you kind of already think that he was capable of that because of what we've seen in the past?
Yeah, I put that with what he's done since he's come back from his toe injury, and there between that, because he may still be affected by it. I mean, that's not something that goes away quickly. So between that and the fact that the backup comes in, there's noise. I don't know how much locally, but definitely nationally. People saying, "Well, Mac Jones should play." Yeah, okay, all right, great, fine. How do we feel about that now? Mac Jones, great, awesome, did a great job, great backup, but. Brock Purdy really has stepped it up, and you've got Collinsworth gushing about him on Sunday Night Football and saying if Patrick Mahomes made this play, what would we be saying? What would I be saying? So I think he's really taken it to another level, and proving that the team just doesn't want to hand out a $50 million plus contract to a guy who's running the system and is interchangeable. He's clearly not, and there's different levels to it. Layering the football is a big thing that I heard about him over the years, and then showing that you can drive it in and showing that you can make a throw that maybe some other people can't. He's been super impressive. It was not affected. I know he had been there since the NFC Championship game, but to go there again in the postseason and remember potentially what had happened before, to shake that off and not let that affect him at all. And to go against a damn good defense. With Vic Fangio has done a great job with that defense. I thought he did a great job.
And throw a couple of picks in the game. And they went at Quinyon Mitchell early in the game with Demarcus Robinson, but then he threw a couple of picks later and was able to lead him down the field and get that touchdown pass to Christian McCaffrey. So for the Niners, it's on to the divisional in Seattle. For Philadelphia, it's over. And you know this city as well as anybody. Grew up there, went to school there, you lived there, you worked there. And just tell me what the next step is. We're hearing Kevin Patullo's not going to continue as the offensive coordinator now. Who would take that job? Is it in the building? Would they go out of the building? And speaking of out of the building, what happens with A.J. Brown, do you think, this offseason, Michael?
I'll start there. That contract makes it tough. It really, really does. And the Eagles do a good job of usually getting ahead of things. The problem is when you get ahead of things and there's unforeseen, and when I say ahead of things, you do the contract early before the guy's a free agent, before you got to pay too much. So you try to get it on the cheaper. And 9 times out of 10, it works out great for you. The problem is whether it's injury or in the case of Carson Wentz, a situation where his play went downhill and then it was just untenable and they had to trade him. That makes things difficult. They're kind of in that with A.J. Brown. I'm also of the belief that most of these things, if you're willing to take on the cap hit, you can move on from a guy and you can make that part work at least. So I just don't. I having covered it this year, I don't know how A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts can continue to be in the same locker room and the same huddle, which is kind of crazy because they were close and Jalen was a big reason why A.J. wound up there. So I've got to see how they want to handle that part of it. As for the offensive coordinator, now Patullo has, I've seen it mentioned that he's been fired. He's not been fired. They are making a change at offensive coordinator, and I am told that not just Sirianni, but upstairs, Jeffrey Lurie, Howie Roseman want him back because much as he's taken heat as the offensive coordinator this year, and there's been a debate about how much is it him, how much is it the quarterback, they value him as an assistant coach. And a big part of what Nick Sirianni has done, he was the assistant head coach previously. He did a great job in that role. He's been involved in the offense before. He's not going to get credit for that because of what people saw as a play caller. But I think a lot of this is going to depend on Patullo. I mean, he's been the treatment he's received from the fan base, his house egged, and all those things. He's going to have to make a decision whether he thinks it's in his best interest to return to Philadelphia or explore other opportunities. So we're keeping an eye on that one. Who fills the job? It's going to be somebody with a different vision for offense than Nick Sirianni has had. I will tell you that. It's going to be somebody who's going to come in and potentially have some explosive passing game ideas and some of these other things. I just don't know how you make that work with Jalen Hurts, because the reason that the offenses look that way is because they feel like that's how they're playing to his strengths. There are a lot of questions to be answered in Philadelphia after this loss on Sunday.
Well, I want to get to Jalen Hurts, and the voice you hear is Mike Garafolo, NFL Network insider. He's now going to have 5 offensive coordinators in 5 seasons, and previewing this matchup all of last week, you had to kind of acknowledge both sides of the coin, and one was that we saw him play great in 2 Super Bowls. He's a champion. He's a Super Bowl MVP. He has certain attributes that really, really, really shine, especially when he's paired with a Shane Steichen or a Kellen Moore. Then there's also the side of just watching it on any given Sunday where layering passes like we see with Brock Purdy, he doesn't do that as well. If he can't use his legs and he's forced to stay in the pocket and go through progressions, also a lot more question marks. What do you evaluate Jalen Hurts as the whole entire package, and what type of offensive coordinator is going to come in and get the most out of him?
It's a great question. Look, Jalen Hurts to me is a winning quarterback. I know a lot of people think, well, that's not a stat. I think it is. Okay. And I've seen what he's been able to do. This was a terrible year for the Eagles offense by many standards, and they still won a division. They still hosted a playoff game that, you know, they were driving down the field at the end, and maybe if things go a little bit differently and Devontae Smith catches that pass on 3rd down, or maybe if Jalen makes a better throw, right? And that's part of winning football. I get that. I understand that. But I looked at what he had done this year. I saw how his legs were taken out of the game in a lot of ways, and I've heard varying degrees of How much is it him that he doesn't want to run the football as much as he did in the past? How much is it what they're calling? How much is it that it's a read play and he's giving up the football instead of holding it at times? He's got to get back to that. Like, if he wants to be successful, he's not going to sit back there and pick apart defenses with his arms. It's just not him. It's not what he, I think he needs to come to that realization, and whoever comes in has to make that a part of things. And I also, and I'm going to stop right now because I know what fan base I'm talking to, and I give all the credits to the world to the 49ers for all the injuries that they were able to overcome this year. Amazing job. Great job. Kyle Shanahan had my coach of the year vote until week 18. I just couldn't, in good conscience, give it to him after they lost that game. And then last week, I was like, you see, this is why I wanted to make him my coach of the year. But unfortunately, the votes have to go in before the playoffs. Anyway, the Eagles' offensive line, between Lane Johnson not being out there, even the healthy guys like Landon Dickerson and Cam Jurgens were banged up this year. Tyler Steen instead of Mekhi Becton. Even Jordan Mailata, from what I heard, was banged up as well and not his fully healthy self. That offensive line was not dominating the way that it was last year. When they are, and you're running the football the way you are, makes life a lot easier for the quarterback. They got to figure out a way if they can potentially get back there as well. I want to see what Lane Johnson decides. I mean, at some point, how much football does he want to continue to play here? So, again, add it to the list. A lot of questions in Philadelphia.
They love the sport of football in the state of Pennsylvania, and boom, it's over. Sunday night, it's over dramatically. And then last night, what a way for Aaron Rodgers to go out, Mike, with a pick six. And now we get the news about Mike Tomlin after 19 years of stepping down as the head coach of the Steelers. You've been on TV since the moment the news broke. And so just give me your thoughts about the two headliners. Is Mike Tomlin, as the rumor out there has it, will go into TV next year in his coaching career? Maybe not done, like Sean Payton will take a one-year hiatus. What do you see for him? Is Aaron Rodgers throwing his last pass in the NFL? And, man, that Pittsburgh Steelers job is open for the first time in 2 decades. Who might be in line for that, Chad?
Yeah, I think Rodgers is done, although, if a circumstance with a head coach that needs a core. I mean, what if theoretically, I was just thinking about this, and I'm not saying it's likely. I mean, it's still early, but if Mike McCarthy gets the job in Pittsburgh, could there be, hey, we need you back here, right? He's a Pittsburgh guy. I'd love to see that. That'd be fun and amazing. I've had people ask about the Pittsburgh job already and say, well, who makes the most sense? That I'm telling you, that's going to be wide open. The Steelers have a process. They're going to go through it. They went through it and said, Mike Tomlin bowled us over 18, 19 years ago, whatever it was. And they said, we're not going to be shy about hiring this guy. So it could be, one of these young up-and-comers that we're not giving enough respect to here, or not enough of thought. I mean, somebody mentioned Nate Shieldhouse, who's with the Rams, as a possibility, who's red hot as an offensive coordinator and head coaching candidate. And I was like, yeah, that would be a Steelers hire, and a guy that's there for 20 years or whatever. So we'll see how that plays out. What else did you ask me? You asked me about the Steelers. You asked me about
Tomlin. Is he going to TV next year? Tomlin. Is he done coaching?
I've heard it both ways. I've also heard people that work with him say once these other teams start calling him, which I'm sure they already have, that his competitive juices are going to start flowing. Now, if that happens, though, first of all, you'd have to work out some kind of compensation with the Steelers because he resigned. They did not fire him. And then you're also basically announcing, like, I just didn't want to be here. Would you do that to the organization that's been so good to you for 2 decades? Whereas, a la Peyton, you take a year off and you go, okay, I'm ready again. Oh, the Steelers hired a new coach, so I'm not going to go back there. I'm going to go somewhere else. That makes it a little bit cleaner. So I think that's the way it's going to go, but I'm not going to – there was nothing in Tomlin's statement. You haven't heard anything from him yet in that regard that indicates what he is going to do. So I think maybe he's probably going to go over his options over the next couple of days and see where it takes him.
A few more minutes here with Mike Garafolo on the Yuma guest line. So Mike Tomlin was one that, while he has had a great history, he's a Super Bowl champion after 19 seasons and not winning a playoff game since 2016, it kind of made sense that he would decide to step down. Now, what happens, we'll see. The really interesting one to me, and still yet to be resolved, is Matt LaFleur. The Packers don't have an owner with all the money and power to call the shots. I think Matt LaFleur is a great football mind. I would still label him a top third coach in the league, but the optics are not great at all. And when you lose to your rival in that fashion, one for control of the division, and then again in a playoff rematch, when you lose in that fashion twice over the span of a month, I can understand why Green Bay might be a little bit antsy and wanting to make a change. So where do you stand on this, and what do you ultimately think happens with Ed policy as they maybe work out an extension?
If you, I think those talks would have to come apart in some form or fashion. And I very rarely see money be a factor when it comes to head coaches. You'll see it potentially like the Arizona Cardinals at this point. You're ninth in line, and that's a place that's notorious for underpaying coaches. So it's not going to be as attractive as other ones. So if it falls apart, I got a hard time believing it's going to be because of money. It's probably going to be about some other conversations that they have through this one. But my colleague Ian Rappaport reported it before they lost, that they were planning to engage in contract negotiations. That's where we are now as well. So unless it's something non-financially related, I don't see how that falls apart. But then think about that. Like if LaFleur is gone, first of all, that's another great candidate on the market and another great job, legendary job, historic job. That would then be Packers, Steelers, Eagles, Dolphins, right? Like you're talking about some of the franchises that have some of the most Lombardi trophies and the most heritage in history. And that would be attractive to some other coaches as well. But if you're asking me right now, I think LaFleur's back there in Green Bay. Maybe they make some changes to the coaching staff, but he's back there.
Meanwhile, we talk, so much about the 9 teams that need new coaches, and maybe it goes to 10 if Matt LaFleur needs a new job and Green Bay's looking. We don't talk about the Elite 8 that are left, 4 in each conference. So give me your thoughts about 49ers Seahawks, and you mentioned you were going to vote Kyle Coach of the Year until what happened on January the 3rd, and Mike McDonald and that defense completely took them apart. Niners scored just 3 points and 13-3. So what do you see from this game, the divisional up at Lumen Field, and just continuing the coaching theme? Robert Saleh is interviewing this week for one of these jobs, or many of these jobs. Clint Kubiak, Clay's older brother, the OC in Seattle. Likewise, this matchup, the 49ers defensive coordinator against Seattle's offensive coordinator, both these guys may be head coaches next year.
Yeah, they could be, and both are highly sought after. And Clint Kubiak's another guy that wouldn't be surprised if the Steelers had interest in for sure. I did see at some point because we now at the NFL Network, like the odds will pop up on our screen from time to time. It was like 7.5 or something for this game against do we really expect that this is not going to be at least a close game? I'm playing to the home crowd right now, but the way the 49ers played last week and the confidence that they're going to have, and I know a lot of people will say, the short week they got hosed, which I think they did, by the way. Don't know why you wouldn't put this game on Sunday. But now, if you're Kyle, don't you use that to your advantage, right? Like at some point, it does get hard to ratchet up the intensity, especially you fly all the way east and you got to come back west. And so you almost kind of say, well, that's something that, yes, it sucks, but we can use it to our advantage to sort of get us going a little bit and use it. Everybody says, oh, it's the playoffs. You don't need that. And any little advantage you can take to get your guys going. So if they score 3 points again, I'll be absolutely floored. I expect more points in this game from San Francisco, and I expect a spirited performance. And if they come out with the win, I'm not going to be surprised. You've got to get pressure on Darnold. He did a great job late in the season of not getting rattled, hanging in there. Certainly the game against the Rams, he made mistakes early, and then he hung in and played well when it mattered. So he's shown more of that. But I can't wait. I think that's one of the games that I'm most excited. That's got to be the game I'm most excited about, although Bills-Broncos will be fun as well.
No, I think that, usually the wild card weekend, you get some games that feel kind of lopsided, and even Rams-Panthers, which was the one we all expected to be bad, really 5 of the 6, and I guess, Chargers-Patriots was fine, but 4 of the 6 games, the first 4 were sensational this weekend, so we're getting spoiled here in these playoffs, and I'm going to be positive on the 49ers because they got no business being here, yet they are, and Mike, you're the best. We appreciate you. You look good on the TV here in our studios. You sound good on the air with us, and so we'll catch up at some point down the road, but, in the words of Jawan Jennings, let's do this. It's who we wanted, and we can't wait.
You got it, guys. If I look good on that TV, you might need a better TV, so you want to check that one out.
No bad hair days, Mike. No bad hair days.
There you go. That's it.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate you.
You got it, guys. Be well.
Take care.
Absolutely. Mike Garafolo, NFL Network Insider. You can catch NFL Game Day Morning, which airs at 9 a.m. Pacific on Saturday and Sunday at 6 o'clock. So get that on your local NFL Network. Well, your local TV outlet, NFL Network. It's a national channel. Who am I kidding? We're all in the national TV business as we move through the NFL playoffs. All right, Sam Amick coming up in about 15 minutes. Been a while since we talked to Sam. I don't remember if it was 3 weeks or what because of the holiday schedule getting all funky, but Sam wrote about Anthony Davis. He also wrote about Giannis, saying he would never request a trade from the Bucks. We got to get into everybody's favorite topic, the Jonathan Kuminga of it all. And the Warriors continue this homestand. Took the loss to the Hawks. They try to beat Portland tonight without Denny Avdia, and Jeremy Grant is doubtful right now. And they haven't been able to beat Portland, so I'm not looking past this game whatsoever. We'll talk to him in about 15 minutes and then get a little note on the Dubs when we come back. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Warriors are back in action tonight against the Trail Blazers in the highly coveted 8 p.m. Pacific time tip-off on Peacock. Immediately following the game, tune in to Dubs OT with JD and Kyle Har, the best Dubs coverage in the Bay.
Every day that ends in Y, brother.
And it's only here on the Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Yeah, a little Everclear Portland rain. November rain, purple rain, Portland rain coming into town tonight. Blazers taking on the Warriors. Man, talk about the first game Tiago Splitter had to coach when that all went down with Chauncey Billups. That was a win over the Golden State Warriors. And since then, all Portland has done against the Warriors 3 times out of 3 is get the victory. So they're 19-21 in the Western Conference, just below the Warriors at 21-19. And haven't gotten too deep into the Warriors as the trade deadline approaches. In fact, 2 days away from the Kuminga Day, January 15th, when he could be traded away from the Golden State Warriors. But this 8-game homestand is a critical one, and no Deni Avdija, no Jeremy Grant tonight. But as we know very, very well with the recent iterations of the Golden State Warriors, just because the opponent has some good pieces sitting out doesn't mean it's going to be a coast to victory. In fact, it's very much the opposite a lot of the time.
Well, they've been hard on the Warriors anyway, starting with that game you're talking about early in the year. But Deni Avdija, the 24-year-old from Israel, what a tremendous skilled player. I know it's a big break. The Warriors don't have to deal with him, but wow. Maybe the most improved player in the NBA and a borderline all-star this year, and just a physical player. The Western Conference is just loaded this year. They still have the big man, the Klingon from Star Trek days, so you got to box them out. They don't shoot well, but they do get a lot of missed shots, so they get a lot of offensive rebounds. So it is an NBC game tonight, which means late tip-off at 8 o'clock. I texted Raymond Ritter, who's doing the game for NBC. Grant Liffman is not on the game tonight.
No.
But Raymond did check back, said Snoop Dogg and Elton John. Not Raymond trying to be funny. It is a Tuesday night NBC, which means it's a Terry Gannon night. And the one-time Warrior, great scorer off the bench, Jamal Crawford, will be doing the game for the Peacock Network. So certainly we'll keep an eye on it. Portland has been hard on the Warriors. You mentioned they're right behind the Warriors in the standings overall. Right now they're in the play-in at 19-21, and the Warriors got the inverted record at 21-19, but their three of the losses have been to Portland. So we'll see without Deni playing tonight how that'll be flush out. So right behind Portland is Memphis, and a lot of rumblings about Ja Morant and whether or not he will be traded. We are zeroing in on a trade deadline coming up on February the 5th. It's 3 weeks away now. So we'll talk to Sam, and we got about 48 hours to go until Jonathan Kuminga can be traded. We had that date circled from when he signed right before. Well, actually, training camp was underway. What did he sign that Wednesday when they went to camp? Missed the first day and a half or so. But will they trade him immediately? Will they wait until right before February the 5th or sometime between January the 15th and February the 5th? Will they not trade him at all before the deadline? Hold on to him? Will they play him? Will they trade him in the offseason? So the Jonathan Kuminga saga that's been going on for years and years, are we at last reaching the final hours, or is this going to drag out? And then, as you noted, Giannis Antetokounmpo and the Bucks were in last week, and boy, the Warriors won the game, but I was so impressed with Giannis's overall game. Shot the ball better. Obviously, he is an end-to-end force. but just playing with joy. And it's, Steph Curry kind of gave us that line. Durant came here to try to find it. Giannis plays with joy no matter where he is. He loves the game. And his team is not great this year. Sam Amick got in their locker room and saw his family and the kids bopping around. And whether or not Giannis directly tells the Milwaukee Bucks and John Horst, I want to be traded, or somebody does it for him, he's been pretty clear that he's not asked for a trade. That's not in my nature. Does his representation do that for him? So Trae Young has been traded. First guy ever in the history of the NBA to say, I want to go to Washington. Who said that? No one ever. Trae Young's there.
It was such a surprise. He was there hours later.
He was. He went right, got it done. Maybe he knew. We thought Anthony Davis could be a trade target, but now he's hurt. So you're not going to trade for him right now, would you? Anyway, and stash him? I don't know. He's a good player. I know people are down on him in light of the Luka deal. But what do the Warriors do with Kuminga? What is Ja Morant? What happens to him? Does Memphis finally move him? And then the big one would be Giannis Antetokounmpo, and will he be traded? And with Portland in town, maybe a little on what's going on with Chauncey Billups and that whole thing. It's gotten very quiet on how that's going to be handled. It's kind of off the court stuff with them there. Thiago Splitter's done a nice job to keep that team relevant, but they're a young, big, up-and-coming team. We thought the Warriors would be clearly better than this year. We don't know a lot about the Warriors and their Houston. What's going on with Houston and where they are? Why are they underachieving? At 22-14, they desperately need a point guard.
I was going to say they're missing Fred VanVleet.
And then the Lakers have lost 3 in a row. The Lakers have almost the same record as the Phoenix Suns. How does that make sense? And then Oklahoma City's not going to get the Warriors record. They got 7 losses, and San Antonio's inflicted a lot of pain on them. So we've missed Sam Amick. We're so locked into football, but a good time to break it out with Portland in town. The New York Knicks coming in town with Mike Brown later on this homestand. So we'll get over to Chase to watch the Warriors a little bit during this homestand. No Niners will be there. Can't do that tonight. If it was Tuesday and you were playing on Sunday, maybe, but not in the middle of installation day and a big day of practice tomorrow. But in any event, Jonathan Kuminga, do you think it'll happen in the next 48 hours, or will it take 48 days, 48 years? How much longer is he going to be a Warrior?
Well, look, they just lost to Atlanta. The Hawks came in, had a scoring machine, and even the 61 combined between Curry and Butler was nowhere near enough for Golden State. That was another DNP for Jonathan Kuminga, and I'm thinking, look, if you don't already have a deal in place, that's the type of game where you can get him some reps and keep him fresh if there's a scenario in which he might be on the team post-trade deadline. So I do wonder, with the fact that he's just been stashed away, is it all under wraps? Are they keeping an agreement? Hey, let's not get him hurt. Let's not do anything to mess up a potential deal that we think is going to unfold. And we'll talk about that with Sam Amick next on The Sports Leader.
As a homeowner, you want comfort, efficiency, and style. Golden State Lumber and Showroom makes upgrading your home simple, even enjoyable without the guesswork. With over 70 years of experience, Golden State can streamline your project from start to finish. Their extensive inventory and vendor list means you'll find options to fit any budget. Best of all, they work directly with contractors and professional builders, saving you valuable time and effort. Aside from competitive pricing on window solutions, Golden State showrooms feature innovative interior doors, including True Style, which blends modern technology with old-world craftsmanship. Get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit GoldenStateLumber.com and click products for windows and doors. Look for the showroom near you and take a virtual tour, then talk with your contractor about your ideas and make an appointment from the website. Serving the Bay Area since 1954, Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Feels like it's been a while since we had Sam Amick on the show. We had the little holiday buzz and the schedules getting in and out, but he not only joins us back on the UMA guest line for the middays, he is on our stream on YouTube and Twitch and Twitter. Senior NBA writer for The Athletic, and we've been NFL crazed, but the Warriors on this 8-game homestand in the middle of it all, back in action with a late tip tonight, NBC against the Portland Trailblazers, who they have not beaten in 3 different cracks this year. Sam, good to talk to you. Good to see you. How are you? Oh, we got Sam. We got his beautiful
see you,
face.
but we don't hear you.
We got his beautiful face with no audio.
Hold on.
What
Look
at
me.
Look at me.
There he is. Got to turn the mic on, brother. He is not IT tech savvy.
Apologies.
How are you, Sammy?
Good
Happy
to
New
see
Year.
y'all. Happy New Year. Good to see you guys. Glad to be with you.
Been a while. You look good. Where do we start?
sir.
Where do we
Likewise.
start? Let's start with the most timely, because today's January the 13th, the date we've had circled since he signed. A couple of days in a training camp is January the 15th for Jonathan Kuminga. He is not playing at all. Just a series of DNP CDs. Do we have resolution within 48 hours? Will we have it before the trade deadline? Will it take 48 years to get this resolved? I assume they're going to trade him at some point. When might that be?
So 48 years, Pop. Jonathan's going to be 71 years old.
His trade value will be even less than right now.
And 7'2" per Kendrick Perkins.
I mean, modern science is amazing. I think he could still ball at 71. No, I mean, we'll see. I don't necessarily think it's going to be right away by any means. It's funny. You guys know better than I do, even because you're living in that space every day. It's like when you have a friend who the relationship has just gone on too long, and you just wish for both their sakes they would part ways and get on to bigger and better things. It's just like this thing has been going on for years. This imperfect fit, it does feel like it's gotten more and more acrimonious at the end. And it's unfortunate for both sides. I mean, you got the Warriors in dire need of players who can help, and you got Jonathan in dire need of a situation where he can take his career to the next level. But we've known for a while now that those two things are not in the same place, and we'll see what happens here.
Sam, as far as Kuminga, does the fact that he's been getting DNPs in games in which it's not particularly close, like the Warriors have been on both ends of a blowout pretty recently, whether it's blowing out the Kings or the Hawks coming in and just completely controlling the second half, do you think that hints at the fact that maybe there's the framework of a deal in place and the Warriors just don't want to mess it up by having him go out there or get injured? Or do you think that it could be not related to that at all?
I mean, my sense is that if I had to pick one of those two options, guys, I don't think it's related. I don't think they have something lined up. And I think it's kind of become, a little bit of a shared thing here. We know that Steve wasn't playing him for a long time. I think the time, reached a point where it was, a little bit of Jonathan saying, I'm going to hold tight and wait for my next team, that kind of vibe. And I had wondered the same question as you did. Like, is this like just a matter of killing the clock and waiting for that day to show up, because then you can hit the button on the deal? And never say never, because we're only as good as what we're told. But the messaging I received was that was not the case. And not only that, within that time, the DNPs, it's funny because if you look at a team like Sacramento, we know they have interest. Two things can be true, and it's tough on the Warriors. I don't think the DNPs materially affect the way a team like the Kings looks at Jonathan Kuminga. I do think it materially affects the way they negotiate. And so they're going to push harder and offer less, and you've seen some of that reporting. And so with all that in mind, I think a deal point has been, is harder to get to now than it was before.
All right, so we'll see what happens in the next 48 hours. But in the next 3 weeks and 2 days leading to the trade deadline that Thursday before the Super Bowl of February 5th is also intriguing. And who knows, that he may be a piece to go on and get somebody bigger. Trae Young has been traded. There are a lot of other names that are out there, but let's start with the big one. And he was in town last week, and you went to see him play at Chase Center, went in the locker room, and He shot the ball well. All that he played great. He was bouncing around. He's got that Steph Curry joy. I'm referring to Giannis Antetokounmpo. You were there with the family and the kids around. And, he was, whether or not he's come out directly and said, I want to trade for Milwaukee, he said it's not in his nature, as you reported, that he wouldn't do that. What is the situation with Giannis Antetokounmpo and John Horst and ownership in Milwaukee? Do you expect him to be traded in the next 3 weeks and 2 days or not, Sam?
I don't. And I mean, the part I enjoyed about our conversation was admittedly just kind of good old-fashioned trying to kind of get it from the horse's mouth type of approach. There's been a lot of leaks about how Giannis sees his situation. By no means was anything that I kind of reported or discussed in that interview, admittedly, like pushing back against that reporting. It was trying to get clarity on, like, where are you at? You have people around you, stuff has gotten out, but specifically, are you going to try to push your way out before the deadline? That's when he says, in no uncertain terms, that I will never ask for a trade out of Milwaukee. It's not in my nature. The nuance there, and like full stop, Pop, the answer to your question is no. I don't think he's going to be moved. That's my opinion. But the nuance there is Giannis is also smart enough to know that he can say that he will never ask for a trade out of Milwaukee. But if we get to the summertime and he's eligible for an extension, I believe on October 1st, and he declines that extension, then he doesn't have to ask for a trade. The Bucks are going to have to look at that situation and realize that they are now officially at risk for losing a generational player for nothing in the following summer, and they would likely have to open up trade talk. So that's the nuance. I don't think he's going to get moved. He's invested with this current team, and not to be a cynic, but part of that investment is that this is me talking, not him. He's smart enough to read the room and realize, like, there is not a clear pathway right now for him to get to a situation that is objectively better than the one he's in, not only now, but in the long term. And this is happening more and more in today's league, where even LeBron last summer, so many signs that he wanted out from the Lakers. And then it was as if he looked around and realized that he didn't have any clear pathway. And next thing you know, you're magically more comfortable in your current situation.
Talking to Sam Amick here on Papa and Silver, about 20 more minutes on the show, and we are getting a little bit of our hoops fix in an NFL-crazed week. So I'm not trying to get you to pick a side or generate some splashy headline where the aggregators can go nuts, but it's nearly a foregone conclusion.
That means you are, Greg.
Yeah,
but why is he a pro, man? He knows my strategy. But no, look, I mean, it's nearly a foregone conclusion that the number 7 overall pick was a miss for the Warriors, in the sense that he's not going to flourish within the organization that drafted him. So where did this all go wrong? And maybe a better question is, why?
I mean, I feel like you could, I don't know how interesting of a book it would be, but you could write a book on this thing. I mean, it's, as you guys know, I think the power of this story is that it's bigger than Jonathan Kuminga, is that he represents the 2 timeline era. He represents, that high wire act that they tried to pull off of dynasty life with development, and have had some success stories along the way, but by and large that did not work. And Jonathan is, to some degree, like the last piece of that puzzle, or that, that story. Where it went wrong, I mean, honestly, some of it is just good old fashioned basketball. Like we know that the optics around Brandon Pajimski, for example, have changed recently, but there was a long stretch of time when there was this kind of, sense of like, all right, well, this young guy over here, he knows how to fit in with Steph Curry and with Draymond Green, and later with Jimmy Butler. And his style is, he's not trying to get his, and he's not trying to be showcased. And he does the little things, and he's a fantastic rebounder for his position. And that contrast kind of undercut, or cut into Jonathan's, kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Like his credibility within the program. And so that's the basketball stuff. It's, for the most part, it's not like we have been talking about like Jimmy Butler in Miami or Minnesota, or, even our Carmelo Anthony pushing his way out of Denver. And obviously these are higher profile guys, but the toxicity hasn't been there. It's in the last couple of months that it's ramped up. And now you're seeing, call it bad blood or just a lot of frustration. It is there. And within all that, you've got these decisions that they made for business reasons, Like, let's basically attach a contract to you because that is the vehicle down the road that we need to maybe get the next guy. So even that, that act is really flawed, if that makes sense. Like, it might look like an investment, but it's not. It's a measured move that he didn't improve the relationship. So I did not answer your question about where it went wrong, but Steve Kerr is not the right coach for Jonathan. Jonathan is not the right coach or right player for Steve, and that's just how it is.
It's complicated. Complicated question. It involves a complicated answer and maybe more time than just a one response. We could spend a whole hour or more on that because it is layered. Despite Kuminga's in the rotation, out of the rotation, now DeAnthony Melton's playing and playing well. El Horford's got a role on this team. They had a stretch where they won 7 out of 10 starting on Christmas, Sam, and then, lost the last home game. They got Portland tonight. Just where are they? Whether or not they move Kuminga, whether or not Giannis gets moved, Ja Morant, we'll see what happens to him. Do you think the Warriors will make a move in the next 23 days to try to move pieces around? Because I think they like to be deep, but you don't want to be too deep, T-O-O deep. And right now, maybe they are. Maybe they just got too many bodies. Last year, they were able to make a 4-for-1 deal to move some of the bodies and get a better player in Jimmy. Is that trade out there in some form? What do you think they do in the next 3 weeks and 2 days leading to the deadline to make the roster more workable?
I mean, the most impactful trade that has been rumored that there's also been some pushback within the Warriors circles on is the Michael Porter Jr. possibility, right? Certainly, at minimum, been analyzed internally. I was told they hadn't had a meaningful conversation with the Nets as of, I think, yesterday. But regardless, like that's a real player, right? That's a guy averaging mid-20s. That's a shooter. He's got his limits. His back is still a problem. He's not going to screen anybody for you. But, you've won a championship as a key cog in 2022 with the Nuggets. That is even a higher profile sort of move than I expected from the Warriors. And if I'm handicapping it, I don't think that'll happen. I don't think anything like that will happen because unless they change their stance on possibly trading Draymond or Jimmy, then it's really hard to get there. Even with Kuminga's money, $25 million in today's game is not what it used to be. And so I would be shocked if they don't do something, but it feels like it's going to be more around the edges. We know that they've been looking at bigs for a while. They pushed back on the Anthony Davis possibility, which certainly now is even more complicated than before with his hand injury and surgery probably coming. So, like stagnant approach seems unlikely just because of the pressure involved here. But you can't get high profile guys without moving either Draymond or Jimmy.
Couple more minutes here with Sam Amick. Let's say the Warriors season doesn't have that second half surge or turnaround, and let's say they stick around this general 7 to 9 seed, maybe get into a playoff series, but ultimately don't win one. Does Steve Kerr stick around beyond this year? Because there's a lot of noise around that and him not having a contract beyond this year. I could see him moving on and it being a mutual decision. But also, I think about, would Steph, Jimmy, Draymond, any other vet that sticks around want to continue doing this and having to start over at the head coaching position?
Yeah, that last part matters a lot, right? I mean, I talked to Draymond earlier in the year because Steph had already been on record saying that, I'm paraphrasing, but he didn't want to play for anybody else. Draymond said the same thing and said, I don't react well to change. That is not a change I would welcome. And then as you guys know, a couple months later, you got Steve coming out and saying that he expects Draymond to retire with the Warriors. So they're on the same page. And to the question of how it would go with Steve, if that is the scenario, I don't know. I truly don't. You hear that he might have some interest in, adding a couple of years onto his deal. Then you also have the reality of it's a two-way street. Joe Lacob's an extremely competitive guy. Now, I think if Steph looks him in the eye and says, "What are you doing?" Like, Steve's not going anywhere, then that's probably the end of the conversation. But like that frustration in that scenario has to go somewhere. I don't know where it goes, but like Joe is not in this at this price tag for those kinds of results. So it has shades of the Bob Myers situation, not completely analogous by any means, but with Bob, it was a lot of noise about fatigue working with Joe, and it's not a disparaging comment about Joe, but just like what it entails to be in the trenches trying to do this with that type of an owner. There's probably some of that with Steve, and only he knows, where his mind would be at with those kinds of results. Because I think human nature to me is like, man, by the time you've racked up 4 of these things and you got nothing to say sorry for, you've delivered an incredible era and a dynasty to the Bay. Everything else is gravy, and it's just a matter of, does he want to keep it going or maybe move on to something else?
With the Portland in town, Sam, what's the latest on what's going on with Chauncey Billups?
Not a lot of update there, Pop, other than it's certainly like it unofficially, feels like Thiago Splitter is the coach for the rest of the year and probably forever until, they part ways with him. He's in it, right? He's getting, charged by the federal government. He's being represented by the type of attorney that he probably never had any plans of having in his life, a guy by the name of Mark Mukasey, who's famous for representing Donald Trump time and again. That's the space he's living in right now. And anybody who's on that short list of people that are front and center in that investigation has reason for concern. And he's certainly claimed his innocence in a pretty full-throated kind of way. Just as a quick personal aside, I've always enjoyed dealing with Chauncey. Don't know what's fact and what's fiction, but pretty serious stuff for him.
No doubt about it. And we are looking forward to seeing how the rest of this homestand plays out, the Jonathan Kuminga date, the NBA trade deadline as a whole. And we'll talk to you between now and then for sure. But when's the next time you're heading down to Chase Center, Sam?
Chase, the Kings got a bunch of games this week. I got Knicks tomorrow, and you're exposing my lack of organization with my schedule right now. The answer is I don't know, but it'll be soon.
All right, I got him on something.
Knicks are coming to Chase on Thursday, right?
That's right.
Back to back? Yeah.
Yeah, I try to avoid back-to-backs at my age, Pop. You know what I mean? Like,
you too, load management? Let's tell Mike Brown we say hi. Maybe we'll see him on Thursday.
Yeah, we'll do. Sounds good. Thanks, boys.
Thanks, care, Sammy.
Sam Amick, senior writer for The Athletic, covering the NBA, knows a lot about the Kings and, of course, the Golden State Warriors, who we will be keeping a close eye on, even with the Niners season going deep into their postseason.
And Mike Brown's son, Cam, is a defensive line coach with Chris Kasarik on the 49ers D-line. So they all root heavily for the New York Knicks and vice versa. I remember after a Niner victory, Mike Brown had a big-time shout-out for the Niners.
Yeah, maybe we'll find that in the system somewhere. I think that, I don't know, might be in one of the shows. Either way, we'll get ready to wrap up the show when we come on back. We'll hand it over to Dirty Work. Niners with a little bit of a walkthrough today, and Fred Warner's practice window has been opened. What does that all mean? We'll be monitoring closely throughout the week. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers color analyst Tim Ryan.
Come on, Abe!
He joined Murph and Marcus this morning to break down the 49ers wildcard win over the Eagles, preview the divisional round matchup against the Seahawks. Check out that podcast and more on the Sports Leader app and thesportsleader.com.
What an absolute thumper.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Greg Silver, Greg Papa, Danny Dunn with you on your Tuesday. Man, this one flew by. I always never know how Tuesday shows are going to go during the football season because Mondays, you know the drill. Most of the time, it's fresh off of a game. That's all you focus on. And then Tuesday, well, I think the fact that this week got shrunk and it's installation, all of a sudden it's been crammed in, so we're getting news. Then Mike Tomlin steps down. The coaching carousel is here, there, and everywhere. And then, oh yeah, we do have a basketball team that plays back tonight against the Portland Trailblazers with one of those late tips and 8 o'clockers. So I got to say, doing this job and in this specific role for now, 14 months, the times of the year that I enjoy far more are the ones when everything's happening at once and there's chaos. Like people are like, oh, is that harder because you're paying attention to more outside the show? I kind of love it. I kind of love just the constant brain jumping from stone to stone. Whereas when it's a little bit more straightforward and a little bit of a slower pace, you're like, yeah, okay, but I kind of like the chaos.
Well, we haven't even talked baseball. There is a push for the Giants to go get a second baseman, quite possibly. Nolan Arenado finally got out of St. Louis where it just didn't work. He's now an Arizona Diamondback. And when we had Ron Wotus on it, I asked him point blank, are you comfortable with Casey Schmidt being your starting second baseman? And he said yes. I thought that maybe is where they're going to go. But Nico Horner's name is out there. Donovan from St. Louis, they may move him as well in addition to Arenado. So it's always going on. There's no, any better time of the year, whether you're in season or off season, sometimes there's more. But as far as the day part, and I know more people listen to the morning and they listen to the afternoon for the drives, but I love it to 10 to 2 is like doing a game because things happen during a game that change the course of a game. And that's what happens in this show. 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Pacific time is 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern time. There's business going on in all time zones of our country. And that's when people get traded, fired, move on. And the show changed when we had Mike Garafolo from the NFL Network scheduled for 10:50. And he said, I can't make it because Baltimore's having a press conference with the owner and the GM right now. And right when that started, Mike Tomlin issues his statement in Western PA. Last night was his last game coaching the Steelers after 19 years. Wow, that job is open. Baltimore's job is open. We're talking about 2 decades of stability. And then when this week started, after we haven't even talked about Wild Card Weekend. That was the wildest Wild Card Weekend ever. The last 2 games weren't as great. The first 4 were incredible. And the best of all was Green Bay losing that lead to Chicago. What is going to happen to Matt LaFleur? We thought if he does not get an extension on his contract by the end of business Tuesday, he could leave Green Bay. It is 4 o'clock, Green Bay, Wisconsin, also in Appleton. In the next hour or so, it could drag out all night. Is Matt LaFleur going to leave the Green Bay Packers as well?
Well, perhaps we'll have our answer by the time we reconvene at 10 o'clock tomorrow. And speaking of Wild Card Weekend, yeah, I'm taking it into the playoffs. We still got a little 5-1 action, which I will give you 5 other games outside Niners-Eagles. So
you better go with Cole Bishop. That's all I know.
Cole Bishop? Well, how about the guy who's the reigning MVP for at least another few weeks?
He played all right.
Yeah, he was just fine. Appreciate everybody today. Great to have Pop in. Big thank you to Danny Dunn, as always. Mike Garafolo, Tracy Sandler, and Sam Amick for coming by with us. And it's time to hand it over to Dirty Work. Copes, Depop, and Tim Webb will take it away as you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Talk to you tomorrow at 10.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay.
It's getting hot. Is it getting hot there?
That's even worse.
How are we feeling? It's getting hot.
Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. Love a Dirty Work Tuesday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you as soon as Danny gets his ass out of the chair and out of my line of sight. By the way, I got a text from Walt a little while ago. Walt's new thing, is he doing this with you where he just texts you photos of his baby?
Yeah.
Unprompted, without context?
With some context, but his baby's growing a lot of hair. Do babies grow hair fast?
Sometimes, I think.
Well, yeah, I made the comment that
based on how Danny gets like a 2 o'clock shadow, I'd imagine he came out with like a beard and a razor.
So this baby was born, I think, before Christmas Eve.
Was it born on Christmas Eve? It's something right around that.
I think like December 23rd, close to that.
No, because our last day, our annual anniversary classic, we do it every year. That happened on December 23rd.
Was the baby born by then?
Yeah, because remember Greg had been bitching on Monday about how Walt wasn't here, and he was
That's
like,
right, yeah.
After Derek was born, I called that A's game the next day.
That's
like,
a flex.
Okay, weird flex. Yeah, but no, so he was definitely born the weekend before Christmas.
Okay. So, yeah, the baby's grown some hair in a little over a month, or less than a month, I guess. And
yeah, I just got this today, 116, just a photo of his kid.
It's a cute kid.
No context. And I was like, did you have another one, or what are you sharing? I mean, what is this, a new one, or is this the same one you had?
Do you ever complain when your siblings or your sister sends you pictures of her baby?
No, like videos or photos. I'm like, well,
what the hell is this?
It's like, it's my niece, though. I'm like, yeah, she's cute.
No, I get it.
I love seeing my niece Nora, and they'll FaceTime me sometimes.
Yeah.
Her new thing now too is like she'll want to FaceTime you, then you FaceTime her, and she just kind of like wants to watch you.
Yeah.
Like she's doing it for her entertainment, not to like have a conversation with you. So then when she gets bored, she'll pretend she's asleep.
I do the same thing.
Way to get off the phone.
I do the same thing.
Oh, sorry, I gotta go. I knocked out.
Yeah, you're boring me. Sorry.
Well, how about this one? Me and my buddies do this where
I was just gonna say real quick that like Walt was texting me pictures of his baby, and I was like, man, your baby's hair's growing fast, and he's just like jealous, huh? It's a good line, Walt. Good line.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Pretty good from Walt. Well, me and my buddies will do this thing. One of my best friends, Jason, will call me, and I'll be like, oh, okay, cool. Call me and we'll answer. We'll BS about whatever sports topic, football topic, whatever's going on.
Yeah.
And we'll talk for 5 to 7 minutes, and then he'll be like, okay, bro, I gotta go. I gotta go. And you're like, you called me. What's going on? He's like, oh no, I'm just home now. I don't need you anymore. That's our thing, is we'll use each other if we're like walking home somewhere and need 7 or 8 minutes to kill. I'll give you a call, but once I'm home, I don't need you to entertain me.
Oh, I do it all the time, man.
I'm over this call now because I'm entertained by something
else. If I have
else.
a long drive somewhere, I'll call one of my buddies and be like, all right, I'm here. And they're like, well, you can't talk still? And I'm like,
no, I was. It's only because
your purpose has been served.
I had nothing to do, so you were the bottom rung of that.
Yeah.
And you were actually the third person I called.
Okay, so what's more weird there? Like someone says, like, all right, I'm home. I don't need to call you anymore. Or someone that's like, I'm here. I'm just, parked in the driveway, still talking to you.
I don't know. I'm not somebody who would pull into the driveway or like get home. Unless it's like I was calling for a specific reason or we really are in the middle of something. But usually these are just killing time conversations. Just checking in with a buddy. Hey, did you see Tomlin got axed? You know what I mean? Things like that. Just checking in on what's going on. It's where you regroup outside of the group chat.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's the outside of the group chat regroup.
Okay, when you're on the phone at home, do you sit down or are you a pacer where you'll go around your rooms?
Oh, I'm a pacer.
Yeah,
I don't,
same here.
Dude, I'm a pacer. And you know this too from just being on the show with me. I'm a doodler.
Yeah.
And I remember being a kid, my mom would sit on the phone. My mom would have these long phone conversations when I was a kid. It'd be obnoxious because you want to get her off the phone. And there were times when I was a kid. Well, my mom was a doodler, so I noticed that when I was a kid. She did that a lot while she was on the phone. But then she would also sometimes come into my room and be like,
oh, you'll be like, Chinese food?
No, you just be like, Mom. And then she'd be like, oh, you know what? I got to go. I'm sorry. The kids are calling. I got stuff I got to do.
That's like the go-to, like a Seinfeld episode where George and Jerry are or George is on the phone or Jerry's on the phone. He's like, yeah, I know. And then George, from a distance, goes, Chinese food's here. And he's like, My Chinese food's here, guys.
I got to get out of here, dude. That's pretty good.
I hate talking on the phone. I'm not a good phone.
That's a generational thing, I think, for us. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't like. I text too, but like I don't know, like these long, drawn out conversations on the phone, not my thing.
Really, that surprises me about you. It doesn't surprise me at all about you. How about this? When you were a kid, did you ever have to? Because my parents were strict about when we answered the phone. Like they were big on manners. Like we were had to be obedient when I was a kid. Like
as you should, yeah.
Have to have manners at a restaurant when we went over to somebody's house and how we spoke to adults. That was like a big thing for my dad. But when we answered the phone, dude, I'm talking until I was like nearly an adult. We had to answer the phone and say, Copeland residence, who's calling, please? Did you have anything like that?
I'm trying to think of when I had
Greg said, when you answer the phone, you say, hello?
Yeah.
So everybody in your house.
Hello.
Everybody do it like Greg. Hello.
All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. No. I'm trying to remember. I live with my mom more, so I'm trying to remember like what the deal was when I picked up the phone. I don't remember ever saying like, because her last name is different than mine, so I never said like, Craigo residence or Meisner residence.
Where'd you live, like Indonesia?
Yeah.
Yeah, how do they answer the phone there?
I could riff, but I won't.
Indonesia residence who's calling, please. Yeah.
Yeah, and Indonesia was, how much you need?
You can't do that.
Yeah,
you can't say that.
I know. I'm sorry.
That's pretty funny.
I'm sorry.
But you never had anything like that.
I don't remember ever doing that. No, I just remember picking up the phone, just being like, "Hello," and then somebody like, "Hello, is Lisa there?" I'm like, "No, this is Derek, her son," or like, something like that.
No, I always had to had a phrase we had to say. But anyway, that's our phone conversation.
Yeah.
How'd we get on this? Oh, it was Walt just texting me pictures.
Walt is just randomly texting you pictures of his baby.
Yeah.
And thinking that you care, which I'm sure you do.
I mean, I do care. He is a cute kid.
He does a very cute kid.
But like, what gives? You know.
What gives on the kid?
What gives? You know what this might be? Is this Walt? Is this Walt showing
he misses us?
He's missing the camaraderie.
Oh, he texted me the other day, just being like, "I miss dirty work."
Well, he actually showed me a photo. He sent you guys a photo last week, I think, too, of him sitting on the couch with his baby, with his brand new baby. The newest one he got, newest one added to the Walt collection.
And this is not a family-friendly show, but start him young, I guess.
Well, yeah, he said it was them watching Dirty Work on the big screen in the living room. We've got another guy. Is it Chris or Christopher? I forget his name, but he's got a baby Filth.
Yeah, baby Filth.
Yeah, he checks in all the time on YouTube, but he's like a stay-at-home dad, and he's always showing that he's watching his kid holding his baby watching Dirty Work.
Nice.
So Walt did admit that right after he took that photo of his kid watching Dirty Work, the kid took a crap in his arms.
Well,
he's like, he dropped a big one.
If I could be honest, right after he sent that text, so did I. Probably in the bathroom during one of our commercial breaks.
The joke is, if you need to get your kid to fall asleep, put on Dirty Work.
Yeah, dude, I don't like that at all. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb.
By the way, he sent me the photo as well, and I responded, "Oh, what a cute kid. He's going to hate having overnight cutting shifts."
Yeah, dude. Yeah. I'm gonna ask him right now. What gives?
You text him right now. What gives with the baby?
All I said. What gives?
All right.
We'll see what he responds. But you actually were trying to make plans to go watch some games this weekend with a group of the staff here at the Leader. And Walt said,
don't pull a Raph and say where we're going.
I wasn't going to say where. No. I was just going to say, Walt said, I got
that last year. Raph was like, "Yeah, note to self, we're going to this place." I was like, "Whoa, Raph, easy,
blowing
easy."
Up your spot, right?
Yeah, he's like, "Oh, note to self, don't disclose the location of where we're going."
But I think Walt said, "I got to check with the boss."
Yeah,
about whether or not he could go.
That's
I was
no.
like, "You got a baby like 2 weeks old, bro? I'd save that ask."
Yeah,
I'd say divisional weekend not worth it.
If he really wants to, go to the location we're going at, then by all means. But
I'd say, dude, if I were Walt, 808,
he's staying home. He's
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. How long after having a baby is it okay for you to ask your wife, "Can I go watch football with the boys?"
If I was the wife or significant other, I would say until you go back to work.
I would say we're kind of far. We're kind of close to the birth of the child. You know what I mean? We're too soon after in my mind.
We're less than a month away.
I feel like it's a waste of an ask.
You only have so many bullets.
That's what I mean.
That's a big one.
The pick your battles thing. I'm like, this isn't even a good thing to like. It's not a big what happens when the Super Bowl rolls around in a few weeks?
Yeah.
You don't want to watch what if it's a Niner Bowl, Walt? You don't want to go watch the Niner Bowl somewhere and use that as like a full day thing? Because then that would be a reasonable ask.
So you're saying like getting approval to go hang out with the boys right after a baby's birth is kind of like getting
what's the
PTO approval?
Yeah, like what's and what's the period of time you need to ask for?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like how long do you have to wait after the birth of the child? And it's the first. I'm not saying like if you got 6, toss it on the pile. You know what I mean? Just move on. You know what I mean?
Just another one.
If you got 6 of them, they're watching each other. You're fine.
Right.
But this is the first one. He's got time off from work. I mean, if I were Walt's baby mama, I wouldn't let him go. You know what I mean? I'd say no to him.
I think that was a funny way of him telling me he's not going to make it.
Anyway,
I'm not holding my breath that Walt's going to show up.
If you were Walt's baby mama, would you let him go? It's Dirty Work on a Tuesday. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Tuesdays we love on Dirty Work because it's quickly becoming a thing. We get our Sharks guest on Tuesdays.
We do.
Dan Rusanowski, the radio voice of the San Jose Sharks, are going to join us today at 3:50 talking some puck. Plus, we will catch up a little bit later at 4:50 with Guy Haberman, who was on the call this past week and will be this week for the Niners and the Seahawks. A lot of fun talking to Guy. I believe he called week 1, Niners and Seattle as well, in Seattle. So we can talk about that game. And he was there on the sidelines for week 18. So
was his mic working?
We'll ask him. The hair was working. The hair's always working.
The hair is always working for Guy.
Great lettuce. Yeah. For Walt's kid and Guy, the hair's always working.
Yes.
That's how it goes. So we'll do that for you today. Plus, we got a grab bag. We got a Tim's Tuesday takes and trivia. We got a full Dirty Work show for you on a Tuesday afternoon. I lost my rundown. It fell off of me somewhere. I don't know what we're doing next.
We're talking about what Kyle Shanahan had to say at his press conference today. And also, we'll probably get into a little bit of Mike Tomlin.
Yeah, we got to talk about Tomlin's exit. So, by the way, we're up to 10 open jobs now.
9. It's 9.
I thought we were at 10.
No, it's 9.
Is it 9?
I'm pretty sure it's 9.
I thought it was 10. Maybe it's 9. Bottom line is that's nearly a third of the league is my point.
Last time.
Regardless of it being 9 or 10, it's nearly a third of the league. I think it's a record because we talked, you might be right, because I think Harbaugh made it 8, and we talked about how that was high anyway.
Well, no, Harbaugh would have made it 7, McDaniel made it 8, and now Tomlin makes 9.
That's right, McDaniel after that, because he went on the Thursday after Harbaugh was let go. So 9 guys released, and 7 of them after the season. 2 of them were in season, I believe, right?
Correct.
7 of them after the season. Now, Kyle Shanahan tied for second longest tenure head coach in the NFL with McVay and McDermott. Andy Reid is the most at 13. We'll talk more about this. Plus, we got a giveaway for you today. Tell you how you can go see Jim Gaffigan. Yeah, we're doing more tickets to Jim Gaffigan. They added a second show, and we got to tell you how to win them because it's right around the corner. It's coming up in June. So, Gaffigan tickets, a grab bag, Tim's takes. We got Dan Rusanowski, we got Guy Haberman, and we got Dirty Work on a Tuesday. It's the greatest show in America. The latest from Kyle is next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan spoke to the media today. Of note, today's practice was more of a walkthrough, but that Ricky Pearsall would be limited after missing the last 2 games. The team also opened the practice window for Fred Warner with the hope that he could be ready for the NFC Championship should San Francisco advance. For all the latest on the 49ers, keep it locked right here to the Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Dirty Work with you on a Tuesday afternoon. We love a Tuesday on Dirty Work, the dirtiest day of the week. Hope the Filth are having a nice start to their week. Sun is shining. And we are looking forward to springtime, but before that, we get the Niners and the Seahawks on Saturday, and official Niner fans playing at 5 p.m. in the 5 o'clock window, which thrills everybody except me, who moved my flight from 9 a.m. on Saturday to 6 a.m. on Saturday.
Yeah.
So I'm going to have some time to kill and probably not a hotel room ready when I get there. That's the last time I listened to Papa ever. You know what I mean? He was
what? I'm just as guilty because I was texting you on Sunday night.
I was convinced they were going to be 5 o'clock.
I thought they were going to be 1:30.
But you know what? I thought it was going to be 5 o'clock, and that was prior to them making the Broncos and the Bills also a Saturday game.
Right.
I thought there was a chance it would be it made too much sense, and I still think it does, to have put the Bears and the Rams on Saturday. I thought that might be the early game, and they'd give the Niners extra time. That was my logic on if you're going to make a team play early, I thought the Niners would be the only one that played early. A short week.
Right.
So I thought the Niners would be the short week on a Saturday, and I thought, how tough is that to make a team play on a short week against somebody with a bye and have them play in the 1:30 window or whatever? I thought
they never think that way.
But then once they gave the Bills that too, I thought, well, dude, if I'm giving an edge to anybody on who's got it harder, the Bills have to travel cross country. That was my catch, is I'm like, they're facing the exact same situation, but the Bills had to travel further. I thought it'd be more fair to let them play in the 5 o'clock window. But that's, again, not really what it was about. It's about which TV networks want which games and how they're going to line up for this weekend. So the Niners play at 5 o'clock, which gives them a little bit more time. You'd prefer that, I think, as a coach preparing.
Yeah.
They think about it in hours between games, right? So 5 o'clock window gives you a little bit more time in theory, but they are playing at 5. We'll have pregame starting at 2. Myself and JD from Seattle right here on the Sports Leader.
Nice. And, I just assumed that there's not a ton of star quarterbacks in the postseason. Like, there's good teams, high-profile teams, 49ers, Bears, Rams. Like, as far as, like a star quarterback, Josh Allen's the biggest one, along with Matthew Stafford, I would say. Brock Purdy's on the fringe of that, been playing in a Super Bowl, but I don't think he's a household name yet. I thought that maybe they would put him in primetime, just going up against the Denver Broncos, but it does make sense with the 49ers and Seahawks, third time a divisional matchup. I guess it's the most intriguing matchup as far as on paper between the two teams. I thought that Fox would want to take the Bears and Rams game just because of the markets with L.A. and Chicago.
Yeah.
But, 49ers and Seahawks, big-time matchup, so they're putting that in primetime.
5 o'clock on Saturday night, Niners and Seattle. 1:30, you'll get Denver against the Bills.
Yes.
A boring Denver team against the Bills.
You said boring Denver team?
Yeah, the most boring team to watch. Most boring, good team to watch, in my opinion.
Yeah.
The Patriots can be boring at times, but I'm still more intrigued by Drake May, so there's like something to look for,
Yeah, that's the deal with the AFC right now.
Josh Allen's the most exciting guy to watch. Like,
Absolutely.
He's must-see TV, but must-see TV up against, like, watching the San Antonio Spurs of football is like the Popovich-Duncan Spurs. They're a really, really good team. They're the best defense overall, in my opinion, in football in terms of what they do well on all levels. And they shut down teams completely. They don't need that much offensively, and they've got that great model where you haven't paid a quarterback yet. You've poured it all into your O-line and your defense. They've drafted well on defense, and you've got an elite head coach. They're as dangerous of a team as anybody in the AFC right now. And they're coming off a bye, and they're at home at Denver at Arrowhead. So, like, not at Arrowhead, at what's the name of their field? Mile High. So I don't like anybody's chances against them on the road. I just hate watching them play. They just kind of bore me.
Yeah, they're an interesting team where it's kind of the same deal with the Seattle Seahawks, where you can win a game in spite of your quarterback.
Yeah.
And that's my biggest question mark, where we'll do it all week long, but do the Seahawks have the advantage against the 49ers in every department besides quarterback, where it seems like Sam Darnold's just one throw away from having a meltdown? That's where I think that the 49ers can capitalize and win this game.
Well, Kyle Shanahan met with the media today, and he gave some really, really interesting news. We asked Matt Mayoko about it yesterday. Because Fred Warner, there was a report a week ago from Matt Barrows. Matt Barrows. And Barrows said that he was hearing from people in the Niners organization that Fred Warner, I heard from somebody who heard from Fred, that if they make it to the divisional round, he was maybe thinking he'd be available. Then he posted that video yesterday of him looking like Fred Warner on the football field. Didn't have pads on, but it was wearing a helmet last week on a side field. Kyle Shanahan was asked after the game if they'd opened Fred windows this week. He said the likelihood was not very high. Well, today he met with the media. You know what Kyle said?
The window is open.
Yeah, dude, he said the window for Fred Warner is officially open. I thought for sure on a short week this was out of the realm of possibility for any kind of return for Fred Warner. They're hoping, though, that he can practice next week if they advance. Kyle said he won't do much in practice this week. But a positive thing that the window's open, which means it is now a tangible, realistic possibility that if the Niners are to win this game, help is on the way.
Well, there you go. That's huge if they win this game.
It's open.
The window is open.
I love that soundbite, dude. It kills me.
I wouldn't hold your breath for him returning this week. Kyle downplayed that.
Well, if he's not really going to practice, I would say no.
Yes. But next week, it's a strong possibility, and they need him on defense, so that would be huge.
I don't know, man. The part of me thinks, like, if you've opened the window for him now, that paves the road for a return, right?
Well,
of course.
So on, if you open the window for him now and that paves the road for a return, and we know who Fred Warner is, We know, and I know this was a devastating injury, but he's already checked boxes faster than they anticipated he would to be potentially ready at this point. Even if he didn't do much in practice, like until they tell me he's ruled out for this week, like it's no, I'm leaving it on the table that Fred Warner's a freak and a different type of player than everybody else. I don't believe that's going to happen. It's sort of like thinking, are the Warriors going to win a title? No, but how foolish would you be to write off Steph Curry, right? I just think in the way that Fred Warner handles business and the way the 49ers are so desperate in this situation that if the doctors are like, I know we haven't seen him on the field in full pads or taking hits, like there's not really anything he hasn't checked yet. If they've opened the window, I'm not saying until they tell me 100% that there's no chance that he plays.
I'm not saying
I don't think it's happening.
I'm not saying there's no chance.
Yeah, I don't think it's happening either.
I think it's very slim.
I think it's
I want to
slimmer
hold your
than slim.
breath.
Yeah.
With a short week playing on Saturday.
But even you will say there's a 1/3% chance.
There's a 1/3% chance of anything in life.
Okay, all right, Kyle. I'm not sure if I'll be alive tomorrow.
I'm just saying.
Well, of course, but I'm saying Fred Warner is he's at a different level than other players would be if this were the situation for somebody of less skill, talent, and stature to this team.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, the good news is it sounds like if they keep playing, he's gonna be back and he can make all the difference on that defense. We'll see. Even I'll take Fred Warner at 60% over 100% healthy. I know he's had a great game, but Garrett Wallow or Eric Kendricks, those guys are playing great right now. But you don't want
to
Fred
rely
Warner.
on that.
Yeah, exactly. So if he's healthy, watch out. That could change things defensively for them. But yeah. For this week, I think that they can win this game without Fred Warner. I'll say that.
Okay, well, interesting. Okay, so I think so too. At this point, I'm not writing them off and saying they can't do anything. We've seen them beat this team. They did have Fred Warner the first time they did it, but no George Kittle and Brock Purdy was injured late in that game as well. Right. Did play through it, but just positive news here on the front for Fred Warner. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb, the dirty work on a Tuesday. Let's take a quick look at the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. We were asking because Walt was sending. Walt's been sending me, Walter, of course, the producer and board operator for Greg and Greg, sent us some unprompted photos of his new baby. Mm-hmm. That's why he's off. And then we were talking about how you're getting together with a group of people from the station to watch some games this Saturday. And Walt said he had to check with the boss. And I was like, it's not even worth it. After 3 weeks after having your first child, 2 games on a Saturday, you want to waste it on that?
No.
I'm not wasting it on that.
No.
You got to wait for a better ask. This early on, not a big enough.
He ain't showing up.
Not a big enough ask. He ain't showing up. So I said, what's the period of time you got to wait before you do it? Somebody checked in here, 415 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text and says, I wouldn't even ask Walt. Yeah, I think it's. Do you think he did? You think he actually asked?
No, I don't think he is.
209 says, are there any ugly babies?
Of course there are.
What if you're throwing a hot potato and you get a photo of an ugly baby? Do you keep it? It's from Lawnmower Dave. Do I keep the photo? I mean, it's in my phone. I'm not saving it. I didn't save any of these photos anyway.
Yeah, me neither.
707 says,
Walt's baby's beautiful, but
it's a beautiful kid.
Yeah, it's a good-looking baby.
707 says, as a father of 2 younglings, Walt should tell his wife to go get a mani-pedi. That should work. Newborns eat, sleep, and poop.
But then who's watching the baby?
He's saying, yeah, let the mom take the baby with the mani-pedi. Still, Walt's off the hook.
That ain't
Still,
happening.
Walt's getting off the hook. He's like, how about you go run an errand with the kid? That'll make it better.
Or maybe the suggestion is that he watches the kid while there's the mani-pedi, so that gives him the it's like a trade-off. Well, if you did that, then I'll let it go.
I mean, if he's volunteering to watch the kid on his own while she goes and does something, that's a different ask.
I don't think this is going to help him in the future if he asks at all.
916 says, damn, Kyle Shanahan has more playoff wins than Mike Tomlin does, and he was hired in 2007. Tomlin 8-12 in his career in the postseason. Kyle Shanahan, I think, is one shy of Bill Walsh, or one.
I believe so.
One shy of passing him, something like that, maybe tying him.
Yeah. As far as Mike Tomlin, he has 7 consecutive playoff losses, and last night was brutal.
Oh, dude, that means he was 8-5 in the playoffs all time, and then finished 8-12 with this.
Yeah, and the whole thing with Tomlin, his teams were good enough to get to the postseason, but not to do any damage. It's been the same thing for the last 7 seasons.
He went to 2,
or
right?
more than that.
Did he go to 2?
He went to 2.
Beat Arizona, lost to the Packers?
Yes, correct. So today, I was kind of surprised by the news because he seems up for this. He always seems like, whatever, we're not a very good team or we're not like a contender, but somehow, some way, I always come up with a team that's above 500. So when the news broke today that he was going to step away after 19 seasons, I'm like, damn. So to me, this reeks of him not being fired, but him with the Steelers brass getting together and being like, look, you got 1 year left on your deal, and most likely Rodgers is going to retire. and we're going to probably do a massive rebuild here. So do you want to be back for one more season to start the rebuild? Does it make sense for you? Because we could be a very bad team. Do you want to do that? And then your job's on the line if this team's not successful? And he's probably like, you know what? I have something on the table from CBS or Fox. I'm probably going to walk away, and then I'll go see what's available in 2027. Kind of like what Sean Payton did a couple years ago.
There was that discussion about that. Yeah. I could see that happening, just kind of waiting and taking a break and resetting. Harbaugh, does it feel more like he's jumping right back in?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
it sounds like the Giants' job is his.
Sounds like he was like it's sort of funny, like he's interviewing teams. That's how he's viewed. Like, it's like he was like, I'm going to decide which teams I'm willing to interview with. It's kind of like he has the Shohei Ohtani thing going.
Absolutely
I will decide where I talk to, and then you can make me the appropriate offer.
Now, the awkward moment today was when Steve Bisciotti, the owner of the Ravens, during his press conference, first time he's spoken since John Harbaugh's been fired, news broke of Mike Tomlin stepping down. He goes, and he's like, excuse me? And they're like, yeah, Mike Tomlin's stepping down. So then someone goes immediately, is Mike Tomlin a candidate for the job? And he goes, the only way I'll hire him is if John takes the job in Pittsburgh. That's when I'll reach out to Mike Tomlin.
That'd be the most fun thing to have happen. These swap spots. It'll never happen. But
no, it's not happening.
That'd be fun. I like that logic though from Rooney.
Yeah.
Is that our Rooney?
Oh, no, it's Steve Bisciotti.
It was Steve Bisciotti, the GM.
Yeah.
I like that logic though.
Owner, yeah.
Owner going, no. That's that didn't happen here. Owner in Baltimore about Tomlin potentially being hired. Anyway, that's what's going on. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and to text. 510 says the window is open. Wow, How I Met Your Mother reference. Nice.
Yeah.
You'll get those from me, man. One of my all-time favorite sitcoms. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come on back, I'll tell you how you can win tickets to go see Jim Gaffigan at the Masonic. And we got to do it quickly, right around the corner, coming June 13th of this year. They've added a second show, and we've got tickets for it all week long. But
it's open.
The window is open. When we come on back, is the Seahawks rivalry with the 49ers officially renewed now in your mind? And I think it feels more so like it this year than last year, and I'll tell you why next. Dirty Work rolls on a Tuesday on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
Second and goal, 7-yard line, trying to go up 2 scores. Purdy in the gun. Juszczyk goes in motion. It's a play action. Purdy going to roll left, and he gets away from Bruce Irvin. Throws on the run, wide open. Elijah Mitchell, touchdown! San Francisco!
Can we call him playground Purdy? Kaepernick, end zone, Crabtree. Broken up, picked off! This game is over! Knocked in the air, intercepted by Smith. Off the hands of Richard Sherman.
I mean, in hindsight, Sherman was kind of right. That's what happens when you try Sherman with a sorry receiver like Crabtree.
Sorry-ass receiver.
It's also what happens when you just try to throw goal line fades at the 2 or whatever they were. That was a tough deal.
Dude, that's one of my favorite all-time post-game interviews.
Aaron Andrews. She's
just like, who was talking about you?
Crabtree was.
She was like just looking at him like, are you kidding me right now? She's like, who was talking about you?
Also,
what the hell are you talking about?
Also, the fact that Sherm is still like a staunch 49er lover and supporter now after his time with the Legion of Boom. Like, I respect it. He still does rep Seattle, and you only see him rep 2 hats when he's doing his podcast.
That is true.
It's a Seattle hat or a Niner hat. I think he still lies with Seattle, but he loves and respects his time with the 49ers. And it's partially because he helped build this run that they went on. So I think he thinks very fondly of his 3 seasons, I think it was.
2019.
Was it 19, 20, 20?
Sorry, 2018.
18, 19, 20, I thought.
Yeah. Yeah, 20 he got.
I think part of it is that he was here for 18. And then it built into what 19 became.
You're right, 20, and then 2021 he got cut, and then he went to the Bucs for a little bit of time.
That's right, yeah. So, I mean, Richard Sherman, I think, looks fondly upon his time as a 49er. Anyway, the other highlights there, Raheem Mostert, 2022 against Seattle in the playoffs, and the Niners eliminated Seattle. That was here in San Francisco.
Was that Raheem Mostert?
I thought he said Mostert. Oh, no, it was Elijah Mitchell.
Elijah Mitchell,
Raheem Mostert.
Well, that was Brock Purdy's first start in the playoff game.
41 points they put.
Yes.
Did Brock en route to the NFC Championship appearance against Philadelphia. They beat the brakes off Seattle that year. Now
that was not a bad Seattle team, but like a team that was 9-8. I mean, they got in because the Packers lost that Sunday night game to the Lions.
Yeah,
but great performance by Brock Purdy.
Well, last year, Seattle turns things around with Mike Macdonald in his first year. They get 10 wins and they miss the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing I think about last season, and I know it was Geno Smith, and so when he's gone, that changes the look of a team for sure. And their defense was coming. Their backfield, they still had Charbonnet. They still had Kenneth Walker. But they basically, in my mind, it might have been the actual elimination of the 49ers last year. But when Geno marched downfield at the end of that game at Levi Stadium, runs into the end zone for a touchdown, and he does the Steph Curry night-night.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember Marcus Thompson after the game were like, that was pretty cold, man. That was pretty cold-blooded by Geno.
Cold-blooded.
It never felt like the Niners were on their way to anything last year. You were consistently clawing at the deficiencies and hoping guys would come back, but they could never get to a spot where they were building anything consistently enough to feel like they were a competitive playoff-type team last year. This year, they've got different metal. So my feeling is the rivalry back for the Niners in Seattle? This game plays a major role in that. Because I think the way 49er fans look at it, the way I see it is, that team is not going anywhere right now. They've built defensively. They've got a good young head coach. They've got a quarterback they've committed to for, I think it was a 3-year deal for Sam Darnold.
Yeah, I believe so. Something like that, yeah.
Right? So on a fairly cheap deal. So I imagine at some point they're still going to take a quarterback and look for the next tier of quarterback to become the face of that franchise. But because they've built defensively, if and when they decide to move on, they can still pay their defense when it's time to do so.
Mm-hmm.
But if they move on from Darnold at any point, they think they need to upgrade at some point, they'll have money to do it if they're going to go through the draft, and they can build a team, I think, similar to what we've seen with the Denver Broncos. We'll see if McDonald can continually do this thing. But he comes from a system in Baltimore where we saw them be able to do that from Joe Flacco into Lamar Jackson, and he understands that retool and how that happens. He's not a quick-to-the-top type of head coach. So I think this has the makings, because I don't believe that 2022 game felt like it, based on what you're saying with Seattle, and because the Niners and the Rams have been such a thing. But now Seattle, the champion of the division this year, 3 of the 4 teams in the NFC that are left are NFC West teams. Nobody believes that Seattle's going anywhere based on their construction. We know the Rams are going to need a quarterback at some point, but they don't appear to be going anywhere based on their construction. This is going to be a 3-headed horse, I think, or a 3-team race each and every season, and these games are going to mean a lot, like they did in the era that it was the Niners in Seattle under Jim Harbaugh and Pete Carroll. So because of where the Niners are and how they've been entrenched near the top, and Seattle has had a different, while some playoff berths, not a run of success lately, these playoff matchups, or a playoff matchup like this, is going to set the stage for their first matchup next year, regardless of who wins. So is it back? I think this is going to ignite that fire in a way that we haven't seen since 2013-14.
I would agree. I don't think it's there yet, but after this game, whatever happens, it will be reunited. Yeah, absolutely. Where back 10 years ago, and or more so 2013, when the 49ers were building something with Jim Harbaugh, and then the bad Seahawks came in 2012, and they weren't scared with the 49ers. I remember a game in Seattle where they beat them on Sunday Night Football like 42-13. I was like, damn, are these Seahawks for real? And then they beat the Washington Redskins at the time, Robert Griffin. They had a comeback against the Atlanta Falcons, so it could have been a 49ers and Seahawks NFC Championship game 2 years in a row, but we didn't get that. Then 2013, I mean, that's when things changed. That's when Richard Sherman was talking trash. That's when we had that infamous moment where the Seahawks won that game, and then he called out Michael Crabtree. I remember on that America's game in 2013 Seahawks where he calls out Colin Kaepernick in that documentary just saying, like, not bad for a running back that could throw.
Not bad for a running back.
Yeah, basically, like just calling him out. And there was so much animosity between both organizations where Richard Sherman hated Jim Harbaugh, even though he coached him at Stanford. And it changed where Russell Wilson pretty much dominated the 49ers in his time as quarterback of the Seahawks. I'm looking right here. He was 17-4 against the 49ers.
Owned him.
Yep, completely owned them. And Pete Carroll was a part of that. And then once Russell Wilson went away, that's when things swung in the 49ers' favor. Where the Geno Smith era, that's when Brock Purdy dominated the Seahawks. That was his second start in the NFL on that Thursday night on a short week. And then, of course, his first playoff performance. But since that time, it's felt like the 49ers have dominated the Seahawks team. So I don't think they're going away. I don't think it's as venomous as it was years ago. But we're seeing a little bit of it where Diamador Lenore calls out Jackson Smith and Jigba. There was some words sent on social media after the loss, the 13-3 loss a couple weeks ago. Kyle was asked about today, and he was like, that's just wrestling stuff to me. I don't really care about that.
Did he say that? Yeah. That's like pro wrestling stuff?
But as far as, is this going to be a rivalry again? Talk to me on Monday. We'll see how this game turns out.
Well, I think either fan base is going to feel frustrated by this. If the Niners are going to win in any capacity, Seattle's going to be upset that they felt like they dominated that game in Week 18 and didn't handle business off of a bye week against a team on a short week, and they've already got hatred for the Niners, and the Niners they've been looking up at for a number of years now, right? Even when they were a playoff team, they were looking up at the 49ers. 10 wins last year, didn't make the playoffs. They believe that they're a better team than the Niners, and on paper they may be, as currently constructed. Their defense is certainly better.
Yeah.
But I think that would be frustrating big time for their fans. Different than Philadelphia, because while Philly thought they had a better team, they're so pissed at their offensive coordinator situation.
Yeah.
It's not as surprising to them that they didn't put up points in the second half. They averaged like 9 points a game in the second half of games this year. Did Philadelphia? They got 6 against the Niners. So I think the scope of that is a little bit different. Because the Niners play Seattle twice a year, because of the way the game went down Week 18, and they felt like it was, they dismantled that Niner offense that came in red hot, and they did. I think if the Niners were to lose this game, it's the Niner fans, myself included, feeling like you got work to do to catch the Rams and the Seahawks, that their defenses are better. And if the Niners had either of them, they'd be viewed as a potential Super Bowl champion this year based on what they've done offensively. So we know the defense is problematic, but the Niners, in losing to Seattle, would feel like, boy, here we go again. We've got to do more to top them. I just think no matter what happens in this game, it sets the stage for whenever that first game is next year.
Oh, absolutely.
That game next year, regardless, because of this one, is going to be the juice. So I think this is the spark that ignites that rivalry being back, because now it's the third time Brock has gone head-to-head with Sam Darnold, right?
Yeah.
And there's the element of him having been under Kyle and Brock's tutelage for a year. There's layers to this thing, and the more that you meet up as quality teams in winner-go-home situations or in winner-take-all, like a number one seed, that ignites this stuff. So that,
it does.
It kind of starts for me with Week 18.
But there's too much respect on both sides now, where it wasn't that case years ago.
No, you're right, because they were constructed in a way that the attitudes of the players, I mean,
they were defensive-oriented teams.
Do you remember the characters on Jim Harbaugh's team?
It was kind of mirroring a little bit of the Steelers and Ravens from back in the day, too,
yes,
where Tomlin and Harbaugh would go after each other, where in these press conferences, you ask Kyle about Sam Darnold, he goes, I love Sam. You ask Sam about Brock Purdy, he goes, oh, I'm a better quarterback because of Brock Purdy.
He said Brock is a G, man.
Yeah.
And by the way, Sam Darnold dapping up Brock after the game. What did he say to him? See you in a couple weeks.
Yeah.
Dude, that's that, part of that Sam Darnold being like, yeah, give me that defense again. I don't think.
He's the one guy where, we're going to go through it all week, but, looking at this on paper, the Seahawks are a better football team. But when it comes to the quarterback, Brock Purdy has everything as far as comfortability and confidence in himself, where Sam Darnold is very talented. I just don't see him playing confidently lately. Like, yes, he's had a great performance against the Rams. That kind of changed my opinion about him a little bit. The drive he had against the Colts to win that game with the field goal, 6 field goals in that game. But the 49er game was where I was like, he knows that this game is on his shoulders a little bit, where it really was the defense and the running game. But he was in this game a year ago, and he folded. And that's where I want to see if he's really that confident in this game, because he was definitely gun-shy on that first drive, where he didn't have to do much for the rest of the game. But I thought to myself, with them getting stopped on 4th down, I'm like, the 49ers have a chance here, but the defense just shut them down all game. So the one guy I'm looking at is Sam Darnold, 100%.
Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webby. It's Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. We're going to catch up with Dan Rusanowski, the radio voice of the Sharks, talk a little puck at 3:50. At 4:50, Guy Haberman, Niner broadcaster. He'll be on the call on Saturday in Seattle. And he was on the call for Week 1, Week 18, and this past weekend, and that win against the Philadelphia Eagles. Before we get into a little bit more on the Niners and this matchup against Seattle, we got to show you how you can win tickets to see Jim Gaffigan. He's coming to the Masonic this June, right around the corner, June 13th. This is the early show, the 5 o'clock show on June 13th at the Masonic. To win the tickets, all you got to do is tune in between 3 and 6. Listen for the cue to call. When you hear it, be caller 10 to the studio, 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win those tickets, furnished by Live Nation. Find the rules at KNBR, thesportsleader.com. Tim, what will the cue to call sound like for Jim Gaffigan? Hey, y'all, it's the cue to call. If you want tickets to the 5 o'clock early show with Jim Gaffigan in June, right now, it'll be something like that. When you hear that, caller 10, 415-896-KNBR, and the tickets are yours. All right, here's a question for 49er fans. I knew Niner fans who felt confident about this game against Philly had reason to, based on, we believe Kyle can put this together after having a down week. Maybe Seattle set them up to go, or gave them something to look at in terms of how they can go beat another good defense in Philadelphia. We knew they were resilient all year. They had better metal. We knew they could score despite being suppressed offensively in the first half. We didn't know about the defense, but we had reasons logically to know the Niners are good on third downs, and the Eagles are not good on third downs. They're not good at scoring late. So these were things that I think led me to believe they could win. When I hear Niner fans now in the confidence about playing Seattle, I do wonder, do we really think the Niners, are you confident because you believe the Niners can really beat Seattle, or are you confident because you hate Seattle and it means so much to beat them? So what is it? Are you confident in the Niners legitimately in winning on Saturday, or do you just hate the Seahawks? I want to know either way. Be honest about it. 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627 is the number to call and the number to text. I want to know, are you confident or do you just hate the Seahawks? Your thoughts next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We all know Thursday is just mini Friday, so get your butts to Harmonic Brewing at Thrive City to hang out with the Dirty Work crew. Come for a pop as we get you ready for 49ers, Seahawks, and Dubs Knicks. That's this Thursday at Harmonic Brewing. Maybe I'll plug everything incorrectly, but not likely.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627 is the number to call and the number to text. The question is, are you really confident in the Niners against Seattle, or do you just hate the Seahawks? And so you're so hopeful because you despise that team. It's like when the Giants play the Dodgers. I want to beat them more than anything because I hate them so hard. I hate them so hard, Derek.
So hard.
So hard. But I look at them and I'm like, how good are their chances, really? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm like, come on. Look at that team. With Seattle, I don't feel the same way. I don't look at them and be like, dude, the Niners can't. I mean, there's no team in football I really thought that about this year. There's nobody I look at and go, oh, man, that's the first iteration of the Chiefs with Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce and Kareem Hunt, and they were explosive, and they were going to put up 35 a game, and you couldn't stop. Like, that's a different beast. It's not the Warriors with Kevin Durant where you go, they're going to roll through anybody.
Not this season.
Even though Seattle might be the best team in the NFC.
They certainly have the best defense, hands down.
There's a case for it, no question. I don't look at them in the same way. It's why I think the Niners have a shot. But I also wonder in myself, like, am I really that confident, or is it sort of my reason behind the Niners, my confidence in the Niners isn't really tangible except in the victories they've had, in how they've found different ways to win. And that I do believe if you give Kyle 3 cracks at a team, he can win 2 out of 3. That's kind of the way I see it. I'm like, the more chances you give Kyle Shanahan, the more often I believe in him, the more I believe in Brock, the more I believe in Robert Saleh. This is their 3rd crack at this team and their 2nd in 3 weeks. I don't know if it plays to the Niners' favor that they've been playing, that there's something they may have found on tape against Philadelphia, that maybe Seattle won't be able to beat them the same way or throw the same things at them defensively, and that's the chess match of this game. But I do think a lot of Niner fans' confidence comes from their absolute hate of the Seattle Seahawks in the last iteration of this rivalry.
I think it's mixed, where I think there is definitely hatred for the Seahawks, way more than there was for the Rams, in my opinion. When I think of the Rams and 49ers, I think more of an 80s rivalry, and it was renewed recently with the NFC Championship game, but I didn't get the sense of hatred that I remember back in the day with the Rams and Seahawks, because that was just, it was 2 teams. They were young, built on defenses, and quarterbacks that can run, but it was just the animosity and the trash talk that was going back and forth. So I never felt that way with the Rams, where the Rams were dominated by the 49ers in the regular season, and then the Rams got lucky in the NFC Championship game. But since that time, it's been where the 49ers have dominated the Rams for the most part, until maybe the recent years here. But, yeah, I think that's equal parts the 49er fans hating the Seahawks, and also, like, yeah, we're confident. Like, we beat this team week 1. And, yeah, we definitely should have lost probably 24-3 the last week of the regular season. But you get us another shot at them again? I think the 49er fans should have confidence in this matchup just based off of Sam Darnold, man, where, yes, I do respect him. He's more than an average quarterback. But he kind of gives me Ryan Tannehill, 2021 Tennessee Titans vibes. And Mike Kohler knows what I'm talking about, where that team was the number 1 seed, where they had really good defense, and Tannehill was fine. They didn't have Derrick Henry for most of that season. And then in the postseason, he had an all-time bad performance. 3 interceptions, and Joe Burrow was the reason they won that game. Even though Burrow was sacked 8 times in that game, it was Joe Burrow helping everybody else to rise the occasion to beat that defense. So I think it's where the 49ers may not be the more talented team, but it's where Sam Darnold could have an all-time bad performance. You're like, that's the reason why they lost this game.
Quick check of the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, and then out to the phones here. 707 checks in and says, bring back the Niners-Seahawks rivalry. I definitely hate the Seahawks more than I hate the Rams. 916 checks in and says, I'm not confident at all. It was just a couple of weeks ago that Seattle completely controlled the game against the Niners. Now they're down Kittle as well. I hear that. I mean, if you're on the Seattle side of things, you're looking for reasons, or you're being honest about your confidence, doesn't help you that Kittle's not there, and I'm with you on the dominance, because I'm one of the believers that game should have been a bigger score, a bigger difference than it was at 13-3.
Yeah, I'm not in the school of thinking where people are like, well, they held him to 13 points. It should have been way more than that. But then again, is the Seahawks defense that good as far as holding the Niners to 3 points again? I don't think so. I think they're really good. they're right there with the Texans and Patriots as far as the best defenses in all of football. But I think that they had a great game plan, but can they replicate that for this Saturday? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, another text here, 510 says, Copes, you were talking about what led you to believe the Niners could win in Philly? ? All caps, you picked the Eagles. I did no such thing.
No, he didn't.
All week long, I gave you reasons why I thought the Niners could win. I was the one who said, I'm more confident in this game than a lot of people are relative to the Bears. I didn't really want the Bears that close to having played the Bears.
Yeah.
I preferred the Eagles because I thought their offense, if the Niners could score, wouldn't be able to put up 25 points. And they didn't.
Yeah, no.
19.
I was the one that was picking the Eagles all week.
Yeah, no, maybe you misunderstood me. I never once did. I actually, in spite of, out of spite, picked the Niners to win on that game on the Friday bigger than I thought they would actually win.
Right.
And when I did my hit in Allentown, Pennsylvania, I think I said to him, I'm not giving you guys the satisfaction. I'm taking the Niners to win this game. Let's go out to the phone lines here at 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and to text. Let's go to Steve. Steve is in Seattle. He's a Seahawks fan. What's up, Steve? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, fellas. Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm actually in Sacramento. I'm from beautiful Lake Chelan, Washington, if anybody knows where that's at. But, hey, I'll speak for
Nobody knows where that is, bro. What's going on, Steve?
Well, I'll speak for the whole state. The rival is definitely back on. We hate the Niners, and I'm glad because I love a good rivalry.
Yeah.
But I'll give you 2 reasons you're not going to win, and it's pretty easy.
All right.
Kittle, he ate us up in the middle. We always suffered until this year from tight end damage in the middle. And Fred Warner is not playing, and thank God. Because next week, we would have probably had a different conversation. But the Vegas line's not wrong, and I think it's going to be a pretty decisive win.
It's pretty tame, Steve. Appreciate the call. I mean, again, if you're giving reasons why you think Seattle wins, those are valid.
They are valid, but Kittle also didn't play week 1.
And the Vegas line was wrong last week, too.
I mean, Kittle played week 1 and got hurt early in that game.
Right.
The hamstring tear.
Jake Tonjes was the hero of that game.
They also, and Nick Bosa, right? And they had Fred Warner in that game. So what I would say is, if you're looking for reasons that Seattle's got another advantage relative to week 18, he's not wrong. But the Niners didn't have Fred Warner then. They won a lot of games without Fred Warner after week 6, including some tough ones down the stretch. I hear him on all that. I just also think that because of and you know how I am with division games and 2 teams playing this close to each other, it's much weirder. If this were the Niners, if I thought the Niners had a better shot at losing to Philly than I do this week against Seattle because of the divisional nature, I kind of throw the book out and say it's a totally different situation.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at too.
I'm open to it being weird. A blowout or again a 2-score game is not really what I anticipate this being on either side.
And again, going back to my philosophy of what you look for in a playoff matchup, is the quarterback and head coach combination better than the opposing teams? In this case, again with the 49ers, yes. Kyle Shanahan is the better coach. Brock Purdy is the better quarterback. But once again, like last week against the Philadelphia Eagles, I thought that the Eagles were the better all-around team. Are the Seahawks the better all-around team? Yeah, I would say so. But then again, can their offense be combustible and not move at all? And it's 6-3 at halftime. You're wondering what the hell's going on here. And then
that's happened to them a few times this year.
And then can they explode in the second half? Absolutely.
Yeah.
The biggest factor to me is, can the 49ers stop the run? And they really did and didn't against the Eagles. They got Saquon Barkley behind the line of scrimmage a couple times. But in the end, he ended up with 100 yards. But it wasn't a traditional, dominant performance like Saquon's had in the past, like a year ago with the Eagles. With the Seahawks, I mean, we keep hearing that they're saving Kenneth Walker for these type of games, these playoff moments. And we saw him run up the middle on that 3rd and 17. So can the 49ers defense, even though Eric Kendricks and Garrett Wallow were great, can they stop this running game? That's going to be the key to me. And then if they do stop the run, are things going to be open for Jackson Smith and Jigba and A.J. Barner and Cooper Kupp, Rashid Shaheed? They have a ton of weapons.
I'm not confident in stopping the run. I mean, they've given up 130 or more on the ground in 4 of the last 6.
But what are you more confident? Are you more confident in them stopping the run or Sam Darnold having a lights-out performance? Oof. That's the big thing to me.
That's a great question. Do I think the Niners are more likely to stop the run, or Sam Darnold puts together a flawless performance?
I honestly think it's more likely the 49ers stop the run.
I'm going to go with the Niner defense.
Because that's the one thing they've been good at times this season defensively.
I'm with you on that.
That's where Normally, I would say Seahawks should win this game.
They're just in the worst stretch of it lately.
They just played them 2 weeks ago.
Can we just play C.J. West more? When C.J. West and Collins are on the field, they've been dominant. They've been great at plugging the holes, and we saw that in the second half. That might have been part of the defensive scheme change. By the way, we talk so much about the great members of the filth frequently on the YouTube chat. Your Barbs, your Pat H's, your Tackies, your Rockin' New Eras, your Otis Birds, your 415 Wes's, all the great members of the filth. We rarely mention one of the filthiest of them all, our guy Larry Krueger, who listens all day, every day. And dude,
he is filthy.
He's been checking in on topics since the start of the show today. I mean, remember he wanted a side of Krug sauce with our dirty burrito.
We're working on that, Craig. We're working on it.
He checked in and he said, it's official. I'm booked for Seattle. Yes. Then he says we were talking about Waltz. Waltz sending us photos. He checks in and he goes, he goes, by the way, kids are kind of like fantasy football teams. You care about yours and only your own. Which is a good line from Kruger.
That's the way it should be, honestly.
Good line from Kruger. And then he says, I'm confident.
Hashed out in a bush.
Then he checked it on this topic, on the confidence, or you just hate Seattle. He said, I'm confident because it's Purdy's time and he's the difference. And that's kind of what we're talking here with Sam Darnold potential. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Douglas is in San Diego, the power of the flamethrower. Douglas, you're on the Sports Leader. What's up, dude?
Hey, man. Just wanted to say to the question, am I confident with the team or am I confident in the fact that I freaking hate the sea chickens? I freaking hate the sea chickens.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, but, I would say that, as we were talking, as you guys have been discussing, the rivalry really isn't what it used to be. When I was, 23, 24, 25, I'm in the military, if I got stationed in Seattle, I would have been in a lot of fights. It's not anymore like that anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think that this team, one of the reasons beyond the fact that I just absolutely despise Seattle is that this team's defense has come alive in the last 3 weeks. Seriously come alive in the last 3 weeks. And I don't know what that means as far as our season totals. You know what I mean? Is there hope? I think so, given the fact that Eric Kendricks has played lights out, and the secondary is really stepping it up. Also, my kid wanted to say hi.
What's up, dude?
He said, I don't know what to say.
Go Niners is good for me, man. Just give me a Go
there
Niners.
Go, member of the filth.
Go Niners, bud.
Go Niners.
Yeah, hell yeah, dude. Little member of the filth there, dude. Douglas, I appreciate the call, man. Let's get one on Saturday night, huh?
All right, man.
Appreciate the call, dude. Thanks so much. 808 KNBR 415 808-5627. The number to call and the number to text. Do you hate the Seahawks or are you actually confident? What is the weight here on that? That was interesting. We had that guy, I think his name was Steve. He said he was in Sacramento, but he's from Seattle and he's a Seahawks fan. He said, and I'm glad he did call and say this, he said the rivalry's actually back. And I think that from a Seahawks standpoint, it means, I don't want to say it means more, but I do think because there are fewer rivals for the Seahawks, being that they're a team that changed conferences, right? The Niners have a rooted history with the Rams, going back to the Rams being in LA for so long before going to St. Louis. And then they win in St. Louis, of course, and they have success there and whatnot. And at one point dominated the Niners again for kind of the Warner generation of that. And the Niners had a downtime, and then they come back and their NFC Championship runs coincide with that of Seattle's dominance for the first time in the NFC as a perennial champion, right? So even with Sean Alexander and Hasselbeck, they went to the Super Bowl, but they weren't year to year a perennial Super Bowl champion.
I mean, no.
The Legion of Boom built them to be a.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what laid the foundation for them being a frontline team in the NFC.
I mean, they had Marshawn. They were a more entertaining team. That 2005 team with the Seahawks, they were fun, but their receivers were like Darrell Jackson and.
No, they were not a fun receiving team. And even with respect to Hasselbeck, he wasn't a fun. I mean, they were a running team.
Yeah,
they were Holmgren just ran it through Sean Alexander.
I mean, Sean Alexander was MVP that year, and he was awesome.
37 touchdowns or something?
Yeah, it was ridiculous. But I that was short-lived as far as being a contender. They won the NFC West every single year with Mike Holmgren.
Yeah, it was a down kind of NFC West at the time. It was post-Warner. It was during the early Alex Smith years kind of at that time.
The NFC West was not competitive whatsoever back then.
No. And so this is what I mean. It's from a Seahawks fan standpoint, if they think, oh, dude, this is a rivalry, to the point I was making before, if they're like, this is back, part of that is them feeling like they got to chase down the Giants.
Well, think about it, dude.
The Niners. This is different for me than the Padres being we're a rival too. Because the Niner fans do, you know what I mean? And we're like, and maybe they've got it with the Dodgers now, but the Giants fans you're not involved in this. This has been a rivalry going back to the turn of the century, the last century.
Right. Yeah. When you think about the Seahawks history, Like, I remember the days, I'm old enough to remember the time where they were an AFC West team, where they were an expansion team in the 70s. It was Dave Craig, it was Steve Largent, and then Warren Moon came over there. And then I remember them being not a rival, but like they were in the AFC West. They played the Broncos, the Chargers, the Raiders twice a year. And then they changed conferences, and they had those really ugly uniforms. I remember Jerry Rice being a Seattle Seahawks for a little bit of time. So they never had like a true rival. Like, they were just kind of a weird team. And then they got good with Mike Holmgren, and even then there wasn't a rivalry with anybody in their own division. Things changed when Pete Carroll got there, and they became this big bad team, the Legion of Boom, and all of this hatred with the 49ers. It's still there. That's why I think it's not even close. Like, if you're going to pair the rivalry with the 49ers and Rams, it's there with the Seahawks still. I remember watching that playoff game with my good buddy Alexander Scott, where the 49ers beat the Seahawks in that playoff game, Brock Purdy's first ever playoff appearance. And he was just pissed off the whole time. He did not want to lose the Seahawks. I remember just saying over and over again, not these guys. Not these guys. Not these effing guys.
He was doing the Ferris Bueller. If I go down, it is not going to be to a guy like that.
Exactly.
Yeah,
because there's still that hatred.
Yeah.
There's still that hatred from 2013 where Richard Sherman tipped that pass and Malcolm Smith came down with it. Still, some 49er fans are not over that. I don't blame them.
808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Tom in Pleasant Hill, Aaron in San Francisco, Big Chug and Marcus. We will get to all your calls. Are you confident in the Niners, or do you just hate the Seattle Seahawks? We'll get to your calls and your thoughts next. Dirty Work, the greatest show in America, rolls on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Earlier today, it was announced Mike Tomlin would be stepping down as head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers after their 30-6 loss to the Texans last night. Tomlin spent the last 19 years in Pittsburgh, and now there are 9 head coaching vacancies in the NFL. So send a bouquet of flowers to Robert Saleh and tell him how much you love him. For everything NFL, keep it locked right here to the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Love a Jack's Restaurant and Bar. And by the way, if you're out at Jack's Restaurant and Bar, check yourself out a Dirty Burrito. Official burrito at Dirty Work.
Is it on the menu right now?
It's fantastic. I sure hope so. I would assume so. I think if somebody asked for it, they would know. It would tell you what to get.
I hope so.
It's a chicken fried steak, some gravy, or country fried steak and gravy. It's fantastic. And some eggs, some cheese.
That's good eating.
It was good eating, man. Put you to sleep, too.
Oh, yeah.
That'd be good. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call. And the number to text, we're asking you, do you have true confidence in the 49ers this weekend, or is it more about your absolute hatred for the Seahawks? Let's go back out to the phone lines at 808 KNBR. Tom is in Pleasant Hill. What's up, Tom? You're on the Sports Leader. How you feeling?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Doing well.
Is that burrito that puts you to sleep? Is that why you don't need a bed?
Yeah. You crazy? I don't need a bed, Tom.
Crazy.
Well done, Tom.
Well done, dude.
That's crazy. Here's why the rivalry is big for me now. My daughter's marrying into a giant Seattle Seahawks fandom.
I don't like that at all.
Up in Seattle.
Interesting.
So, but my gut reaction when I saw that the point spread was like 7, I'm like, there's no way they're going to be that close. I couldn't put my emotions out there with this good young man to get crazy with talking trash on this game, because in my gut I just don't feel it. And there's a few things. So I think Kittle's awesome, but they've played without him a bunch, so I don't think that's a big deal.
I'm with you.
I'm looking ahead. The weather looks great.
51 degrees, I think, is what we're looking at projection. Seems like it's going to be pretty good.
And sunny.
Yeah.
But sunny, and that's kind of in the Niners' favor. But I'm really legitimately worried about the amount of rest that the Seahawks have, the short week of preparation. I think it matters, and the running game they're just going to come at us. And then finally, I think the 12 is a thing. That their home fans, it's a real thing.
It is.
Yeah, 100% it is.
Just these fundamental things about football, like stopping the run, the home field, rest. I think those add up to, I think it's going to be tough. I look at it as almost like a 14-3 kind of seed in March Madness. They got a chance, and it'll be a real feel-good win, but I just don't think there's enough on the side of the ledger for the Niners to be confident.
I hear you. I hear what you're saying. Like everything you're saying is fair. Tom, before we let you go, I got to ask you, because your daughter's married into the Seahawks family, and you said you couldn't bring yourself to do some trash talk with your future son-in-law. Did he ask you permission to marry your daughter?
He did. He
Wow.
flew down here to meet me in person to ask.
Wow. You know what? Surprising, even for a Seahawks fan. You know what I mean? Tom, appreciate the call, man. Let's do our best to get one this week and give you some bragging rights.
One more thing. I'm right down the street from the Pleasant Hill Jacks. Do you guys ever have a show planned for here?
You know what's funny is we are working on that.
maybe.
We've got some shows coming up, and they're deciding which Jack's restaurant we're going to be at, and we've actually been trying to get out to the Pleasant Hill location. So they've got one in San Bruno, I believe, and then they've got another one in Newark. But we are working on trying to get out there, but you will hear about it certainly before we do, Tom.
I'll say, Tom, nothing's official yet, but leave your calendar open for February 13th.
Okay, and there's a great they've got a whole tap room.
Yeah. Obviously, that's kind of why we want to get down there. Appreciate the call, Tom. Thanks so much, man. We will see you in Pleasant Hill. Let's go out to Aaron. Aaron is in San Francisco talking about your confidence in the Niners or absolute hate for Seattle. Aaron, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? Sorry, I got my hands full right now.
With what, dude?
Cheeseburger for my daughter. Cheeseburger for my daughter.
Nice. Oh, yeah, dude. Good deal. Got to do it, man.
It's all good, man. You can still talk on the phone.
Yeah, I'm going to. Man, yeah, and hopefully I can get inside so she can hear us on the radio. But, man, this, I don't have confidence. I'm just going to come out straight. I don't have confidence, but what I do have confidence in is that, miracles do happen. And this 49ers team, who could have thought they'd be here where they are right now? I don't think anybody expected this. I sure didn't. I tuned out halfway through the season. And this is no offense to, I guess you can call me the halfway, semi-faithful. But Yeah, man. I mean, it's gonna come out to I see this as like cinematic, Little Giant style. This is like underdogs versus like the team that's ready to go. And if the 49ers can hold on and they can execute, it's going to come down to one of Kyle Shanahan's, something that, Kyle's going to get his bag like everybody says. So,
bro, hey, Aaron, I'm with you, dude, because if we're talking about the Juwan Jennings play, and what was it called again? Sky Bang.
Reverse Bang.
Sky Reverse Bang, dude. Hey, dude, you may as well call. Hey, let's go annexation of Puerto Rico, and I'm with you, Aaron. I'm good.
Puerto
dude.
Rico,
there
exactly.
we go, man. I appreciate the call, Aaron, and enjoy the burger with your daughter, man. Thanks so much. Let's go to Big Chug. Big Chug.
Big Chug.
I love me a good radio handle, dude. Big Chug in Vallejo, 707. Say it backwards. You're on the Sports Leader.
What up, Chug?
Hey, what's up, Coach?
What's up, bro?
What's up, G-Pod, man?
What's up?
Hey, bro, for me, this game, man, is a bragging rights because my wife's a Seahawks fan. And, man, in our garage, we have a Guam flag and a house divided flag, Niners and Seahawks. and hey, fellas, lately she's been going around the pad going, oh. And, I can't say nothing, man. 13-3, bro. You know what I mean?
Right.
And, this is all about, bragging rights. We got all kind of blue and green, scars and stuff at the pad. That's all in the trash now, you know what I'm saying? Because it's number red and gold.
Yeah, I hear you.
Know what I'm saying?
Hey, Big Chuck, did you say?
fellas,
Yeah, go ahead.
what's up?
Did you say it was a Guam flag? A Guam flag is what you have?
Yes, sir. Half a day.
Hey, where America's Day begins, bro.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You already know. Coach. And, hey, man, Jesse Sapolo should be in the Hall of Fame. He played center and guard for the Niners, 4 Super Bowl champions. Hey, man, give that man his flowers.
Give him his flowers, dude. Appreciate the call, Big Chug. Looking for bragging rights for you this weekend, Big Chug. Out in Vallejo. Let's go back out to the phone line. Stay on the phones here. Our guy Marcus is in San Francisco talking about the Niners-Seahawks rivalry. Do you just hate the Seahawks, or are you confident for this weekend? Marcus, you're on Dirty Work. What's going on?
A little bit of both, Copes. Definitely confident. Just the way they're rolling, they figure out a way to win. Like previous caller, we haven't seen many Niners teams where they're that mystique of the Warriors or the Giants, where they shouldn't be winning, but they are. The Niners pretty much they're in it, and they're in it to win it. Right now, they're kind of rolling on steam and everything. It's really exciting.
I'm with you. I appreciate the call, Marcus. Thanks so much. They find ways to win, which is again, I felt like I had good reason or logical reasons why I thought the Niners would win the last game. Mm-hmm. This one, I don't feel like they're better at a whole lot. I just like the idea that it's a divisional game and that Kyle's getting his third crack at a team.
But that's the biggest factor to me. Is
the intangible is the biggest factor.
The fact is that you know this team very well. You just saw them 2 weeks ago, and I don't care they're on a short week. Kyle's so good at play calling. I'm sure he'll find a way to get in the end zone against this defense. Did he see holes this time around? And even though there's no George Kittle, is there something that he can have with Jake Tonjes? Is there ability to run the football a little bit more on this Seattle Seahawks defense? And I know that they're great. But Trent Williams coming back, where you didn't have him in the Week 18 matchup, should make a difference. Their defensive line's pretty remarkable. It's just, are the Seahawks that offensively explosive, like the Bears or these other teams that they faced, where they could go score for score with you? I'm not so sure about that. I think it's where it's kind of the same deal where if the Seahawks are playing to have a 13-3 type of game, then that could go in the Niners' favor, where all we need is 2 touchdowns scored in the fourth quarter. And I'm confident even though our defense is not spectacular, I think that Sam Darnold will crumble. That's what Kyle Shanahan's thinking. That's maybe what Robert Sala's thinking. But I think the 49er fans should be confident. I don't think that, if you're looking at this game on paper, yes, the Seahawks are better. But I do think that the fact it's a divisional opponent, you saw them 2 weeks ago, could go in your favor.
Let's go to back out to the phone lines at 808 KNBR. Ben is in SoCal. Ben, what's going on, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
So in a season where this team has shown itself to be really resilient, I really think, we lost Kittle in that last game. That sucks, but they still were able to overcome that. They were still able to beat Philadelphia. They've overcome so much just to get to this point. They definitely shown resolve. The coaching's definitely been big. Honestly, I'm really confident going into this game. I think this whole news about Fred Warner's practice window opening and the real very realistic possibility he could be back for the NFC Championship game might give them that shot in the arm that they need. It might give them that psychological boost that they need to get over the hump in this game.
I'm with you. I appreciate the call, Ben. Thanks so much, man. The thought that Fred Warner could be coming back. I mean, I don't know if that changes anything about a psychological bump, but it does change the idea that if you win, their fortunes do change. I mean, the Niners right now, I think as it stands, have the worst odds in Vegas to win the Super Bowl.
They do, yes.
Plus 2,000 is where it sits right now. That's all fine and good. You win this game, that changes a whole lot, especially if Fred Warner returns.
Yeah, and Kyle doesn't care about that at all.
Nobody should care about that.
He was asked about that today, and he was like, I don't care about that.
It doesn't even matter. Remember earlier in the year that happened with something like that? Kyle mentioned something like that, the spread to somebody like Brock.
Yeah,
or George Kittle, and he's like, I don't even know what that means, really.
Yeah.
This guy was here about the spreads, and he's like, you know whether you're favored or a dog, and sometimes that's a little motivation, I think. I think naturally, if somebody told you you're going to be worse than that team today.
So Grant Cohn referenced that today in his question to Kyle asking about that, and he goes, I was just kind of joking around. I don't really care about point spreads. Like, he did that to motivate Mac, but honestly, like...
That was a Mac thing. That's right.
Yeah.
Mac said he didn't really get it.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's one thing to know, hey, not only are you an underdog as the backup, you're an underdog in this game. Vegas thinks you're losing this big time.
Yeah.
I mean, that's extra motivation. If it doesn't bother a guy to find out that people think he stinks, I don't know what will.
Yeah, I mean, the Niners don't need to be motivated for this game. They've been underdogs the entire season. They've been doubted by a bunch of people, including me, so... Whatever. As long as...
Like, put me on the list first.
No, honestly, no. I'll admit it. I didn't think they were going to win that game last Sunday, and they have rose to the occasion so many times this year where they're shocking me. Even though there are a ton of injuries, I focus on that too much. Honestly, it's the coaching, man. This team is too damn good when it comes to their coaches. From Kyle Shanahan to Robert Saleh to Brant Boyer, they're just great across the board, and they get this team prepared. So, yes, I think they have a fighting chance, absolutely. Even though I think the Seahawks are the better team, it doesn't really matter. It's crazy in the playoffs sometimes. The better team doesn't always win.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and to text. Phone lines are full. We are going to keep getting to your calls. Dan Bruzanowski joins us at 3:50 talking some Sharks puck. But before we do that, we got to clear the board of these phone calls here. 808 KNBR Niner fans, do you just hate the Seahawks or do you have real confidence in the Niners' ability to win this game? We've heard a lot of hate. I've heard some confidence, but I feel like we've heard some calls that are not all that confident.
It's mixed right
as
now,
well.
I'd say.
It's pretty mixed.
And that's fair.
It's kind of the way you should feel come divisional weekend against a team that beat you 2 weeks ago pretty handily. 808 KNBR, more of your calls and thoughts on the Niners and the Seahawks rivalry is next on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog. Fantasy football playoffs are here. We've been talking about it because Underdog is the best place to get in on all the gridiron action. You know, you can make picks and win real money right here, right now in California. Plus, playing on Underdog is easy. You just pick your favorite players. Will they go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, rushing yards, receptions, and more? And if you get them right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. I told you I hit big on Brock Purdy this past weekend, higher than 1.5 touchdown passes. I like the Christian McCaffrey, higher than a half a rushing or receiving touchdown this week in Seattle. Also, I like lower on Sam Darnold's passing yards. That's kind of where I am right now. Something to pay attention to with Josh Allen and his numbers this week is Denver, the number one defense pretty much across the board. When it comes to stopping rushes, stopping rushing touchdowns, red zone efficiency, they've been dominant. So pay attention when you're making your Underdog picks. But what are you waiting for? Download the app today. Sign up using promo code KNBR to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code KNBR. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 or older and present in California. Terms apply. See Underdog.com for details. Concern with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Okay, the fun's over.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Have we heard it yet this year? We've heard it like once this year, Tim.
No, we played it yesterday.
Did we?
Yeah.
Now it's the thin
Not its entirety, but
yesterday you guys got a grab bag. Today you got the open of the show.
That's right. I don't know why that happened.
You know what? The intro's so good, I don't want to hear it twice during one show.
Well, I can tell you exactly what happened. There's a guy that texted in from the 650. He's never texted in before. It's his first time ever. He says, I hate the Seahawks and I'm confident in the 49ers. His name is Harrison. He called us. He had one other text that said, also, it was hilarious for my call to be picked in the top 5 dirty work moments of 2025 by Mr. KNBR before the holidays. He said his family got a huge kick out of it.
Oh, was he the one who like, when we were clipping the Mr. KNBR soundbites and he was the one that had called in?
He said, hey, how's it going? And that was like the clip of the show.
He said it was his top 5 favorite dirty work moments. We did it during our annual anniversary classic.
That's right.
Anyway, it gave me a big laugh, so I yelled at Mr. KNBR to come in here, and that's why I got distracted.
Well, our guy Rockin' New Era checked in on the YouTube chat. You can always check in. It's where the filth come to hang, is the Sports Center YouTube chat, watching the show all day and checking in on the show. Rockin' New Era checked in and said, because you mentioned keep February 13th clear potentially for another Jack's broadcast, maybe at a different Jack's location.
February 13th.
He asked if that's the Dirty Work Valentine's Day special.
Massacre, baby.
For love and filth is what we've been talking about.
For love and filth.
For love and filth. I like that.
To live in filth. Yeah. To love and filth. I love that. I like that too.
What better way to tell your loved one than hang out with the filth?
The Dirty Work Valentine's Day Massacre.
Can you imagine, dude, you tell your girl, hey, I got something special for you. We're going to hang with Dirty Work on the 13th. It's not getting you laid.
I know you want a romantic dinner, but you get Copes instead.
You can watch Copes and T-Pop eat a country fried steak burrito. Let's go out to the phone lines at 808 KNBR. Do you just hate the Seahawks, or are you confident in the Niners in divisional weekend? Marco's on Highway 280. I always wonder if they're still on the same freeway when we get a hold of them. What's
Probably
up, Marco?
not.
You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, guys? How are we doing?
Good. How are you,
Doing
bro?
well, Margo?
Good, man. Yeah, I'm confident. And my reason is, is this the third game against the Seahawks? I mean, have we seen them 3 times, or is it?
This will be the third. Yeah,
This will be the third this year. Yeah.
Week 1, Week 18,
All
and
right,
then this.
so this is the third time. I'm saying Shanahan he's got his magic tricks. He's gonna break them all out. We're gonna see some crazy plays happen. Niners are gonna take it.
All right, appreciate the call, Marco. Thanks so much. I mean, both teams are in the same situation. It's just that I'm going to give Kyle the edge on the ability to scheme against the defense he just saw over what I think Kubiak's able to scheme with Sam Darnold against the 49ers.
Yeah.
That's kind of where I'm at in terms of the game plan, is what I'm saying.
No, absolutely. I think that Kyle can come up with something different, obviously, and I think that so can Clint Kubiak. I think that Mike McDonald's capable. He's a defensive whiz kid in his own right, where he could throw something different at the 49ers that they didn't see Week 18. It's going to be so interesting, but I think 49er fans should have confidence. I think it's going to be a close game. I don't think it's going to be a blowout by any means for the Seahawks. I think it could be like a 17-13 type of game. But, yeah, I think that you should go into this with a bunch of confidence. At the same time, the Seahawks are a damn good team. This is probably the best team you're going to see the rest of the way when it comes to the postseason. And so the best defense you're going to see the rest of the way. If you get past Seattle, you have to play the Bears again or the Rams. It'll just be a shootout at that point. But can Robert Saleh come up with something to confuse Sam Darnold? That's going to be my biggest key factor this week when it comes to this matchup.
Back out to the phones here. Junior's in San Bruno. Junior, what's up, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's up, Junior?
Man, I hate the damn Seahawks.
Yeah.
But I sure do have confidence in our boys. That last game, it wasn't like a blowout. I mean, if Purdy threw 2 touchdowns, we would have won that game.
Right.
But we sure damn want to go in Seattle and get that thing back, man. I know that for sure.
Appreciate the call, Junior. Thanks so much. I mean, that is the thing, is the Niners were – I was pretty confident they were going to score on the drive that Purdy threw the pick. And, again, throwing the pick, it's an unforced error. You know what I mean? It's a McCaffrey situation. So where he bobbles it. Wasn't a great throw, but I think McCaffrey would tell you I should have had that. That's my fault.
Yeah,
You know
absolutely.
what I mean? So I'm with him on that front, that if you score on that drive, maybe everything's different. Then it's 13-10. And we're talking about potentially a different situation, because it's not like their offense was moving up and down the field in the second half with tons of ease. I just never really felt like the Niners were doing anything well enough to take advantage of the opportunities that Seattle gave them. They did do that in the second half against Philadelphia. They took advantage of doors that were left open.
No, absolutely.
I didn't never feel like they were doing that against Seattle.
I think the Seahawks were moving the ball with ease. It was just that they weren't able to punch anything in the red zone. Where, yes.
Did they have a red zone attempt?
The Seahawks? Yeah, the first drive.
Oh, the opening drive, that's right. They went for it on fourth down and threw the cup, and it was a terrible throw, didn't get it.
And they also missed 2 field goals.
That's right. I forgot. They had the first and goal from the 1 and didn't.
That's
and
another
took a
thing,
sack.
too.
Yeah, they had one attempt and didn't get it in the red zone. They got pushed back from the 1.
That's another thing, too, is Eddie Pinheiro more clutch than Jason Myers as a field goal kicker?
Potentially.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see here. But, yeah, I think it was kind of a similar game, honestly, between the 49ers and Eagles, where the Seahawks didn't capitalize on opportunities offensively, but didn't matter because the defense just shut them down. Where the Eagles are not as solid defensively, so they left the door open in the fourth quarter. But, yeah, I think that game could have gone differently if Christian McCaffrey comes up with that ball. It's 13-10. Who knows? I just don't think it's going to be the same deal where the Seahawks shut down the 49ers for 4 quarters of football. I would doubt that.
Let's go back to the phones here. Kevin's in Connecticut. The power of the flamethrower. Kevin, you're on the Sports Leader. What's up, man?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Yeah,
Pretty good.
so I'm cautiously optimistic. And look, there was 2 plays. The Niners win that game against Seattle if 2 plays go their way. One you talked about was the interception, but the other one was the fumble where Darnold fumbled the handoff to the running back.
And they didn't fall on it, yeah.
Our defensive tackle had it in his hands, and it bounced away from him. If they get that deep in Seattle territory, they get a field goal or a touchdown out of that, and then that interception doesn't happen, and we score there, then we win that game. And after everything that happened, that's a win. It's a 17-10 or a 13-10 game. So I'm definitely cautiously optimistic that we could go in there and win. And I also do hate Seattle. I mean, that just goes without saying, right?
That's it, man. Appreciate the call, Kevin. I got to keep it moving here because Dan Rusanowski's coming up next. Alex is in Sonoma, wants to talk Niners having an edge in one element of the game. What's up, Alex? You're on the Sports Leader.
Copes, Papa, good afternoon.
What's up, dude?
I just
What's up,
want
man?
to make a couple points. My God, we got the best coaching staff in the league. Could pay dividends this Super Bowl 60. I just want to point out one thing. Remember, we had trouble with special teams early in the season. Started with the kicker. I'm not telling the guys what to do, but my God, on punts, anytime that ball isn't coming on a line drive, if it's coming on a line drive and it's within the 10, let that baby bounce in the end zone. If it's floating in, you got to look at the trajectory of the ball, and you make a business call right there. It's up to the on the punts. We got to be careful. Sometimes we try and catch them inside the 10. That's my point there. With 9 coaches looking for 9 openings for head coach, you got to love our coaching staff this season. I would hate to lose
Robert Saleh?
our defensive coordinator next season. It could happen, yes.
It's probably going to happen there.
Yeah, third. That's why we'd love to do something this season.
I hear you.
Third point. I think we're in for a treat and maybe make up for the 2 lost Super Bowls. If we could win these next 3 games, each game for 49er faithful is going to be like 3 Super Bowls. Won't quite take the nasty taste out of the mouth, but I'll take it. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate the call, Alex. One more here before we get to our guy Dan Rusanowski, the radio voice of the Sharks. Glenn is in Sebastopol. Glenn, how you feeling? Is it Seahawks hater or is it not a confidence? You're on KNBR.
Oh, yeah, pretty much a hater, but I do love the 49ers. My thing is sort of a conspiracy theory. I think that Shanahan created the last game as sort of a preseason game, just sort of feeling them out because the 49ers did not play well. I think this time they're going to kick butt.
All right,
fair
thanks
enough.
for the call. Appreciate the call, Glenn.
I don't think he viewed that game as a preseason game. It was, the right to go to or have the number 1 seed in the NFC playoffs. But I hear you. Like, you feel him out a little bit. Just playing him 2 weeks ago, that could go in their favor. Absolutely. Now, I'll ask you this, and I think nothing will take away the pain of 2013. And I don't think I don't think they got any vindication from the 2019 regular season finale where they stopped him on the goal line with Dre Greenlaw. But if they go into Seattle and win this game, I mean, does it kind of exercise some demons from years ago for 49er fans if they won that or for the NFC Championship game back in 2013?
No, because they got a ring. All the Niner fans need is a ring.
Yeah.
That's the only way to exercise demons. And I think every Niner fan who heard me say that is probably sitting there going, yep. Yeah, would beating Seattle be fun? Sure, absolutely. It would hurt more to lose to a team that you hate. That's the way I see it. That's how rivalry games go. It's great to beat your rival. It sucks to lose to your rival, but this ain't a championship game. This ain't a conference championship game. What matters now to vindicate anything for the 49ers is a Super Bowl victory.
Yeah. No,
the Rams have had one since they last got one. The Seahawks have had one since they last got one. The Giants have a couple since they last got one. The Packers have been and won since they last got one. All these teams that the Niners were dominant over for so many years have received Super Bowl championships or earned titles, and the Niners did not. So the only way to vindicate any of that era and this one is a Super Bowl title in the minds of 49er fans, but it starts with a win against Seattle on Saturday. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. It's Dirty Work on a Tuesday. We love a Dirty Work Tuesday and appreciate so much of the filth that checked in, including our guy Larry Kruger with his level of confidence, saying it's all about Brock Purdy. We got to take a quick break.
Might be.
Because on Tuesdays, frequently on Tuesdays now, the Dirty Work move or the Dirty Work thing to do is to talk some Sharks puck. Last week we had Ryan Warsofsky on. Should point out, Sharks got sprinkled with a little second half Dirty Work magic. I believe they're 3-1 now since they came on Dirty Work, or since Ryan Warsofsky came on Dirty Work.
All right, there you go.
Now, Dan Brzezinski, the radio voice of the Sharks, will join us next talking about the second half, how it started. Sharks hold on to a playoff spot now, even after that loss to Vegas. We'll talk about it next. Dan Brzezinski joins us on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Do you love the 49ers and are fired up after Sunday's win over Philadelphia? Does a bear in the woods? We'll be sure to check out number 8 Steve Young tomorrow at 9:15 with the Morning Show crew as San Francisco prepares to go bird hunting for the second straight week. And maybe young Tony will ask him a question as well. That's 9:15 Steve Young with the Morning Show. Let's go.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Celebrini stole it. Celebrini's moving up the right wing side. 2-on-1 developing with Eklund. Here's Celebrini moving in. Back to Eklund. He's got it. He scores! William Eklund from Eklund Celebrini. The Sharks win in overtime, 4-3. Eklund Celebrini made the defensive play, created the 2-on-1, and Eklund wins it. And what a celebration on the ice.
Oh, the voice of our next guest, Dan Rusanowski. That was on the call for the Eklund game winner from Macklin Celebrini over the LA Kings in LA on that back-to-back last weekend. Sharks are holding on to the number one wild card spot in the Western Conference after that loss to Vegas, who's in the number one spot in the Pacific. Joining us on the guest line, the UMA guest line, the radio voice of the Sharks, Dan Rusanowski. Ruse, great to have you on, man. Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you. How you doing today?
I'm great. Good to be with you guys. It's been a while since we've chatted, and there's a lot to chat about. There's a lot of excitement going on in San Jose about this hockey team.
I mean, it's not just in San Jose. I mean, I saw people tweeting at Brody Brazil the other day saying from Tampa, should I make the drive 2 hours to go see this young Sharks team play? They've captured the imagination of, I think, hockey fans around the country to some extent. I mean, what has been the most impressive thing to you, looking back at the start of the year and how hard it was for them to get a win? I think it was over the first 6 games or so to where they are now, holding on to a playoff spot. What has been the biggest difference in their approach and their development till now?
Well, one thing that hasn't been different is that Macklin Celebrini makes a major impact on the team.
Yeah.
But what has been different about the way that they've approached it is this, that they stuck with the plan. They didn't try to change the way that they wanted to play. They tried to apply what the coaching staff wanted them to do and do it better. And, you know, it does take a little while when you have a whole bunch of changes to your roster, especially in this game, to really start to click. And, they probably could have or should have won a couple of those early games when they went winless in 6. There was one game where, the goaltender gave away the puck, another one where they made a mistake, little mental errors. But they cut back on those mental errors, and they just continued to stick with the program. And then ever so slowly, everything that the coaching staff was telling them was going to happen started to happen. And then, of course, you've got the Macklin Celebrini factor, and he's just an incredible wunderkind and, somebody that we have never seen the likes of in San Jose in the 35-plus years that we've been around. Yes, Joe Thornton is a Hall of Fame player. Patrick Marleau is going to be someday, and we've seen so many other greats that eventually went to the Hockey Hall of Fame. That's one thing. But this kid is just dominating the game, and he's doing it in such a way that you don't expect from a 19-year-old. You expect that that's going to be from somebody who's had a few years in the league. So this has been a lot of fun, very exciting, and certainly a great reward for a lot of Sharks fans that have been so loyal to the team for so many years.
Dan, you've been calling games since the inception, and we know how much you love it. Randy Hahn and you have had these electric calls all season long. Just how much fun has it been to call these games for this young team?
Well, it's spectacular. And, you never know what's going to happen next, right? You think that something might not happen, and all of a sudden it does. That's just the way it is with this hockey team. And it's not just because of Celebrini. It's because of all of these exciting young people that Mike Greer has brought into the organization. They've done it with a purpose. They've done it with a real flair and with a real style that they want from the team. They want to be hard to play against. They want to have solid goaltending. They want to have some pizzazz to the personality on the team. And I think that they're getting all of those things, and we're starting to see the results of it.
Talking to Dan Rusanowski, the radio voice of the San Jose Sharks, joins us on the UMA guest line. How impressive is the depth in the last 3 weeks or so, but certainly since they've come out in the second half in the last 4 games? The second line, it feels like, has been playing great, and they've even gotten production out of the third line. I mean, is that something that is unanticipated, and that's development of the young players, or is that something that you need or that you thought was going to be there at the start of the year?
Well, it's something you hoped for at the start of the year. You didn't know if you were going to get it, and that's the thing. First of all, the San Jose Barracuda in the American Hockey League have done a really good job.
Yes.
Coach John McCarthy there with some of these young kids and prepared them to be in the NHL. So when they do get the call, they actually flourish. The other part of it is that the Sharks coaching staff, when they get a young player on the recall, they don't put them in a position to fail. They put them in a position to succeed. And I'll give you an example. Igor Chernyshov is a teenager, and he is exceedingly skilled. He's big and strong. He's got a long way to go for his development, right? But he gets recalled, and you don't recall a kid like this from the AHL that's on your top 6 in that league and put him on the fourth line and play him 5 minutes. That doesn't do him any justice. You have to see what he can do. And, that's somebody that has really shown a lot of promise. Playing with Macklin Celebrini helps, certainly because of the injury to Will Smith. But I think the most impressive thing, and this is something I think that you're alluding to, is the fact that the Sharks have been able to succeed and continue to compete and be in the conversation in spite of the fact they've had up to 6 guys on the injured list. And those guys are starting to get better right now. So that's good news. But, that Chernyshov example is just one. Another one, Pavel Regenda, he got acquired last year in a trade with Anaheim, and he wasn't getting an opportunity to play there as much. Big, strong guy, net front presence, fills a need that the coaching staff wants from their team. They want somebody in front of the net, providing some space for the other teams. All he does is what? He's got 6 goals already, and he was named to the Slovakian Olympic team, so he's going to be playing in Cortina and Milan in another month. So there's another guy that, again, was an acquisition very, very smartly made by Mike Greer to help the organization get better. And those are some of the things that we've seen.
I think part of what's so impressive, and you mentioned a bunch of the names there, is how much success in the number of minutes they're getting on the ice from some of these young players that they're getting, but it doesn't happen without the vets. It feels to me like they've got guys in the right roles. I know the vets have made a huge difference in their success and development this year. We talked to Ryan Warsofsky on the show last week, but I even look at role players and guys like Ryan Reeves, that fight against Olivier last week, which he talked about after the game saying, hey, he asked me for one and I took it because I may need one later on. I just feel like those roles that these guys are playing, this team is starting to gel together in a way that you need to make a playoff run.
Well, it's funny you mentioned Ryan Reeves. He is just an old pro and somebody that everybody really respects in that dressing room. And by the way, he does know how to play the game too. He doesn't just show up and fight. He scored a couple of nice goals already this year. But, he does little things away from the game. There's a couple of guys that do that. Tyler Toffoli is another one. Barclay Goodrow is another one. Mario Ferraro, you have to include him in the group. He's kind of a guy that's in a special category because he's been a Shark his entire career, and he's been through some of the dark days. He's never played a playoff game for San Jose, and he desperately wants to. So you have these guys all doing things away from the ice that makes life better for some of the young players, more exciting, more interesting. Even something as silly as we go on a road trip to New York earlier in the season, Ryan Reeves takes them all out to see the Book of Mormon on Broadway.
Nice.
Awesome.
Good deal, yeah.
And then after the games are over now on this road trip, they beat the Rangers. Macklin Celebrini has 3 goals and 2 assists. And they're humming songs from the Book of Mormon and playing them inside the dressing room after the game was over. Little stuff like that that the guys really appreciate, and they don't necessarily have anything to do with what's going on the ice, but in an odd way they do.
Talking to Dan Ruzanowski on the UMA guest line. Another comeback OT win on Saturday night. Do you think flipping the script on 12 overtime losses a year ago has made this team more resilient and clutch at big moments this season?
Can you believe it? I mean, I still can't believe they've won so many games in a row in overtime or in a shootout. And I think that has really shown how they've matured and how they've dealt with playing with a lead, for instance. Last couple of years, they'd have the lead in the third period, and there was probably a 50-50 chance as to whether they could hold on to it. But now they're doing that, or they're coming back in games. Coming back from 2-goal deficits twice is pretty tough to do against the Dallas Stars. And they were able to do that back at SAP Center just a couple of days ago, to Foley getting the winner in overtime, which was so spectacular. But that's the kind of thing that you're starting to see from these guys as they mature as players and as the team matures together. They're getting the big saves when they need it. Sometimes Darryl Sutter used to always say this, if you have a 95 save percentage and you give up 1 goal or have a shutout, that's great. But you also have to win the 6-5 games too. And the Sharks are starting to win some of those games when things get a little out of hand, when it's kind of an up and down game, when it doesn't necessarily go the way they want. That's just, again, the sign of more maturity. But having said all that, we all have to also acknowledge there's a long way to go. And they got a bit of a taste of that against Vegas last time out, because Vegas is a very mature club, Stanley Cup contender, and so forth. Tomorrow they're playing, or actually in a couple of days, they're playing against Washington. And that's another team that really handed it to them back at SAP Center in early December. So a little bit of redemption opportunity there, but also an acknowledgement that as you get victories against some of these top teams in the NHL, teams like Dallas and Carolina, and there was a win against Colorado earlier in the season. These are all great stepping stones forward, but then you got to make the next step and deal with the big challenge that comes in the NHL. And I think that it's an interesting year, too, because of the compressed schedule with the Olympics and, the break coming up in February. The Sharks are in the middle of a stretch right now where they have 4 consecutive sets of back-to-back games. That's never happened before. We're starting out this road trip at Washington and then moving on to Detroit. And then we've got the Alligator Alley trip, Tampa and Florida in back-to-back situation. That's not easy to do. So right now, the big test is to remain in the conversation in the playoffs run and to make sure that you're still in it by the time you get to the Olympic break. Very challenging, tough schedule, but I think that this is just another little bit of so-called pressure that turns the carbon and the cold into a diamond, which is what you want at the end of the year.
Talking to Dan Rusanowski on the Uma guest line. People hear that, and I think they think, man, 4 back-to-backs for these players. Dan, I'm thinking about you, man. The cough drops, the lozenges, the tea, they're back-to-backs for you too, bro.
Oh, a lot of tea, and the sinus wash works pretty good this time of year too. Let's put it that way. I know you guys know all about that.
Oh yeah, you got to keep the pipes clean. But hey, before we let you go, just a thought on you because you mentioned staying in it come playoff time, and I think we all want to see this team, whether it's make the postseason or not, playing meaningful games down the stretch as you start to develop a young core of guys is really important for their long-term development and what this team could be capable of with a star like Macklin. What area of the game, or is there an area of the game you really want to see them take a step forward in between now and April?
I'd say probably in the defensive zone to be a little bit more consistent. We already know that they can be very good offensively. They're getting decent contributions from all 4 lines. That 4th line of Ostapchuk, Reeves, and Barkley Goodrow at times is the most consistent line this team has. And whenever the game starts to fall off the rails, Coach Warsawski throws those guys out there, and then they settle everything down. And I don't just mean physically. I just mean with the way that they play, and that gets everybody back on course. They're all helping each other. I think that what we'd like to see is the development of some of these young defensemen, which we're watching, but it's challenging some nights. People like Vinny Iorio and also Shakir Mukhamadullin, who's now been set back by an injury. You want to see these guys get healthy and make sure that they get back into it. And, we're really excited this trip, too, about Will Smith coming back because he's just such an important piece in what the Sharks are trying to do up front. And, with Michael Misa here now as a teenager back from the World Juniors, we're going to see him integrated into the lineup. It's really exciting to see that. I think that the key, though, is defensive consistency. They know they can score, but they have to make sure that they consistently check, especially when the game is on the line. And that's what we're going to see down the stretch. It's the part of the way that this team continues to mature. And as you said, stay in the conversation, make sure that you're playing meaningful games all the way through. I looked at it at the start of the year and I said, okay, let's first of all set the goal of Thanksgiving, U.S. Thanksgiving, be in a playoff position or in the conversation. Okay, check. Now Christmas. Okay, check.
Yep.
Now the next step is going to be the Olympic break. Okay, that's coming up. After that, the trade deadline. The job that the players have on the ice is to make Mike Greer's job really hard at the trade deadline. To say, I don't want to move a guy. I'm not going to sell because I'm going into the playoffs. That's the job the players and the coaches have to make the GM's job hard in that way. Sometimes it makes it easier. But then on the other end of it, when you get past the deadline, then it's like the movie Apollo 13. You've gotten to the reentry. Well
Yes,
done.
yeah.
Now it's time to bring it in. And, so that's the goal for the year. If they don't quite get to that goal, you know that they're going to really gain from the progress of it. And the beauty of it is that anybody coming to see this team play is having a lot of fun. They're having fun together. They like each other. They're spending a lot of time together off the ice. And the fans feel that too. And the energy at SAP Center is just magnificent right now, as it has been for so many years. So we're glad to see that happen at the Tank, and we're looking forward to a lot of games like that on the drive-in.
No burning up on re-entry, Ruse. We need our Bill Paxton handling business. You know what I mean?
No, you got to come in at the right angle.
That's exactly it. Dan Rusanowski, the radio voice of the Sharks. Ruse, great talking to you, man. It's been so much fun already this year, and we got a long way to go, but we'll catch up with you down the road. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Dan.
You bet. Thanks, guys.
There you go. The great Dan Rusanowski, our Sharks guest for Tuesday, January 13th. I'm excited, man. About the second half here. It's fun. I mean, again, it's a great point to look at those benchmarks and say, okay, you want to be in the conversation here, because it's different for a team like the Sharks that came in with no expectations from a fan base, right?
No, absolutely.
Well, you're looking for growth, but how do you tangibly say you've grown? There's no denying they've developed and grown this year. Whether you make the playoffs or not, if you're playing meaningful, need-to-win games in the final month of the season, you've done your job in developing. And I think you can hang your hat on that, because even if you miss it out, and it's a heartbreaking miss out at the end of the year, you've done enough to grow and learn something because it's a situation you haven't been in before.
And I think Rouge said it best, where the team is just fun again. It's fun to watch these games. It's fun to call those games.
Every night you get something new.
Yeah, Randy Hahn and Dan Ruzanowski. And hopefully it results in a playoff berth this year. But if it doesn't, this is an ascending team. It's going to build upon something for hopefully years to come.
Got something, Tim?
I was just going to say, he said it perfectly, where it's like, there is still a long way to go, but you can see it. You can totally see it. And I think that fans are smart enough in any sport to know when a team has turned the corner, when they bounce back, when they start to go, okay, I see the plan here. I see what's going on. And it's a good plan. And if you don't know what's going on with the Barracuda, they are loaded as well. And so they got 8 picks. They've got all the cap space in the world. They'll get there.
They continue to bring Barracuda. Continue to bring
thank you, Hart,
of talent to the Sharks. We got plenty more to come for you on a Tuesday, but right now it's divisional weekend. And Derek, you know what that means?
It's town. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Copes.
Well, I was going to say it.
I thought you were going to set me up there to say
it's
it.
It's time
for Countdown to Kickoff, sponsored by Great Resort and Casino. Win a big prize package every Saturday evening through February 7th. Details at GreatResortCasino.com.
Give it up for my boy. Way to do it.
No,
give it up for my boy. Nailed it.
All right, there we go. So, divisional weekend, I would say it's probably the best weekend in the football year, maybe the best weekend in all of sports.
See, I would say wild card weekend only because of now we get the, quote, super, or whatever, it's not super, but you get 6 games plus the 2 college football games.
Yeah, but all the games are not great. Like, yes, for the most part.
Would you say there was 2 games that weren't great this weekend?
Yes.
The Patriots and Chargers, and then last night?
Yeah, but usually divisional weekend gives us the cream of the crop, the best teams in each conference, the teams that are on the bye weeks.
Bye week teams who are the top of the league and teams that have just won a playoff game.
Yeah.
I'm with
honestly,
you on that. Quality.
You know what, Copes? I say less is more. I think with 4 games, it's better than 6 games.
All of a sudden, not a glutton, Derek Papa.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, man, I was never one for 18 games. I was fine with the way, or 18 weeks of the regular season, 17 games. I was fine with the way it was. We had a good thing going in the NFL for a while. But it's still great.
Did you want a Happy Gilmore too?
No, I did not.
Okay, did you want an Anchorman too?
Yeah, I was happy with Anchorman too.
Did you need a Coming to America?
God, no.
No, do you need more? You need more Star Wars movies?
No, I don't. But you know what I need? Jackass 5.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll gladly take that. All right. The first game on the docket this weekend, Saturday, Bills and Broncos.
Okay.
And the Bills are 1.5-point favorites. It's a rematch from a year ago where the Bills beat the Broncos 31-7 on Wild Card Weekend.
This is just a recap of what went down?
Yeah, I mean, we'll talk about it more tomorrow.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
As far as Bills and Broncos, this is intriguing. You have a really good defense in the Denver Broncos. Bo Nix, sometimes he's good, sometimes he's not so good.
If the Bo stands for Bo Ring, then yeah, I'm in. I'm not a big. I give them their props. They're a good team. They're a really, really good team. I think there's a really good shot they make it to the AFC title game and maybe to the Super Bowl because of how good the defense is. They're just, if they go to the bowl, I feel like they're the most boring team to watch. I just don't like, give me a more boring team in the playoffs right now.
Yeah.
Everybody's more exciting than they are to watch.
I don't know if they're boring, but they don't, offensively, they just leave a lot to be desired.
I'd rather see like the Raiders because somebody might put up 50. You know what I mean? Like that was more fun.
I think Houston's a little dull.
I was like, Jackson Dart does have a little juice, huh?
Yeah.
Watching him tear up that Raiders secondary.
There's times, though, like Bo Nix had a really solid performance. I think 4 touchdown passes against the Green Bay Packers, but...
What was the long?
The long?
Yeah.
I mean, really,
12?
Things went in their favor once Micah Parsons went down with a torn ACL.
I'm going to find his long from that game.
All right, fair enough. But, I mean, like, the reason why I thought this game was going to be in prime time is because of Josh Allen. That's the most intriguing thing is, yes, the Broncos have turned the corner. The Patriots have rose to where they were back in the day with Tom Brady being the AFC East champions again. And it was a surprising year for the Jacksonville Jaguars. But are they all good enough to beat just one Josh Allen? This is, I think, by far the worst Buffalo Bills team he's ever had. But as far as, is he Superman enough to take this team in the Super Bowl? I think he's capable of it. And I don't hate the fact that the Bills are 1.5-point favorites here and the Broncos are home dogs.
Is there a chance that Sean McDermott faces the same future with a loss here that Tomlin or Harbaugh did?
No, they won a playoff game, and I think it was impressive the way they won. If they go on to win the Super Bowl, it would be, man, I can't think of many teams that in years past just won on the strength of their quarterback. And you have to give props to Sean McDermott if they win. But, yeah, he's definitely on the hot seat next year and the year after that if they don't finally fulfill expectations. But, yeah, because they won one playoff game, I think that would stop them from axing him. Let's move on, though, to the game that we're all paying attention to. Saturday night, you'll be on pregame, 49ers and Seahawks.
By the way, the long for Bo Nix in that game against the Packers, 23.
All right, there you go.
He did throw a 20-yard touchdown pass, too.
Okay, all right, fair enough. He has the ability to throw a bomb, though.
No, he does have an arm. It's just boring.
All right, Seahawks and 49ers. Seahawks, 7.5-point favorites in this matchup.
Wait,
the
opened
third
at
time,
6.5, I think, too.
Third time they've met this season. I think that's a pretty big spread. I would maybe put it like the same thing with the Eagles when it started a week ago, 4.5, 3.5. I think 7.5. Again, this Seahawks team is dominant, but then again, offensively, I don't know. They could definitely stall. So there's an opportunity for the 49ers to win this game.
Yeah, Again, my reasoning for the Niners is why would we write them off based on what we've seen? Now, we'll talk to Guy Haberman at 4:50 and ask what he saw last week. Leads him to believe that tangibly that the Niners could win this game and how big the third time around between these two teams matters and Kyle getting a third crack at this defense. I mean, I just think the more times Shanahan gets a shot at a defense, the better off his offense is going to operate. That's what I'm hanging my hat on for this one. I think 7.5 is too big of a spread.
I would agree. All right, moving on. The AFC morning-ish game on Sunday, Texans and
Noon,
Patriots. Yeah, noon. But, yeah, I think this game is basically who's going to be the quarterback that gets sacked the less.
The least.
The least, yeah.
Sure. I like it's Texans and Pats.
Texans and Pats. I mean, both teams don't have great offensive lines.
CJ Stroud last night looked awful.
Yeah, but you know what? He doesn't have to do that much for them to win games. It's their defense.
I got you. I'm with you on that.
Which one has the better defense right now?
I'm going to go with the Patriots. I think they can do more offensively. I think in a low-scoring game, I'm going to give the edge to the Patriots offense, and I think their defense is good enough to hang with that defense. I think if it's within a 3 or 4 point game late, I'm going to give the Pats the edge.
Yeah, I mean 3 points.
And they've got the receiving core for. I'm going to give in the run game. I'm going to go with the Pats all day. Yesterday the Texans won that game despite the turnovers by CJ Stroud and then a couple of giveaways by the Steelers, who don't do particularly anything well, by the way. Found themselves in the playoffs and don't do anything well really on offense. So I'm going to give the Pats the edge on this one. I'm going Patriots and Vrabel.
Yeah, I'm going to give the Patriots the edge so far.
What's the spread?
It is a 3-point spread for the New England Patriots.
Okay.
So it's just a matter of which defense I think is going to get after a little bit more. I think the Texans have a championship caliber defense, but I think that maybe the Patriots are the more well-rounded team as far as quarterback and defense that's remaining in the playoffs.
Okay.
And then, of course, the afternoon capper at 3:30 on Sunday, Rams and Bears. Rams are favored at 3.5 points. And, interesting matchup between Sean McVay and Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams versus Matthew Stafford.
What's the over-under on this game?
Over-under is 48.5.
I like the over.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of points.
I think there's a lot of points in this game.
Both defenses haven't played remarkable of late.
I think this is the high-scoring point game of the postseason.
Yeah, I can see that.
What are we at right now? Rams won 34-31.
34-31. That's the highest scoring.
So that's 65.
One.
That's the highest score of the first round. I think this is a higher scoring game, or it's on par with that.
Okay.
I think it's right there.
First team to 40?
37-34, 31-37, something like that. I think it's in that range.
I'm leaning in the direction of the Rams right now, but man, I lost a lot of confidence in their defense of late. And that is your countdown to kickoff, sponsored by Great Resort and Casino. Don't miss the shot at a big prize package this Saturday evening. Details at GreatResortCasino.com.
I was going to ask you this. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb, Dirty Work with you on a Tuesday. What time do you normally go to bed?
Me?
Yeah.
It varies.
I guess my question is based on this. My buddy had a birthday party the other night on Sunday, so I went over. They were doing he was doing a barbecue thing in his backyard. He's got a great patio overlooking the city. And I went over to his house after. It was only going to go till 9. So he had a thing in the afternoon barbecuing. And he's a DJ, and so we had other buddies come throughout the day and DJ. It was over at 9. I got off the air at 7. So I went over to his house to hang out. At 8:45, a neighbor comes over and is pissed. It's actually funny. My buddy was DJing.
Yeah.
This old dude comes up and he goes, "Who's in charge here?" Into the backyard. Just walked over into the backyard. Somebody points to my buddy Juan, who's at the DJ table. And the guy walks up, and I was standing right next to Juan. The guy goes, hey, what's going on here? And Juan goes, oh, hey, what's up, bro? It's my birthday. And the guy's like, yeah. Happy birthday. You need to turn this off. It's too loud. It's 8:45 at this point. Now, it was only supposed to go till 9.
Okay.
Noise ordinance doesn't come until 10. Juan was
Depends on the location.
Well, where we were, it was 10. And Juan was willing to go until 9 and then say, we'll shut it down on a Sunday night.
Yeah, that's
9
fair.
o'clock is late enough.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Guy got pissed, came over into the backyard, demanded, yelled, and screamed that he turned it down and shut it off.
At 8:45?
At 8:45. Is that and here's the one gripe that the guy had that I was on board with. The guy was like, this has been going on for 5 hours. And at one point in my head, I thought, yeah, I kind of hear him. Also, do you have a gripe? At 8:45 p.m.
I would say on a Sunday night.
He's not breaking any rules.
If it's a Friday night, if it's a Saturday night, it's understandable. Sunday night, once it gets to 9 o'clock, that's where I'm like, yeah, you probably should turn the music.
But if it's summertime at 8:45, it's still light out in the summer.
This is summertime, huh?
Yeah, but I'm saying this was this past Sunday.
Oh.
I thought the guy had a justified gripe. And the problem was the guy's attitude. Juan is such a nice guy and was like...
There's a way to go about it.
My buddy was willing to be like, oh, no, dude, I'll turn... And the guy then was like demanding other things. And Juan's like, I know, but I'm actually allowed to do this. Like, he wasn't being demonstrative. The guy was finger in the face, wagging. It's funny, while he was yelling, there was a bubble gun next to him. And I started...
Just going out.
I was the one who picked it up.
Oh, yeah.
While the old guy was yelling, he's got bubbles on his head. But, I mean, like, did he have a good gripe? Does he have a... Are you siding with the guy? Are you an old man, get off my porch?
I mean, there's definitely been times where I've been like, this music's been going on for way too long, like at 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock in the morning. That's when
But
I'm
it's
like...
not. It's 8:45 p.m.
I know. I would say...
He was just old. He's too old.
There's a way to go about it. You don't need to scream. You don't need to wave your finger in somebody's face. You can say, like, hey, listen, I understand it's relatively early still. I'm trying to get my family to sleep. It's 8:45. I know the...
Trying to get your family to sleep at 8:45.
Well, whatever. Yeah, no, it's 9 o'clock. Whatever.
That's probably in his 60s.
Yeah, to each their own. I would say, like...
You got to watch Murder, She Wrote.
You need to go about it a different way. You can't just be screaming at people automatically.
And then here's the thing that pissed everybody off, is Juan then turns it down, so we're still going, but he turns it lower, and the guy starts to walk away, and he gets towards the steps in the backyard. He turns
saw
around.
Something, huh?
No, he turns around, and he goes, and that better stay down. And we were all like, Jesus, dude, okay. So then, of course, we inched it back up gradually. Comes back a second time. This time he comes back, and he ain't empty-handed. He's got this, surprisingly, a big old potato sack looking thing, and on the side of it, it's got two words.
I was wondering when you're going to drop it.
It's got an acronym in two words, and what it said was NBA grab bag. I grabbed it from him, and we kicked him out. We'll do it next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We all know Thursday is just mini Friday, so get your butts to Harmonic Brewing at Thrive City to hang out with the Dirty Work crew. Come for a pop as we get you ready for 49ers Seahawks and Dubs Knicks. That's this Thursday at Harmonic Brewing. Maybe I'll plug everything incorrectly, but not likely.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. And, Steve, it's a good thing you are, because people have concerns all year long. What are we doing? We got music here, Tim, for our Moskowitz hit. They've always got concerns about taxes, specifically unfiled tax returns. What can you help with, Steve?
A lot. I thought you were playing Taxman in the background. So what happens is it's a very common problem. People just don't file their taxes, and they usually don't because they don't have the money to pay. And they think it's all yes or no. If you don't have the money, that's it. Life's over. It's not. There's a lot of good solutions. Whether we qualify to just pay part and the government forgives the rest, or you get the penalties forgiven. Sometimes penalties and interest are more than the tax. Or we make a deal where you pay what you can afford, not what some IRS agent says you can afford. There's so much that we want to do for you. The only thing you have to do is talk to us. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. We'll partner with you. And if you want us to, we'll do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the government. The only thing you do have to do is pick up the phone and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-STEAL, or find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The sports leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Doesn't matter if it's a 5-year plan or he's got that old wrinkly skin laying all on top of you. We're doing the NBA grab bag, no matter how old that guy was. As usual, everything about that story is true, except for the part that I made up. We do it each and every week here on Dirty Work. It's a big old potato sack-looking thing. It gets delivered. We open it up. It's got 2 words on it. Well, it's got an acronym in 2 words, and what it says is NBA grab bag.
Time now for the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Oh, it's time for the NBA grab bag, my friends. And where else will we start then? The NFL.
All right.
And Scapegoat Tuesday is alive as well. It continues into the playoffs with the shocking news today that the Eagles have fired Kevin Patullo as offensive coordinator after 1 season. Of course, after their terrible performance against the San Francisco 49ers, that's not surprising. Nick Sirianni is hopeful that Patullo will remain on staff, just in a different position.
He's doing the old Nick Sorensen deal.
Yeah, we're in
except,
the end.
Except Sorensen was the reverse of that. It would have been like Sorensen being removed as DC and staying on as a special teams assistant.
Yeah, exactly.
Or something like that.
Well, I think that was the hope, honestly, where Kyle was like, I just want him to stay on staff. I think he's a good coach. He just wasn't the right fit as defensive coordinator. But
I'm down with my boy Brant, dude. I'm a Brant man. Brant Boyer.
Brant Boyer, gotcha.
I'm a Brant man.
Gotcha.
Yeah. He's changed special teams.
No, you don't even think about it anymore.
He's made San Francisco the special teams hub of the NFL.
Yeah.
I'm all about Brant Boyer.
And also in Scapegoat Tuesday news, the Chargers have fired offensive coordinator Greg Roman after 2 seasons and 3 points of their playoff loss on Sunday night. Roman was, of course, Jim Harbaugh's coordinator with the 49ers from 2011 to 2014.
So he was their coordinator in Los Angeles with the Chargers as well.
Yes.
Yeah, so... Sorry, offensive coordinator, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because Fangio's the DC. I was thinking D coordinator. I don't know why.
No, Fangio's in Philly.
And Roman had been previously with John Harbaugh and Lamar Jackson in Baltimore.
Yes, he was.
He had taken that over, and I thought, good guy to get considering he designed the Colin Kaepernick offense that worked so well for the Niners years ago.
Yeah.
Another mobile quarterback, a better quarterback at both of those things.
So that's why I don't know if it was the right fit with the Chargers, because even though Justin Herbert's mobile, you don't want him to run a ton. I don't blame Greg Roman that much for their playoff failures. I would say more for this past one, it was the offensive line. It was where Joe Alt and Rashad Slater were just banged up, so that's why Justin Herbert was running for his life for the majority of that game.
Real quick, 415 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line checks in and says, dude, the KNBR app is brutal. More than 10 minutes of ads before allowing access to the show. Deleted. I'll tell you what, 415, if you go on to the YouTube channel for KNBR, or when you open up the app, you just hit play on the video there, you can listen ad-free and just toss it in your pocket there. You can watch it and have the audio playing, or just hit the Twitch video stream. No problem for you there on the app.
Well, there you go.
Moving on in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
We may actually see a move from the San Francisco Giants.
Yeah, right.
According to Jeff Passan, the Giants are aggressively pursuing a second baseman and have engaged with Chicago on Nico Horner and St. Louis on Brendan Donovan. Also, in other NL West news, the Diamondbacks traded for Nolan Arenado today.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Nolan Arenado. I'm sure he's thrilled to come back to the West and get to play the Giants 12 times this year. And we're thrilled to see him. The Nico Horner thing.
Yeah.
Horner just mattered. The situation with him is they now have signed Alex Bregman. They've got 3 guys for 2 positions. He's a fan favorite. He's a really, really good second baseman. He's the kind of second baseman the Giants had when they won 3 World Series. He's a plus defender. He's a great base runner. He hits in like the 270 to 290 average range. Mm-hmm. He's the type of guy that would make the Giants have the best infield in the National League, in my opinion, based on defense and based on what their prowess would be at the plate. He'd be an awesome ad. The issue is he's going to be fairly expensive, I think, price tag-wise beyond this season. He may be a free agent after this year, which is why the Cubs may be shopping him. Brendan Donovan would also be a great ad. The other part about this is the Giants don't ever pull these deals off.
Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it.
Rafael Devers was great. That was an anomaly to me. That's the outlier. It's going to cost you a lot. Maybe a top 2 prospect, maybe Joshua Gonzalez, their second prospect, to get a guy like Nico Horner. The other part about this, Stanford kid from Oakland.
Yep.
All that's a positive. But I don't want him unless you're keeping him beyond this year. I don't know that they're willing to fork that out. Maybe he's the type of player they would do that for, but we'll see, and I'll believe it when I see it.
Well, if they pull off one of these 2 moves, are you back in?
I'm in anyway. I'm just like, Buster, what are you doing,
I know
man?
you're in, but like believing in Buster again.
I do not believe in Buster. When you tell me you want to beat the Dodgers and then we operate the offseason like this, how am I to believe you? How am I to believe your actions are the same as... I know that you want to beat them, but it seems more hopeful than it is tangible at this juncture.
Maybe it's a 10-year plan.
beyond the whole roster right now. Yeah.
Moving on the NBA grab bag.
Yeah.
NBA grab
The
bag.
Orioles will give away a Tupac Shakur bobblehead
Hell yeah, I like
at their
this.
game on May 8th versus the Athletics. Tupac, of course, claimed Oakland as his home, but spent his formative years in Baltimore.
Okay, be more stand up.
Yeah.
I like it, dude. When are they going to give an SVU Detective Munch bobblehead away? He, of course, was from Baltimore.
Was
in the
he?
show. Yeah, dude.
Which character is that?
Richard Blazer.
Oh.
Yeah, the former comedian.
Yeah.
R.I.P. But
Yep.
he notoriously, when the show starts, he's working in the SVU unit.
I got you.
And then he gets Odafin Tutuola Ice-T as his partner, who came from the gang unit. But he previously was a detective in B-More, he always references.
So what do you think about the Baltimore Orioles making a Tupac bobblehead against the A's? I mean, Tupac never was, like, I guess, an A's fan. And also kind of weird that, I guess they're kind of they're claiming Tupac as their own when the A's don't even claim Oakland as their own anymore.
Well, it's about as I'd say it's more firm than like Murph claiming Tupac for Marin.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? By the way, I was talking about the guy who came out and yelled at Juan's birthday barbecue the other night. Somebody checked it on the text line and says, "Was the dude Murph?"
It's kind of a Murph thing to do.
Which made me laugh. I don't think Murph will be out there before 9 o'clock on a
I'll meet
school
you
night.
at the boathouse.
It doesn't bother me at all. I more power to him. I think it's cool that there's a Tupac bobblehead.
Yeah,
I'm not going to get upset about that.
Moving on
Oakland doesn't have a team. What do they have to argue about?
Yeah, fair enough. Moving on the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Coming to HBO Max on January 23rd and 24th is a two-part documentary on the life of Mel Brooks, directed by Judd Apatow. Many comedy icons will be featured in interviews, as well as the man himself, Mel Brooks.
I'm down with it.
Oh, 100%.
I know this is something that's right up your alley. I mean, you're a Mel Brooks maniac.
Oh, dude, I mean, not
Formative
many.
in your comedic.
Not many 10-year-old
Fandom.
kids in the early 2000s are telling their parents, "I want to grow up to be Mel Brooks." Like, I think he's the king of comedy. It's going to be a sad day when he passes. I think he's 99 years old or close to it at this point. They're going to make a Spaceballs 2. I hope he's alive when that comes out. But, yeah, man, as far as, like, the king of comedy, a comedy genius, yeah, Young Frankenstein, Blazing Saddles, like, I've seen, like, there's going to be interviews with Ben Stiller and Dave Chappelle. Everybody thinking comedy is going to talk about this. So, yeah, I'm down. I'm going to watch this, and I think it's out next weekend. So, 100% down to watch I forget the title of the film, but
right around the corner, too, you got your Spaceballs 2 coming, don't you?
Yes, exactly. 2 years.
Now, you said you want less is more sometimes. You see, you want you see, you didn't want Happy Gilmore 2. You didn't want
I don't
more.
know if I need a Spaceballs 2. I'm glad that Mel signs off on it, but I don't know if I need it.
Is it a less is more?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Don't forget, he does tell you, Yogurt does at the end of the first one, you only get a second one if there's another cash grab.
Yeah, of course.
Yogurt makes that clear.
Well, the original title was Spaceball 2, The Search for More Money.
That's got to be it, dude.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
Last one in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Former Carolina Panther Matt Khalil is suing his ex-wife for comments she made on a podcast about his manhood.
She said he was too small?
No. Haley Khalil described his manhood as the size of 2 Coke cans, maybe a third. This problem led to a lot of issues in their marriage. Khalil is saying the comments caused unwanted attention and invasive commentary from the public. So basically, he's upset that she's going around saying he's got a big dong.
Wait, so the problem led to a lot of issues in their marriage. Khalil is saying the comments caused unwanted attention and invasive commentary from the public. Well, this will help.
I wasn't even aware of these comments until he started to sue.
I didn't even know that you made these comments, dude. Imagine.
And also, God forbid, someone's going around saying he got a big dong.
You know his biggest problem, dude, is he's too nice. He's too nice of a guy.
He just gave you the shirt off his back,
Dude,
right,
his
guys?
biggest problem is that he's just got a wrench. That's the issue.
I don't want people to know that about me.
This is his ex-wife now?
This is ex-wife.
Man, dude.
And I believe we have audio.
We
too?
have audio of her. That whole hog's not even in frame. Oh, dude,
yeah.
I thought you were going to hit me with a What is he doing?
I mean, God forbid.
This is high level 4D chess.
Yeah.
In 5D chess, in my mind, him being like, just so everybody knows. Is he really?
He's really going to show up to court and be like, yeah, I mean, I can't live. My ex-wife's going around saying I got a big dong.
He's like, dude, everybody's talking to me about it.
Yeah, everyone's talking to me. Yeah.
Oh, man.
I would say just let it go, man. I don't think anybody
the victim here is pretty funny.
I don't think anybody that's really paying attention to this, like, yes, be flattered by the fact that she said he got a big dong.
I think the terminology for this is the label for this is what we call a first world problem.
Yeah.
She didn't say a mini Coke can.
She said two Coke cans, maybe a third.
Maybe a third.
Just be happy you got a third leg, man.
Yeah, that's going to do it for your NBA. Well, speaking of grab bag, your NBA grab bag for Tuesday, January 13th, 2026. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. It's Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon, our favorite day to get dirty on Dirty Work. When we come on back, why don't we, because we're going to punt Tim's Tuesday Takes to a little bit later in the show.
5:15 we'll do it.
Guy Haberman's going to join us when we come on back at 4:50. Do you believe right now, actually, why don't we do this here? Was last night the last game of Aaron Rodgers' career? Did we see him leave the field for the final time last night in that playoff
Let's
loss?
talk about the whole wild card
You want
weekend.
to do all the wild card
let's
weekend?
do it, yeah.
And was that the final time we saw Aaron Rodgers last night? Guy Haberman at 4:50. Stay out of this, Tim. Save it for the takes. It's Dirty Work on a Tuesday. Hog's not even in frame.
A lot of moving parts.
On the sports leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Now back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Out of the shotgun, Stafford looking down the middle, launching to the right side. Oh, reach and grab at the pylon. Parkinson hauls it in. Oh, man. Colby Parkinson using all of that 6'7" frame right at the fringe of the field to bring it in high. It's a Rams touchdown. 38 seconds to go to take the lead.
Williams gets the snap. 4-man rush. Pumps to his left. Throws deep. Got a man open. It's Moore. He's got it into the end zone. Touchdown Bears. Touchdown Bears. DJ Moore. Caleb Williams with a strike. And the Bears have taken the lead with 1:43 to go.
Allen under center. Gets the snap. The push from Gilliam into the end zone. It's a Buffalo touchdown, and the Bills lead 26-24. The push for 6, and Spencer Brown gets the ball to Spike at the right tackle to celebrate the Buffalo lead.
Glad we got the calls of those 4 games. Those are the 4 best games of the weekend, all one-score games. We got 3 of them there, none from the 49er game, but they won it by 4, 23-19. The Bills over the Jags, 27-24, the first ever road playoff win for Sean McDermott and Josh Allen, who, by the way, also got his first career postseason fourth quarter game-winning drive. The Bears end up coming back and beating the Packers down 18 points.
Yeah, man.
In a hell of a game, a DJ Moore touchdown, a couple of great throws by Caleb Williams. Also, the Rams in a really exciting game against the Panthers. The Panthers gave them the 34-31 final. The Rams over Carolina, and then a couple of dud games. Patriots over the Chargers. That was a boring one on Sunday night, 16-3. And last night, a blowout. Texans over the Steelers, a big defensive game. And as somebody on the text line says, it would be sad, 916, to think of that being the Hall of Famer's final play as a pick six, but if you're thinking pro wrestling, you go out on your back. It's kind of the way it goes down a lot. In pro sports especially, it's hard to go out on top.
Yeah, listening to the broadcast last night, it makes me believe that maybe Aaron Rodgers told something to Joe Buck and Troy Aikman where they were kind of adamant that was going to be his last game last night.
I got the feeling that that's how it was being talked about.
Yeah, and I think that that's the way it's going to go. Now that Tomlin's stepping away, why would Aaron Rodgers stay around for that?
He was defending Tomlin yesterday after the game. He's like, he couldn't believe the guys like Harbaugh and Tomlin were on the hot seat.
Or even Matt LaFleur.
Matt LaFleur, excuse me. He said his two coaches, LaFleur.
And I agree with him. I think there was a point in time, like 20 years ago, where that wasn't really being discussed, but with fan engagement and more opinions on social media and the way that things are talked about on the television shows and radio shows, that maybe owners listen a little bit more and they make like rash decisions. So
it's also fair to wonder whether or not guys are outdated. I mean, I wonder that even with like, Roman as Harbaugh's coordinator, has the game in what you need from an offense passed those guys by? Like, have they acknowledged that that's where the game is? And I know John Harbaugh has. I know he's evolved with the times as a CEO coach, but Jim Harbaugh, in terms of how he sees the NFL relative to the college game and relative to his one fairly short stint, just 4 years with the Niners and 3 playoff appearances. He's now finished 2 years with the Chargers. Does he have a long-term plan? Can they build an offense around Herbert? Because that's the way it should be built.
100%. I think that's why he wants to change things, because this is not good enough. The defense has been good enough. Justin Herbert's been amazing, but collectively as an offense, they need to improve. But, yeah, as far as Aaron Rodgers, I mean, I think Brett Favre's last pass as a Green Bay Packer was an interception. Maybe not his last pass with the Vikings.
With the Giants. It was against the Giants in the playoffs. Yeah,
he threw one to Corey Webster, and I remember
the Titans came down and kicked the field goal and won it in an icy game.
Yeah. So sometimes that's how things go, with throwing a pick six there, but I think it's Aaron Rodgers' last performance, and he'll definitely prolong this in the offseason and probably announce something on the McAfee show and then go into the oblivion, go into the ether somewhere to never be seen again. But
I don't think we're ever going to announce. I don't think he's going to never be seen again.
I don't know, dude. I mean, I don't think he wants the limelight anymore.
I don't think he does either, but I think he's going to keep making news, is my point.
By his doing?
By his doing, yes.
You think so?
I think he's going to appear on things and say things that will continue to make news. That's how
I talk about podcasts and
I'm saying I don't think he's leaving our lexicon, is my point. Okay, I think but I'm with you. Like, he's not going to do the Drew Brees, Tom Brady broadcast thing. No, I don't think you're going to see him with his own show or something like that.
No.
I think you're going to see him still do the McAfee thing, and I think we're going to still be talking for years about Aaron Rodgers said X, Y, and Z.
Well, once he actually retires, I'll do like a whole retrospect about his career, and I did enjoy watching him play quarterback. But as far as last night, I mean, he's just so slow now, and this Pittsburgh Steelers offensive line's not great. Their whole offense isn't great, but that defensive line, I knew they were going to kill him. I thought maybe it'd been a close game, but as far as like him getting, protection, he was pulverized last night. So it wasn't even a contest where C.J. Stroud just, wasn't great last night. And I don't know what his final stats were, but like he didn't have a great performance either with 2 fumbles and a pick. But yeah, that game went as expected for me. The Sunday night game, the Chargers and Patriots. Again, Justin Herbert needs some offensive line help there, and I think the Patriots were just a better team. But as far as the other matchups, the Rams and Panthers, that was fun. I thought the Rams were going to blow them out. I thought that after losing to them in the regular season, the Rams would kind of a little bit be more focused in that matchup. But give credit to the Panthers, man. They knew where to attack that defense. Quentin Lake came back for the Rams, but it wasn't enough. Their secondary is not very good. I think that I've said it all year long, but their front seven, pretty stacked, but as far as their secondary, there's holes there. So the Panthers knew where to attack. It was kind of a similar score.
They also stopped the run fairly effectively. I mean, 29 carries for 116, but 57 from Kyron, 45 from Corum. They did an okay job, I thought, on the ground.
Yeah.
And they ran it okay. Bryce Young wasn't super accurate, but neither was Stafford.
No, man, there was one point where Stafford started hot, but then he hurt his hand.
He was like 6 of 6 or something.
Yeah, he banged it on his teammate's helmet. And we'll see what he's going to play in this game, but we'll see what his injury status is. But, then he got a little cold, and then Puka Nacua dropped that pass right before halftime. But they stayed clutch. He threw 3 touchdowns in this game, and then he threw the touchdown to Colby Parkinson along the sideline. That was beautiful. So, yeah, Rams were the better team. They should have won that game. But I'm seeing right now where I trust their offense a hell of a lot more than their defense right now. And I don't know if their defense could get them over the top in these playoff matchups.
Let me ask you this. Do you have a ranking in your mind? If I were going to ask you to rank the receivers in the NFL and make you pick a 1, 2, and 3.
As far as the playoff teams or
no,
in general?
just in general. Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson. Well, actually, I'll make it a 1 through 4. Jackson Smith and Jigba and Puka Nacua. How would you rank them 1 through 4? Personally. And by the way, there's no wrong answer in my mind. Like, I think if you were going to say Justin Jefferson or Chase are number 1, that's probably where I am, but it's getting tough to not make a case for Puka as a number 1 receiver in the league.
I mean, he's spectacular.
They're all like 1A, B, C, and D.
But as far as speed and consistency, I would go with Jamar Chase number 1. He's been dominant since day 1 when he came in the league.
I'm with you. I hear you. The skill set is all there, like to be the elite number 1 guy, and he's got the quarterback to do it.
Yeah.
I'm just like, Puka Nacua, you put it near him. He's kind of like remember you could throw it like to Megatron? They used to say like he had the range of a garage door, of a 2-car garage.
Mm-hmm.
If you threw it anywhere if he stood in the middle of a 2-car garage and you threw it anywhere near him, it wouldn't get past him. He could put a hand on it or make a play. I feel like that with Puka, and I think he can do it in a variety of different ways with his hands, with his arms. He's super strong. He's so tough near the goal line. He's a much different type of receiver than Jamar Chase or Jefferson or JSN. But I think he's in the conversation.
Absolutely, he's in the conversation. But if I'm ranking the receivers that you just mentioned, I'd probably have him 4th. I would go Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, Jackson Smith, and Jigba, and then I would go Puka Nacua 4th. And I don't think
you're wrong.
That's not to diminish anything he's done.
But my point is he's in that conversation now.
No, he is, because I kind of related to like the 90s.
And the volume of catches.
Would you ever say Chris Carter was the greatest wide receiver in football?
No, but he had to be a top 5.
Absolutely he was.
Yeah, without question.
And Puka Nacua is kind of like him, where he has just spectacular hands and always gets open. Where Chris Carter was going to clear with his speed, but yeah, he was a dominant wide receiver, but I never would say he was better than Jerry Rice. Maybe the conversation with Michael Irvin or Andre Rison or Andre
not as
Reed.
electric, but also it's the volume at which he catches balls, right? Like they throw it to him like 12 times a game and he catches 10 of them, like every week.
No, he's unbelievable. But just moving on to the other games. Bears and Packers, I was shocked that the Bears came back in that game because I thought that Ben Johnson was unhinged to start that game with how many times he went for on a 4th down.
I think
the reason why they were
word.
up 21-3. But I honestly, dude, I thought Jordan Love played out of his mind. I thought he was great. And then Caleb Williams started making throws in the 4th quarter. Like they were down, 21-9 with about 10 minutes left in the 4th quarter. And then they just went on a run where they scored 3 straight touchdowns. And really the Packers lost this game because Micah Parsons tore his ACL. They got no pass rush. Their defense is not the same without him. The missed field goals from Brandon McManus, the long drive they had where it was, I think it was 10-plus plays, and then it resulted in a missed kick, not to mention the PAT that forced them to have to play for the touchdown, send the field goal. And then, just Caleb Williams playing out of his mind, converting that 4th and 8. So kudos to Ben Johnson and the Bears for staying in that game. But, man, I thought the Packers blew that one, especially with their rivalry and everything. You saw the emotions from Ben Johnson in the postgame. But, man, that's a missed opportunity for the Packers.
Well,
And I still would keep Matt LaFleur as head coach.
I think, they're talking, as you said, about an extension yesterday, and I saw that that's still something that's potentially going on. I did see a note that Matt LaFleur became I think he's the 5th coach now to lose 2 playoff games in which he led by 7 in the 4th quarter.
What's the other one? Was it the game against the Niners?
I think it was a game against the Niners, yeah. The Niners came
And
back
then,
the
of
division
course,
around. Kyle's on the list.
Everyone comes down his road against the Buccaneers, the NFC Championship game where he didn't go for 2.
Yep.
Or sorry, he didn't go for the touchdown on 4th and goal.
I do. Yeah, I go for him.
I get it. I mean, his offense wasn't moving great right then, and that takes a lot for your defense to get a 3 and out and put it back to you. But yeah, he's had playoff failures. I just think that the offense was humming, and then the defense just let them down. And the offense stalled. Maybe they could have run the ball a little bit more with Josh Jacobs there. But yeah, I would not. I think I may be wrong here. I put Matt LaFleur. He's not as good as Kyle Shanahan or Sean McVay, but he's definitely in that category. And that's easy to say because he's part of that crew, the play callers, along with Mike McDaniel. But I think he's a damn good play caller.
I agree. They give him 25 points in the 4th quarter.
Yeah.
It's the 3rd time in NFL history that a team has done that.
Yeah.
Not playoff history, NFL history, the 3rd time ever a team has allowed 25 or more in the 4th.
Yeah.
That's bizarre.
So which team are you buying more after their performances, the Rams or the Bears, when we look at the other NFC teams?
I buy the Rams as a team more.
Even with that defense?
But I'm scared, yeah. Because I don't buy the Bears defense at all. But I'm scared. I'm more scared of the Bears.
But they make more plays, honestly, the Bears defense. Not that I'm buying them more than the Rams.
I'm just more scared of the Bears. One, it's the divisional thing. If I'm thinking from the Niners context, they're a team I know can score a lot.
Yeah.
And I know that everybody thought that would be the type of game you'd rather be in Wild Card Weekend, a game where at least the style of game is conducive to your style of play. And maybe that does work. And if you get, if that's how you got to beat for an NFC title, you welcome it. You bring on that opportunity. But in terms of playing the Rams, like, again, Kyle against this defense, Kyle against McVay, that's exciting, and I'll take my chances with Kyle against Sean McVay in terms and attacking their weaknesses. But I do feel like the Bears and Ben Johnson might be one of the best in the league at calling plays to attack your weaknesses, which is what we saw in Week 17. And again, one more play, they may win that game. So I'm scared of the Bears because they continue to win in ways that the Niners are comfortable playing in, where they're ahead of a team and putting the game away. The Bears are never out of it.
No.
Never out of it.
They have that clinch sheet right now.
This is the, seventh come from behind win, or maybe more than that. And they had 6 wins where they were down in the final 2 minutes and won. They lost one against the Niners, but it was damn close.
Yeah.
So they're comfortable playing from behind. They're comfortable playing in a shootout, which is the type of game I think they'd be in with the Niners. I fear the Bears more. I would rather the Niners play the Rams in the NFC Championship.
Okay.
Even though I think the Rams are extremely dangerous.
I may just be buying the Rams more because I've seen it more, but Ben Johnson's got this team. I buy the Rams more.
I think they're a better team, but I just am more scared of the Bears.
Yeah, but they're playing with a certain swagger right now and confidence where Ben Johnson's just like, okay, we're down 21-3, we'll figure it out. And then the Sunday morning game with the Bills and Jags. This was a lot of fun. I thought that Trevor Lawrence, some people are going to blame Jacoby Myers for dropping that pass. I thought that Tre'Davious White was draped all over him. And that was just a bad throw by Trevor Lawrence to make in that situation. But, I mean, give kudos to the Jacksonville Jaguars for what they were able to do this year. But, yeah, I think that the Bills may have not been the better team, but they got the better quarterback. And Brandon Cooks coming up huge for him now. They picked him up a couple weeks ago where he was on the waiver wire because the Saints released him. But, yeah, I guess if I'm picking one team in the AFC the rest of the way, I think I have to go with the Buffalo Bills just because I believe in Josh Allen that much. Where, yes, their running game's better than what it was in years past, but their receiving core, I mean, Dalton Kincaid makes that much of a difference for them. But as far as, like, the receivers right now, Khalil Shakir, he's fine. Keon Coleman, I never know if he's going to be active for a game because I don't know if he's going to pay attention during the week or show up to practice. They're just inconsistent with the passing game, which is hard to say with Josh Allen. But, yeah, he came up big on Sunday to get that touchdown run to give them the lead in that game. And the defense came to play. So, yeah, if there's one team I'm buying the rest of the way, I'd probably go with the Buffalo Bills, even though it's not a strong Josh Allen team.
Damn. Come on, Josh. Give me that win, man. Don't make me watch the Broncos once or twice more. You know what I mean? Come on. That's my best shot at getting the Broncos out of the playoffs. It's not because I hate the Broncos. It's because I don't like watching.
Boring.
I don't like watching them. If I had to rank the teams left in the playoffs to watch, that's my bottom team. That's the last team I want to see play.
And how many people do you think want to see Josh Allen and the Bills? Probably quite a few because as we've sort of said, they've kind of been knocking on the doorsteps and they couldn't get past Baltimore. They couldn't get past Kansas City. Well, they're not in the way anymore. You can get past Denver. Your window is wide open as anybody else.
I'll take anybody in the Super Bowl. Just don't let it be the Broncos.
That defense is no joke.
I know, dude. They're legit. That's why I'm concerned about having to continue to watch them.
Yeah.
I'm rooting for myself and my own enjoyment.
Also that Jags defense was really good too. And so it's not like Buffalo's going into it without seeing a good defense.
Yeah, Denver's better, but the Jags do have a really good defense.
I think the key for that game is just Josh Allen needs to go after Riley Moss, the white corner of the Denver Broncos.
Dude, yeah, man. Go after the white corners. Brock did it. You can too.
Cooper Jean. He's pretty good.
So it's Blankenship, dude.
Yeah.
They're both really good. Yeah, you got burned on that Juwan Jennings play.
Riley Moss.
That was a game-changing play in my mind, dude. That led to that field goal after the Kittle injury. To me, biggest play of the game, the Jennings 45-yard catch. And he had to step on DeJean, and he had to get it right over Zach Bond, who was dropping back into coverage.
Right.
I thought that was a phenomenal throw, a gangster-like throw from Brock Purdy. But again, if it's not a white corner, who knows?
Well, Riley Moss is not bad. It's just that he gets penalized a ton because he's a white corner.
707 says, don't give the Jags too much credit. You might get yelled at like that reporter. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. It's Dirty Work on a Tuesday. We'll touch base. We'll check in with our guy, Guy Haberman. He'll be on the call Saturday for the Niners and the Seahawks. He was on the call Week 18 against Seattle and this past week for Wild Card Weekend at the Link. We'll talk about it with Guy Haberman next. Dirty Work rolls on a Tuesday on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan spoke to the media today. Of note, today's practice was more of a walkthrough, but that Ricky Pearsall would be limited after missing the last 2 games. The team also opened the practice window for Fred Warner with the hope that he could be ready for the NFC Championship should San Francisco advance. For all the latest on the 49ers, keep it locked right here to the Sports Leader.
Hey, y'all. It's the cue to call. If you want tickets to Jim Gaffigan, The Early Show in June, right now. The corner.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Dirty Work on a Tuesday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. We are working to make the connection with our Guy Haberman. He'll be on the call on Saturday night, 5 o'clock kick for the Niners and the Seattle Seahawks. I really do think the rivalry is renewed now from this point on, because I think that whatever the result is of this game, especially if the 49ers are to win it, the juice in next year, after Seattle got the number 1 seed by beating the Niners week 18, the juice going into next season for game 1, whenever these two teams meet up, whether it's week 5 or week 8, whenever they meet, is going to have a different level of intensity, because it'll either be the Niners looking to prove that they can hang with the Seahawks after back-to-back losses, or Seattle losing 2 of 3 to the Niners this year and feeling like they blew their shot after a 14-win season at a chance at a Super Bowl. Yeah, so I think this game is the tinderbox for this rivalry. And maybe last week was sort of gathering the wood and getting the tinder and setting it all up, and then now we're in the final fire-making challenge of Survivor, where we got to burn this thing up. And I think this is where you light it up.
There you
go. Where it ignites. Yeah.
I think when it comes to NFC West, this is the division to look forward to in years to come. I think we have Guy Haberman on the line.
We made the connection with Guy Haberman, who was on the call on Sunday. He'll be on the call again this Saturday for the Niners and the Seahawks. He joins us on the UMA guest line. Guy, what's up, bro? How you doing, man?
What's up, fellas? Great to talk to you.
We got another game this week. So first and foremost, where are you on the scheduling of this game? The 5 o'clock game versus the 1:30. Niners on a Saturday, short week again against a team off a bye. You can't really be upset about it if you're the team. You just got to turn around and go play. But how do you view the way the NFL has scheduled this thing?
Why can't you be upset about it?
I guess you can. It doesn't help them. Yeah.
That's true. Good point, Copes. I'd rather.
Thank you.
Oh, you killed all my momentum.
Yeah, I had heard right after the game from a buddy that it was going to be Saturday 5:15. So I was bracing for it, and once you find out it was Saturday, then you definitely prefer the 5:15 to the 1 o'clock. I think it's particularly frustrating when you think about the last 3 weeks of the season, the Monday night in Indy, the Sunday night Chicago, and then Saturday? I've lost track now.
Yes,
Seattle
Saturday
game.
Yeah.
And then the fact that you're playing Seattle on they've got the extra rest. Now it's happened. The shoe has been on the other foot. I think you got to acknowledge that. The Niners have been the 1 seed playing at home on a Saturday against a team that just played the Sunday before. So it has gone the other way, and it's another reason why Week 18 against the Seattle Seahawks was such a critical game. It was just add it to the bucket. So, I guess it's one more. What would you say? Like challenge for Odysseus. Odysseus went on the Odyssey, right, Copes? This feels like it's right up your alley.
It feels like it would be. It's not. I'm not. I know Odysseus.
Hold on. Haberman, this is my expertise. So Homer's Odyssey, obviously a great, what'd you say, story back in the day? They're making a movie out of it.
Story?
Yeah. So this is definitely part of Homer's Odyssey. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So, but why not? Make it. What I love, the meme is just, so amazing. Like the 49ers fan talking to Jesus where he says, what other challenge do you have for me? And Jesus says, how are you still alive? That meme's been going around this week, and I've gotten a kick out of it.
So, Haberman, great call on Sunday against the Philadelphia Eagles. So what was, I know the outcome wasn't surprising, but was there elements to the game that were surprising to you as far as DeMarcus Robinson's big performance or Eric Kendricks and Garrett Wallow? What stood out to you that was wow, I'm surprised they were able to pull that off?
Well, I'm not surprised that they won the game. I didn't think it would be surprising necessarily, but don't mistake that for not being surprised also, in the sense that for it to happen, a lot of things had to go right. And when you start putting the pieces together, it's pretty surprising. You throw 2 second-half interceptions. George Kittle, you play 36 minutes without George Kittle because of the injury. So all of that stuff, and then you start adding to it Garrett Wallow hasn't started in over 60 weeks of NFL football. Eric Kendricks making his second start. Jair Brown gets hurt, on and on and on. I thought Philadelphia would look a little bit better offensively. I expected, all right, maybe they'll kind of flip the switch. Jalen Hurts will start, he'll run a little bit more, and they'll look a little, more put together. And they didn't. I think the lesson, again, and it happens all the time, it's always so obvious in hindsight, but if a team seems kind of weird, then they're kind of weird. And Philly seemed kind of weird, and they're kind of weird, Doesn't mean you just get to beat them, but it's one more little thing that is in your favor that is not in their favor. And they had some key drop passes. A.J. Brown, Saquon Barkley, Jalen Hurts missed some throws. They got booed like 4 times. They had to use that timeout on 4th and 11, which was what like they were getting kind of crushed for that. I thought you had to use the timeout in that
Agreed,
spot, but which we could debate because I love talking about that. But anyway, so I think just the fact that to me the headline would be you lost George Kittle, it's devastating, and you overcame that emotional thing. Not to mention the absence of one of the best players to ever put on any uniform to win the game like that. But like if you said on paper Kyle Shanahan beats Nick Sirianni, I'd go, yeah, okay, right? Like that in and of itself, or Brock Purdy looks better than Jalen Hurts, I'd say, yeah. I mean, that's okay. I get that. But still, I got a message from somebody after the game that they said they thought it was he said, I'm 57 years old. It's a top 3 Niners non-Super Bowl game of my life. I was like, whoa, that's saying a lot. But, the other game that I would put up there, the Shanahan era, is probably the playoff game in Green Bay.
Absolutely.
Jordan Willis blocked punt. And then I do think you could say this game is right there. I think you could make the case it's ahead of the Lions game. If you said the Lions home NFC Championship game's ahead of it, that's fine.
Those are the top 3. Yeah, we're on the same page. Derek and I picked those as the top 3 on Monday. We're with you for sure.
Oh, sorry, I'm late to the topic.
That's all right, man. It's Tuesday. It's all good. You get one day to celebrate.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. You're right.
24-hour rule.
And then it's Philly of all places. That's the other part of it that makes it particularly sweet.
Talking to Guy Haberman here on the UMA guest line. So I heard the entirety of your call here at the studio on Saturday, and you made some good points about the lack of momentum on both sides in the game for the Niners and the Eagles, because it just felt like the game was trending in the way that the Week 18 Seattle game did, and that the Niners never stepped through any open doors that were left by Philadelphia. But the play that I think changed, and I think it was the most important play of the game, the play after George Kittle goes down and Purdy hits Juwan Jennings for the 45-yard gain, that to me was one of the most crucial plays. It ended the drive in a field goal, cut the lead to 3 at that point. But to me, they needed something to ignite them, and that was important going into the half for sure with Philly getting the ball back. But we knew that there was still something to be had. I know the Juwan Jennings touchdown erupted the offense and really felt like they had a chance to win the game. But for me, one of the most important plays of the game was that Juwan 45-yard grab.
Yes. I mean, it signaled like we're not just going to go silently into the night just because George Kittle just got carted off. So significant. I mean, Juwan so you're putting that play ahead of Juwan's touchdown pass?
No, but I think we needed it. I think the team needed it. I think I needed it as a fan to know that there was something in there after that Kittle play.
Yeah, man. It's God. I think there's so many things. I thought Keon White's sack
that was huge.
Of Jalen Hurts late when it looked like Jalen was going to have when I went back and watched on TV, and it was clear this way watching the game. From the, calling the game, like there was just a bunch of space. Jalen was about to take off. So that was a big play. Bryce Huff had a couple of big plays in the backfield. I cannot get over the touchdown pass, though. And I know
it was incredible.
It's like the most obvious thing, but I can't get it out of my head for a few reasons. Number one, time stood still for me when that ball was hanging in the air. I could see the ball. I could see Christian. And I'm here to tell you he wasn't going to catch it. It was going over his head. I was as sure of that as I've ever been of anything. That ball was the wind was about to take it. Christian's arms were not going to be long enough. He wasn't going to be able to adjust. And it was the perfect play call, and it was going to be a play that almost happened. Like, even now as I think about it and describe it to you, I get this like little pit in my stomach that it didn't happen. That's time froze as I was watching it. I can't. It's one of the most sincerely amazing things I've ever experienced in sports. Not because it's just, there are just things are not going to happen, and then they happen. And the Giants had that happen several times. It's why my favorite basketball game ever is Game 6 in Oklahoma City when Clay pulled the Warriors out of the fire, because I knew they were going to lose. They were losing. And that play, I knew it was over his head. And the thing that really gives me chills about it is, I think if you got 100 quarterbacks to throw that ball 100 times, they would throw it in that spot. And these are the best of the best. I don't know, 15. And if you got the best receivers to run that route and try to catch that ball, they wouldn't catch it half of the time. I think it was just so difficult on both ends. And it was not a quarterback throwing it, and it wasn't a receiver catching it. And it's just, I am still in awe 2 days later of every part of that play, in absolute awe.
Yeah, in the words of Mike Kohler, it's Willie Mays type stuff, huh, Guy? Did you hear him say that in the booth?
He didn't say stuff.
He didn't say stuff.
Did you guys play that outtake?
No, we didn't. It was off air, so it's not a fair game.
We saw it, and
it's got to be above board,
Yeah. Anyway,
it was a great call by him. It really was. It was. I wish I'd said that in the moment, because it was iconic. It was,
including the expletive.
Yes, actually.
FCC be damned.
History.
No, that would have been awesome. Talking to Guy Haberman on the UMA guest line. So I remember 10 years ago doing the show with you and Middlecoff, and that was when the Seahawks and 49ers rivalry was in its heyday with Russell Wilson, Colin Kaepernick, Richard Sherman calling everybody out. And that's when I think things were, venomous, where both fan bases hated each other. And, of course, the NFC Championship game. Do you think the rivalry's renewed in a way where we got, Diamador Lenore calling out Jackson Smith and Jigba? At the same time, there seems to be a mutual respect where, of course, Brock Purdy, his time with Sam Darnold, same thing with Sam, with Kyle Shanahan. But do you think this rivalry is renewed in a way?
Renewed, didn't totally die. Renewed, yes. Once Richard Sherman has played for both teams,
that's when it dies.
And reps Niner hats on the podcast. Yeah,
it dies a little bit, right? He was the arch enemy, and then became a Niner, a proud 49er, Yeah. And then Russell left, and so he doesn't hate the Seahawks anymore. But part of that was just part of it was just the devastating nature, the physicality of those games. Cam Chancellor hitting Vernon Davis, and the fear that and I do think that Mike McDonald's defense, seeing them up close and personal week 18, they're not the Legion of Boom, but that would be like Saban's Alabama defense getting off the bus. Those guys look and are sweet. And then they stuck it to the 49ers. So, I think from that standpoint, that reignites things a little bit, especially if the 49ers can find a way to win the game. There was a stretch where Russell Wilson won. What was the stretch? Derek, you would know, right?
Was it 20-4 or 19?
His final record, Guy, is 17-4 against the 49ers.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, and then the Niners won 7 of 8, I think, going into the Week 18 game.
Yeah.
But, these things are at their height when you take something from somebody. And I think that is without a doubt what the 49ers have an opportunity to do here. Really take something. They're the 1 seed. And they just kicked your ass 2 weeks ago. And they think they can do it again. And I'll be really interested to see. I saw, they sent out, understandably, the notice to their season ticket holders, don't sell your tickets and don't sell them to non-Seahawks fans. So it'll be really interesting to see what that crowd looks like on Saturday night.
Who sent the email out, the Seahawks or Kelly Stafford?
This was official. This was official letterhead.
Oh, okay. Just making sure. I'm sure Kelly's working on hers right now. Her statement for championship weekend if necessary. Guy Haberman, the voice you hear, he'll be on the call Saturday 5:00 for the Niners and the Seahawks. Last one from me. What did you see in the game on Sunday that gives you confidence the Niners will respond differently to Seattle this time around?
Well, Trent's back. I think one thing Greg was calling that Seahawks game, so I was on the sideline, and one thing I saw that was McCaffrey going to Brock. And, I can't say for certainty, but it certainly appeared to me like he was talking about protections. And then he went over to Trent Williams and talked to Trent, who was not playing that night, and talked to Trent about it, and they were kind of going back and forth. And then he went over to Austin Pleasance and talked to him about it. I think Seattle defensively really created a lot of confusion. Forget about their physicality and talent. They created a lot of confusion for the 49ers. And I'm sure they've got an extra to prepare. It's, they're going to have something special ready again. So what do the 49ers do? What is that adjustment on such a short turnaround for them, having lost? I do think, there is some benefit to them, and maybe Seattle would say the same. But I think first it's the return of Trent. Like, that's critical. Losing George hurts, but hopefully Ricky's back. But I think first and foremost it's getting protection straightened out, giving Purdy time to throw, and sustain some drives, as opposed to they only had 9 first downs that game. They're the best team in the league at avoiding 3 and outs. They didn't that day. So I think number one, it's the return of Trent Williams. And then number two, I think you got to be a little bit inspired watching Eric Kendricks and Garrett Wallow, who were thrown into the fire that day because Dee Winters and Tatum Bethune both got hurt in that game. Watching them together in Philly, particularly Kendricks wearing he's been on the team for a month and a half and he's wearing the green dot. Really impressive. So I think those are two things. Now those guys get to prepare and start if Dee Winters doesn't return. Those two things are a big deal.
I think when you look at this matchup and you look across like each element of the game, you probably would go towards the Seahawks, but except for the two big factors, which would be quarterback and head coach. And then as far as like Sam Darnold, I mean, what do you think of him, Guy? Like, you've seen him in 2 games this season where I thought the last performance, they won the game. He didn't have to do that much, but I thought he was a little gun shy. And that's where I think that the 49ers can win this game, where if he has a meltdown, like it all is contingent on them running the football. But if the 49ers find a way to shut down the run, do you think Sam Darnold's shown you enough this season where you believe in that? Or you think it's where he could have a horrible performance and that's how the 49ers come away with this victory?
I don't think you need, well, yes. I mean, I'm skeptical that they can be good enough at quarterback to win the Super Bowl. And I do think Brock is the better quarterback.
Yes,
and I think Sam, like what Sam's done with his career is, like, he's really good. He back-to-back 14-win seasons. I mean, it's really amazing to have a horrible game for the Niners.
And we lost Guy.
Greg kept the one thing I loved about the last game was Greg kept trying to voodoo Sam Darnold, and he kept saying, like, a turnover's coming, and he was right. Darnold fell and fumbled, and the 49ers couldn't recover it. So I think I cut out for a second. I was just saying I don't think he needs to have a horrible game.
Yeah.
But, they ran the hell out of the ball the last time, and it was a 10-point game. Now they missed 2 field goals. But, I don't think they have to totally stop that run game. You just have to tamp things down a little bit. And I do think the 49ers can win. I thought that last week, and I think that again this week.
Did just last one for you, did Greg give you his Sam Darnold voodoo doll to take with you to Seattle?
No, but I can swing by the house real quick.
Yeah, dude, stop by and pick. You'll have to bring your own pins. These are my pins, but you can borrow my doll. Guy Haberman will be on the call on Saturday from Seattle. I'll see you down there, bro, for pregame. I'll be there for this weekend's game, Niners and Seahawks. So have a safe flight down there, man, and I'll see you on Saturday.
Later, Guy.
Awesome. Can't wait to see both you guys at the game.
Good deal there. Guy Haberman on the call on Saturday.
I got Bills and Broncos to watch, my friend.
Yeah, Bills and Broncos and some Fan Fest prep potentially.
Yeah, we'll see.
Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb, the Ed's Dirty Work on a Tuesday, our favorite day of the week on Dirty Work. I love talking to Guy. Guy's a lot of fun. He's right, though, about that moment where the ball just hung in the air. I can imagine watching that live, the Juwan pass to Christian, that it's one of those, if you're in the stadium moments, time stands still.
Oh, yeah.
You're like, is that going to be caught? That's a game-changing play. And then Brock with his 4th career playoff fourth quarter game-winning drive. Each and every Tuesday, I don't know if you know this, Derek, Tim hosts trivia.
I heard of it, yeah.
Who knew he had another gig? Tim hosts trivia at the bitter end right here in San Francisco. Because he'd been here for so long and wasn't appreciated, we gave him his own segment after he begged and pleaded and groveled and cried. Really, he said that he wanted his own segment. So every Tuesday, we let Tim do Tim's Tuesday takes and trivia, a sports take, a slice of life take, and some trivia you'll hear tonight at the bitter end. We do Tim's Tuesday takes and trivia next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Do you love the 49ers and are fired up after Sunday's win over Philadelphia? Does a bear in the woods? Well, be sure to check out number 8 Steve Young tomorrow at 9:15 with the morning show crew as San Francisco prepares to go bird hunting for the second straight week. And maybe young Tony will ask him a question as well. That's 9:15 Steve Young with the morning show. Let's go.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Larry Kruger at 6 o'clock with some Niners Nightly at the top of the hour. Great conversation with our guy, Guy Haberman. That's all available, thesportsleader.com and the The Sports Leader app. Just a reminder, on Thursday, Dirty Work, another live show at Harmonic Brewing outside of Chase Center. Get ready. Who do the Dubs play?
They play the New York Knicks.
That's right, Knicks. This is a stretch the Dubs should hopefully fare well in, but we're also real close. That'll be the day that Jonathan Kuminga is eligible to be traded.
Yeah, we'll see if actually anything gets done that day. But, yeah, Warriors got blown out. No one saw or noticed with them getting blown out simultaneously with the 49ers beating the Eagles.
Well, the 49ers beat the Eagles, and I was sitting here in the studio for the postgame show, and Tim was like, the Sharks were starting. So I threw the Sharks game on. They lost to Vegas 5-2 that night. Sharks were starting, and then I had the Sunday night game up, the Patriots and the Chargers. Tim was like, you want me to throw the Dubs on? And I was like, no, I'll just put Patriots-Chargers on a second screen. So I had 3 TVs in here, 2 of them on football, 1 of them on the Sharks game.
Yeah,
Let's keep an eye on the Sharks and the Chargers.
That game was a blowout, so I don't think anybody cared. But, yeah, should win that game against the Atlanta Hawks. We'll see tonight. They play Portland. But, yeah, we'll see. Like I said, man, I'm waiting until the Warriors make a move on Jonathan Kuminga.
Well, every Tuesday, our producer and board op Tim Webb hosts trivia at the bitter end here in San Francisco. Best trivia in America. And so on Tuesdays, we give him a slice of life, a sports take, and some trivia. You'll hear tonight. It's all part of Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia.
It's time for Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia on KNBR, the Takes Leader.
It's the Takes Leader, Tim. We start usually with the sports take. Are you comfortable with that today?
I think we can handle that, yeah.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, well, just like the 49ers, Tim's Takes and Trivia lives to see another week. And I have to admit, there's a little bit of pride that I lasted longer at the Sports Leader than Mike Tomlin, but just barely.
You outlived Tomlin, dude. That's incredible.
Wow, yeah. That being said, if Copes and Derek's tell me to bring my playbook to the studio tomorrow, I don't think any of us here will be surprised.
It'd be funny if Tim resigned like Tomlin.
We do not have that power.
No, I think you might.
I don't have that power
I don't know if I do, yeah.
That's where
Not
Bruce
anymore.
Cooper.
I did wield that power at one point.
Yeah, well, if you see Danny Dunn or Jacob Violante in this chair as masters of ceremonies, tell yourself it was a mutual parting of ways or whatever bullcrap teams tell fans in order to avoid using the word fired.
I like Jake's takes, though. That is a thing.
It's not bad. That being said, it is Tuesday. The trivia is bad, and the takes are ready to go. So let's have at it, shall we? Today, I want to talk about success regarding the 49ers. As we mentioned yesterday, and as Derek and I discussed in our pre-show silent disco dance party, I'm of the belief this season for the 49ers is an unmitigated success, win or lose in Seattle. How could it not be viewed this way? Because of the besides the obvious, which is the loss of 74% of the team if you're counting by salary cap, it's fair to say that this wasn't supposed to be the 49ers year. It really wasn't. The defense was in a reset year just like the Rams the year before. The 49ers had rightfully to pay Brock Purdy, and the dominoes that fell to cover that overdue bill included the losses of Pro Bowl caliber players like Dre Greenlaw, Talanoa Hufanga, and Charvarius Ward. Every defensive player that the 49ers took in the draft this year have played critical minutes, save for Nick Martin, which in itself sucks because I'm not sure if you've heard this, but the 49ers are kind of thin at linebacker. And listen, I'm as guilty as everyone. I write the 49ers pregame show every week for over a decade, and I didn't know Garrett Wallow was on the team, to which I owe an apology. It's like Murph saying he slept on Jimmy Butler's entire career.
Yeah, he did.
Mr. Wallow, I am sorry for being a mouth-breathing moron. I apologize. With that out there, I would wager there are quite a few filth friends and dust bunnies that didn't know that him either. And before you put on those crampons to scale your Mount Kilimanjaro pedestal of I knew before anybody else, did you know that the 49ers have a linebacker named Milo Effler as well? And if you say yes, you're Larry Kruger, and you can get whatever sauce you want named after you.
Milo Effler.
Yeah, anyway. I
like Milo.
As we've been saying, Kyle Shanahan, Robert Saleh, and Dr. Ian Malcolm found a way to Band-Aid and paper-mache this team to the NFC divisional round, along with their NFC West ride-along buddies in the Rams and the Seahawks, not to mention 12 wins and an improbable shot at the number 1 seed. All it took was Mac Jones, Eric Kendricks, Demarcus Robinson, and Eddie Pinheiro. Exactly how we all drew it up. Did they play sort of a weak schedule? Well, yeah. But were the Jags, Colts, and Panthers better than everybody thought? Well, also, yeah. And another fun thought. I lost my place. Sorry. Another fun thought. That's a fun fact.
Flaming out, dude. Yeah.
Hold on.
Have the 49ers beat every team remaining in the NFC playoff picture? That is also
There we go.
correct.
There we go. He's back on track. Got a kid.
So why isn't their shot as good as anybody? Well, according to the nerds in Vegas, San Francisco has the longest odds to win the Super Bowl. And you know what? That's fine. It's not like the casual fan hasn't been waiting for the bottom to fall out for the 49ers all season, or for that matter, Brock Purdy to regress. As Nick Wright barfed out yesterday, I'm willing to change my mind. Okay, there, Sparky. NFC divisional round feels pretty damn successful. But if you're still in the Kyle Shanahan sucks camp, A, you should probably give up your NFL fandom and start watching Highlight. And 2, there are 9 NFL head coaching vacancies. 9! That's a third of the NFL, and all of them would trample over each other to have the situation San Francisco does.
9 times.
So to sum up this spiel, it's been a wild, fun ride, and the 49ers get a shot they wanted at revenge against their arch rival that humiliated them on the final week of the year. And they have the opportunity to do it in a stadium that pumps in fake crowd noise. What does that spell? Success. What do you guys say?
Well, I agree with everything you just said, Tim. I think that regardless of what happens, this has been a successful season for the 49ers. But also, if they lose on Saturday, we'll come back to this take as the Tim Reaper of death.
Yeah, dude, if they lose on Saturday in bad fashion, Tim will have Tim Reapered the Niners.
This season would still be a success, whether I said something or not.
Yeah, I know,
don't know,
but then you said
it feels
this,
worse now that you
and
said this.
I'm kind of coming around a little bit. I haven't said anything, but man.
Yeah, your guys' opinions about my takes are not really even opinions. They're just me dooming people and you pointing it out.
707 here. Yeah, 707.
707 says, oh, no, Tim, don't Reaper the Niners even more than they already are. No, says the 707 texter.
That's fine.
Yeah, dude.
But I'm with you, though. Either way, this has been a successful season. And just the fact that they're here, it's been remarkable. So
How about this one, 650? How did this guy not know Garrett Wallow was on the team? This guy not doing his job. First of all, Tim's job has nothing to do with knowing who's on the Niners roster, except for when he produces the show. And for what it's worth, to a man in that press box when Garrett Wallow got called for a face mask against Seattle, people were not talking about Wallow. He was a special teams player.
That was acquired midway through the season.
Yeah,
what team did you get from?
Do you know who the Niners acquired today or what moves they made today? They've made moves in the last 2 days. Every day they're making moves in the practice squad. Yeah, simmer down now. 650. If you had takes on Garrett Wallow, Matt Mayoko said to us on the pregame show on Sunday, before the Eagles game, he said, yeah, I'm just here brushing up on Garrett Wallow. I got to do as much research on the guy as I can because hadn't played, as Guy Haberman said, in a start in hundreds of days, like 600 days. 600, whatever it was, 60 weeks of NFL
whatever
football.
It was.
And he hadn't made a start in a number of years. This isn't a name that is known around the NFL. So
I'll give you also some insight. I'm sure that Guy Haberman didn't know who Garrett Wallow was before he had to play significant minutes. So everybody calm down on
650, you knew when that face mask was called who number 49 was? My ass, dude.
Yeah.
I cover every game for the team and had to look at the team roster sheet. But back to Tim, because this is his problem.
Yeah.
Stop Tim Reaper and things that we're rooting for, Tim. It was a good season, dude.
I'm going to pick Seattle to win, so I'll send Reaper them. How about that?
Yeah, all right. Okay, I don't know. 650 says, Tim, go back and hide in your shell. How dare you jinx the 49ers?
Well, just wait till you get the slice of life, okay?
We're all looking for somebody to blame. So if the Niners lose, at least we've got our victim and our culprit. Tim, what you got for us on Slice of Life?
That you mentioned that because that's what a Slice of Life is all about. Well, as you might know, Murph and Marcus said last week on the morning show that they did not expect the 49ers to win versus the Eagles. I think it's fair, Derek, to say that you didn't think the 49ers were going to win in Philly either.
No, not at all. No.
I can tell based on him.
100% fair.
I can tell based on him saying he didn't think they would win in Philly.
I said it every day.
Yeah, I think that's a fair take considering what he said.
100%. Yeah.
And listen, hand to the scorers table. I didn't expect the 49ers to win the game either. Where last week in this very takes, I argued that it would take something fun. There was something fun about Kyle Shanahan getting to go full Kyle, that the path to victory was going deep into his bag of trick plays and scoring on every possession because the defense did not inspire a lot of faith. And while that was partially correct, the defense shoved it up Philly's chute due to a great coaching, strong play, and Philly's utter dysfunction.
Shove it up your chute.
Shove it up your chute. It resulted in Kevin Patullo packing his crap today. Now, I ask you, does that make me, not thinking the 49ers were going to win, a hater? Is Murph a hater because he didn't think the 49ers were going to end up on top? Is Derek a hater because he looks at the NFL objectively and not through red and gold tinted glasses? I guess I'm just saying I don't really understand the fan behavior that it isn't just enough to win. It's more important to have receipts on everybody that gave their opinion that might not be yours. An opinion they're paid for, by the way, to say, hey, jackass, you were wrong. You're not a real fan. Yeah, you know what? I was wrong. Have you listened to this segment? Have you listened to the sports leader? We're all going to be wrong. It's literally part of the job. And I can't speak for any talking head or other media blowhard, but let me pose this question. Do you want to just hear everything is the best, everything is great, rah, 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 cheerleading? Because I'll let you know a little secret. Fan bitch about that too. It's also part of the job. You're an idiot no matter what. You're a homer, you're a hater, you're a fanboy or a fraud, and that's just the way it goes. Hey, we get it. We signed up for this. But the next time you think to yourself it's more important to point the finger and say, hey, asshat, you were wrong, I'll tell you right now, you're swinging at air. The 73 text messages and carrier pigeons that were received on Monday were read over by eyes that glazed over them so fast that we could go to Van's spicy beef jerky take, or Van. The dude that texts in once a week that simply says, okay, the fun's over. But maybe the most relevant text that we got was yesterday, and it said, you ain't popping unless you got haters. You want to hate on somebody, laugh at the Philly fan dumpster fire or that lame-ass 12th man buffoonery. Keeping receipts is for team-run Twitter accounts, and even that's kind of lame as hell. Are we haters? If so, that's fine. You can tell me, let me have it right now. Like Copes' Tony's Pizza read, trust me, we can handle it. What do you think?
Tim, I agree with you 100%. I'm not going to say much. All I'm going to say is the other night I was watching Scott Van Pelt on ESPN, and he said he hates the term hater. Hater is something that weak-minded fans bring up when logical criticism is brought up. So that's all I'm going to say, is that I try to be objective as possible when it comes to the 49ers. I thought that, yes, the Eagles were to win that game. And, you know, people are coming down my road as much as Murph, but there's a reason why we all thought the Eagles would win that game. And now I'm thinking differently. But, yeah, I think hater is such a stupid term, so it doesn't even bother me anymore.
Well, it's like I said yesterday, that line from Coach Carter, when is winning never enough? I mean, it's always enough.
That was the inspiration for the take, is when you said that. I was like, yeah, I mean, exactly. It's more important to point out somebody than just bask in the victory of your team. I don't know. It's just weird to me.
I thought that was the inspiration, kind of, but I also thought the inspiration was what you said on Sunday when you started seeing all the texts pour in about Murph being wrong about the Niner victory. I actually, with Tim's defense of Murph there, I couldn't tell if that was Tim's takes or Young Tony's takes. Based on the bootleg, and I couldn't tell.
I will stand in front. If we're doing men versus gorillas, I will stand proudly in front of Derek, because calling Derek a hater because he has an opinion about the NFL is not only short-sighted, it's kind of just dumb if you think about the idiot savant nature of being able to name every score for the last 30 years. What are we talking about?
Now, if we could just get Congress to stop being so short-sighted. Short-sighted, yes. Dude, every time I hear short-sighted, I just think of Christopher Walken.
Yes.
Dude, he's like, you read my paper? He's like, yeah. Now, if we can just get Congress to stop being so short-sighted. Short-sighted. A sailor. Good man.
Jeremy.
Whatever. I expect that take to go over like a lead balloon. That's fine. I mean, I get it. People want to it's fun. It's fun to be like, oh, they said we couldn't do it. Blah, blah, blah. I get that. But at the same time, like being on this side of it, like hearing it and seeing it, it's like, okay, well, sure. We're going to keep moving on with our lives.
We got to talk every day for 4 hours. Like, I'm bound to get some things wrong.
I didn't know who Garrett Wallow was.
Just blow V18 about saying, yeah, Tim, you got to do your job. You didn't know who Wallow was. And again, another texter, 408. Did you say Garrett Wallow? Garrett Wallow's dead. I'm not Garrett Wallow. I'm Garrett Callow. Callo. Tim, what you got for us on the trivia front?
Okay, how don't we start nice and you got a 50-50 shot, all right? True or false? The BB in a BB gun stands for ball bearing. Is that true or false?
I'm going to say true. It looks like a ball bearing, I feel like.
Just to go differently, I'll say false.
That is
it's true.
correct.
Yeah,
you guys went on both sides.
Right. You ever fire a BB gun?
What's up? Have you ever fired?
You ever had one?
Yeah, I have, actually.
Just shoot your eye out, kid.
Yeah.
What else you got, Tim?
In the movie Toy Story, what is the name of Woody's horse?
Bullseye. Wait, no, sorry. Toy Story 1 or 2?
I know I said Pokey. That's Gumby, huh?
Hold on. I believe it's the same, isn't it?
Well,
not?
I don't believe the horse appears in the first one.
I don't think he's in one, but he didn't ask about the movie.
I'm going to say Bullseye.
I'll go with him.
It is Bullseye.
Reach for the star.
I think it's Toy Story 2, though, where they find like the other characters that were in the boxes.
Yeah, dude, they're part of the Woody's universe.
Right? Woody's Roundup.
Yeah, dude.
Come on, it's time to play.
And then
Woody's Roundup.
Was it Flatso?
Hey.
Is that the third one?
Snake in my boot.
Fatso, Flatso, or the...
yeah, Lotso Huggins.
Lotso Huggins, dude.
Man, he was a real a-hole.
Yeah, dude, he was trying to
screwed him over in the end.
Well, bigger villains, Sid or Lotso. Got to be Sid. Sid's out there destroying toys.
But you know what?
Sid's blowing up toys, man.
Sid got his because he shows up on the third one as a garbage man.
Yeah.
He got his. I think that's a pretty good gig.
We in Dirty Work respect the garbage man.
Dude,
Okay?
I think at Dirty Work we respect it. Also, I think it's a pretty lucrative job.
Garbage man?
Yeah, it's a citywide.
I'm sure, yeah.
Yeah. Municipality job. So anyway, what else you got, Tim? One more?
Okay, so I'm building you guys up. You guys are doing
right.
good 2 for 2.
Okay.
What was the first product produced by the company you know as Heinz, under the Heinz and Noble Company? I'll give you a hint. It wasn't ketchup.
The first product produced by Heinz?
A food product. And it's
Heinz,
not
but
ketchup.
it's not ketchup. Was it catsup?
Was it a condiment?
Yeah, I would describe it as a condiment, yes.
Ooh. Describe it as a condiment. Okay. Mustard?
Mustard comes from mustard seeds. I'll go with...
You describe it as a condiment.
I don't even know, dude. I had no clue. Heinz 57.
I'm going to be a smart ass here with like tomatoes, but
Yeah, dude. I got... Yeah, why don't I go tomato sauce?
all right, tomato sauce.
Mama's wrong
Yeah,
again.
there's no good way.
Yeah, it's horseradish.
So it was in the mustard ballpark. All
Dude,
right.
2 horse questions? That's not cool, Tim. That's Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, we got a sound soiree for you featuring Kyle Shanahan, Fred Warner, Aaron Rodgers talked about Mike Tomlin, and John Gruden's got a new Wild Card Weekend Nicey video. It's all coming your way next in the sound soiree on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty Work on a Tuesday. Larry Kruger's coming up at 6 o'clock with Niners Nightly, so let's get right into it. Some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed with Dirty Work Sound Soiree.
This is
Dirty Works.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work Sound Soiree for Tuesday, January 13th, 2026. And it starts with 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan. They asked him, as we found out today, Fred Warner's window is open.
The window?
The window, it's open.
The window is open.
The window, it's open. Here's Kyle Shanahan talking about how he handles Fred Warner's potential return. Here you go.
He did have the post. He's ready whenever. Obviously, he's a player who wants to play, but do you have to hold him back a little yourself, or how do you kind of approach a situation like this?
Approach it by what doctors tell me. I mean, I'm like Fred. If he feels good and tells me he's good, I'm probably going to think he's good and trust him to get out there. But you can always think with your heart and emotionally, and so you ask doctors where he's at, all the things that these guys have to pass, just protocols that we have in with just sprinting and jumping and things like that. And he's got to hit all those before we feel it's safe.
What's he been like in the last couple of weeks? Has he been kind of coming up to you and trying to advocate to open the window, or has that been?
No, that's not Fred's style totally. He does that by showing how hard he's working on the side and knows that we're watching. And so he knows he doesn't have to do that to me. As soon as he's ready, obviously it'll be zero decision on my part.
Now, NFL head coaches can't always think with their heart, but what about you, Derek?
Well, I think that when it comes to Fred Warner returning, I don't think it's going to be this week, but I think that,
next week's on the table.
Obviously, I think that Kyle Shanahan's chomping at the bit for him to come back, and same thing with Fred Warner, but you don't want to go out there and re-injure it all over again. So the doctors need to sign off, but yeah, it's setting up for Fred Warner to be out there if they win and they go to the NFC Championship game, which would be fantastic.
Here's what I would say is the window wouldn't be open if the doctors hadn't signed off.
Of course.
So that's why I'm like,
trending in the right direction.
Kyle said he probably wouldn't do much of practice this week, and I think it's unlikely he plays. Kyle also said it was not a high likelihood that he would open the window this week, and then 2 days later he did.
Right.
So who knows? When he gets on the field and things are going a certain way, I'm not ruling it out for this week. They haven't ruled it out for this week. It seems unlikely, but so did the opening of his window 48 hours ago, and now here we are.
Yeah.
How about Fred Warner?
The man himself?
He spoke to Ryan Russillo. He was on the Ryan Russillo show. He was asked about his potential return. What did Fred Warner have to say about it?
Is there a chance that you're going to give a big speech and tell everybody, hey, you get this one, and I'm back next week?
I'm ready whenever they're ready. You know what I'm saying? There's some T's that got to be crossed, I's that got to be dotted. Unfortunately, if it were just up to me, I'd be out there this weekend. But it's unfortunately not that. It's not that way, right? I got to make sure that I'm checking all the boxes, and everybody has to give me the okay before they let me go out there. But I'm pushing, man. I'm training. I'm training hard. I'm back doing full football drills and everything. So time will tell, man. We got to pull the win off first.
You just got to know what those boxes are. Like in the week of boxes, I'm sure it's about pushing yourself to certain limits and then how you respond to it in recovery the next day. When you wake up, are you swollen? How's it feeling? Are you sore? Are you capable of doing it again 2 days in a row? It's about being able to stack things on top of each other and recover or be fairly normal in your recovery for what this injury is. Now, when he says, if it were up to me entirely, I'd be ready to go. And Kyle said, Fred, when he tells me he's ready to go, I have to believe him because that's the kind of guy he is. Now, what boxes there's different boxes, right? The medical team can say, hey, you're cleared to return and have the practice window open and go back to football activities. What's it like when he takes some hits and lays some hits and then gets back up and recovers? Are there even enough days and time between now and Saturday for him to do that? Those would be the questions I have. I'm not denying that he's checking boxes and that he maybe could play Sunday by his health status. But will he have done enough in the next 4 days to indicate that he's able to play on Saturday night? That seems like a long shot, but so far everything with Fred has, and he's on the verge of a potential return.
There's a chance, but I think it's a slim chance. But there needs to be abundance of caution when it comes to him playing again, because the last thing you want is him to go out there and he re-injures it all over again.
Well, that's the thing is Mayoka said he didn't believe with this injury that there's a chance of re-injury. And I don't think you can put him on – I don't think you'd open the window if you thought this was a re-injury type thing because it's not soft tissue. Like with Kittle coming back in the hamstring, it was like, damn, what if he gets out and runs and tries it out? Even Trent Williams last week, and then you're like, that's something that injures.
But you're telling me he can't break it again?
No, it was a dislocation, wasn't it? Broken and dislocated.
Right.
I'm not saying you can. I'm saying that's a different structural thing than soft tissue.
Course.
And so the fear of the re-injury is different because it's a freak injury anyway.
I just know I don't want anything bad to happen. I think the doctors need to do everything in their power to make sure that he's not 100% to go, but they feel safe where he's good to go.
But the window's open, so you don't open the window if you don't think he's not safe enough to
But then I remember, people freaked out when KD came back, and everybody blamed the doctors for that. So
I blame Bob Myers because he took the blame.
Also, there's no harm for them to open up the window right now because they want him to be eligible for the Super Bowl or the NFC Championship game. And so by doing it now, I mean, there is no more waiting. There's no more point to waiting, I guess.
Right, but again, they're not hurrying him back. My point is the window wouldn't be open if there were these fears. And so because it is open, those fears in my mind logically have to be on the wayside. And now it's just about checking the boxes for the return. Right. That's where I'm at.
Yeah.
More here from Aaron Rodgers after the game last night before Mike Tomlin told the Steelers today he was going to step down as head coach. Rodgers was asked after the game about the time he spent with Mike Tomlin, and Rodgers is sick of you asking. Here you go.
I've answered that a number of times. I've talked extensively about how I feel about Mike. And I just did in that fucking answer. So thanks.
That's his last question being answered as potentially an NFL quarterback. So, I mean, I get it. Like, you
just did in that last effing answer, so.
I mean, I don't blame him, dude. Like, that whole press conference, like, we can make a whole big deal about, what was her name? I think it was Lynn Jones that asked that question with Liam Cohen, or didn't ask a question. She just
made that statement.
Yeah, she made that statement that, you know, she's wishing him the best and looking forward to seasons with the Jacksonville Jaguars. But sometimes we get these questions, like, over and over and over again to Aaron Rodgers and Mike Tomlin. What's your future? What's your future? And I get it. That's the big storyline. But, you know, if you ask some questions about the game or what the defense was doing, then I think that it would go a longer way with them. But if you ask the same question that's going to be asked on First Take for the next month, then they're going to be annoyed. So I don't blame Aaron Rodgers for reacting that way.
Yeah, you got to ask him about the retirement stuff, but they were right to ask him. Tomlin out. You know what I mean? Like, they had to get their quote.
No, I mean, yeah. Like,
if that's the quote, that's the quote.
I get it. Like, Rodgers was asked that question numerous times. Same thing with Mike Tomlin. So they answered the question, but again, it was just over and over and over again, phrased in different ways where it's like, we get it. They already answered that question.
Last one here, John Gruden. He puts out these nicey videos, and I think he gets a little San Francisco 49er mention in here.
He gives some love.
Gruden loved the defenses over Wild Card Weekend. Here he is.
You know, there's nothing like clutch quarterback play in the playoffs. Guys like Josh Allen, Caleb Williams, Matt Stafford, Brock Purdy, and Drake May. But you know what's really got me feeling nicey? It's great defenses that get it done behind the scenes. The guys that nobody talks about enough. Defenses like the New England Patriots. I mean, they held the LA Chargers to 200 yards, 3 points, 3.5 yards of play.
Got me.
Greg Woodson, Caleb Chase, Bill Williams, Robert Spillane, Jack Gibbons, and Marcus Jones. And how about defenses like the San Francisco 49ers? They're missing Nick Bosa, they're missing Fred Warner, and they go to Philadelphia and take down the world champion Eagles. They gave up 4.5 yards of play. Eric Henry, Keon White, Marcus Siegel, Garrett Wallow, C.J. West, Mustafa Elador. Thanks to DraftKings Sportsbook for sponsoring this.
I gotta be honest. I mean, that was fun, but there was no rhyme. There was nothing to that. I think we got to retire the nicey videos from the show.
I think we can only do it if he's mentioned tonight or there's some good rhyming. I like the rhyming there because he just mentioned.
The rhyming's good, but like, come on, Gruden, put some more enthusiasm in it.
Shut up, Wallow. That's your Sound Soiree for Tuesday, January 13th, 2026. Larry Krueger coming up at 6 o'clock with Niners Nightly. We'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll put the show to bed on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Earlier today, it was announced Mike Tomlin would be stepping down as head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers after their 30-6 loss to the Texans last night. Tomlin spent the last 19 years in Pittsburgh, and now there are 9 head coaching vacancies in the NFL. So send a bouquet of flowers to Robert Saleh and tell him how much you love him. For everything NFL, keep it locked right here to the Sports Leader.